city of heavenly capital, a certain urban village, dressed in a fashionable, trendy and extravagant manner. Ning Mucha looked out of place in contrast to the chaotic, sewage and grease-stained urban village on the ground. Inside the dimly lit, cluttered, and small, shabby, cheap rental suite that smelled like a mixture of decay and mildew, there was very little light. That's the way it is with cheap, run-down rentals. Even when they're cleaned up, they have an odor. Ning Mucha's eyebrows were furrowed, and she used her white, slender fingers to cover her mouth and nose. She suspected that if she lowered her hand and took a few more breaths of the murky air in the room, she feared she would gag more than a little. Lightly glanced at Chen and Dee, who was wearing a white sweatshirt, beach pants and flip-flops in front of him. A pure beggar look. A look of disgust and loathing floated across her delicate, feminine cheeks. A pair of charming peach blossom eyes were also full of scorn and contempt, very impatiently questioning. Aggrieved. Ha! Chen and Dee sneered, staring at her with unblinking eyes, and said hatefully, I'm not aggrieved. What do I have to be aggrieved about? I'm nothing more than an emotionless money-making machine to you, so who am I to condescend? Even if it's aggravating, who cares? Ning Mucha frowned with a displeased expression, as if she resented him bringing up the topic. Also unwilling to grind and wheedle with him any longer, she opened the limited edition designer handbag she carried on her wrist and rummaged through it to find the bank card she had prepared earlier. Handing it to him, he said condescendingly, $2 million? You have to not eat or drink and splash your life to earn 20 or 30 years. From now on, I'll walk my sunny path. You cross your one-wood bridge, and we'll have no more interactions or involvement. However, Chen and Timo said to pick up the bank card. He just didn't even look at it. Still staring at her dead in the face, Ning Mucha didn't dare to look directly at his knife-like sharp gaze. Her eyebrows raised, and the corner of her mouth raised in a disdainful snort. Scornfully, too little? That's okay, I'll give you 3 more million to make up the 5 million. I also advise you not to give an inch. This 5 million is already all I have at the moment. That was true. $5 million was really all she could get out right now. It was heartbreaking, but she had no regrets. All she wanted to do now was to resolve the matter as soon as possible, to get out of this dilapidated and dirty rented house and urban village as soon as possible, and to get rid of the burden in front of her as soon as possible. Since then, the sky is high enough for birds to fly and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. No one can restrain her anymore, and no one can stop her advancement in the pursuit of wealth and freedom. Ha ha! Chen and Dee laughed out loud in a slightly maniacal and unrestrained manner. Obviously, he was no longer as blasé as he had been earlier. He admitted that he broke defense. You got your wings now and you're starting to resent me for getting in the way? Why didn't you mind me when I shredded my college acceptance letter? How come you didn't mind me when I was playing hard to get to move bricks and earn money to support you? How come you didn't mind me when I was working a couple part-time jobs to put you through school? The more he talked, the more emotional he became. Cross-eyed, he looked straight at her, his eyes filled with intense disappointment. Continuing the emotional rant, you're even throwing money at me now? Trying to draw a line in the sand with me? Have you considered my feelings? 5 years, do you know how I've spent those 5 years? Do you know? It's that the whole world has forgotten what I, Chen and Dee, am, and you, Ning Mucha, can't forget. Even if the whole world dislikes me, Chen and Dee, you, Ning Mucha, can't dislike it. I would be living on the streets, even snatching food from dogs, and I will not accept your charity and insults to me. Get out of here. You get out of here right now. As far away as you can. Just pretend I never knew you. Get out of here. Listening to his angry accusations and rants, Ning Mocha froze slightly, and was actually somewhat disoriented. Perhaps it was his words that brought back little memories of days gone by. Lowering his head slightly, he dared even less to look him in the eye. A hint of guilt also appeared on the exquisite face, but it was fleeting. There may have been a tiny, insignificant struggle in his heart, but then he resumed his overbearing, lofty stance. With an arrogant face, he said, I admit that I do owe you, but this 5 million is enough to pay it off, right? Isn't that what you're saying, that you want more? Might as well tell you straight. 5 million is my limit, not a cent more. Everything you've done willingly. I don't think I've ever forced anything on you, have I? And you don't have to act like you're so great. Isn't the reason you've given so much that you're harboring ill intentions? Chen and Dee frowned as he heard the deeper meaning in Ning Mucha's words. Rhetorically, I asked, misbehavior? Greedy for your body? Ning Mucha sneered righteously. Don't beat yourself up, do you? You dare to say no? Ha! Ha ha! Chen and Dee laughed at her exasperation. Ning Mucha, Ning Mucha, never in my wildest dreams did I think that in your eyes. I would be such a person. When he finished, he shook his head in immense disappointment and loss. As it was, he really didn't want to say anything more. The little follower who used to get tired of him all day long and call out brother, brother affectionately is dead, and now stands in front of him, is just blinded by money corrosion, completely sunk in the lights and wine, paper-drunken luxury life of the gold-digging woman. He had tried countless times to wake her up, but now it seemed that all the efforts he had made were not only futile, but instead, he was also regarded as an enemy by Ning Mucha, as a stumbling block to be kicked away. How can he be taught not to die and be disappointed? Heart-tired and lost long sigh, Powerless waved his hand and said, "Go away, as far away as possible. From now on, you and I are strangers." Once these words came out, Ning Mucha finally nodded in satisfaction. "All my contacts have been changed, and I've signed with a company, and I'll be leaving Tianfu tomorrow. I don't believe we'll have a chance to meet again. After all, there's a gulf between you and me, and the chasm will only grow wider and wider as time goes on, making it difficult for you to cross. If ever you forget it, I don't think you'll be able to make much of a go of it." After Ning Mucha finished mocking, she threw the bank card in her hand directly onto the worn-out dining table and turned around, ready to leave. "Wait." Chen and Di frowned and spoke out to stop her, pointing at the shiny bank card. He said disgruntledly, "I'm not a garbage dump here, so please don't litter, okay?" Ning Mucha's towering chest rose and fell violently, clearly infuriated by his words. Turning and rushing to him, he pointed at his nose and cursed. "Chen and Di, put away your ridiculous pride. Don't you take a good look at what kind of life you're living now? Moving bricks on construction sites in the wind and sun during the day, delivering takeaways in the wind and rain at night, and finally dragging my tired body back to this filthy doghouse. You have to break $1 into several petals to spend it. You've been wearing this suit for 2 or 3 years, right? You live like a dog. What qualifications do you have to think my money is dirty? And what qualifications do you have to look down on me? Ning Mucha? At least, I've lived 100 times 1,000 times better than you. There's no need to give up such a large sum of money for the sake of that tiny bit of pride and face. With this money, you can at least live like a human being." Chen and Di smiled coldly, poking and prodding without mercy. "Ning Mucha, I'm stupid, but you shouldn't treat me as an idiot either. Do you really and truly want to give me this money? Even now you're still acting, still sympathizing, still treating me like a little cutie. Teasing? P.S. After all, if you get yourself high and feel toxic, get through the first few chapters and you'll open the door to a new world." Chapter 2 Money Measures Everything. Chen and Di coldly scrutinized her, revealing the truth in a single word. "You're doing nothing more than trying to ease your conscience, and at the same time break the bank, and avoid falling on your sword, and take precautions against it. After all, you're an internet sensation in size now. Even if you and I are exposed in the future, you'll have room to maneuver and a backhand to clear your name." Seeing a flash of panic on her face, Chen and Di knew that they had been right. The sneer on his dark cheeks increased. Continuing sarcastically, she said, "Ning Mucha, is it true that in your heart, everything can be measured in terms of money? You don't think that by giving me this money, you can really pay it all back and have a clear conscience, do you? Oh, dream on. And not to mention whether or not I can pay it back, do you think I'll really take it, as you want? Ha ha, I just don't want to take it, just to make you owe me for the rest of your life, and live in the condemnation of your conscience for the rest of your life. But then again, you're supposed to have no conscience, oh? Ha ha. You." The irritated Ning Mucha looked like an enraged lioness, staring at him with wide-eyed fury, but Chen and Di didn't give her a chance to speak at all and continued to tease. "You don't have to be hypocritical anymore either. Although I won't take your money, I, Chen and Di, will never mention your business to anyone either. You don't have to worry about your wolfish, ungrateful, ugly behavior leaking out of my mouth." Even though she hid it extremely well, Chen and Di still caught a flash of her excitement and elation. Rather, it reaffirmed what he had said before. Ning Mucha picked up the bank card on the table while saying with a stiff upper lip, "Since you won't accept the money for the sake of face and pride, I have nothing to say, but I hope you're true to your word and a mouthful." This was just a passing remark, and according to her understanding of Chen and Di, the ridicule and sarcasm he had just used was just a deliberate word of exasperation. Moreover, she didn't question Chen and the promise given by Di in the slightest, because growing up, he never lied to himself. After saying that, she turned around and left, not willing to stay a moment longer. Looking at her resolute and unrelenting back, the undeterred Chen and Di didn't hold back and made a last attempt, calling out softly, "Little snot." However, Ning Mucha ignored it, not to mention turning around and looking back, not even pausing in her steps, going so resolutely, so unhesitatingly. With this departure, the two of them will really have nothing more to do with each other, and will be strangers to each other. Don't say goodbye, even if you do. You're just a stranger. Chen and the first face of despondency. incomparably disheveled, fell to sit on the floor, looking that lonely and desolate. Half the time, he didn't move a muscle. That little snot was his last hope. Up until the moment before he shouted out his little snot, he was still harboring fantasies about Ning Mucha, but regrettably and despairingly, his last hopes and fantasies were trampled to pieces by Ning Mucha's condescending high heels, with nearly 40 degrees of heat, braving the wind, rain and snow, on the construction site to lift rebar and move bricks, by the foreman to call around to squeeze the exploitation. He did not break down, being underestimated by the difficult and not allowed to take the elevator. Hard to climb 20 or 30 floors, because almost overtime by the customer pointing at the nose of the abusive harsh, but also have to apologize in a low voice. He did not break down, but at the moment, this brown man, who has been deeply weathered and tested by life, is crumbling to pieces, because he lost his most beloved thing. Ning Mucha is the youngest Chen 5th-year-old, and both are orphans. All were orphans who had been heartlessly abandoned outside a privately founded orphanage while still in their infancy. The orphanage is not very large and does not house many orphans. This is because of the old director's limited social connections and social influence, coupled with the overall substandard size of the orphanage. Therefore, government subsidies are also extremely limited. Though licensed by the relevant authorities to allow social fundraising, the amount of money raised is also pitifully small. It can be said that the operation of the entire orphanage relies almost entirely on the old director's savings and retired salary. Luckily, apart from Chen Di and Ning Mucha, all the orphans in the institution had been adopted by kind-hearted people, and the reason they were not adopted was not because they were bad-looking. Quite the contrary. Both of them were exceptionally well-behaved and adorable since they were small. It wasn't because they were physically defective either, but because they were both mentally challenged at the time. It's suffocatingly aloof and cold. Often they won't say a word for a week. And of course it's not liked. The orphanage eventually closed down due to financial reasons and the deteriorating health of the old director. Instead of being mercilessly abandoned again, the two were adopted by the old childless dean, under the care of the kind and benevolent old dean, who took great pains to guide and care for them for a long period of time. The two of them gradually became more and more cheerful and lively. Not only did you have a happy childhood, but you also had loved ones. The days were hard, but happy. The two also, especially to the old dean, to compete. Not only good behavior, obedience and understanding, academic performance is also among the top. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. Just when Chen and the first school received the acceptance letter, and happily ran home to report the good news, the old dean had a sudden cerebral hemorrhage, and unfortunately passed away. Since then, Chen and Di and Ning Mucha were the only two left to depend on each other. Looking at Ning Mucha, who was 5 years younger than himself and still a little girl, Chen and Di didn't hesitate to tear the acceptance letter, which hadn't even been warmed up, to shreds. With the old dean gone, he had to carry the family. He had to carry the burden of life and earn money to support himself and Ning Mucha. He, resolutely, chose this family, chose Ning Mucha, and gave up sacrificing himself, handing out flyers, scrubbing dishes, working as a doorman, going into factories, delivering couriers and takeaways, and working on construction sites. He is willing to do any job as long as he can earn money and does not break the law. No right to be tired, dirty or bitter. Ning Mucha likewise did not fail to live up to his expectations and successfully entered the double first-class Tianfu University, in order to pay for her to go to college, in order to let her live a better life. Chen and Di work harder and earn money like crazy. He has no complaints, because he knew that for him and Ning Mucha, the only way out was to study. However, the plot of the story didn't go the way he had in mind. The transformation of Ning Mucha's temperament also began the moment she entered the university gates. She began to become rebellious, to love beauty, to love face, to love comparison, to become vain, to become gold-digging, to become six. She didn't even allow Chen and Di to visit her at school and look for her. The sudden transformation was like being a different person from before. P.S. Briefly, I've been reading a lot of paragraph reviews from bookworms, and I don't seem to be getting my point across. For piggyback, is it Ning Mucha's money that he values? No. So was it Ning Mucha's return that he valued? Neither. As an orphan abandoned as a child, what he valued, what he cared about, what he even longed for, was affection. What matters is intimacy. Chapter 3, An Uncooked White-Eyed Wolf. As for Chen and Di, they were busy earning money to support their families. So how would they notice her transformation at first? But as time went on, her transformation became more and more intense. Chen and Di also finally noticed her dislike and detachment from herself. He thought it was because the little snot had grown up and started to intentionally keep a distance between men and women from him, so he didn't take it to heart. However, when she repeatedly refused to answer his phone calls, did not return messages, and even repeatedly refused to accept his transfers and red envelopes, he finally realized that something was wrong. Uneasy, he purposely asked the foreman for leave, ready to go to the school to see Ning Mucha, for which he even lost his job on the construction site. However, what he didn't expect was that before he could even enter the school to look for it, he saw the familiar and unfamiliar Ning Mocha at the main entrance. She was dressed in a fashionable and trendy way, and she was flamboyantly dressed. Where was she a bit of a college girl? What made Chen and D unexpected was that he actually witnessed Ning Mucha getting into a Maybach luxury car. Greatly puzzled, he hurriedly stopped a cab and followed it closely. He has been trailing the trail to a private club, and watched the Maybach drive in with a swagger. Seeing this situation, Chen and D more or less guessed what was going on, and became enraged on the spot. Anxious, he tries to rush into the private clubhouse, trying to stop Ning Mucha from going astray. However, they were blocked by several strong security guards. After a lot of talking and negotiating and explaining to no avail, he forced his way in. Even though he had developed a lot of muscle and strength from doing hard labor work for years, it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, let alone far more than 4 hands. He could do nothing but stand guard outside even after being beaten up. Just when his patience was about to be worn out, he finally waited for the Maybach that slowly drove out of the clubhouse. Defiantly, he rushed forward to intercept the parking sub. Ning Mucha and a successful man who was about 50 years old got out of the car at the same time. Chen and D immediately rushed forward angrily to question her about what she was doing, but was stopped by a man at the side. Then, unsurprisingly, the two tangled together. How could an old man in his 50s be a match for the strong and powerful Chen and D? Enraged and senseless, he flipped the older man to the ground with a little force. Seeing this, Ning Mucha rushed to him in an arrow step, and without any further ado, swung her palm up and slapped him hard on the face. Even more so, his tone demanded that he make amends with the old man. Chen and D reached out to cover their faces that had been incited with red marks, and stared at her with a disbelieving straight face. He still hadn't even looked back until she got back in the car with the older man and took off. He still doesn't know how he got back to the rental house then. After returning home, he began to send messages and call Ning Mucha non-stop, yet her cell phone kept prompting to be turned off. It wasn't until the evening that Ning Mocha took the initiative to find the door. From her words, Chen and D also finally realized what was going on. As it turns out, Ning Mucha came into contact with the industry of live broadcasting by chance, and, with the mindset of giving it a try, she managed to become a new junior anchor on the Douyin platform. But who would have thought that she would quickly attract a huge wave of traffic and fans with her super high face value, sexy and hot body, teary style, and not bad singing voice. Of course, it also attracts a lot of out-of-the-blue tycoons and unjustly seated big brothers. As the live time lengthened, she also gradually from the rookie newcomer, grew into a slightly thin name value, talent and PK anchor. And that old man driving a Maybach is the big brother of ranking one who has been supporting her and giving her nearly $10 million in luxury. The reason why he took the initiative to come to find Chen and D was not to explain anything to him, but to draw a line and part ways with him. Chen in the first bitter and kind words of advice, but has been completely blinded by money. She simply do not listen to it. The two did not accidentally get into a heated argument, and after sneering a few words, Ning Mucha left in a condescending manner. Chen and D don't understand. Is it really possible to be rich or to disown one's relatives for the sake of money? Why turn against each other? Or is it true that different paths don't lead to the same thing? However, he didn't die. He still felt that he could still wake up that once good and obedient little snot. Doesn't answer his phone. Doesn't return his messages. He goes to the university to look for it. To die squatting. But every time they met, the two were unhappy and even had heated arguments. In the face of Ning Mucha's repeated and hurtful words, contemptuous and disdainful demeanor, as well as her cold and arrogant attitude, Chen and D still didn't want to give up. I'll tell you. 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 Tell her to set her mind right, focus on her studies, and not to be mesmerized by the fleeting and illusory scenery in front of her. Taking a step back, even if you want to be a part-time anchor, it's not impossible, but you should at least have self-respect, self-love and self-respect, right? Unfortunately, Ning Mucha was just a king's ass who ate the scales and had an iron heart. Overwhelmed, not only did she not listen to advice, but she was bent on dropping out of school, completely cut off all contact with Chen and D. Today, once again, she took the initiative to come to the door, making it clear that she did not want to have anything more to do with Chen and D. She wanted to kick away Chen and D as a stumbling block and get rid of him as a liability. The words that were said were also incredibly hurtful, completely chilling Chen and D's heart. As she said, although it was true that the two of them did not have any relationship, Chen and D had always treated her as their own sister. 20 years of living together. Even if it is a stone in the chest should be warm, right? What's more, Human beings are not grass and trees, so how can they really have no feelings? But on the contrary, Ning Mucha was simply a white-eyed wolf that couldn't be raised. After the old dean left, she was Chen and Dee's only family. However, things are unpredictable. Who would have thought it would end up like this? Chen and Dee have cried twice since they understood. Once when the old dean was gone, and another time is now. The old dean is gone, and little Snot is buried in his heart forever. With his only relatives all gone, one can only imagine how helpless and despondent he is now. Men don't shed tears, they just don't get to the sad part. The seemingly powerful Chan and Dee are vulnerable in the face of affection. Hundreds of trials and tribulations are suffered only outside, and a drop of affection hurts my heart. To be honest, he didn't resent Ning Mucha, much less hate her. Really, do not advise others to be good without their suffering. He has experienced it, so he understands it better. Everyone has the right to choose life. He just chose bread and milk. I just hope she doesn't regret it and can live the life she wants for herself as well. If we were to do it all over again, Chen and Dee would probably stick to their original choice as well, right? After all, at that time, how could he possibly discard the teenage Ning Mucha and leave her alone? He didn't think he was that ruthless and cold-blooded, because no matter what, the Ning Mucha of that time was still his little Snot, his dependent relative. Chen and Dee rubbed their reddened eyes and slowly stood up. After washing his face, he grabbed his cell phone and keys from the table and headed out the door. Chapter 4, Breaking the Siege. Chen and Dee rode on the second-hand battery bike that he had specially traded for a delivery, and went straight to Wangshan Cemetery. After the old dean left, Chen and Dee sold the only legacy left by the old dean, the small old house full of happy and cozy memories. All the money earned was given to the old dean to buy this new home. Chen and Dee took out a bottle of Erguotu, 2 wine glasses, and a $5 pack of Red River cigarettes from the bag. Unscrewing the cap of the bottle, he filled a glass for the old dean and lit a cigarette to stand in front of the tombstone. Then he filled another glass for himself and lit a cigarette as well. The old dean was not allowed to smoke or drink, but after the old dean left, Chen and Dee dropped out of school to work, dabbling in alcohol and tobacco as normal. In the end, the burden and pressure of life was too great for his tender shoulders to bear for a while. Pressed for breath, he couldn't talk about it with anyone else, much less the little Snot, but the pressure in the heart and really stifling, so he gradually learned to use tobacco and alcohol to soothe the release. He sat quietly in front of the old dean's tombstone and didn't care about the blazing sun. Burying his head, he smoked a stifling cigarette and drank a stifling drink. Not a word. He had always reported the good news but not the bad. How could he dare to report the recent situation and what happened today to the old dean? And it was a full 2 hours of sitting. A whole box of cigarettes smoked out, but there was plenty of wine left. Slightly inebriated, he slowly stood up, while then bowed at the tombstone, kneeled, and heavily kowtowed 3 times. With a forced smile, he said, "Old man, it's getting late. I'll come back to see you next time I'm free. Don't be angry." With that, he turned away reluctantly. The summer heat, coupled with just a few glasses of white wine. As soon as he left the cemetery, Chan and Dee were thirsty. "Boss, please bring me a bottle of frozen mineral water, please." In the cemetery opposite the small store to ask for a bottle of mineral water. Even the money cannot pay. Busy unscrewing the cap, tilting his head as gurgling a slam dunk. He didn't stop until the bottom of the bottle was in the air and he felt satisfied and happy. Taking out his cell phone, he was just about to open his mouth to ask the boss about the price and prepare to pay when he was interrupted by the bird-like, euphonious voice of 100 birds and antelope. "Boss, may I ask if you have offerings for sale here?" Chen and Dee subconsciously turned and twisted their heads to look. A beautiful woman with long flowing hair was seen stepping out of the red Beetle sedan. The slightly loose white cartoon t-shirt hardly hid her slim figure. The ultra-short and tight jean shorts showed off her long, straight, white and delicate legs to the fullest. At the same time, it also showed off her rounded ass. A tall figure of about 1.7 meters, with a perfect 9-headed body proportion. Sexy with a touch of youthful beauty. The perfect features are just like a brush stroke out of the general. Skin like condensed fat, muscle like snow. Blowing the bullet can be broken, moist and clean. There was no heavy makeup on the delicate face, just a slight dusting of powder. Maybe it's not even light makeup, because it's just a mere stroke of an eyebrow. Guess that's just natural beauty. The only thing that's beautiful about it is that it's slightly narrow-minded. Looking at her face, she was estimated to be in her early 20s. She should be similar to Ning Mucha's age, so she must also be a school student, right? While Chan and Dee were looking at her, the girl also noticed him. For a moment, 4 eyes met. A polite, slight nod was given to her, and she returned the kind smile. The 2 men said a brief hello of sorts. As she walked past, Chen and Dee could smell a fresh scent. It's not stuffy, it's not greasy, it's light, it's refreshing, it's fury. The girl must have come to the cemetery to pay her respects as well, and she bought a lot of things to pay her respects. Incense and wax and cigarettes and alcohol as well as melons and fruits and so on. Chen and Dee pulled out the cracked cell phone while asking, "Boss, how much?" 3 pieces. I was about to unlock the screen when I suddenly realized that the phone screen wouldn't light up no matter how I pressed it. Chen and Dee smiled sarcastically at the boss who was staring at him, and explained in a slightly embarrassed manner, "I'm sorry, there's no electricity. I'll pay cash." When he finished speaking, he hastily reached into the pocket of his beach pants and fumbled around, but there was nothing more than a lighter, a pack of cigarettes, and a set of keys. He jolted to remember that he had used up all of his already small amount of cash when he bought cigarettes and alcohol earlier. At once, Muggle. It really is a blessing and a curse. The store owner as well as the girl waiting to check out looked at him in disbelief, feared the sudden quietness of the air. Chen and Dee showed a bitter smile on their faces and scratched their borders awkwardly. Carefully, he said, "Boss, would you believe me when I say I'm out of cash too?" Puffing. Seeing the embarrassed look on his face, the girl didn't hold back and burst out laughing, and I wonder what punchline she got. Before her boss could say anything, she jumped in and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Then he said to the store owner, "Boss, I'll settle his bill together. How much do you calculate the total?" Chen and Dee couldn't help but stare at her and said with gratitude, "Thank you." The girl who relieved him shook her head and smiled slightly. "No, it's just a bottle of water." After checking out, the girl carried her things and headed for the cemetery. Chen and Dee looked at her, hurried back and shouted, "Beauty, can you leave a contact?" After saying that, I felt it was too presumptuous, and forced an explanation. "Don't get me wrong, it's just convenient for me to return the money to you." The girl turned back and guffawed, saying slightly mischievously, "Don't bother, if we're lucky enough to meet again, you buy me a drink." Looking at her fading back, Chen and Dee didn't know what to think. When the booze cleared, he too mounted his beloved electric bike and prepared to go home. I thought to myself that next time, if we are really destined to meet again, I will buy her a cup of milk tea even if it is staged. Back to the cheap rented house in the city center village. It was nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen and Dee first charged up their broken cell phones, then went to take a shower. When he came out of the washroom, he changed into his yellow lab coat. Seeing as the dinner rush hour was approaching, he had to go on a takeout run as well. Deliveries have become his main job since he lost his job at the construction site due to a leave of absence. Regardless, life goes on. Where is the time for sentimentality, negativity, pretense, and licking wounds? When I unplugged my charging cell phone and looked at it, I was surprised that it was only 10% charged. Chen and Dee muttered in exasperation, "Broken cell phone. Sooner or later I'll throw you away." He was afraid that he had said this angry word more than 10 times. If I really wanted to throw it, I wouldn't have waited until now. It was an old cell phone that Little Snot had gotten rid of a few years ago, the body covered in scratches and the screen shattered with cracks, but it barely worked. He can't afford to spend a lot of money on a new cell phone when he has to break $1 into several pedals. It's not like he can't use it anymore. Even if it had ended up being completely unusable, he wouldn't have thrown it away. After all, it's one of the few things you can think about when you think about Little Snot. In his heart, Snotty was more of a relative than his own sister. And Ning Mu Cha, just a stranger. They're totally different. They're not the same. Chapter 5 Activating the System. Chen and Dee were aware of the battery life of his broken cell phone, so he always had a rechargeable treasure. After connecting his phone to a fully charged rechargeable battery, he grabbed his helmet and headed out the door. Open the Phantom Tours app and click on Start Taking Orders. I was still lucky enough to receive an order dispatched by the system just after I opened the order pickup. During the dinner rush hour, Chen and Dee's orders didn't stop, and he had been sweating for a long time. Once the dinner rush is over, it's time for a late-night snack. It was not until 12 o'clock that Chen and Dee had time to catch their breath. The sultry, irritating weather and the dark, cloudy night sky seemed to signal a rainstorm. Chen and Dee are not worried. After all, his battery-operated vehicle is installed with a rain shelter cover. Even though it was already 12 o'clock at night, Tianfu City was still bustling with flashing lights and neon signs. As far as the eye can see, it is full of lights as well as drunkenness. And he, Chen and Dee, is just one of the many hard-working laborers who are still busy running around for a living. Life, for the average person, is never easy, and every hard-fought, teeth-gritting day will be the ambush that will wow the world in the future. Chen and Dee looked at the flickering streetlights and slowly clenched their fists, cheering themselves up in their hearts. Go for it. Fight the workers. He opened the large glass of water he was carrying and gulped it down with a flourish. Take one last order. He should have been dragging his tired body home, but he was ghostly ready to take another order. Just as he was thinking about it, his cell phone beeped. When he picked it up, It just so happened that the system sent him an order. After taking this order, he turned off the order-taking feature, put on a helmet, start the battery car and go straight to the store called Vegetarian Food. There was no need to navigate at all. Chen and Dee were aware of the location of this store. For one thing, Sosai is very famous in Tianfu, a high-end restaurant specializing in vegetarian food, and its vegetarian food is one of the best in Tianfu. Of course, Chen and Dee didn't know how it tasted. He couldn't afford such high-class dishes. Those who can afford vegetarian meals are definitely rich. Secondly, it's because he's gotten a lot of orders from this store before, and he's not normally familiar with it. Besides, it wasn't that far from where he was now, so where was the need for navigation? It took less than 5 minutes to arrive. When I walked into the restaurant and asked, there was no meal out yet. Chen and Dee were not in a hurry. After all, there was still plenty of time, and it was his last order of the night, and barring any surprises, there would be absolutely no timeouts. Walk out of the restaurant and lean quietly against the dumpster on the street, pulling a $5 Red River out of his pants pocket. He lit one up to ease his addiction to cigarettes and to pass the boring wait for his meal. While gulping down the clouds, he took out his cell phone to confirm the delivery address. Looking at the delivery address displayed on the cell phone screen, Chen and Dee's bronze-colored cheeks revealed a helpless bitter smile. 10 Mile Royal Mansion, the most high-end and luxurious villa area in Tianfu. The single-family homes at 10 Mile House are all priced at over $100 million. Those who could live in the 10 Mile Royal Mansion were either rich or noble. Not only he, Chen and Dee, but also almost all takeout workers are very uncomfortable delivering to these upscale neighborhoods, not for any particular reason, but mainly because it's too cumbersome and tedious to get in and out of, and it's too big to get lost and too time-consuming. Just as he finished the last puff of his cigarette and reached down to toss the butt into the trash can, a drop of rain coincidentally dripped onto the back of his hand. Chen and Dee looked up into the dark night sky and couldn't help but mutter breathlessly, "No way? Can't you wait until I've delivered the last order before you place it?" In an instant, the rain fell with a sudden rush and a clattering sound. He quickly ran into the restaurant, and before he had time to catch his breath, the waiter handed him the takeout, which was packaged in a very delicate and upscale way. Chen and the first dare not delay, take the takeaway into the back seat installed in the insulation box and set off to deliver food. The pouring rain fell on the ground, splashing water and fog causing visibility to diminish. He had to be careful and slow down, or else, if he wasn't careful, he would be in a car accident. The streets of the downtown area, which were still bustling with activity, were instantly devoid of people, and even the vehicles on the streets were significantly less. Although the torrential rain and ultra-low visibility forced him to slow down, he had plenty of time, so he didn't have to worry about going overtime as a result. It wasn't far from the 10 Mile Royal Mansion, so there was even less need to hurry. Riding slowly in the pouring rain, splashing down raindrops, wet clothes and pants also do not realize. Turn right at the intersection ahead and walk another 100 meters to your destination. Chen and Dee's vigilant heart gradually dropped. I was just thinking about delivering the takeout, going home, taking a shower, and eating a good meal when a bright light flashed behind me. Through the blurry rearview mirror, Chen and Dee realized that a sedan was following him, slowly approaching. Because of the curtain of rain as well as the obstruction of the water mist, and because of the strong light, he couldn't really see much. He also made a point of leaning over to the side of the road to avoid an accident, and also made a smooth right turn across the intersection. Just as soon as I crossed the intersection, the car behind me also steered to turn right. I don't know if the steering wheel was hit too hard or if the owner simply didn't see the battery car in front of him, only heard a bang sound, but directly hit it, chasing my tail. The sudden impact caught Chen and Dee off guard and knocked them to the ground with the car. The white slap Ramera behind it also slammed on its brakes. A beautiful young woman in a well-tailored, upscale business suit then hurriedly stepped out of the car. Chen and Dee struggled to get up, patting his head vigorously with his hand that had been knocked unconscious. Once he was a little more awake, he hastily checked his injuries. It didn't seem like there was much to it other than a bump on the head and skinned knees and elbows. It was also fortunate that the Primera behind was slow enough. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chen and Dee didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. Call it luck, delivering food for a good reason, neither inviting nor messing with anyone, but flying into a rear-end accident. But if you say unlucky, suffered a rainstorm car accident, but only a little skin, insignificant minor injuries. Frowning, he looked toward the beautiful young woman who was hurrying toward him at a fast pace. Even though he had a good temper, he couldn't help but be a little annoyed at this point. What cares about what she looks like and how she's dressed? These irrelevant side issues? Just as he was about to angrily rush forward to question and vent a few words, a mechanical and hard voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Cyber Divine Hero system. This system will be dedicated to To make the host the first god of the network, the first god of war. Chapter 6, $200 million. As the host of the Cyber Divine Hero system, he should strike hard, reign supreme, and wield money like dirt on the internet. According to the system's observation of the host's long past, it is found that the host's view of money as well as his pattern is really too limited. In order to test whether the host can become a qualified divine hero, this system hereby presents the host's Douyin account with 200 million Docoins for a small test. If the host can squander the 200 million doujinshi within the 1-week time limit, he will pass the system test. Once the time limit is up, if the host fails to complete the test, this system will activate the self-destruct program and glorify the ultimate bliss with the host. Note 1. The bucket coins rewarded by this system are all recharged through compliant and legal channels. Note 2. The bucket coins rewarded by this system can only be used to reward the anchor, not to reward yourself, nor can they be cashed out through the following forms. Chen and D instantly froze. The cyber god system? 200 million bucks? Being poor and frugal, Chen and D were very homely people. Weekday leisure. There is no special hobby, nothing more than stay at home to see free novels, brush the Douyin, see the live broadcast. The main thing is that none of these hobbies he has to spend money on to pass the time. He didn't read a lot of novels, so naturally, he knew all about the externally hung golden fingers, systems, and whatnot. He was shocked that something so fantastically bizarre actually existed and had happened to him. It's completely unbelievable, okay? Just as he was questioning whether he was hallucinating and hearing things, a mature and extremely gentle voice rang in his ears. Sir, are you not okay? Seeing him standing straight up in the rain, the beautiful young woman inquired with both guilt and anxious concern. Chen and Dee also came back to their senses from her urgent cries. Sir, how are you doing? Let me take you to the hospital for a checkup. I feel as if you're not doing well. The beautiful young woman finished eagerly and was ready to assist him toward the car. Chen and Dee shook their heads slightly and said in a trance, I'm fine. No need to go to the hospital. The beautiful young woman looked at him with a worried face and pointed at his forehead. But, your head is bleeding. Reaching out to feel a hand where her fingers were pointing, she felt a small gash that she hadn't even felt before. Taking a look at the red bloodstains on his hands, Chen and Dee still shook their heads and said, It's not a problem. It's just a small cut. The beautiful young woman hurriedly unhooked the delicate silk scarf used for decoration around her neck and handed it to him. Sir, you can use the silk scarf to cover the wound first. Chen and Dee didn't refuse this time, but took the silk scarf and covered his forehead to avoid further bleeding. The sexy, charming and gentle voice of the beautiful young woman rang out again. Sir, to be on the safe side, let's go to the hospital for a detailed checkup. Don't worry, it's my full responsibility, and I'll be sure to hold you accountable to the end. Chen and Dee were just about to refuse once again, but suddenly remembered something. Finished, he couldn't help but mutter out anxiously, and then turned to look at the battery-operated car that had fallen to the side of the road. He was busy picking up the electric bike and bracing it. Only a rough sweep. He concluded that the battery car is not seriously damaged. Only the tail shell damage. Think still can ride. However, it wasn't the car he cared about the most. Instead, it's like takeout in a backseat thermos. Hands and knees opened the thermos to see that there was no accidental end. The takeout was all spilled. Pulled out my cell phone again to check the time. Finished the ball more. About to time out. He let out a helpless sigh and didn't have time to dwell on it with the beautiful young woman any longer. Immediately, she hurriedly told her, I'm fine. I really don't have time to talk to you in detail right now. My takeout order is going to overrun. As for the cost of repairs to the car, and compensation for the takeout, here's the deal. Leave me your contact information. I'll reimburse you along with the car when I get it fixed. Is that okay with you? The beautiful young woman walked quickly back to the Primera, grabbed her satchel from the passenger seat, and rummaged through it to find the business card case. Remove a business card and hand it to him. While bowing and apologizing, he said, I'm really sorry, sir. Because of my negligence and carelessness, I deeply apologize for causing you trouble and damage. If there are any problems, you can contact me and I will absolutely take care of it to the end. Her attitude was so sincere that Chen and Dee were too embarrassed to say anything more and could only recognize their own bad luck. What's more, he really didn't have time to bother with her right now. Casually slipping the business card as well as the silk scarf covering his forehead into his pocket, he hurriedly got on his not so heavily damaged battery-operated bicycle and left. Because the takeout was all spilled, he had to go back to the merchant's store again and pay for another order on his own. After ordering and paying, Chen and Dee looked at the single-digit deposit balance left and laughed bitterly. I know the consumption of vegetarian food is high, but a few dishes will be nearly $4,000 or $5,000. This is also too fucking expensive, right? Isn't it vegetarian? Just by looking at the price, I thought it was dragon meat, donut meat. Are you afraid you'll ascend to immortality if you eat it? Chen and Dee's hearts were cold and dripping blood, but then he thought of the beautiful young woman's very good attitude and character, and thought that he should recognize the reimbursement from her, which made him feel slightly better. The order had already timed out and Chen and Dee had to dial the customer's number. In any case, an explanation must be given to the customer first, otherwise the delay in delivery. People will inevitably wait for the fire. The phone didn't ring twice before it was answered. Hello there, may I ask who you are? A very nice and energetic, as well as polite, female voice came through the receiver. Chen and Dee raised their eyebrows slightly, inexplicably feeling somewhat familiar, but for a moment I couldn't really remember where I'd heard it. Not allowing him to think too much, he hurriedly apologized in a sincere manner. Hello, is this MS? Moo, I'm a Phantom Group takeout writer. I'm sorry to say that due to my personal reasons, there was an accident that caused your meal to be delivered late. I'm sorry for the delay in your meal. I'm very sorry. Chen and Dee expected an angry scolding, or a disgruntled complaint, or a threat of a refund or a bad review. He had also prepared himself mentally. However, to his surprise, the customer across the street was very calm and gentle. It's okay, a little later is fine. It is not easy to deliver takeaways on stormy days. The writer little brother, you have to pay attention to safety. Hard work. To be honest, regardless of whether it was a false sentiment or a false intention, Chen and Dee were still particularly touched to be understood, tolerated and cared for. Hanging up the phone and waiting for the meal, the torrential rain stopped. Summer rains always come and go quickly. Chen and Dee habitually put their hands into their pants pockets to feel for cigarettes, ready to smoke a cigarette to ease the bursting addiction. But instead of touching the cigarettes, he felt out the bloodstained silk scarf and the beautiful young woman's business card. Chapter 7, Fate. Wonderful. Rubbing the excellent texture of the silk scarf in his hand. Although Chen and Dee knew nothing about luxury goods, he also knew that it was by no means cheap. Ghostly and slightly sniffing, a faint fragrance instantly drilled into his nostrils, mesmerizing him. Suddenly realizing the stupid and humiliating behavior, his bronzed face slightly reddened and he was busy putting the silk scarf back into his pocket. Look again at the business card in your hand. It was also fortunate that the business card was cast in platinum. Otherwise, it would have been soaked through the soaked clothes. Platinum business cards are not normally sophisticated. The name of the company was engraved at the top, Tilting City Culture and Media Company. And in the very center was engraved the name as well as the position, Mu Qingcheng, President. At the bottom, there is an engraved phone number as well as an email address. It's very minimalist, but not over the top. Chen and the First did not expect the beautiful young woman is a strong woman, domineering female president. He thought. Now he was even more sure that the beautiful young woman would not renege on the bill, and his mood was quite comfortable. Satisfied, he slipped the platinum business card into his pants pocket and asked her to reimburse him tomorrow after he fixed the shell on the end of the battery car. Suddenly remembering the activation of the Cyber Divine Hero system again, in order to verify that it was not a hallucination that occurred when he fell and broke his head, he hurriedly took out his cell phone. Open the Duyo app, tap on your wallet and be amazed. Good lord, it's true. Only to see that there were literally 200 million dujins lying quietly in the dujins account in the wallet. Chen and Dee swallowed hard in disbelief. Stretching out a trembling finger, he pointed to the long string of numbers and counted softly. 1, 10, 100, 200 million bucks exactly. 1 no more. 1 no less. After this confirmation, when the facts were before him, shocked or not, there was no way for him not to believe them. 200 million bucks, converted into RMB? That's a whole $20 million. Chen and Dee's eyes twinkled with countless little stars. His heart began to race. His face flushed. He kept gasping for air. And he even felt that the hot blood in his body had boiled and was constantly rolling over. Keep taking deep breaths, trying to stay calm and clear. However, when he thought that the 200 million fighting coins could only be swiped to someone else, his parched heart and boiling hot blood were instantly doused with coldness. There was a look of fleshly pain on his face, as if he was cutting his flesh and letting his blood out. If there is no systematic restriction, and you can brush yourself with impunity, after taking out the platform's share, there is still 10 million. Unfortunately, though, the wealth did not belong to him, and he only had eyes for it. Not only does the system not allow him to swipe it for himself, but it also lists a series of rules and regulations that limit his ability to cash in. Just as he was beyond depressed, the reordered meal was ready. Ride the beloved little battery-operated bike and start delivering food. The rainstorm has stopped, so I don't think we'll be unlucky enough to get into an accident this time. If he encountered it again, he was truly out of options. The few savings that I had have all been wiped out. So what's the deal? Is it to brush the dishes for the merchants? Or to pay the customers in flesh? Fortunately, the journey was peaceful and smooth, and went smoothly to the 10-mile royal mansion. After a series of tedious registration checks at the gatehouse, he is then driven to his destination by a professional security guard in a ferry. Such a high-end and luxurious villa area would naturally not allow idle people to wander around in it like headless flies. The 10-mile royal mansion did not cover an unusually large area, and it was easy to get lost even with the guidance of street signs. After dropping him off at the Order Villa, the security guard drove off in the ferry. When he wants to go out, he can ring the pagers that are everywhere in the villa area and a ferry will naturally pick him up. The high-end luxury villa area is just extraordinary. Chen and Dee rang the visual pager next to the iron fence gate. A moment later, a voice came over the pager. The door is open. Come in. Only the fully automated iron grill gate slowly opened. Chen and Dee walked through the iron fence gate, through the large and beautiful courtyard in front of the villa, and arrived at the front door of the villa. Before he could ring the doorbell, the door opened. Then an exquisitely beautiful face peeked out. 4 eyes. Chen Dee and the girl in the room both revealed surprised expressions and exclaimed out in unison, "It's you?" I don't know if it's because Tianfu City is too small, or if fate is really wonderful. Both of them probably didn't expect to actually meet again after only a few hours. Ms. Mu Jiu Gu guffawed, very generously stretching out her white and slender hand, taking the initiative to introduce. Chen and Dee also reached out and politely touched her fingers lightly. Although his hands were very delicate and soft, and there was a hint of coolness, he did not covet it too much, but rather, he parted with a touch. A simple smile appeared on his slightly tanned face as he politely said, "A very nice name." Mu Jiugu blinked her large Kazran eyes, looked at him with an expectant face, and asked, "What's so good about it?" Chen and Dee obviously didn't anticipate that she would ask deeper questions in a more serious manner, and were instantly somewhat muggle. Seeing his embarrassed face, Mu Jiugu snorted a laugh, mischievously winked again, and spat out her tongue in a strange manner. A smile like a mischievous success surfaced on the delicate and pretty face. "Just kidding, don't mind if I do." Chen and Dee shook their heads slightly as they looked at the quirky her. "You haven't introduced yourself." Oh, Chen and Dee said hurriedly. Chen and Dee, Ear East Chen, the scholar and the first and Dee. Very nice name. Chen and Dee reappear embarrassed, puffing. How can a nice, big, beautiful woman be so naughty? Can't we communicate in a friendly manner? Mu Jiugu herself doesn't know why she can't help but tease him. It just felt funny, especially seeing him look so helplessly embarrassed. It was super fun. Want to come in and sit down? That said, it's only polite. For blocking the doorway, she had not the slightest intention of giving way. If Chen and Dee didn't have some emotional intelligence, didn't have some eyesight, and really agreed to it, then it would be too uninteresting. Mu Jiugu didn't mean anything else, let alone prejudice, discrimination or anything. After all, it was only the second time they had met, and without knowing anything, how could she dare to let a strange man into the house? Not to mention the fact that it was the middle of the night and she and her mom were the only 2 women in the house. Chen and Dee's emotional quotient is already quite high. Besides, born in the society for many years, he has long practiced the skills of observing words and colors, as well as human feelings and other skills. How could it not be understood? Immediately, he shook his head and politely declined. "Thank you, but no, I have other orders to deliver." When he finished, he served the takeout in his hand. "Ms. Mu, I'm very sorry for delaying your meal. Enjoy your meal." From the beginning she hadn't given it a second thought, let alone minded it, and now that he saw Chen in his first body in a sorry state, naturally he would not blame it even more. She smiled and shook her head, looking like she wanted to say something but never did. Chapter 8, Relationships that Fall Apart. Out of kindness, based on sensibility, the kind-hearted Mu Jiugu was trying to let him enter the house, but rational thought is indeed inappropriate. After a moment of internal struggle and entanglement, just as he made up his mind and prepared to open his mouth, Chen and Dee bowed and apologized, then turned around and left. After the order was delivered, it was customary for him to ask for a 5-star review, but he couldn't really open his mouth in this situation. What face is there to ask for a favorable review? Even if it's a 1-star bad review, he'll recognize it. "Fluffy, who are you talking to?" Mu Jiugu closed the door to her room and returned to the living room when a beautiful young woman slowly walked down from upstairs. The rose-red, low-cut silk nightgown showed her sexy and alluring to the fullest, exposing all the round and convex parts of her body. It also set off her mature physique, as well as her charm, to perfection. The chest is even floating a big white. A pair of C-type pandas is perfect. Just right. One more or one less is not good. If it's hidden, it's evocative. Whether it was her looks, figure, or temperament, even her voice, it was all excellent. Especially that mature and elegant and not too sexy charm. The killing power of men is simply not too big. Not to mention little boys. Even mature men can't resist it for a second. It's like an aged wine with a rich, mellow aroma and a strong finish. At first glance, it's definitely very moist, she asked absently as she slowly descended the stairs, having just finished her milk rose bath, toweling her chestnut curls. If Chen and Dee were here, they would definitely be incomparably surprised, because he knew this sassy, beautiful young woman. It was no other than the mature young woman who had accidentally rear-ended him earlier, the president of Tilting City Culture Media, Mu Qingcheng. Mu Jiuge shook the takeout in her hand at her and said with a smile, "Mom, it's the takeout that's arrived." If he heard her address, Chen and Dee were afraid that his jaw would drop in shock. Mu Qingcheng and Mu Jiuge are actually mother and daughter? She looked no more than 35 or 36 years old at most, and I'm afraid no one would believe the two when they said they were sisters. But to say it's a mother and daughter would, on the contrary, be a fall from grace. It's still the rich who take care of it. But in the end, it's also her own hardness. The combination of the two is naturally particularly youthful. Table. Mu Qingcheng looked at Mu Jiuge, who was wolfing down her food and didn't care about the image of a lady, and frowned slightly dissatisfied. He said, "Eat slowly. No one is stealing from you. Why are you in a hurry?" Woo. Mu Jiuge, whose mouth was stuffed with rice, said back vaguely. Mu Qingcheng gave her a flavorful blank look and said without a good mood, "Speak properly." Mu Jiuge struggled to choke down the food in her mouth and grabbed the nearby water cup. Phew, patted her not-so-towering chest and let out a long, comfortable breath. That was close. Almost choked. I live time to arrive. Last night said that today 12 o'clock on the air. How can I pigeon fans ah? Mu Qingcheng blankly glanced at her without any good humor. Just your live room of 3 or 5 people. As far as that goes? Mu Jiuge's neck stiffened and she forcefully retorted. What's wrong with 3 or 5 people? They are also my loyal fan friends. Okay? Besides, I've only been on the air for 2 or 3 days, and I've already managed to capture several fans, so I think it's already very wrong, right? Her delicate face was full of accomplishment and even a little smugness. Unable to resist a resolute nod, a face of longing continued. I firmly believe that as long as I harbor a heart of perseverance and hard work, I will definitely grow bigger and stronger, and have the courage to create brilliance. Mu Qingcheng looked at her full of naivety and shook her head slightly. Hesitantly, he decided to pour cold water on her appropriately. Slowly said, without the operation of capital, without the operation of the company guild, it's hard to become a head anchor, or even a first-tier, super first-tier anchor. That, she had said rather euphemistically, more than difficult? The possibilities are negligible, to say the least, in front of capital giants, in front of huge corporations. So what if an individual is strong and powerful? Unless it's strong enough to crush the capital giants. If you really can, then you're a capital giant in your own right. Hearing her words, Mu Jiuge frowned and looked at her with a wary face. Mom, what do you mean by that? Mu Qingcheng solemnly said, Mao, let's put aside the bet for the moment. Why don't you sign up to a subsidiary under your mom? That way, mom is more at ease, too. And with the operation of the company, with your own conditions and talents, you want to leap into a first-line anchor easily, even if, before she could finish her words, Mu Jiuge hastily made a pause gesture, interrupting. Hey, Mom, stop, for a second. Didn't we agree not to interfere with each other? Even if we leave the matter of the bet aside for the time being, I still want to try how far I can go with my own skills. Besides, live streaming is just my personal hobby. There's no need to put chains on my hobby anymore. Not even if it's your mom's company. It doesn't mean the same thing. Mu Qingcheng helplessly shook her head and said, Alright, Mom is just saying it off the cuff. It's all up to your own will. But don't blame Mom for not reminding you. This road of live broadcasting is not easy to walk. Don't touch a face and run to your mom crying. Mu Jiuge mischievously poked her tongue out at her. Not at all. Chen and Dee returned to the cheap rental house in the middle of the village and felt comfortable after taking a shower. It was only after hand-washing the change of clothes and the blood-stained silk scarf and drying them up that he finally had some time to spare. Out of habit, he fumbled for his cell phone and prepared to order a takeout. After all, it was already 12 o'clock, and he hadn't even eaten dinner yet, and he had long since passed out from hunger. There was no firing in the house, as he really hadn't had much extra time to spend on 3 meals a day before. Although there weren't many takeout options available according to his frugal standards and stingy searching habits, it was still a struggle. If you want to eat well, and eat cheaply and affordably, then naturally you can't escape the 4 giants of the restaurant world, and that's exactly what he was torn about. Is it better to eat cassoulet or ramen? But I feel like the bridge rice noodle in Shaxian seemed to be pretty good too. After half a day of wrangling around, he finally settled on the extra spicy cassoulet, plus 2 boxes of rice. Those who do manual labor are naturally not small eaters. He likes spicy food too, always has, when the old dean was around. Because, spicy, down home. When he waited to place an order and pay but was prompted to have an insufficient balance, he suddenly remembered that he was now a completely poor man. It's pretty fucked up to be torn halfway through the day, have a hard time making a selection, and then run out of money. It's also a good thing that tomorrow is Phantom Core payday, or else it would be a real barbecue. Tonight, though, it seemed destined to starve. It had just rained, but the sweltering heat remained. Even though it was 12 o'clock at night, it was still hot and dry. This year's summer was not typically hot. The average temperature has been up to 44 degrees for the past few days. Just 1 degree less than Crooked Mouth. The cheap rental didn't have air conditioning installed, and even if it did, I guess he couldn't spare the electricity bill. Chen and Dee lay on the bamboo mat bed, and unscrewed the old fan from the second-hand market next to him. Listening to the ear-piercing creak of the fan as it swung, he had long been accustomed to it, but suddenly felt inexplicably irritated. Probably because it's not a good day to be upset. Hands patted under his head, eyes lax as he stared up at the ceiling with peeling, aging siding, muttering, "Am I allowed to be nice to myself now?" Chapter 9 kicked off the air. A determined look appeared on Chen and Dee's well-defined, masculine and upright face. All that's left is yourself. And if you don't even care about yourself, who do you expect? Take a deep breath and then exhale heavily. From now on, live for yourself. In the old days, he lived for the old dean, and for the little snot who was not his own sister but was more than his own sister. Now he lives for himself. His transformation at this moment was like a nirvana rebirth. The sweltering heat and the clunking old electric fan made it difficult to sleep as he lay in bed tossing and turning. Rather annoyed, he simply stopped sleeping, got up and leaned against the bed, lit a cigarette and smoked it silently. Grabbing the cell phone that was sitting on the bedside, he tapped on the Duyo app. Once again, he glanced at the 200 million Do coins lying on his account and remembered the system's previous warning. Within 7 days, it must be squandered or it will be destroyed with the system. The thought made him even more unmotivated to sleep. This 200 million Do coins was the pretentious capital given to him by the system, and it was also a life-suppressing talisman. Chen and Dee couldn't help but shout softly, "System, system, are you there? Can you hear me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system's mechanical and raw voice resounded in his head once again. In that, the host doesn't need to make a sound. He only needs to meditate in his head, and this system will naturally recognize it. Chen and Dee were not surprised. After all, he was an old bookworm. Although he would only whore himself out, these operations of the system are all really routine base manipulation. Nothing to be surprised. If I don't squander all of the 200 million doujinshi within 7 days, will both you and I really be destroyed? Yes. After receiving a definite answer once again, Chen and Dee sucked in a breath of cool air. Good guy. Really ruthless. So ruthless that he even destroys himself together. But it's okay. It's just 200 million bucks, isn't it? It's not easy to earn money. But if you spend it, is it difficult? It's not too late, and I can't sleep anyway, so I'll finish my splurge sooner rather than later. He casually clicked into the live feed. Although he usually watched the live streams, he never just whored around, never charged a penny, never grabbed a red packet, and never participated in a lucky bag. That's why his account is still a little white one, not even a level 1. Even if there were 200 million doujins lying in his pocket, he would have to spend them to be considered rank. 200 million Do coins. No more. No less, just enough to allow his O-ranked little white number to rise to the highest level of 60. It's also clear that the system has a deeper meaning. His screen name is simply the word Andy. There are no fancy characters, no literate poetry, and no pretentious foreign language. The avatars are also from the wanted series of avatars that can be seen everywhere. Quite nice and festive. The account has also never posted anything. 0 likes, 0 followers, 0 fans. Even if he had to squander 200 million Do coins, Chen and Dee would still look for their more favorable anchors to brush, instead of just getting some random anchor to swipe. And he already had a whole plan in mind. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman, as long as it's to your liking and appetite. With the intention of spending a large amount of money, he casually swiped through the live stream. As the number of live streams that slid by increased, Chen and Dee's frown deepened. The anchor can be said to be a variety of things. There are talent anchors, face value anchors, gossip anchors, funny anchors, game anchors, and full-time PK anchors. But Chen and Dee looked at half a day, either playing dumb, pretending to be crazy, or playing rubbish, scratching their heads, and claptrap, eye-catching, In short, none of them were his preferred type. Suddenly, a light came to him, and his tightly furrowed brow broke apart. Pausing to slide his fingers across the screen, the interface stops at the live broadcasting room of the female anchor named Shomai. It looks beautiful and sexy, and I wonder if it's because the beauty face is on. But it did suit Chan In-D's eyes. There were only about 10 people in the live room, and the female anchor was interacting and chatting with the pop-ups sent by her netizen fans. Coincidentally, with Chan and the first into the live room, there is a nickname cover in the cover, only to see the anchor Shomai comparing her hands to her heart, smiling like a flower, and saying with incomparable enthusiasm, "Welcome Big Brother Guy Zhengdai into the live broadcast room." As for Chen In-D, obviously, they were selectively ignored. Chen In-D raised an eyebrow. Of course he knew why Shomai only welcomed Guy Zhengdai and ignored him. The reason is simple and realistic. Because he's just a little white number and Guy in the middle is a level 45 Big Brother. Chen and D were not glassy-eyed or paranoid, and he naturally understood. In and out of the live room, coming and going so many visitors netizens, the anchor of course cannot be welcomed one by one. If it's all welcome and in place, then the anchor's mouth is afraid to wear a callus. So, almost all anchors are selectively welcome. As for the criteria, of course, the higher the rank, the more enthusiastic and grand. Chen and D pondered briefly, then typed, "How come the anchor doesn't welcome me?" That's right, he came here on purpose to pick a fight. But if Shomai was seeing this pop up and said a word of welcome, then Chen and D were bound to swipe their gifts today. The truth, however, is that it doesn't. It wasn't that the public screen was scrolling too fast to see it, or that she didn't see it. Rather, turn a blind eye. The vast majority of anchors, even some of the big ones, would say a word of welcome after seeing such a pop-up, regardless of whether it was a false sentiment or a false intention. Anyway, it's just a passing comment. But Shom didn't. She filtered it out just as selectively, still interacting with Cap and Cap on his own. Chen and D smiled faintly and continued typing. "Why am I not welcome?" He did notice Shom's brow furrow slightly and the smile on his face falter. Obviously, she definitely saw Chen and D's statements on the public screen. Still, there was no option to ignore it, and the rest of the live stream, and the management, likewise ignored it. It is said that things don't come in threes, so Chen and D intend to try one last time. "Why don't you welcome me, beautiful?" Shomai really couldn't hold it together this time, and her face instantly turned black, very dissatisfied. He said, "Can you have some quality? Don't brush the screen ah." The 3 pop-ups in a row didn't just annoy Shom alone, but also the fans of her live stream. Even the 45th grade cover in the middle can't sit still. It was as if Chen and D's 3 questions were directed at him. "Why aren't you welcome? Don't you have any sense? What kind of existence are you looking for in a level 0 white ship? Please speak with strength. With gifts, okay?" As soon as the words were typed, a sports car special effect worth $1,200 appeared on the screen. Shomai instantly smiled like a flower, comparing hearts while whining and thanking. "Thank you Big Brother Guy Young Guy for the Porsche. Love you. Yo." The management and fans of the livestream have also been speaking on the public screen and bragging about it. "Thank you Gay atmosphere. Chief Guy is awesome. Brother Guy don't be angry. This kind of little white number looking for existence is everywhere. Why pay attention to him? Manage to do something. Take this little black fan who has nothing better to do and just kick it." Immediately afterward, Chen and D were pulled black and kicked out of the live broadcast. Chapter 10 3 Encounters in One Day. Chen and D slightly embarrassedly smiled sarcastically, somewhat confused. "Isn't it just asking twice more? What's wrong with you? It's true that there's a suspicion of looking for presents, but it's not so much of a little black fan, is it? You don't have to lick Big Brother without any boundaries, right? Just because the Big Brother of a slightly emotional words, a Porsche, he kicked himself out of the live room? As for that, what about the pattern? Chen and D are open-minded and have excellent character, but at this time, they can't help but feel a bit stifled. Society is already realistic, and I didn't realize that the live room was even more so." Shaking his head, he continued to swipe the screen and wander. A flick of the thumb drifts into the next live stream. Before he could see what was going on in the live room, he heard a familiar voice. "Welcome in first." Chen and D were surprised when they fixed their eyes on it. He thought that he had misread his eyes and was busy rubbing them. Opening his eyes again, he saw, correctly, that it was her. Mu Jio-gu. He was surprised, but at the same time, he had to sigh with a sense of destiny. 3 encounters in one day. The most outrageous thing is that it is possible to meet in a vast network. At this time, Mu Jio-gu was sitting demurely in the boss chair live, looking at the background inside her camera. It should be a room specially set up and created for live broadcasting. There wasn't much of a difference between her in the live feed and her in reality. Then I looked at her avatar in the upper left corner, and sure enough, she was live without beauty. Even without a beauty face, you are still beautiful. Plus the lighting effects make it even more bright and colorful. This face is really capable of fighting. It is no exaggeration to say that her face value is completely capable of hanging over 90% of the female anchors in Douyin. Chen and Dee had noticed her avatar, which was a colorful little monster holding a large knife, with a small line next to it, stabbing black fans. Then look at the fan avatar on the top right list. The same little monster holding a big knife, except the little line has changed to stab the anchor. Chen and Dee clicked on the online viewer list and there were only 2 people. The avatars are all the same though, just the little monsters are a different color. And Mujio Ge's Douyin screen name nickname is also her real name. Look at their fan like boards. They all have rated black fans on them. The corners of Chen and Dee's mouth rose slightly, finding it very interesting. Andy, your nickname is exactly like a friend of mine's real name then. Chen and Dee were a bit stunned. Was she talking about herself? Is it already considered a friend in her mind? Smiling slightly, he typed, since it's such a coincidence, I'll send a fan light sign and add a group. He then spent a bucket of coins to present a fan light tag and successfully joined the fan club. It's only worth a paltry 10 cents, but the fan light sign means something different. Mujio Ge's face was full of smiles, and it was obvious that she wasn't generally happy. Enthusiastically, he said, thank you and first for the fan light sign, and everyone give a warm welcome to first into the fold. Administrator 1/2 Sugar, thank you and Brother D for joining the Black Pink Gang. Mighty Tiger with Lurking Claws, congrats to the brother on his success in the pit. Although both of them were less than level 10, the atmosphere in the live room was really good. Chen and Dee hesitated for a moment, then typed, Anchor, can you treat me to a meal? I haven't even had dinner until now. Mujio Ge was visibly stunned. She was bound to not expect it to be so straightforward. Manticore of the Lurking Minions, got a hard time. Brother? 1/2 Sugar, if you're in a real bind, I'll treat you. The response of the two made Chen and Dee somewhat unprepared. I thought I'd be treated like a scammer for food and drink, but I didn't expect. Mujio Ge guffawed and said, although my ability is limited, it's still no problem for me to treat you to a meal. I've already followed you. You also close back. Only mutual attention can send red packets. Oh. Chen and Dee tapped the follow next to their avatars. The next thing he saw was Mujio Ge picking up another cell phone and lowering his head to drum on it. For a moment, she then raised her cell phone screen at the camera. And no, I've already sent it to you, so take it. Mujio Ge winked mischievously and teased with a smile. After eating my food, you are my person. Chen and Dee didn't speak, but silently exited the live broadcast. It couldn't be helped. He was indeed too hungry. Better to collect the red packet and order a takeaway first. 3 encounters in one day. 3 favors owed. I owe a bottle of water. I owe a milk tea. I owe a meal. When I opened the private message, I received a red packet from Mujio Ge. $50 and a message. A pig's foot dinner and an iced milk tea. Beautiful. Putting other things aside. At this moment, Chen and Dee were indeed warmed by this strange girl. Since Mujio Ge had already arranged it for him, there was no need for him to agonize over what to eat. Straight away, I clicked on the takeaway app and started to place my order for pig's feet with rice and iced milk tea. After Chen and Dee exited the live broadcast room, they directly looked dumbfounded at Mujio Ge's only 2 fan viewers. Lurking Minions Tiger, no, this dude didn't even say thank you? That's it? 1/2 of the sugar, haha, so miserable a female anchor. Every day even the electricity bill cannot earn not to mention, but also backward. Mujio Ge gave a bashful smile and said, hey sugar candy, don't bring to mock people like that. Backwards is backwards. At least it's one more fan. Lurking Minions of the Tiger, fans? I think it's more like a scammer. What kind of person runs away as soon as they receive money? 1/2 of a sugar, learn from your mistakes. G May, across the net across the screen, who knows what is on the other side? Don't be too kind over the top. Mujio Ge shook her head and said with a smile, maybe he's just too hungry and went out to order takeout first? Maybe he'll be right back? Lurking Minions Tigress, how about we just bet on whether or not the dude will come back? Good. Mujio Ge said without hesitation. I bet he'll come back. Manticore of the Lurking Minions, then I bet he won't come back. And if you lose, sing me the wind rises. If I lose, I'll take you out for a fight. The kind that's guaranteed to win. So what? 1/2 sugar, yo. Cerebellar axe. So wild and packaged to win? Just as Mujio Ge was about to speak, she suddenly saw a line of small words floating across the screen. Wendy came. Manticore of the Lurking Claw, holy shit, man. What are you doing back here after slipping away? It's a big loss. It's a big loss. Chen and DG explained. I was too hungry to carry on, so I went out to order takeout. Mujio Ge immediately smiled with joy, slightly self-satisfied and said, ha ha, was accurate by me? Right. Small sample, Still bet with me. 1/2 sugar. Cerebellar Axe, you're in deep trouble. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your hard-earned month's salary from moving bricks. Serves you right. There is no gloating between the lines. But before he could speak, Chan and D, who hadn't understood the situation, snatched the words and typed them out first. ANDI, go. Go out and fight. Win it all. Chapter 11, The Attacking PK Core. Mu Jiugu was actually a bit speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. It's a good thing Good Gathering Sugarplum couldn't wait to speak up to relieve her. 1/2 sugar, I say. The whole live room. Except for Mumu. It's just the three of us. I'm level 9. Cerebellar Axe level 2. And D's level 0 little white number. How come they all talk so wild? Who gave you two the confidence to bag a win? If you lose, you two can't bear to see Mumu do the punishment. Tigers with lurking claws, conditions and popularity are hit and miss. How can we be popular when we're always talking to each other behind closed doors? That's not a bad thing for him to say. Whether you lose or win, playing PK is definitely going to increase your popularity. And, while you're at it, suck the opposite side of the powder. If you're lucky enough to be matched with a big anchor, the traffic will be absolutely awesome. Mu Jiugu also waved his hand in a bold and domineering manner. Laughing, he said, okay, then let's go out and fight. It's okay, if you lose, you lose. I'll do the punishment. Chen He-di, who now only wanted to brush through the 200 million do coins as quickly as possible, immediately typed, with me here, what makes you lose? Good man. This statement directly stunned the three people in the live broadcast room. Mu Jiugu weakly said, brother, can we not blow our brains out? Did you forget about borrowing money for dinner a few minutes ago? 1/2 sugar, count on it. Moo, you might as well stab these two little black fans. I'm guessing they both just want to see you do the punishment. Manticore of lurking minions, dude is dominant. In that case, before we go out to fight, let's clarify the division of labor. We must fight with the momentum and cohesion of our family. Mumu was responsible for the momentum group. A company on the PK, directly ask the opposite anchor to carry not to carry the punch. Also do not care what the punishment. Directly take over. The momentum must be pinpointed in place. I'll be in charge of the ignition group for the furious rush of $120. And I'll start off with a pokey, a straight Porsche ignition, overbearing and brother no. One will be in charge of the tower guarding group, suppressing the opponent's firepower and guarding the tower. As for the salty fish's sugar baby, well, you're in charge of the atmosphere group. Just shout 666 from the side. Good lord, this cerebellar axe is a rare talent. The division of labor is quite detailed and logical, which is nice. Although there were only 4 people in the live room, including the anchor, it felt quite atmospheric just listening to it. Manticore of the lurking claw, how about it? Does my arrangement make sense? Chen and D sent an OK emoji. Mu Jiugu also made an OK gesture and said, very good, very reasonable. Sugar was the only one who expressed dissatisfaction. 1/2 sugar, why? It seems like I have the highest rank, so why should I be in charge of the atmosphere group? Why do I have to be in charge of the atmosphere group and shout 666? But alas, her disgruntled remarks were selectively ignored by the tacitly understanding trio at the same time. Mu Jiugu directly initiated a random PK. In a moment's time, the system matched the anchor. Only a slight lull in the screen was seen, and then the screen was accessed to match the anchor. The other party was also a new female anchor and there were only a few people in the live room. It's normal and it makes sense. The system matches based solely on PK values. Beauty. You. Ready to greet Mu Jiugu? The words have not finished. Was opposite anchor Small Peach to roughly interrupted. Ouch. I'm going to. Peach stood up with a prancing motion and brought her face close to the screen. The look of astonishment and bewilderment on her face unmistakable. Missy, is this really a beautyless face? My god, it's prettier than even my beauty face pulling full. It's so pretty. Mu Jiugu gave a subtle smile. Being praised so bluntly, she was still a little pleased in her heart. On the other hand, her mouth said modestly, no, you're pretty too, miss. Why? Peachy waved her hand. I'm purely in the beauty category. She's got her heart in the right place. But the fact is also true. Do not look at Douyin Live. A brush is a beautiful woman, but 90% of the female anchor are relying on the effect of the beauty of the face. Once the beauty is off, we don't know what it really looks like yet. Chen in the first also saw a lot of PK lost off the beauty of the face before. That Lushan true face, TSK, not to be complimented. All the wrong kind of big brothers on the list will have to run away overnight. I'm afraid. Seeing that the tempo and atmosphere was being carried away, Cerebellum Axe hastened to speak and correct it. Mighty Tiger of the Lurking Claws, momentum, we're out to fight, not to exchange pleasantries. Hurry up, bring out the momentum. Sugar from the Atmosphere group started chiming in. Declare war, declare war. Cough. Mujioga pretended to fake cough twice. In a positive voice, can you play, Peachy? It's fun. It's just that our family probably doesn't have much to offer, and it'll bring down your GDP. Mujioga just wanted to speak, but then she suddenly thought of what little Brainax had said about the aura, and she had to shift her words. So do you take a beating? Peachy gave a slight lurch, probably not guessing that her aura would steeply change. However, she was not ambiguous, and directly returned, must carry the beatings. Young lady, you can play any way you want. Mujioga thought for a moment and then said, then whoever of us loses will be lectured by the other for 2 minutes? Peachy made an okay sign. No problem. Close the mic and begin. As soon as Mujioga closed the other party's mic, Sugar from the Atmosphere group started to give the command. Ignite. As soon as this statement was made, a red Porsche was seen sliding out of the screen. Thank you, Big Brother. Big Brother is mighty and stout. 666. The Atmosphere group was spot on. Mujioga also smiled and thanked. Thank you, little Brainax, for the Porsche. I could tell she was still slightly reserved and didn't let go. It's normal for a newcomer to be nervous and embarrassed after only 2 days on the air, so it's okay to get used to it. Manticore of the lurking minions at and brother, the fire is lit. The process and tower guarding is all yours. Andy, no problem. Just as they were playing, what they didn't know was that a viewer came in stealthily in the live room. The stealthy spectator was no one else but Mu Qingcheng. After all, they were her own daughters, and even though they had agreed to stay out of each other's way, it didn't stop her from secretly paying attention. She was also logged into her own private account, not the company guild's operational account, so her rank wasn't very high. It's not that I don't have the money to paint, it's that I don't have the time, the need, or the hobby. And don't bother logging out or creating a trumpet or anything, just buy a stealth perk, plain and simple. Looking at the online audience trio, Mu Qingcheng smiled and shook her head. Mujioga can definitely broadcast up with his face value and talent. There is no doubt about that. But to become a head anchor, or even move up, looks and talent alone are obviously not enough. It also has to be capitalized and professionally run by a team. Most of all, there has to be the support of the Godhawks. A live broadcast room that has a resident godly hero is definitely not low in popularity. After all, there are really a lot of people who love to watch. Mujioga looked at what was left of the opponent's blood bar and said with a smile, that should be enough, right? No need to upvote again. Indeed, for the initial segment, 1,200 votes is enough to lock the throat. Chen and D thought briefly and typed, Debtor, have you ever heard of an Imperial set? Chapter 12 Normal Edition Imperial set. Mujioga frowned slightly, blinking her big innocent eyes, and asked with a puzzled expression, Debtor? Why do you call me a debtor? Andi, because I owe you. You are my wrongdoer. Mujioga smiled faintly and hastily waved her hands. Not so much, not so much. It's just a meal. I was joking when I said earlier that if you eat my food, you're my person. Andy, but I'm serious. Chen and D themselves didn't know whether their words were mostly a joke or if they had gone off the deep end. Seeing his pop-up, Mujioga smiled sweetly. Only thinking it was a joke, she didn't take it seriously. 1/2 sugar, Imperial set? What's an Empire set? It's normal for Sugar Plum, who has only just started watching the live stream, to have never heard of the Emperor's set. In contrast, the Cerebellar Axe, which has been mixing with the major live broadcasts for years, has seen a lot of things. Simply explaining, the Emperor's set is to swipe all the special effect gifts of the doujinshi. Mujioga and Sugar suddenly came to a realization. Andy, I don't have enough levels or light tags now, and I don't have time to draw, so I can't paint the Imperial set of the Landlord version, so I can only have a normal version. Seeing the pop-up he sent, Mujioga shook her head firmly even though she had some expectations, hurriedly refused. No need. Too broke. No need. I just broadcast for fun. Do not rely on the live broadcast to make money. Besides, 200 votes is a sure win, so don't waste it. Her look and words were full of sincerity, not like she was faking. Chen and D, who were leaning against the head of the bed, smiled and shook their heads, obviously increasing their favorability towards Mujioga once again. Other anchors are using all their heart and means, trying every possible idea to circle the votes, and she, on the other hand, has to turn down anything that's sent to her door. Kinda a breath of fresh air in the live streaming world. However, how could Chen and D, who were shivering with 200 million do coins in their pockets, listen to her? Without saying a word, just tap on the gift bar in the bottom right corner and swipe away. Prices from low to high, and do not care if it is a special effects gift, directly in order to open the brush, and the first to send out little stars, and the first Porsche to be delivered. and the first to send out a private jet. In the live broadcast room, the hints of gifts given by Chan and D kept scrolling, and the gift special effects are dazzling to watch. At the first moment Chan and D opened their swipes, Mu Jio-gu pressed record. How to say is also the first emperor set in the live career. Of course, have to record the screen, to keep as a souvenir. In fact, her current mood is quite complex. There is excitement, joy, anticipation, but also apprehension, uneasiness, and even a little bit of urgency and nervousness. Her expression was a bit dull and her eyes were slightly lax. It was obvious that her attention wasn't focused on the live broadcast and she didn't know what she was thinking. After Chan and D swiped the private jet, people started to enter the live room one after another. I think it should be the Douyin platform that starts pushing the streams, and the first delivery of the carnival. As soon as the carnival worth 30,000 Do coins, or 3,000 RMB, came out, a platform-wide floating screen also appeared above the live broadcast, and the first sent carnival in the live broadcast of Mu Jio-gu. As the floating screen crossed, the live broadcast room was instantly flooded with several hundred people. Chen and D also breathed a sigh of relief that they had finally finished ordering. It's cool, but it's also weirdly exhausting. It's really an imperial set. It's been a long time since I've seen one. Awesome. First time I've ever seen an empire set. Big brother is bold and stout. Just got here. What's going on? You beat someone else's 10 votes with over 200,000 votes? What's going on? The live room instantly buzzed with activity and the public screen scrolled up quickly. Mu Jio-gu looked at the increasing number of online viewers and was happy in her heart. No wonder it's said that when there's a big brother on the air, there's popularity. She slowly stood up, bowed deeply to the camera, and said sincerely, "Thank you and Brother D for the Emperor set. Thank you." With her thanks, the pop-ups came alive again. Holy shit, it's really an imperial set. Ha! Unfortunately, I didn't see it when I first came in and missed the famous scene. Good man, the Emperor set. What a game. I don't understand the world of the Tycoon. A PK, level 0 to 35. Big brother is awesome. That's right, Chan and D, who had swiped more than 200,000 Do coins, had directly risen to level 35 in glory. Looking at the pop-ups on the public screen, Chan and D laughed and shook his head. It turns out that one would really lose oneself in a sound of Big Brother. In the past, when he watched the live broadcast, he didn't understand what the mindset of the big brothers who swiped furiously was, but now he seemed to understand a little bit. Unfortunately, though, he was very unhappy with the current rate at which he was squandering his bucket coins. Slow, too slow. Mighty tiger of the lurking claws, at and no. Holy shit, you're really a hidden god, aren't you, brother? You'll be my brother from now on. 1/2 sugar, Moo you're such a traitorous shit luck. A meal of pig's feet even bought a big brother. Mu Jio-gu, who had resat down, laughed and chimed in. A meal to buy a big brother. The luck is really against the odds. Ha ha. The gossip fire of the melon eaters was instantly ignited and they asked what was going on. Administrator Sugar when it comes to explaining in detail to the unknown audience in the live broadcast room. In 3 words, the story was restored, and the new viewers who came in on the air then understood. One after another, they sent pop-ups, expressing envy and jealousy at Mu Jio-ge's good fortune. Peachy laughed bitterly as she looked at her single-digit, crushed blood bar. I say, I've only got a few votes, so why beat me up with over 200,000 votes? You hit him so hard. How much do you want to pay for his medical bills? When he finished, he saw Peachy stand up, then lie straight on the floor, not moving a muscle. It's obvious that you're not getting up until you've paid the medical bills. This tawdry maneuver of hers instantly made Mu Jio-gu laugh. Slowly, he said, I'll do it. I'll use my trumpet to swipe you a plane for medical expenses. As she spoke, the avatars of Punji Chan and D had disappeared. Although he had never spent money before, he certainly knew what a medical bill was when he watched the broadcast regularly. Now it had to be splurged on, and he kind of liked Peachy's personality, so a little medical payment was fine. What's wrong? When it comes to medical bills, Big Brother runs away? That doesn't work either. Big Brother has a small grid. That's it? Still a Big Brother? You hit him so hard, and you don't even want to pay for his medical bills. Egg Brother. Seeing the list one leave, Mu Jio-gu live broadcast to watch the audience have sent pop-ups to bring the rhythm. Mu Jio-gu naturally noticed the rhythm on the public screen and frowned. Just when I wanted to open my mouth to say a few words, I didn't realize that little Peach, who had already gotten up, was so excited that she shouted, Welcome and Big Brother D. Chan and D of course couldn't leave, but switched into the other party's live room, and Peachy's earlier lying about asking for medical bills was just for the live effect, and didn't really think about it. Of course, it would naturally be excellent to ask for it while you can. Hearing her enthusiastic cheers, the rhythm in the live room instantly disappeared. Just after the welcome, you see a row of colorful floor tiles suddenly laid out on the screen. Little Peach subconsciously covered her mouth in disbelief. Incredibly excited, he stood up and chanted, "Thank you and brother no. One for the carnival, and brother no. One for the atmosphere, and brother no. One for being the best. Thank you big brother for sending Wazi's medical bills." It wasn't over, however. When the special effects wore off, another row of floor tiles was laid. Chan and D delivered the second carnival. 2 carnivals, 60,000 sound waves, 6,000 RMB. How could Peachy not be excited? Thank you and the first big brother, and the first brother bully class. I wish and the first brother wishes. All the best. A sale. Peachy gave all the blessings she could think of in one breath. Leaning on the head of the bed, Chen and D kept a smile on their faces. Don't say. This feeling is really heck of a good one. It's a whole body and soul. No wonder the godly man in the live broadcast room will be addicted to brushing. The feeling of being a big brother is indeed easy to get lost. Chapter 13, You're in Love. Mujiogu also really did not expect him to be so bold. The medical expenses alone will give 2 Huazi. The mind can't help but be alive again. Could he really be the legendary God's big brother that can be encountered but not sought? Had he asked himself to buy him a takeout meal earlier? Was he simply testing himself? Don't look at now Douyin 60 level of Godho everywhere. But most of them are guild number. Back to the flow of the number, or e-commerce number. Many vegetable and fun-loving viewers are still foolish enough to think that these are real godly big brothers. Even if you are cut as a leak, you are still in the dark and know nothing about it. Of course, it wasn't as if there weren't any real godly big brothers on the huge Douyin platform. Just that there weren't as many as one might think. A level 60 big brother is not necessarily a true big brother, but a level 30 or 40 big brother is definitely a true big brother. Water, no less. Not much of a surprise, the water is deep in all walks of life. It's just that you haven't been exposed to the dimensions of it. Little Peach even showed unmatched excitement and joy between her eyebrows. Engaged in the live broadcast industry, time to say short is not short, to say long is not long, but still have nearly half a year of light. Today was the first time she had ever received such an extravagant and expensive gift as a carnival, and she was receiving 2 of them at once. The excitement and thrill in his heart naturally spoke for itself. The eyes that looked at Mujiogo were also filled with envy and jealousy. Such a magnificent divine hero. How come he couldn't meet one himself? Although he secretly sighed that his luck was not good, the smile on his face was not reduced at all. It is very bold and said, "Come on, since the big brother of the 9th sister's family is so bold, then I can't be bad, can I? Tell me, what's the punishment? As long as I don't break the rules, I promise to make the punishment right, even if I have to turn off my beauty face and remove my makeup." With 2 carnivals as medical expenses, it's the platform's head anchors who will never be worse off. I'm afraid. At those words, Mujioga smiled faintly. Of course it's impossible to penalize her for turning off her face and removing her makeup. Isn't it purely to smash other people's jobs? She didn't go AWOL, but said, "Wait, let me ask our big brother if there's anything he wants to punish? Kanzuya, is there any show or program you'd like to see? But all a bit of emotional intelligence or will be a bit of means of the anchor." At this time, by and large, will ask their own on the ticket to the big brother. After all, big brother on such a ticket spends so much money, of course, to big brother Happy Main. Chen and D quickly touched the screen keyboard with both hands and began to type. Feel free to just yourself. He had just typed out a few words when he suddenly deleted them all. Frowning, he thought hard for a moment. With that, I typed, "Did you ask her if you could hang a banner?" Chen and D were sending supreme pop-ups that were worth 366 Do coins apiece. Once it's sent out, it's a floating screen, so there's no such thing as being overwhelmed or going unnoticed. Mujioga smiled and relayed his words. When Little Peach heard this, she returned without the slightest hesitation. Of course, say, what slogan is written on the banner? Seeing the pop-up sent by Chen and D, Mujioga laughed and relayed. The banner should say Sister Jiogo is mighty and Brother GD is domineering. The latter half of the sentence was added by herself, and in fact, Chen and D had said the first half of the sentence. Hanging the banner, though a punishment he came up with on the fly, fit perfectly with his layout and scheme. Peachy made an OJBK sign and said, "No problem, the banner will be ready tomorrow. Sister 9, let's shut each other down for a bit, so you can bring in Brother D to collect the punishment tomorrow." As soon as her words left her mouth, the floor tile special effect appeared abruptly in the live room once more. Covering her mouth in surprise, she stared wide-eyed straight at the gift effects on the screen, then once again excitedly shouted loudly, "Thank you and Brother D sent Wazi, big brother domineering, Big Brother bullish plus. Looking at her shocked and scratching ghostly roar, Shen and Dee shook their heads and laughed. Typing. Banner fee. Facer smiling rotten little peach bowed to thank, while loudly flattered, thank you Big Brother sent banner fee. Big Brother thick. Big Brother bull. Rainbow farts are open-mouthed, and as far as faces go, they don't exist. Since you choose to anchor this profession, then do not Billy and can lick the Big Brother is a necessary skill. The netizens watching onlookers in the 2 live streams also blew up. Emma. Big Brother deserves to be Big Brother. Giving medical bills doesn't count. Even prop money. Ho! Big Brother's pattern is really big. Admire admire admire. Mixing Dujang live for several years. The first time I met the Big Brother who gave 3 carnival medical bills. And Big Brother D is truly a godly man. Identification is complete. Looking at the subtitles on the public screen, Shen and D almost got lost in a cry of Big Brother again. Mu Jiugo and Xiao Tao Z disconnected after paying attention to each other. As the PK ended, the popularity of Mu Jiuji's live broadcast naturally dropped. Luckily, though, it eventually stabilized at over 200. Mu Jiugo pounded his cell phone while saying, I'll give everyone 1,000 lucky bags. Those who like the anchor can click to follow yo. Those who didn't add a fan like tag can send a fan like tag to add to the group and participate in the blessing bag. Thank you all. After taking advantage of the situation to suck waves of powder, Mu Jiugo looked at the avatar of the first Chen and the first on the list and frowned slightly. Chen and the first lit a cigarette, leisurely leaning against the bed and swallowing clouds. I was about to type and yell at her to keep going out and fighting when a pop-up of a connection invitation popped up on the screen. He thought about it, but accepted the invitation to connect. In order to avoid Mu Jiugo hearing his own voice, he deliberately lowered his voice and joked, What's up, Deader? What do you intend to do by pulling me on the mic? Mu Jiugo stroked her soft hair and smiled with a wry smile. You're miserable. You're going to fall in love. Chan and the first stunned. Never thought that she would somehow say such an opening sentence. Before he could say anything, Mu Jiugo continued. Hey D, honestly, did you fall in love with Ninth Sister Me at first sight? Is it possible that you're harboring some not-so-serious fantasies about Sister 9? Let me make it clear to you first. Ninth Sister is a serious person. If you hold other purposes, Ninth Sister advises you not to waste your breath and money for nothing. It's useless. Chen and D were dumbfounded. Very breathless deliberately despise, Nine Sisters. Should say not say. You this narcissism really make people downhead. Vomit. Upon hearing his disdainful tone, as well as his disdainful words, Mu Jiugo not only didn't get angry, but instead, she even patted her chest reassuringly. If you say so, Sister 9 is relieved. Chen and D smiled, genuinely feeling that Mu Jiugo was good, at least having principles and a bottom line. Seeing that she was still ready to continue pushing, Chen and D hurriedly urged, cut the crap and keep fighting. Mu Jiugo flavorful white glance, did not have a good mood, said, how? The 2 dimes in the pocket in a hurry to spend The old iron in the live room was stunned. What is this? A haughty anchor woman disliking Big Brother 1 online? Other anchors to the top Big Brother are trying to find ways and means of all kinds of maintenance. All kinds of licking. How did the picture change here? Chen and D didn't talk nonsense and asked directly and forcefully, going or not? Chapter 14, Prude Anchor and Big Brother. Hearing such a strong tone from him, Mu Jiuji's little tantrum also came up at once. Lift up your stubborn little head and puff out your barren little chest. Jia Untamed said, Yo ho, still dare to call the shots with the Ninth Sister, right? CH changes. Chen and D snorted disdainfully. Wonky. Mu Jiugo, who understood for a second, instantly blackened her face, and said with a stiff upper lip in a sophomoric manner, Sister, this is exquisite, right? You understand adore. As he said it, he also straightened his back again and puffed out his chest in an effort to look less shabby. Mu Jiugo couldn't help but look down, perhaps looking a little too much herself, an awkward smile on her delicate face, but it flickered, for her pride and dignity would not allow her to concede on the matter, at least not with the air, justifiably and exasperatedly disliked back. What's wrong with small? Small is small. I'm proud. I'm saving fabric for the country. Yeah, you're justified in having small breasts. You've got small breasts. You say so. No wonder Ninth Sister is so lucky. It turns out to be a vicious one. Mu Jiugo instantly freaked out as she looked at a comment that annoyed her immensely. Furious, he picked up a prop knife on the side and stabbed at the camera, roaring, I'll stab you little black fans to death. Watching her juggle was not a bad time to be on the air. Chen and D also smiled knowingly. He hadn't been this relaxed, this happy from the bottom of his heart right now in a long time. However, when he thought that there were still large amounts of dough coins left to spend, he was instantly unhappy. Seriously, he urged, come on, Don't play around. Hurry up and take us black fans out for a fight. Mu Jioge put away his own 40-meter sword and said arrogantly, "You're going to go out and fight just because you shouted at me? Doesn't ninth sister want to lose face? I'm in charge of my territory. Don't think you can teach me things just because you're a pungy-eyed big brother." Humph. The corner of Chen and Dee's mouth hooked up into a smile as he faintly asked, "Not going, right?" Poof. Mu Jioge raised her head, her arms around her chest, and gave a haughty cold snort. Although she didn't say anything, she had already made her attitude clear. It's not like she's pretending to be fake, but she genuinely doesn't want to go out and play Pikagen. The only reason for this was that he was looking out for Chen and Dee. After all, in 10 minutes or so, he had already spent over $30,000. Chen and Dee were of course well aware of her good intentions and did not doubt her sincerity in the slightest. This is also Mu Jioge, but any other anchor? I'm afraid I don't even need him to shout. I'm in a hurry to even the next PK. Almost the vast majority of anchors do. Originally well in the live room to sing, dance or do other live content. But once you see the wrong kind of big brother into the live room, immediately began to even PK. One game after another. They will not rest until the votes of the unjustly seated big brother are cleaned up. Even PKs are faster than even Injustice Seed's big brother recharges. And when Brother Grievous Seed exited the booth, it was back to singing and dancing for live content. Isn't this purely treating Big Brother as a big wrongdoer? As a naive critic? And they think they're so clever with these little tricks. The reason why so many Big Brothers are still willing to go along with the little tricks of the anchors even though they are aware of them is that they are harboring other purposes. Where's the Deathwatch sentimental Big Brother? Those who get it too. Seeing Mu Jioge's arrogant speculative hand, Chen and Dee smiled faintly, and without further ado, it just started raining red envelopes. $6,000 in red, and all in seconds. Ahem. He kept sending out second packets while fake coughing twice to clear his throat. After all, disguising the sound path was still quite damaging to his voice. Brothers, just stay in the live room at ease and watch the popularity. There's no need for you to upvote. Not even one of the little stars to break the bank. Except for the regular daily fan light sign. Not only that, there are also large fortune bags in this broadcast room, as well as large red envelopes raining from time to time that you can grab. His words were met with an outpouring of praise from his netizen fans. Boss atmosphere. And Brother D has a pattern. And Brother No. 1. A good big brother for life. He only stopped when he sent 10 6,000 doujinshi second packets in a row. That's when he slowly said, "Debtor, are you sure you don't want to take our black powder group out for a fight?" Although she didn't know what he intended, Mu Jioge still shook her head to refuse. No go. No go. No go. Don't you guys smell good when you honestly plop down in the booth and listen to me sing and watch me dance? 9 sisters tell you that I can sing very well, and all kinds of dances are at my fingertips. I'm not going to lie. Sister 9 is a professional. Why do you have to be so grumpy? Going out and fighting at the drop of a hat? That's not good. The aura and tone of voice had completely lost the toughness and arrogance from earlier, and had instead turned into kind words and bitter persuasion. There was even a hint of pleading. If Chen and Dee didn't have a life-promoting talisman affixed to his forehead, then he would naturally be happy to enjoy Mu Jioge's talent. But not now. Not in time to throw the hot potato out. The dog life is difficult to protect. If I don't go, I'm going to quit the group. As soon as his threatening words came out, the public screen was dominated by the word quit. It's not that I don't love you anymore, but Chen and Dee give too much. Both Sugar and Cerebellamax have threatened to quit the group, including Sugar and Cerebellamax. Mu Jioge was dumbfounded. Well, she admitted to being successfully threatened. Hey, don't, was busy waving his hand, with a humble fawning smile on his face. He said, don't move and say these angry words about quitting the group. Naughty, isn't it just a fight? Okay, I'll take you guys, okay? The netizen fans in the live room were also crying and laughing. What is this? The arrogant face-changing hostess and the domineering ho-ho-ho list one big brother. Love each other's daily life? Why does it feel like both of them are actually dysfunctional? The anchor doesn't look like a proper anchor, and Big Brother doesn't look like a proper Big Brother. Chen and Dee teased. Why don't you just say yes earlier? Why did you bother? Mu Jioge coyly and humbly said, yes, and Brother No. One's lesson is right. Just as she was about to launch the accompanying PK, she suddenly received a connect to mic request. At first glance, it turned out to be from Sugar. Though puzzled, she agreed. As soon as Sugar Candy got on the mic, she couldn't wait to say, Sister 9, just initiate a random PK. For the rest, you don't have to care. By the sound of her voice, she shouldn't be very old, probably around 20, and she has a pretty good voice too. You don't have to worry about talking about punishment, bringing the atmosphere, canvassing, or anything else. Just leave it to me and D. Mujioga raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? Treating me as a tool person? Sugar and Chen and D returned in unison. Pretty much. Disgruntled. He skimmed his lips. Fine. I'll see what you little black fans can play at. The words were randomly matched to an anchor as soon as they hit the ground. When the screen was accessed in and the other anchor was seen, Chen and D were slightly stunned, followed by a meaningful smile on his face. It's still a real enemy of the enemy. Chapter 15 Punishment for Insults. Who was Mujioge's randomly connected PK anchor if not Shomai, who pulled Chen and D black and kicked him out of the live room? Although Shomai saw the two linked windows hanging at the bottom of Mujioge's screen, she didn't notice Chen and D's avatars and nicknames. The corners of his mouth curled up into a wry smile, and his heart was in his mouth. It's hard to hook up with a level 45 big brother, but you simply can't find an opponent who can carry your ticket for you. The previous two randomly connected PKs were won with only a measly 1,000 or 800 votes, which made her very depressed. How can you ring up a big brother vote when you can't find a PK opponent who carries the vote? She hadn't even hoped for a random PK, but she didn't expect to encounter an unexpected surprise. The vast majority of those like Mujioga, who hang two continuous mics to play PK, are ticketed and strong enough. Otherwise, it's too humiliating. She was about to click on both avatars and check their levels when she noticed the message on the public screen. Ha, Kaze? Isn't that the little white number that was kicked out earlier? Oh? Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's really him. Same nickname, avatar, and location. Yoo-hoo, I can't believe you're all level 36. Awesome. Gee whiz. 36 level is just that. Nothing compared to Chief Guy. That's right, after paying the medical bills, Chen and D had risen to level 36. Seeing the pop-ups on the public screen, Shomai's expression stared. Clicking on Chen and D's avatar and looking at it, it was really the same little white number that she had kicked out of the live room earlier. To hide her embarrassment, she could only force a smile and pretend to be indifferent. Unfortunately, her smile was slightly bitter any way you looked at it. Feel the heart is dripping blood. Level 0 to 36, but spent more than 30, 000 nearly 40, 000 yuan. And that's more than $30, 000 for nothing, and I can't believe I turned it away with my own hands. Never would have guessed that he was a potential stock. If you are a little more patient and have a better temper, and say welcome, will you have the money in your pocket? Forcing a smile, Shom held her forehead slightly in regret. At the same time, he also cursed Chen and D in his heart for being petty and pretentious. But she felt better when she saw her avatar on the top one of the live streaming list. The heart can't help but feel relieved. Isn't it just level 36? It doesn't matter. Compared to a level 45 big brother, it's not even close. It's worth it as long as I lick my big brother happy. It's true that it's not comparable. Level 45, but it's at least 31W spent, almost 10 times as much as level 36. At this time, the all-time silent guy Zhang but suddenly typed floating screen said, "Pull me on the mic." Seeing the pop-ups he posted made Shom even more beautiful. Obviously, this PK will be laced with personal vendettas and involve a battle of faces. And once it turns into a personal grudge face-off, it's easy for the big brothers on both sides to go to the top. As long as Big Brother is on top, it's just not that easy to ring up that vote. Although she was beautiful in her heart, she pretended as if nothing had happened on her face. The bimbo said in a mushy voice, "Brother Guy, it's okay to pull you on the mic, but you mustn't get carried away or go to your head. If the opposite anchor wins, the person apologizes to her big brother and that's it. It's fine." Although his mouth was persuading and relieving his elder brother, in his heart, he hoped that things would become as big and fierce as possible. And the movement of the hand is not slow at all, for fear that if there is a little delay, the wrongful seed brother will not be on the wheat. At this moment, a puzzled look appeared on Mujioge's face. Listening to her words, it seems like she has some kind of grudge against her own big brother. But it wasn't convenient for her to ask right now. He was about to open his mouth to say hello when he was interrupted by his big brother across the room who had just yanked on the mic. "What are you doing? 2 dead rats on your belt, pretending to be a hunter?" This was said in a very nonchalant manner and in a rather petulant and dismissive tone. Mujioga frowned. She and the viewers in the live broadcast room could certainly hear the meaning of the words. 2 dead rats. Isn't that what D and Sugar are talking about? He was just about to speak, but he interrupted again. "Yo, who did I think it was? If it isn't little Karami who just got kicked off the air? You didn't find your presence with us just now, and now you're pretending to be a pussy in a different live room? 36 levels? Not bad, not bad. It's enough to pretend in a small live room. What? Want to compete with us? Want to save face? But are you the one? In the face of the other big brother's crazy taunts, Sugar was the first to hold back. "Cut the crap, play if you can. Crawl if you can't. Oh, of course we can play. A big beautiful woman actively sends her door to beg for abuse. How can we refuse? It's just right to take you guys for fun. Hearing such a loud and arrogant rant from the opposite side, even the audience fans in the live broadcast room were ignited with rage, let alone Mujiogo. In a cold voice, he asked, "Say, how does it play out?" Let's see. How about this? If you lose you do 500 squats? He. Good lord. That's a pretty tough punishment for an anchorwoman. But Mujiogo returned without the slightest hesitation. Alright, I'll take it. Let's start. The reason why she agreed so quickly was not because she wanted to pit her big brother's ticket, but the excessive words from the opposite side made her very upset. And, with this PK, she was prepared to upvote herself. Hold your horses. I'm not done yet. Add another punishment. If you guys lose, I want the 2 dead rats you've got strapped to your waist to yell for 3 minutes that I'm a useless little plopper and that guy played a good game. Needless to say, the punishment would be a bit insulting. Besides, what kind of peak fight punishes big brothers and sisters for losing? Because 2 of his fans were involved, Mujiogo couldn't take liberties. Instead, Sugar huffed, "Fine, we'll take it, and the same goes for you guys if you lose." She made a direct decision and I could tell she was a little grumpy too. Shulm was simply happy inside. She wasn't worried about losing at all. After all, 45 levels of Big Brother were sitting here. Big Brother has personally gone down. That will definitely upvote towards death. Her only worry now is that there isn't enough firepower on the other side of the room and not enough Big Brother votes to affect her circling the vote. So, she was going to add more fuel to the fire. Before we start piking, let's get the rules out of the way. 10 minutes of PKs, 1 in front, 3 in the back, and whoever has fewer votes in the middle will squat with their hands up. 1 before and 3 after means that the first minute and the last 3 minutes are closed for canvassing, and for the 6 minutes in between, the mic is open. And whoever has the fewest votes is not allowed to talk or play music. Mujiogo also didn't bother to ink and bullshit anymore, and directly clicked reopen. Start, close the mic. As soon as the PK opened, Sugar, the leader of the Atmosphere team, shouted excitedly, "Skinny old man, let's do it, light the fire." At her command, a red Primera rushes off the screen. Lurking minions of the mighty tiger send out the Porsche. Thanks to Cerebellar Axe's Porsche, Cerebellar Tiger is stout and Cerebellar Axe is majestic. At this time, inside a luxurious villa in Magic City, Xiao Luo, who was lying paralyzed on the bed, heard Sugar's exuberant words of tiger and wolf, and shook his head with a bitter smile in a speechless manner. Chapter 16, Crazy Taunts and Dices. Skinny old men and women. Up a bit of attention and down a bit of praise. Life gets brighter and brighter. He said he didn't need everyone to upvote. Not even a small heart. But we can't just watch the fun, can we? Move your nimble little hands and put the zingers together. I have to say that Sugar, this Atmosphere group leader, when quite qualified. The rhythm of the Atmosphere are guided very well. Fire, light it. The Atmosphere, too, is in place. But strangely enough, the opposite side, which had just screamed so much, didn't even upvote. The opponent's anchor's bloodstain didn't move at all. Mujiogo frowned slightly, guessing that the opposite side was probably preparing to steal the tower in the end. As the seconds ticked by, the first minute was finally up. The countdown had just jumped to 9 minutes when Mujiogo opened the other party's mic. However, what was unexpected was that the opponent's blood bar suddenly surged over at that exact moment. At first glance, a full 30,000 votes. A wazoo was stamped in the lid. Mujiogo was busy picking up the spare cell phone on the side, ready to upvote herself. But Shulmai didn't give her any time at all, and spoke directly. "Come on, go squat your horse. Squat standardized. Yo. There's no way around it. Since you're playing PK, then you have to follow the rules of the game." Mujiogo could only obediently stand up, push the swivel seat aside, bend her knees, clench her fists, and raise her hands flat. It should be said that the pony is absolutely spot on. TSK. Sure enough, white and long legs. It's a shame not to tie a horse stance. Gai Zhanggai spoke in a conspiratorial manner. "Hey, look at you. Your face value is super high. Your body is good. Your waist is thin and your legs are long. Brother, I can't even wait to like you. How can I bear to punish you? How about this? Why don't you just admit defeat directly? Then brother will spare you the punishment, and only let the dead rat underneath you that is lying down and pretending to be dead do the punishment. How about that?" At these words, the bright smile on Shulm's face froze. The heart cries out no, never admit defeat. And looking at the opponent's blood bar that didn't move at all, it was even more anxious. "Hurry up and chase over here. If you don't chase over the bloodstain, how can Big Brother get on the ticket? What's the point of having a ticket? Only after seeing that Mu Jio-gu just gave a cold hum of disdain did her hanging heart relax. Cynically, he said, "Oops, what's going on? Did you guys get your bloodstains welded? Still anesthetized? Ha? Can you move a little? No. I mean your family wouldn't just come out and learn how to play PK with only $120, would they?" Mu Jio-ge's little tantrum was simply exasperated, and she had the intention to dislike a few words back, but she couldn't speak with fewer votes. Leaning against the bed, Charlotte's brow stayed furrowed, listening to the extremely pretentious ranting, as well as the increasingly excessive taunts. He slowly clicked on the recharge page, but what he didn't expect was that after clicking recharge now, a message popped up that the server was abnormal. Please try again later. 2 more attempts were made, but it was still abnormal. Exit the recharge page to try again. I can't recharge. It keeps prompting me for an exception. Cerebellar Axe. I'll transfer the money to you, so you can recharge it for me. Seeing the message sent by Sugarplum, Charlotte was stunned. In fact, he and Sugar had only known each other for 2 days. Typed, "You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll abscond with the money? Fear not. I trust you. Then I'm afraid I'm going to have to fail you, because I'm also recharging the anomaly. I'll be damned. What kind of crap is this? Whenever it comes to the critical moment, it falls off. What can we do now? It's okay." After sending the message, Charlotte tilted her head back and looked at the ceiling, a hesitant look on her face. After a moment, he gritted his teeth as if he had made some major decision. He was seen turning slightly sideways, pulling open a drawer in the nightstand and removing a cell phone from it. "Hey, it's already been 3 minutes and your blood bars are still not moving. I'm anxious for you guys just watching. I said that who? You cannot get a vote. How do you have the nerve to climb on the wheat to pretend to be a pussy? Aren't you just ashamed of yourself? What? You're just a wimp? One carnival. Just 30,000 votes. Not so much as a lockjaw, right? You said you don't have the strength. So what's the point of coming out and pretending? Are you honest now?" In the face of his repeated taunts and diss, the netizens and fans surrounding Mu Jio-ge's live broadcast also picked up the pace. @and Big Brother, you can get on the ticket. Don't wait. @and Big Brother, this can all be tolerated? Fuck him to death. Too arrogant. I'll go. I thought I'd witness a big battle, but this? It's also too diluted. Thought it was a real god-ho, but it turned out that a level 45 Big Brother was dumbfounded. He too a waste of feelings. At this time, Chen and D were ignorant of what was happening in the live broadcast room. Burp. Chen and D finished the penetratingly cold iced milk tea in one gulp and let out a soothing burp, while pulling out toilet paper and wiping his greasy mouth. He cozily muttered to himself, "Phew, it feels really solid to be full." After tossing the cleanly eaten fast food box into the trash, he slowly and leisurely walked back to the bed and picked up his unclosed cell phone. At a glance, Mu Jio-gu was straining to tie up her horse stance while the opposite side was still spewing trash talk furiously. Looking at the rhythm on the public screen, Chen and D smiled and shook their heads. That's how many fans and netizens are. Not only do they watch the fun, but they also like to kidnap Big Brother. Without saying a word, I clicked on the gift bar, or rescued the debtor first. Find the most expensive carnival and then hold it down to be a blind barren mess that doesn't care about the number of units. At this time, Charlotte, who had just turned on her computer and was about to log on to Douyin, suddenly saw the floor tile special effect light up in the live broadcast room. Who can't help but breathe a long sigh of relief, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "I guess I don't need you." Looking at his cell phone, he muttered softly, then turned it off again and threw it into the nightstand drawer. And the first delivery of the carnival. And the first delivery of the carnival. Wow. Thanks for the 12 carnivals from and Brother D. Big Brother Bold. Big Brother Stout. Come on. Full screen thank you wave and Brother D. Sugar, who had been holding her tongue for too long, was finally able to speak. And Mu Jio-gu, who saw the gift special effects and heard the sound, breathed a long sigh of relief. While rubbing his sore arms and thighs, he sat back in his seat. Thank you. Mu Jio-gu didn't say too many words of thanks. Only 2 simple words, but from the bottom of her heart. Looking across the room at the momentarily dumbfounded Shulm, Sugar couldn't wait to fire back. What? Muggle? Don't just stand there. Get up and do the horse stance. And remember, make it as standard as our 9th sister. Shulmi wheedled to her feet with a pitiful, resigned look on her face. It was obvious that her posturing was done to Guy and Guy. The heart naturally also put Chen and the first cursed all over the place. Martyr. Not on the ticket is not on the ticket. Once on the 30 million or so. How the hell are you supposed to circle the vote when you're swinging it like that? Of course, she was now praying that Brother Injustice Seed would be on top soon. Chapter 17, Watching Wazayu Together. Yang Chang, in the luxurious private room of a certain high-end extravagant private club. Tycoon Demolition 2 Jogai was lying comfortably paralyzed on a leather sofa, with one hand wrapped around a heavily made-up Cheongsam beauty, up and down, causing the two Cheongsam beauties to giggle. The black Cheongsam beauty on his left picked up the glass full of expensive whiskey on the crystal coffee table and handed it to Jogai's mouth. Jogai smiled as he enjoyed the attentive service of the beautiful woman. The black Cheongsam beauty glanced slightly sideways at the cell phone on the T-support stand, her eyes full of envy. Winking, she said, "Brother Guy, do you think Zoe and I have the potential to be anchors?" Jogai pretended to scrutinize the two men carefully from side to side, and then said with a firm voice, "Yes, how could there not be? Look at you guys, you're beautiful. You have a good body, and you're flirty, not to mention those geeks and LSPs. Even the landlord's big brother will be mesmerized." As he said this, he reached down and wiped his headlights. Hate the red Cheongsam beauty on the right, reached out and slapped his dishonest hand, pouting with desire. "Brother Guy, then if our two sisters are anchors, will you come and be our guardian big brother?" When he finished speaking, he used a toothpick to pick up a delicate virgin fruit and fed it into his mouth, his eyes looking at him with a mesmerized and electrified gaze. Jogai took a bite of the holy maiden fruit into his mouth with a lewd smile on his face. He, just based on the two of you this slutty guy brother I cannot refuse it. No? At those words, the two women were instantly delighted and coincidentally pressed their faces against his chest, like two kittens, in his arms intimately rubbing, and his slender fingers kept drawing circles on his chest. When it comes to pleasing men and getting under their skin, they are definitely good at it. Being an anchor isn't out of the question. The key is that you two have to be a little more restrained. After all, it's all about positive energy nowadays, and it won't do for you two to be flirty. Ha ha. Jogai's flirtatious jabs caused the two women to blankly stare. You're fucking around in the clubhouse and you're talking about positive energy. Isn't that pure bullshit? Zoe, who noticed the cell phone screen at the moment, spoke out and reminded, "Brother Guy, the female anchor you're guarding, it seems like she's going to lose." Guardian? Bullshit guarding. In fact, he had only just met Shomai, and like Chen and Dee, it was the first time he had entered her live room. Just thought she looked moist so I teased her. Originally it was just going to be a bit of fun, and if I could get my hands on it that would naturally be excellent. But if she was playing mind games with herself by pretending to be pure water and just wanted to hang on, then she didn't have time to spend with her. After all, she wasn't short of women. Unless she looks like the anchor woman across the street, in which case, but not anymore. This PK no longer has anything to do with the two anchors, but is about a man's dignity and face. For Jogai, losing anything is not losing face. If he lost this PK, what face would he have to play Doin? After all, having risen to level 45 in only a few days, he was considered to have a small reputation. Immediately straightening his back, he picked up his cell phone and took a look. Oh, good grief. It's a straight-up swing of over 300,000 votes. Kind of. Instead of being intimidated, he was greatly amused. It's only $30,000 or so of course it doesn't scare him. For the second generation of the demolition, he's sprinkled with water. Looking at his balance, there were only 50,000 doujinshi left, so it was obvious that it wasn't quite enough. He didn't panic as he clicked on the recharge page and directly entered 100,000 into the customized amount. That's right, it's 100,000 RMB. That's $1 million. His bank card is a limited VVIP card. There is no such thing as a limit. You can spend as much as you want as long as you have a good balance on your card. Once you've successfully recharged, tap on the gift bar, and again, hold down on Carnival and just go on a tapping spree. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes across the street. Big brother, get on. Press it to death. Don't give the opposite side a chance to roll over. Quickly, and brother, it's raining Huazi across the street. Chen and Dee smiled faintly in a cloudy manner. Wanting to turn over? Is it possible? Go on hard. The more your votes go up, the harder they go up. The more excited I get. Jia. Light a Red River cigarette and take a deep drag. Without skipping a beat, he said, "Yo, still dare to move? That's it? That's all you guys said about Huaziyu? Ha, let's show you what the real Huaziyu is." Although Shom was squatting, she was always aware of the live feeds. As soon as she saw that it was raining Huazi on her live broadcast, her originally shriveled and mournful face was instantly covered in smiles. The moment the blood bar pressed past, she could no longer suppress her high emotions. Incredibly excited hands and feet, at the same time shouted, "Thank you, I cover the total sent Huaji rain, love." But before she could finish her words of thanks, Mu Jioge pressed her hand to indicate that she should continue to go squatting in the horse stance. Fixing his eyes, the blood bar was once again deadened. Speaking half-heartedly, Shom was as hard as a fly, looking full of supplication and pity at the floor tile effects and the blood bars, which had been rising and moving, but were simply outpacing the other side. He could only walk back unhappily and continue to zigzag. Shan in the first hand clamped a cigarette. One hand quickly clicked on the carnival, not even stopping. And being single for over 20 years, that's not a fast hand. And the first to give away the carnival in Mujio GE's livestream. This one hasn't stopped floating on the screen all over the platform. It also led to a lot of discussion among the other netizens who noticed the floating screen in the other broadcast rooms. Asterisk. Who is this? I've been paying attention for a few minutes now, and this floating screen hasn't stopped. It's fucking fierce. How many carnivals has it taken to consistently float the screen for so long? Go, brothers, go and watch the fun together. Mu Qingcheng looked at the blood bar that continued to grow at a rapid pace, and a look of surprise appeared on her charming face. I thought that He might be a tycoon, but I never thought that he would be a true god, a throwback to the gods. As Mujio GE's own mother, she naturally knew everything. So, she must have known that there was no such thing as a guild ticket, a return ticket or an e-commerce ticket, and that she had truly met a godly big brother. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Watching that the blood bar did not stop in the slightest, Mu Qingqing's fiery red lips also widened slightly with it. As the president of Tilting City Culture Media, as well as the owner of the Tilting City Guild, which was ranked in the top 5 of Douyin, it wasn't that she hadn't seen the big world before, but it is rare to see the momentum come so fiercely. She couldn't help but look forward to it, wanting to see just how much this newest god of Douyin could swipe. Taking another sharp look at the online audience in the live broadcast room, it was already 10,000 plus. Obviously, Mauve is on her feet. There's not even an adulthood, a transition period. It just rises so quickly and abruptly. That's the impact of having a godly big brother. And Zhou Gai, who had already recharged several times at this point, was obviously a bit flustered. Looking at his side's blood bar, which was still suppressed to death, fine sweat had begun to seep from his forehead. The most crucial thing was that even though his side's blood bar had been crushed, the other party still had no tendency to stop. Note, the million-second rule does not yet exist. Chapter 18, Jumping Clowns. Zhou Gai had never dreamed that the little white number that he had indirectly kicked out of the live broadcast room by his own 3 words before would be a hard opponent. Seeing that the PK countdown was getting closer and closer, and the gap between the two sides' bloodstains wasn't a fraction of a second, Zhou Gai knew deep down that he was afraid that there was no way back in this round, so he wisely chose to stop upvoting. Although he didn't upvote again, but looking at his cross-eyed and gloomy expression, he knew that he must be unconvinced. The second generation of the demolition of overnight wealth like him. The most important thing is face. Just want to be a decent person. And looking at the final set number of 10 million, 6 million bloodstained votes, and thinking back to his previous attitude and ranting, it instantly felt like a jumped up, ugly clown. It felt like his face had been thrown hard on the ground by the other party and crushed hard with the soles of his shoes. Splat! Was all that was heard. A crisp shattering sound. After closing the mic, Zhou Gai violently slammed the crystal wineglass in his hand onto the ground, shattering it into slag. The 2 women beside him were immediately shocked. How perverted Zhou Gai was. The 2 of them had experienced it firsthand. So at this moment, the 2 of them didn't even dare to gasp for air and were silent, fearful that this broad young gold master would vent his unwarranted anger on himself and draw fire to himself. Fucking little Yakuza. Purposely trying to look at me funny, aren't you? He maliciously speculated that the reason why Chin and D didn't upvote at first was because he wanted to see him jump up and down. Wait until the end before crushing backlash and making yourself a laughingstock. His guess was not unfounded. Now don't say Mujio GE's live room. Is Shu Ermiai's live room? Full of public screen are all jokes. Mocking his rhythm. This made him lose face even more. And his fire poured out. Okay, I'm really going to get into it with you today. Whoever is a fucking wimp is a grandson. After cursing viciously, he picked up his cell phone and started recharging it. He took it for granted that the reason why he lost this peak had nothing to do with strength at all. Rather, recharging the bucket of coins delays one's upvoting. Since we are going to fight and get back our face, we must have enough ammunition. So he was down for blood this time, recharging a full 5 million RMB, or a full 50 million votes. Of course, according to his estimation, 50 million votes would certainly not be used up, but that's okay. If you can't use it all up, just save it for later. You'll have to charge it later anyway. Looking at the arriving bucket coins, his gloomy face finally eased a little. Inertially, he reached out and was ready to touch the wine glass on the coffee table, but he couldn't reach it even after half a day's fumbling. I was just about to break into tears before I suddenly remembered that I had dropped my wine glass. viciously glaring at the black Chonsam beauty next to him. In a stern voice, he said, "Are you fucking blind? Or are you an idiot? What are you doing? Why don't you get your ass out there and get another glass and pour the wine for the old man?" Okay, Zhou Shao. The black Chonsam beauty hurriedly shivered and got up to get the wine glass, not daring to delay for a minute. Sensei didn't dare to show even the slightest bit of emotion by talking back. This guy, pure dog, says he'll change his face. Zhou Shao. You, eat the fruit, to eliminate the fire. The red Chonsam beauty also carefully served the big wolf dog. Zhou Gai didn't look at the grapes she handed to his mouth, but stared coldly straight at her. Fire suppression? How could the Chonsam beauty not understand the deep meaning of his cold hum? A sad, dark sigh escaped his heart. With that, he slowly got up and knelt down to his crotch. Reaching out with her slender fingers, she gently unzipped the zipper. And then, slowly, he lowered his head. Who would be willing to bow down if it weren't for the money? Zhou Gai lay paralyzed on the backrest of the sofa, watching the live broadcast on his cell phone with one hand, and pressing her head dead center with the other. Memolo. Muffled grunt couldn't be helped from his mouth either. Shulm looked at the public screen that was screaming and taunting and instantly blackened her face. Without good humor, he said, "Management, kick out all these black fans who bring the rhythm of General Guy." Zhou Gai thought for a moment and opened the microphone to explain. "I'm sorry, Mei, blame me. I didn't fill it up in time." How could his character be genuinely trying to apologize and explain? It's nothing more than an excuse for failure and a bit of self-cleaning. Scratching her head, Shulmai rolled her eyes in 1,000 ways, pretending to be angry. "Mr. Guy, what kind of words are you talking about? How can I blame you when I can be happy and grateful that you've gone to such lengths for her? Even if you can't get a vote for Mr. Guy, as long as you can come to the live broadcast room to see Mei and accompany her, I'll be very happy. Families, full screen help me snap the wave of Mr. Guy's dominance. Thank you Mr. Guy." When she finished, she turned to the camera and bowed deeply. "Thank me again, Mr. Gay." Despite the bitchiness, the thanks were incredibly sincere. Even though PK lost, the benefits were literally in their pockets. More than 5 million votes, more than $500,000, deducting the platform draw. And let's not talk about the tax. Fall into their own pockets will be 250,000, and it was only a mere 10 minutes. Sensei sincerely thanked her. Even if she was asked to offer her body, even if she was to tribute her big brother, she would be happy to do so. Family members, our own big brother's own maintenance. Don't be black powder to bring the rhythm law. Trouble management are on the ball. Anyone who dares to bring the rhythm of the cover total, all pull black and kick out. There is no mercy to speak. It's normal to lose and win when playing PK. If we win we're crazy. If we lose Mei carries it. It's fine. It's time to say no. She's got a nice wave of brainwashing going on. On the contrary, Mujio Ge's live room is very different. The atmosphere was pretty hot, and the public screen was full of bragging rights about Big Brother being awesome and such. Playing Douyin not long ago, I didn't think I'd have the honor of seeing a 10 million PK today, and Brother D is so damn awesome. Level 49 now? And Brother D is the fastest upgrade I've ever seen. Bar none. 10 minutes, $1 million. That's fucking tough. Over the top. With a kick. Predictions are that the Douyin Divine Heroes list is about to welcome a new Divine Hero. After sincerely thanking Chen and D, Mujioga sat on the chair with a slightly dull expression without saying a word. It doesn't seem to have slowed down until now. When I used to watch other people's live broadcasts, I've also seen the true gods ho Big Brother don't want money like crazy on the ticket. After becoming an anchor myself, I certainly fantasized about such crazy scenarios, but who would have thought that the third day of the show would shine into reality? Yet when the fantasy came true, she was too overwhelmed to believe it for a moment. Sugar Plum on my had to speak up to remind her when she saw her demented look. "Hey, Sister 9, what are you doing? What are you staring at?" Mujioga shook her head with a strange expression and said back, "I'm a little scared." Scared? What the hell are you scared of if you're not blinded by happiness? Mujioga didn't answer her, but stared straight at Chan and D's avatar on the mic. A look of puzzled hesitation. Half the time, she finally spoke. Chapter 19, The Girl Who Loves to Drive. Seriousness and earnestness were written all over the makeup-less and beauty-less but incredibly fine face. Priggishly, he said, "Brother, can I ask you a question? First things first, if you can ask, then you must answer honestly and not lie or look the other way." Chen and D in front of the screen hesitated and pondered for a moment, then lowered their voices and said, "Ninth sister, what do you want to ask?" Mujioga blinked her big fluttering eyes and said in a clipped tone, "Oba call me Xiao La." Hearing her wickedly pouty voice, Chen and D couldn't help but shiver. She looks like a pure and introverted mushroom. but I didn't realize she had such a greasy side. I don't know if it's just nature, or if it's for live effect. However, it was very nice to see how much she had obviously let go of her inhibitions than she had before. Besides, by the sound of your voice you should be almost 30, right? People are after 0 years. Ha! She raised her polished chin mischievously, unspeakably arrogant and smug. Chen and Dee felt a flock of black crows quickly flying over their heads. Breathlessly, he murmured, "Ask if you want to, or I'll change my mind." Appa, why are you in such a hurry? How can you get to the point right away? Don't you have to do enough foreplay to liven up the atmosphere? Chen and his first face looked at Mu Jiugu in the screen in surprise. The sudden car that ran right over his face caught him off guard. Opening his mouth to speak of tigers and wolves also really threw him for a loop. Turns out she's also a veteran train driver. Dirty. Asterisk. I suspect the anchor is driving, but I have no proof. Wow. Dirty 9. I seem to like it more. Got a driver's license? Can you drive on this fucking shitty road? Sure enough, an anchor who can drive is a good anchor. The already hot atmosphere instantly rose a few points higher. Chen and Dee held his forehead, feeling as if there was no way to communicate with her normally. One can only pretend to be angry and stern. Hurry up and ask. Okay then, Appa. Looking at her contrived and cute look, Chen and Dee wanted to press her to the ground and rub her hard. The very measured Mu Jiugu of course knows that too much is too little, otherwise it will cause disgust in vain. Putting away her playful face, she said with a straight face, "Oba, tell me honestly, did you fall in love with me when you saw the color? Like on. Which means, come what may." Chen and Dee must press back the wheel marks on their faces. Mu Jiugu responded to him with a flavorful blank look. Ahem. Chen and Dee feigned 2 fake coughs to regain their seriousness. Deliberation for a moment, and then slowly said, "Like cannot talk about." Barely considered a little good sense. And that's all. Who? Hearing him answer so solemnly, Mu Jiugu let out a long breath, patting his not-so-wealthy chest. That's good. Hey, what do you mean by that? I'm warning. Don't act up just because you're a bit of a looker. Although it was harshly worded, how come Mu Jiugu sounded so happy? Oppa seriously, aren't you really especially rich? Once Mu Jiugu finished this question, all 10,000 plus people in the live broadcast room listen intently. Even the public screen is temporarily silent, so you can see how curious people are. Chen and Dee raised their eyebrows. What do you mean? I'm afraid to wait a few days to hear about you from the news. If you, then I'll give you your money back. Just send gifts and rewards within your means. There's no need. Even if people don't swipe their pennies and just keep company, I'm happy. Mu Jiugu was vague, but everyone understood the meaning. Chen and Dee were dumbfounded. What are you thinking? Don't worry, I have more money than you can imagine. In order to successfully swipe the bucket of coins out of his account, Chen and Dee didn't mind blowing a tiny bit of awesome. It wasn't really bragging. After all, he was the man with the divine magnificence system. Mu Jiugu threw him a sanitary eye. There's no need to swipe so crazily even if you're rich, right? It's not like it came from the wind. Even if you want to win, you can steal the tower at the end. Why go head to head? Chen and Dee smiled back. Isn't this my first time playing PK and my first time on the ticket? No experience. Mu Jiugu bulged her big eyes with a very innocent look. But, there are some things that don't need experience to be marred. Chen and Dee really wanted to grab her out of the screen and whack her hard. Is it like a little girl to drive at the drop of a hat and on any road? Chen and Dee didn't bother to rub her nose in it and said directly, "Open the mic and watch them do the punishment." Mu Jiugu made a pause hand gesture motion after opening the mic, and Shulmai also opened the mic when she saw this. 500 squats, huh? Watch this. Shulm wasn't shy about getting up and starting to do the punishment. Since you took the PK, you have to admit when you lose. If Rollerblade can't afford to play, then who will play with you in the future? Hey, whoever that is, don't think you can fool around by being catatonic. Hurry up. You have to stand at attention when you get beaten. Sugar Plum, who was the head horse, voiced a reminder and urged. Joe Guy grimaced, gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'm an unhelpful little plopper, and Brother D fought well. I'm a useless little plopper, and Brother D fought well." It was obvious to hear the anger in the cadence of his tone. Joe Guy, the decent man, was now truly disgraced. Shulm was doing squats slower and less standardized, but Mu Jiugu didn't say anything. After all, 500 squats is still quite hard for girls, and on the public screen of her live stream, the watching viewers and visitors were mocking and laughing. Fans, on the other hand, are heartbroken and cheering. Unbeknownst to him, Shulmai's heart had long been bursting with joy. Isn't it just losing? Isn't it just doing the punishment? If she could circle this many votes in every PK, she could lose until the end of time. You're laughing at the anchors doing the punishment. But the anchors are laughing at you for eating bubblegum, paying off your car loan, and paying off your mortgage. Hey, Chen and D sighed as they listened to Jogai's self-damaging words. Teasingly, he said, Guy, right? I still like you the way you were before when you were untamed. The reason for shading him was to completely piss him off. It still looks like he's pretty strong, and it's just a matter of forcefully racking him up to carry the ticket. It's not that you can't airbrush, it's just that the atmosphere isn't there and it never feels right. And it doesn't quite match his package. Chen and D had carefully studied the limits given by the system. After careful analysis, he caught the loophole. He, on the other hand, is ready to drill bugs in the system and get rich by doing so, although he hated to swipe all the bucket coins in his account in one fell swoop right now. Not everyone was worth swiping. So, this time Mo got medical bills because some people don't deserve it. Once the 3-minute penalty was up, Jogai couldn't wait to start spewing trash. Chapter 20, Knife Strike While Laughing. You never win, do you? You think it's New Year's Eve if you win a handful? If the recharge didn't delay me too much, you'd be worthy of winning me? Grandson, I'll just ask you one thing. Do you still dare to keep playing? In fact, there was no need for Chen and D to stimulate him any further. He was bound to come back. He had to get this back any way he could, or else there would really be no decency left. Chen and D smiled lightly and asked, Still want to keep playing? What? Don't dare to play? Wimped out? Ha! Jogai snorted contemptuously. How about this? If you call me master, master won't bother with you? He. Chen and D said in a cloudy voice. You've misunderstood. I was afraid of playing you up. There's no point in challenging me for my pocket money with your whole life. Why bother? When you're a big brother, you can live within your means. Why do you have to be so facetious? Do you have to go step on a sewing machine and eat dirt before you regret it? It's good to win. At least it's soothing to the heart and smooths the air. But is a doomed game worth putting your life on the line? The tone and accent of his words were bland and calm, yet they were sentences out of the storm with considerable force. I'll go. And Brother D's words are quite leveled. Domineering. Don't challenge the pocketbook with your whole life. That's a dangling statement. Oops, ruthless. Although he was deriding him, Chen and D still carried a few hints of sincere persuasion. It's just a PK fight for fun. You beat someone to the point where their family's money is scattered and they're in debt. Wouldn't that be a sin? Jogai's mood was already bad, and as a result, his mind instantly exploded when he was squeezed by Chen and D sheepishly. Instantly, he was on fire again, a young man in the end. Reaching out, he yanked over the other Chongsan beauty and pushed her head down. Humph, half a catty of ducks with 4 or 2 mouths. Just a hard mouth is useless. Is a mule or a horse? Let's pull it out and walk it. Jogai took a deep breath and forced himself not to break defense. If you're really capable, hit on the blood bar. This hand. Whoever loses, will call the other 3 times daddy? Dare to take it? Chen and D returned without hesitation. You had to dig a hole for yourself to jump into. What reason do I have to stop you? Oh, however, I have a small request. What's the request? It's not like you want to concede, is it? Chen and D smiled and said, That's not true. I just want to extend the PK time. Jogai frowned and sneered. Is it to shake the helper? It's fine. Just shake it. Count on it, La. To beat a little karami like you, do you still need to shake people? I'm afraid that 10 minutes, it's not enough for me to spend. Good lord. That's pretty crazy talk. Of course, the people on both broadcasts assumed that he was simply putting up a fight. Only he knows for sure, though, that it's truer than even a leather couch. This time, he was prepared to brush through all of the remaining nearly 190 million votes. The most expensive gift he could swipe right now was only a carnival worth 30,000 votes. That means he's going to swipe nearly 6,300 wazoo and point over 6,300 times. And PK time is 15 minutes at the most. That translates to an average of 7 pokes per second. It was no small challenge for the man who had been single for more than 2 decades. It shouldn't be too much of a problem though. After all, he also has a reputation as the hand of God. Ha! Jogai snorted disdainfully. Okay, 15 minutes then. I'll see how many tickets you can get on. The 2 men talked it over and were ready to fight. And the battle was on. Shulm never dreamed of such a happy day. No need to find opponents. No need to canvass. No need to do penalties. No need to even talk. Just click to start PK and then sit quietly and wait for the lap votes. No, can't even say circling the vote. It should be sitting around waiting for food to be thrown. This is absolutely every anchor's most coveted PK. However, Mujiogu was an exception. Very dissatisfied. He complained. Hey, overdo it. You don't think I exist, do you? Do you really think I'm a tool? Can you show a little respect for my profession? I'm an anchor too. At this time, the public screen is full of push again. Quit the group. Mujiogu that suffocated. Immediately, he was not happy, his sleeves rolled up. Hey, I'm a little grumpy. Who am I scaring? Would you believe? Believe it or not, I'm going to click start right now. Well, sensible twist. Retreating from the group was one of her few soft spots, and unfortunately, it was sadly taken. Don't push your luck. Just get started. I'm already pumping my fist. This is definitely an amazing PK. I had to record the screen. I'll share the livestream right away so everyone can witness the battle. At this moment, all the netizen fans were agitated. The big battle is imminent. Chen and Dee sat back and moved their arms, wrists and fingers in preparation for battle. Atmosphere team leader and head horse Sugar also did a pre-battle mobilization. Brothers, I hope that when PK starts later on, everyone can follow in Brother D's gift and put their likes together, okay? A surging look also appeared on Cerebellum Max Charlotte's face, and he was instantly ignited as well. At the same time, it also evoked his memories, thinking that at the beginning, how could he not be this spirited and unbeatable? Available at Mujioga sat blankly in the live room, giving her the whole won't. Chen and Dee and Sugar, having done all the work, what use is she as an anchor? A good one talent anchor. I did not expect to be reduced to a vase and mascot. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and her eyes were full of grudges, like a deep-rooted woman. Looking at the aggrieved Mujioga, Chen and Dee felt amused. Whispering softly, he said, Xiao Jiao, when PK is on, just sing, just to cheer everyone up. As soon as Mujioga heard this, her spirit was lifted. Dizzy nodding her head, she said, yes, what song do you want to hear? Oba? Sing The Wind Rises. Mujioga froze slightly. Cerebellum Axe had ordered this song before, and now Chen and Dee were also ordering this song. Coincidental enough. What's the matter? Can't sing? Yes. I can sing it so well. When she finished speaking, she stood up with the microphone and then turned the camera around, only to see a piano appear right next to her. After adjusting herself, she slowly sat down in front of the piano, stretching out her slender white fingers and placing them on the black and white keys. As the familiar and beautiful notes rang out, the big battle finally kicked off. Skinny old man, fire fuck. The rules can't be messed with, and the process and rituals have to be there. No sooner had Sugar's battle command been given than a cool Paramera slid gracefully off the screen. Cerebellar Axe, the leader of the ignition team, was, as always, the first horse to fire the first shot. Chapter 21. Shit. It's a heartbeat. Time is short and the task is heavy, so Chen and Dee don't dare to delay. Hurriedly, he clicked on the gift list and poked at the carnival. As expected of a man known as the Hand of God, his hands are indeed ridiculously fast. Look directly at the viewers and fans of the livestream. Is that powerful to begin with? Don't look at the gift special effects. Look at the numbers on the blood bar. My nigga. 200. 000 to 300. 000 jumps a second. Hiss, sucks in a breath of cold air. Horrible as it is. Mud. Is this the legendary bloodstripe vanishing technique? The sweeping and crushing, unstoppable gusto that came as soon as he arrived truly stunned everyone. Lost in thought, Sugar Candy was awakened by Mujioga's suddenly resounding song, and felt her blood turn over and boil. Excitedly surging, he shouted, Skinny old men, follow and the rhythm of Brother D, together with the praise up, dry. The atmosphere in the live room was instantly ignited under her leadership, and the online audience, without realizing it, had broken through to 20,000 plus. Nearly 10,000 people followed suit at the same time and the double was instantly activated. The number of likes has also gone up by leaps and bounds. When PK first opened, Shulm was still interacting with her big brother in a joking manner, but seconds later, she was instantly dumbfounded. She looked at her opponent's thick blood bar, then at her own, which had almost been eaten away, and she panicked. Shivering, he pointed at the screen and said in a trembling voice, Mr. Guy, it's coming from the opposite side. And at that moment, Joe Guy in the clubhouse private room was doing something indescribable. After hearing her yelling voice, Joe Guy, who was disturbed in his excitement, frowned and his face instantly grimaced. Very disgruntled, he said, just come, you panicked-er? What's all the yelling for? So what if we let his bloodstain run for 3 minutes first? Shulmai, who was afraid of offending her big brother, anxiously explained. No, no, Mr. Guy, you'd better take a look for yourself. Joe Guy glumly picked up the cell phone on the side, and with just one glance, his complexion changed drastically. He also straightened his back in a hurry and stood at attention, looking at his opponent's insanely soaring blood bar. He didn't dare to be careless, but it wasn't too alarming. It's not that he's mentally tough, it's that he has a bottom line, and the source of his bottom line is the mystery shop. That's right, not only did he unlock the mystery shop, but he also picked up a romantic carnival valued at 60,000 doujinshi. In addition to the special guest of the gods invited by the official doin, it would cost 50 Ws to receive the romantic carnival. Chen and Dee were qualified enough to receive it, only that with the restricted quota of 200, there were no more places left for a long time. That's why Joe Guy didn't panic. If he swiped one romantic carnival, then Chen and Dee would have to swipe two ordinary carnivals, twice his speed. What's there to panic about? Although he wasn't panicking, looking at his opponent's blood bar that was already in the millions of votes, Joe Guy didn't dare to delay or take it lightly. Hastily, he clicked on the gift bar and began a flurry of pokes as well. Looking at the special effects of the gift displayed on the screen, Shulm's mouth dropped open in surprise. He was so excited and thrilled that he was dancing around. Aloud, he exclaimed, "Holy shit! Is this the legendary romantic carnival? No, I have to record the screen. This is the first time I've ever received a gift from a mystery store. Thank me, Mr. Gay. Mr. Gay is awesome. Mr. Gay loves you. I want to give you a monkey." Shulm was so excited that he kept bowing to the camera, giving one thank you and blowing up. It's even hinting at something, intentionally or not. Asterisk. First time I've seen the romantic carnival. It's beautiful. Look at that. Mr. Guy is just awesome. Even the limited gift from the mystery shop. Oh, this is the symbol of a true godly man. Isn't the one across the street and the other one a high jumper? Mr. Guy used the romantic carnival to break his legs. Joe Guy looked at Shulmai, who had no bottom line and whose winks and hints were constant, and then looked at the public screen full of boasting and flattery, and couldn't say that he was pleased. A superb sense of superiority also sets in. This feeling, generically, made him a bit addicted. He didn't have the slightest doubt now that Shulm would come groveling to his knees at the mere tick of his finger. Cool. So fucking cool. That's the magic of money. Although several minutes had slowly passed, Chen and Dee's fingers that were poking the screen violently did not have the slightest hint of slowing down. In the rented room, Chen and Dee sat pensively at the dining table, a helpless bitter smile on their fully concentrated faces. Despite not slowing down, he was already gradually feeling the soreness coming from his wrists. Before, he had naively thought that the matter of spending money was simply not too easy, but at the moment, he realized how wrong he was. Having lived an empty life for more than 20 years, he had only realized so far that spending money on consumption was also a kind of pain. What's even sadder is that this pain can only be borne by oneself in silence and cannot be told to others, because who the fuck would believe that? It would only feel like he was in Versailles. That's how the audience in the live stream is right now. There's just no one who isn't envious and jealous of him waving his money around. However, when Chen He first thought that after this battle, half of his calculations and plans would be successful, he did not feel tired. There was bound to be no doubt about it. And after this battle, he was sure to become famous all over the internet. Once upon a time when I first knew this world, all kinds of lingering, looking at the sky seems to be in front of me. Chen and Dee's emanating thoughts were forcefully dragged back to the live broadcast room by Mujio Ji's song. Looking at Mujio Gu, who was sitting in front of the piano playing and singing to herself, he couldn't help but look dumbfounded. The word demented was written all over his slightly tanned face. His fingers, too, were now just subconsciously jabbing at the inertia. She was a different person at the moment compared to her previous active temperament that loved to drive, quirk and be mischievous. The skillful and unmistakable elegance of movement when playing the piano, the voice that sounds like heaven when performing songs, the look of intoxication and intensity that fills the face when feelings are brewing. All of them fascinated Chen and Dee deeply. Professional. What's professional? Nah, that's what it is. Mujio Gu wasn't bragging. She was really professional, sang beautifully and was very talented. No backing tracks were used, no sound card was used, and it's really superb to play and sing along with yourself acoustically. Chen and Dee had always felt that Ning Mocha's singing was particularly good, but compared to Mujio Gu, what he had previously thought was good became somewhat unpleasant to the ear. It wasn't that Ning Mucha couldn't do it, but Mujio Gu was too strong. Originally the singing voice is beautiful, the voice is heavenly, coupled with superb professional singing skills, as well as heartfelt emotional interpretation. How can you not sing into the audience's heart? Chen and D felt that Mu Jiaoji's singing strength could definitely be ranked in the top 3 of Douyin anchors. Do not even enter the resident Douyin, those who have been famous for a long time star singer. Mu Jiaogu is probably the type of person that God chases after to feed her. Looking at the elegant, confident and charming Mu Jiaogu, Chen and D had a feeling of being in love for the first time. He had never been in love in his 20s. And in this moment, he was vaguely moved. Chapter 22 Rhythm flying all over the internet. Asterisk 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 brothers. Hurry up and search for Mu Jiaoji's live broadcast to witness a battle of the century. Quickly, go to Mu Jiaoji's live broadcasting room and catch a glimpse of the godly hero who has thrown away $10 million. Extra. Mu Jiaoji's live broadcast room has suddenly appeared as a super godly hero. Go, watch the fun. This newly minted divine hero is ruthless, even fiercer than the top 3 big brothers in the true divine hero ranking. Just as Chen and D's battle with Jogai entered the white hot stage, news was being spread all over the live streaming rooms of Douyin's entire network. Even the live rooms of the super tier 1 popular anchors Magic Hand Dehua, Mr. Jiang, King Shichu, Big Sister, and Little 17 who were on the air were full of this kind of rhythm. Of course, it also provoked the guild behind them to be curious, and they opened their trumpets to enter the live broadcast to find out what was going on. Even more positive are the various news and gossip anchors. As news and gossip anchors, their live broadcast selling point and watching point is naturally the various events and activities of the anchors in the platform, as well as gossip and lace. How could they miss a peek off at least $10 million like Chen and D and Jogai? This is the kind of large PK that if you do miss it, you're basically out of the mix. When all the other news anchors are talking about and explaining this and you know nothing about it, it's definitely not popular, and it definitely drops the fan base as a result. After all, there are so many news and gossip anchors, and if you want to attract fans and circle votes, you have to have a keen sense of smell and be well informed. And at this time, Eater Chao Gongang's live room, full public screen is similarly rhythmic. Honey, when their PK is over, do you want to go lick a hand of Big Brother? Go for it, hubby. You don't know how fierce that and D brother in 9 Sisters live room is, more so than any of your big brothers in their prime. Hubby, go on, we're behind you. If you can lick in D's support, you can definitely get back on your feet. At the dining table, Eunuch Chow was eating his handmade gourmet snacks while watching the public screen pop-ups. When he saw a screen full of people asking him to voluntarily lick his big brother, he gave a noticeable lurch in his eating, and then smiled and shook his head. There was no pretending to be oblivious or digressing. Instead, he said slowly, I took the initiative to even go over and lick Big Brother. What does that look like? And, even if I were to shamelessly lick it, would that Big Brother necessarily support me? What's more, what's the point of licking and coming to Big Brother now that I've stopped playing PK? Come on, old-timers, I'm not the same person I used to be, so don't worry about it. Aren't we doing fine now? Talking about food, chattering, how much better and more harmonious. He spoke in an inverted male voice, sometimes thick and sometimes thin. One word is thick and one is thin. Or even the first half of the same word is thick and the second half is thin. It's the typical yin-yang voice, or eunuch voice. That's why he's called Eunuch Chow. The nearly 10,000 fans in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh as they watched the calm-hearted Eunuch Chow speak eloquently. Eunuch, touch your own chest and say, are you really willing? Seeing the pop-ups floating on the screen, Eunuch Chow's movements were obviously given another beat. Pretending as if nothing had happened, he blandly said, there's nothing to be willing or not. The king has become the loser. Don't be a tough guy. Even us fans aren't happy about it. Let alone you. Please pull yourself together. Stop beating yourself up. And take back what you once lost. All of it. Eunuch Chow smiled faintly, but anyone could see the despondency and unwillingness in his smile. I did lose a lot. Lost my home base. Lost my popularity. Lost my reputation. Lost my big brother who supported me. But I didn't get nothing. At least I've gained a whole bunch of you hardcore fans. Affliction see true love. Day long show people's hearts. Now today. Are still stay in my live room? All hardcore die hard. Honestly, old Chow, I really didn't think that there would be 8 or 9,000 hardcore fans left. Having you all here is my greatest blessing and treasure. Thank you brothers for not leaving. Eunuch Chow went on, and finally stood up and bowed deeply to the camera for a long time, unwilling to get up. At this time, the online audience of Mu Jiaoji's live broadcast room has already broken through 100,000 plus. Of course, it's almost exclusively about watching. As soon as the PK is over, the number of people who can actually stay and be enamored is definitely no more than 10%. As the PK countdown continued to shorten, the speed at which Chen and D poked at the carnival decreased significantly. The soreness had gotten very strong as well, but he stubbornly gritted his teeth and held on. The one who walks 100 miles is half 90. Seeing that the dawn is about to rise, how could he give up before the break of day? It's 100 million. It's 100 million votes. Holy shit. I actually had the honor of witnessing a PK that broke $100 million. And Brother D is so damn awesome. Good guy. Just watching a scene is giving me a feverish look. Awesome. And Brother D is awesome, voice breaking. I can't believe I threw up watching the carnival special effects. Guys, am I floating? Wang Defa. 100 million votes. 10 million nah. Did Brother D's money come from the wind? Nima. It's true that poverty limits my imagination. Without exception. The spectators in the live broadcast room were all shocked by such a heartless upvoting by Chen and D. Compared to the clamor in Mujio Ge's live room, Shu Ermiai's live room is dead silent like a puddle of stagnant water. Joe Guy had stopped upvoting a long time ago, and all 50 million votes in his pocket had been swiped. Just getting on top of it, he had thoughts of continuing to fill it up and keep doing it, but it was stopped by a phone call. Now, he's calmed down, too. Looking at the opposite side's blood bar that was still frantically scurrying up and had no intention of stopping, a helpless bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A feeling of powerless frustration set in. Where was half of the arrogance and cockiness from before? It was only then that I realized that what people had said before wasn't barking and bragging. It was the truth. With so many tickets, it's true that you can't brush them all in 10 minutes if you're not a guild, an e-commerce company, or a cloud-controlled server room. Although Joe Guy hadn't been playing Douyin for long, it wasn't like he hadn't seen godly men before. On the contrary, he knew at least 2 of the top 10 big brothers on the Douyin Divine Heroes list, and there was also a good big brother who stank with him. He has also witnessed large peaks with hundreds of millions of votes. But, that's either scripted or it's an early appointment. It was the first time he had seen someone like Chen and D, who caught a random person and upvoted them in a heartless manner. Believe it or not, this is an unprecedented first in the entirety of Douyin. From being on the air together and mocking his little white number, to now hitting over 100 million votes, in less than an hour. Chen and D were shattering his perceptions over and over again. He admitted that he had lost, and lost completely, but that doesn't mean he's convinced. The face that was trampled under Chen and D's feet, he would definitely get it back. And, it doesn't wait long. Chapter 23, he's setting records. Shelmai stared at the live screen as if she were a wooden chicken, looking at her opponent's still climbing blood bar. She hated that she couldn't give herself 2 slaps in the face. Human desire is such that when you have more, you want more, endlessly and endlessly, never satisfied. Joe Guy's 50 million votes had all been swiped for her, and for a small pouncing anchor with only 20 or so viewers, she was fully considered an overnight fortune. Perhaps she would be grateful to Joe Guy, but never too much, probably more of a grudge, especially after seeing that the other side is still frantically upvoting. And she kind of looked back. Obviously, the reason Y&D asked how he wasn't welcome as soon as he entered the broadcast room was definitely a test and a trial. How could one be unwelcome if Joe Guy hadn't suddenly come in as well? If Joe Guy hadn't fanned the flames and started the conflict, how could he have dimly kicked Ndi Gora Black out of the live room? Assuming that none of these sorts of things happened, does that make Ndi his big brother? And isn't the ticket he's on now all his own? The more he thought about it, the more Sholm regretted it. What was ridiculous was that she had put all the blame and mistakes, all of them in her head, on Joe Guy, and she, herself, not only took the clean off, but was victimized instead. What the fuck kind of bullshit logic is that? At this moment in her mind, compared to Chen and D, Joe Guy was nothing. More than that, she's been categorized in the blacklist of haters. There was actually a hint of disdain and disgust in her eyes as she looked at my last week's high-flying avatar on the cover. Don't you know your own weight? What's the point of pretending to be something you're not? To cut off one's own financial path and cause one to somehow offend Brother Godhood. It's really fucking bad luck. Of course, these can only think about it in their hearts, and they certainly do not dare to speak out. If Joe Guy knew what was going through her mind, he was afraid that he would have to vomit more than 3 liters of blood, spending all that money, losing PKs, and having to do the face-saving punishment. Instead of getting a little gratitude, you're still on the inside and outside. Who's to blame for this? He admitted he wasn't human, but Sholm was a real dog. Still can't feed the dog. Sholmai, who has a deep heart, is now already secretly calculating how she can get forgiveness from and Brother D. How can we get Ndi back in the game? In the face? Well, what's that? What's the best way to get money? What's more, unlike Joe Guy, he himself would never label himself as decent. Shu Ermiai, who has been playing a lot of things, is not to be mentioned, but at this time, Mujio Ge's live broadcasting room can be said to be very lively. Not only gathered all kinds of love to see the haunted hero, there are countless did not start broadcasting anchor crazy influx. The various large and small guilds of the fighting sound similarly came together. Even Douyin officials are paying attention to this PK, and Douyin's little assistant is in as many as $110 million now, 120 million now, 130 million now. Everyone stared at the blood bar in unison, each increase thrilling them. It felt as if Chen and D's gifts were swiped for them. It's almost as if you're immersed in watching PK. You're completely submerged in it. And Mu Qingcheng had likewise been following Mu Jiuji's live broadcast. She also wanted to see how much her daughter's godly big brother could brush. Could he break the record of 1 billion votes in a single game of Douyin? At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh that her daughter's chi was too unbelievable. I'm afraid no one could have imagined that an unintentional meal of goodwill takeout could be exchanged for a godly big brother, right? Who would believe that? The heart also rippled with despondency. If BFF this big brother does not brush pole and has been supporting her, it is only a matter of time before she steps into the ranks of first-tier anchors. Then wouldn't he have lost his bet with her? Do you really have to go to? Hey, it gives me a headache just thinking about it. Shaking his head bitterly, he didn't want to think about it anymore. Let's wait until it really comes to that. After all, it's still early. Now that the pattern of Douyin live broadcast has been finalized, the cake is all divided up. Want to step in and share the moist cake, and is not so easy to do? Do you really think that those guilds and capitals are vegetarians? They'll watch you rise to the top? Looking at the number of bloodstained votes that had already surpassed 150 million, Mu Qingcheng could not help but frown and ponder. If it was a PK upvote before, it's the complete equivalent of an empty brush now. Discounting PK's 50 million votes, it's already swiped 100 million empty. What a concept. She's seen a lot of large PKs that have broken the billion-dollar mark, to say the least, and she's handled a lot of innings herself. But that's all based on the fact that there's a back and forth between the two sides' bloodlines. And that's a contest. And it's not like some goddamned big brother is on it alone. Among them are the anchor's own return tickets, as well as e-commerce tickets, and guild tickets, and a whole bunch of miscellaneous ones that add up. She had only seen 2 people who single-handedly swiped so much like Chen and D. However, those 2 true goddesses, one withdrew from the network and the other cancelled his account. However, it was the first time she had seen so many empty swipes like Chen and D. She was a bit puzzled as to why Chen and D were doing this. Suddenly, Mu Qingcheng's mind flickered and seemed to have caught some key point. There are only 3 things that can be done with so many empty swipes. One of the most simple and brutal. Then it's really a money burner. The second is that they are determined to have an idea about their own daughter, and they are not afraid to throw money at her for that purpose. Thirdly, and most likely, that he is setting records, making things happen, and deliberately building momentum. All he wanted was a fight. As for being famous, there's so much more that can be done. Obviously, he succeeded. Unsurprisingly, tomorrow, and the number of this person, absolutely all over the internet, and definitely the center of the topic of discussion. Mu Qingcheng was worthy of being a female president who had been in the shopping mall, and she had analyzed all the veins in just a moment, and the analysis was quite thorough and comprehensive. But alas, what she could not have imagined was that the reasons she had dissected out were all hit by Chen and D. Instead, only one of them is accounted for individually. He did have a lot of fighting coins to burn his hands, and he also more or less felt differently about Mu Jiuge, and also more than that, he was making a name for himself. Of course, it wasn't just Mu Qingcheng who guessed his true purpose. At this time, the heads of the top-ranked big guilds such as the Radiant Guild, Imperial Figure Guild, Starlight Alliance Media, and so on, who were hidden in Mu Jiuge's live broadcast room, had also more or less guessed his intentions. Even if Chen and D did not have such thoughts, they would likewise speculate so. The inertia of capital, of businessmen, will always be in terms of profit. As time continued to pass, the audience in Mu Jiuge's live broadcast room gathered more and more. It's $190 million. It's $190 million. Less than a minute left to break through to 200 million? Asterisk. It seems like I'm about to witness the birth of the Douyin record. I thought that brother Dashing, Old Man Time, Tiger King, Sister Chang, and so on, were already invincible, but I didn't realize that there was someone who was even braver than them. Whose war general is this? Chapter 24 Old Father's Wise Teachings. Speaking and not listening to favoritism, relying on me to feel love, waiting for your dependence, favoring you. Pain is also very pleasant. The song Favoritism was likewise named by Chen and D for Mujio to sing. Like The Wind Rises, both songs were Chen and D's particular favorites, and they never got tired of hearing them. There's no particular reason for this. It's simply personal preference and taste. Mujioga likewise plays and sings by herself and manages it with ease, quietly ebullient and explosive. It doesn't hesitate to be emotional. Hearing Chen and D couldn't help but applaud and applaud. And they didn't even swipe their tickets. The public screen is also full of good listening to the screen. It seems that this wave of talent display has made Mujogo a lot of fans. As the last note of the song fell to the ground, this large-scale PK, which had attracted the attention of countless netizens and viewers, was finally coming to an end. Hey, it's a pity that it didn't break 200 million, just a few 100,000 votes away from squeezing into the top 10 of the Douyin large PK charts. Although it didn't make the top 10 of the leaderboard, I felt that this PK was the most ruthless and realistic. Indeed, which PK battles in the top 10 of the leaderboards are not scheduled in advance? Moreover, it's also basically at the time of the annual summit tournament. Tonight this PK, but all in Brother D alone in the output. In the fight, can brush so much has been Super Bowl, okay? It is estimated that and Brother No. One's hands are quickly wasted. Netizen fans guessed correctly that Chen and D's hands are indeed about to be ruined. Phew, Chen and D breathed a long sigh of relief. Although they hadn't emptied the bucket of coins, there wasn't much left. Tired. So tired. My hands are killing me. It's hard to lift them now. Mujogo flirtatiously rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner. Deserved. Who made you brush so heartless? How many times have Sugar and Cerebellamax stopped you? But did you listen? Now you know your hand hurts? Damn it. That's true. Even though Mujogo was singing, he shouted numerous times to stop brushing in the middle of the song. He even threatened him with a downcast, but he was countered by Chen and D, and Sugar and Cerebellamax were all over him, urging him not to get in over his head and to calm down. Chen and D flirted. Hey, I'm spending money to find out what's wrong, and I can't get a good one, right? Mujogo and Sugar returned in unison. Chen and D smiled faintly, not bothering to dislike them, and backhanded another series of carnival combos. Mujogo stomped her feet in a hurry once she saw the gift reminder and the gift special effects. Crying, he said, I'm sorry, I was wrong, okay? Oba really don't brush it. Chen and D smiled smugly and dejectedly said, little boy, still can't cure you? That's what ate it, Mujogo. If it were any other anchor, they wouldn't take you off the air without draining you dry. If you dare to keep brushing, they dare to keep thanking. Even if there were mountains of gold, they'd all be sucked up. Nima, it still has to be in Brother D. Even persuasion and education are so domineering. He too really fucking can pretend. Big Brother brush gift heart may refer to how happy it. This hypocritical posture. Really disgusting. If you haven't read it from the beginning and don't know anything about it, don't start a thread, okay? From the beginning, it was Brother and D and our fans who set up 9 sisters to come out and fight. Understand? There are beats and little black fans in any broadcast room. It can't be avoided. Even big stars like the Diva and the Queen of Heaven have people hacking them, not to mention the tiny anchors. Either choose to ignore these brainless little hacks or just kick them out. Don't ever get serious with them or they'll just come around more and more. To be a great anchor, the mindset must also be good. Otherwise, if your mind blows up when little black fans tease you, how can you live? After both sides opened the microphone, Jogai extremely awkwardly fake coughed twice, and did not wait to be prodded, directly shouted vaguely, Dad. Chen and D smiled and said, little guy, since you called me that, then as your elder, I also have a message for you. Know what I can, and do my best with what I can, know what I cannot, and do my best with what I cannot. Remember, stay humble, but don't be as bossy and arrogant as you were today, okay? He's kinda like an old father giving sage advice. The faceless Jogai was bashful, gritting his teeth. He said, you sure are fierce and awesome, but don't be complacent. I'll get this back sooner or later, and when that time comes I hope you'll have the guts to take it, but don't play dead and admit defeat. Not to mention Chen and D. I'm afraid that everyone in the 2 live broadcast rooms agreed that he was merely putting out harsh words and playing with his mouth. Being beaten so hard today, beaten without any power to fight back. Don't you have any sense in your heart? Chen and D smiled. Alright, I'll be waiting any time. But you must remember to bring the conditions. When the time comes, don't bring another 3 melons. They won't even be fun. We'll see. Jogai put down the last harsh words and hurriedly got off the mic and left the live broadcast room. One more second would be torture for him. Especially the pop-up screen full of mocking sneers in the broadcast room made him not have the face to look at it. Seeing him run away completely, Shulm was relieved. After all, some things weren't quite so easy to say if he was there. She was full of sincerity and made a guilty and pitiful face. The delicate and soft said, and brother sorry well, before it happens that people are not in a good mood. The cover is always on the sidelines flirting. Had a moment some short circuit, confused you to pull the black. Sorry don't be mad. I've already unblackmailed you. Can you forgive someone's unintentional mistake? Kazuyo, don't you like listening to songs? Why don't you come to my live room? people can sing very well. Shulm didn't care at all about the scornful comments on the public screen, or about face or anything. Face? What's the use of having a face? Can you lick a big brother with your face? Can you lick your way to a mansion and a car? Look around. Sensei, whether it's a small anchor that's flopping or a super tier 1 top stream anchor, who's the one who wants a face? Chen and Di frowned, the loathing in their hearts rising a great deal higher. He didn't even want to respond to a word. Directly to Mu Jiugu, he said, Xiao Jiu, hang up, let's go, holler Oba. Mu Jiugu was actually disgusted by such unprincipled, bottomless anchors who wanted money without a face. Yes, it's not easy to make money, but at least the bottom line can't be lost, right? Now don't have the face to make money desperately, but when you make enough money, you desperately want to find face again. Why bother? After hanging up the connection, as expected, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room almost plummeted off a cliff. In an instant, it had dropped directly from over 200,000 to less than 100,000, and it was still falling furiously. Not surprisingly, at the end of the day, the ones that will be left to come will be 10,000 at the most. This is still the ideal situation. Chapter 25, No. 1 on the internet. As expected, the popularity of Mu Jiuji's live broadcast eventually stabilized at 6,000 people. Don't underestimate. The popularity can always be fixed at 6,000 live room. Has been considered very good. What's more, she's still making small talk. If she were to perform a talent show or go out and fight, her popularity would skyrocket. It was impossible to eat a big fat man in one sitting. What Mu Jiugu needed now was to settle down. At the same time, it keeps circling the wagons with its live content. This way the popularity will slowly go up. The key thing is to get the live content right so that the popularity is solid. Do not open the broadcast on the non-stop even PK. In addition to playing PK will only play PK. In addition to circle votes to cut leaks. Nothing. Yes, playing PK popularity does go up and up. But what's the point of basically just watching? This is doomed to broadcast not long. And the live room simply cannot stay Big Brother. Not to mention the Big Brother. Even a god can't be gripped by you like this. Which guardian Big Brother can afford to play dozens of peaks in a live broadcast? It doesn't matter if a dozen T cost a ticket for a small PK, but once you meet a tough one, a PK down, the Big Brother is half ruined. A lot of PK-only anchors have popularity but no Big Brother in the booth for this reason. So, first of all, you have to focus on the live content and live results to be able to do so. Even PK anchors? That's the same. As soon as he hung up the connection, Sugar on the mic suddenly and inexplicably started apologizing. Big Brother, I'm sorry. Chen and Di were a bit confused, not understanding what she meant by this. Puzzled and curious, I asked, what's wrong Sugar Girl? Why are you suddenly apologizing to me? Embarrassed, Sugar explained. If we hadn't urged you to go out and fight, we wouldn't have had to break the bank so much tonight. Chen and Di laughed and shook their heads. Hey, wasn't I the one who was flirting with you guys? Come on, why do you have to take everything upon yourself? And didn't I already say that? I have more money than you can imagine. To me, it's really just a bunch of meaningless numbers, okay? Well, the fact that he didn't even know where tomorrow's breakfast was didn't stop him from pretending in the slightest. After saying that, he directly opened the gift bar, and selected the guest of honor one half of the sugar to send a gift at the top. Then the floor tile special effect instantly unfolded on the air. Ha! Sugar exclaimed, but it was perfectly audible that there was no excitement or surprise in her exclamation. Instead, it was more of an anxiety. No, Big Brother, don't brush me. I don't need it, although I may not be as rich as you, Big Brother, but I'm a little rich anyways, so I really don't need it. Listening to her in a hurry and with a bit of an angry tone, Chen and Di felt a bit amused. Mu Jiugu, on the other hand, smiled and said, Sugar, you can just keep it. Anyway, he loves to show off when he has $2 stinking. I don't want it, and if you don't want it, he'll still go and swipe it for some other slutty fox. Ha! Oh, my goodness. You can say anything. You have no inhibitions. Xiao Jiu from what you're saying, you and Sugar-chan are also considered slutty foxes? In fact, as soon as the words left her mouth just now, Mu Jiugu sensed that something was wrong, but she could no longer take it back. Frustrated, he caught the conversation. Only an almighty blank stare can be returned. Sugar was fine with that, and hemmed and hawed, digressing. Big Brother, we are saying that when we go out to fight in the future, can we not be so fierce? Can't we just steal the tower? Chen and Di refused decisively without thinking. No, Mu Jiugu pursued. Why? Chen and Di said back very seriously. I think that any Big Brother who steals towers, stealthy Big Brother, and mysterious person Big Brother, all of them are brushed and pulled. Ouch. Listen. In the piece of momentum, you have to look at me and D brother. Don't tell me. When you think about it, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with what Kazuya said. I agree. Mujiogu didn't have the good sense to blankly glance at her. You're just mad. If those big brothers hear this, it's weird if they don't beat you up. Is there a mystic brother in our live room? Come out and dislike this kid. Mystic 9527, and what Brother D said is not unreasonable. Originally, it was just a casual shout in jest. Who knew that it really blew up a mysterious person? MJG. Chan and D smiled smugly. Mujiogu exasperatedly said, just fool around. You won't be able to go wild when the day comes for you to brush your pull. Ha! I brushed and pulled? How dare you question my strength? After Chan and D finished speaking, it directly rained Huazi again. This time, he emptied his pockets of all coins. His level, on the other hand, had successfully risen to the highest level. Level 60. Sugar Candy sent his congratulations at the first opportunity. Congratulations brother on your joyous promotion to level 60. Honored to be a level 60 big brother. At her reminder, the crowd realized that Chan and D had already reached full level. It was a moment that set off another live broadcast. Asterisk. One night. No. 1 or 2 hours. From level 0 to level 60. And I'm afraid Brother D is the fastest upgraded in the entire network. Right? Everyone can actually say for sure that Brother D is the fastest big brother to level 60 in all of Douyin. Sure enough. And Brother D is really setting records. Nah, I'm uneducated. A awesome line goes everywhere. Chen and D smiled faintly. He wasn't happy for the upgrade, but rather for completing the system test. Looking at the public screen full of congratulations, he was just about to open his mouth to speak when the carnival special effects suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Upon further scrutiny, it wasn't for Mujiogu, nor was it for Sugarplum, but it was for himself. Little Yo-Yo gave an first carnival. Immediately after that, I saw the supreme pop-up she sent. Congratulations and Brother D. Happy to receive the honor of being a 60-level consumer mogul. Chen and D clicked on her profile to take a look, and a smile that was surely so appeared at the corner of his mouth. Unsurprisingly for him, Yo-Yo was an anchor, and the reason why he was given a wazoo was obvious in its meaning and purpose. It's all about coming to venture capital and licking Big Brother's chops. As for congratulations, bullshit, it's just an excuse. Chen and the first to appreciate her, even the first to eat crabs, but it needs some courage and boldness. Thanks. He kept his mouth shut after 2 brief words. Little Yo-Yo, who was holding the cell phone at this time, had a disappointed look on her face after seeing that he stopped talking. Softly muttered, speculation. Shaking little wit really cannot. Hey, or feet on the ground. It is not too lost. Loss is loss. Investment is inherently dangerous. At least it showed up and made good karma. Maybe one day and when Brother D runs a tart, he'll brush himself off, and then, with a small gesture, wouldn't you have it? You know. And the crumbs that D leaked out of his fingers were enough to sustain himself. After shaking her head and sighing, she was ready to silently exit the live stream. But what she didn't know was that there was a big surprise waiting for her when she exited the live stream. Chapter 26, Receiving Gifts Only from Carnival. Little Yo-Yo, who silently exited the live broadcast room, happened to catch a glimpse of a red dot in the message bar below. Having OCD, she would never allow little red dots, so she clicked on it in passing. The result was that when she clicked on it, her jaw dropped, and first followed you. Yes, it's a concern message, and it's also true that it's level 60 and yes, after little Yo-Yo was surprised, she was simply happy and couldn't contain her excitement. It is important to realize that this is a concern as well, and its significance cannot be overstated. Since Big Brother is paying attention, what's the point of saying more? Little Yo-Yo back off, joyfully put away the phone. This sleep also sleep. She was smart enough not to swipe her face on the live feeds again, much less send a private message to Big Brother. Act like nothing happened. Of course, little Yo-Yo is not the only one who comes to venture capital to get acquainted. After her, news and gossip anchor, Ironmouth Lee is giving away 2 carnivals. Chen and D similarly only said the word thank you and quietly clicked follow. Ironmouth Lee and little Yo-Yo were secretly ecstatic in their hearts. Of course they won't tell anyone about the concern. There are still a lot of anchors lurking in Mujiogu's live room right now. And these anchors, all of them, are watching, debating whether or not to invest. They were especially hesitant after seeing that Chen and D showed no sign of anything but a cold expression of thanks. At this time, Douyin's #1 news and gossip anchor, Gossip King's live room. Old Wang, your nemesis Ironmouth Lee is going there to venture capitalize. Aren't you going? That's right. And Brother D is a fierce batch. Hurry up and go to get acquainted and pull some strings. If Iron Mouthly gets in Brother D's support, you, the first brother of Doeen Gossip, I'm afraid your position won't be guaranteed. Yo, CHCH changes. Looking at the screen full of beats, the Gossip King with inverted triangular eyes and a sharp tongue, snorted lightly in disdain. And then he pretended to pick up the Gaiwan tea and took a small sip, putting down the tea bowl. He pretended to be profound and said, I'll tell you, it's not as simple as you think. Venture capital? Licking Big Brother? Bullshit. I'll bet that all those who go to venture capital tonight will go down the drain. These brainless naive batch, being treated like leaks by others without even realizing it, are still complacent and secretly pleased with themselves. Families, there are many things that you see with your own eyes that are not always true. In the business of anchoring, the water is not normally deep. After he swore out these words, he immediately detonated the live broadcast room. Old Wang, what do you mean by that? Is there something fishy going on? Honestly, Old Wang, do you have any inside information? Hurry up and say it. You're talking out of your ass, Old Wang. Tell me. There's a reward for a good speech. Gossip King looked at the rising popularity of the live broadcast, and the corner of his mouth raised in a wry smile. After a little thought, he slowly said, It's almost time for tonight's live broadcast, so let's not talk deeply. Tell you what, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Old Wang will start broadcasting on time and open a special show for this newly minted godly hero. When the time comes, Old Wang will give you a detailed chat about the reasons for each and the unknown insider information. Did not pay attention to the Old King's hurry to pay attention to go a wave? Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock remember to lock the Old King's live room on time. The heavy hitters will absolutely blow your minds. Upon hearing this, the audience fans in the live broadcast room were not happy. Asterisk 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 this pussy is fucking up the next breakdown thing again. Doesn't that just whet your appetite? I'll fucking curse you for eating instant noodles without a spice packet ever. Mud, talking halfway, causing me to itch inside. This asshole, inappropriate son of man. The king of gossip looked at the public screen with a smile on his face. This was the effect he wanted. Predictably, the popularity will absolutely explode when the show opens tomorrow. Maisie sipped tea and continued. In fact, my trumpet has been following the Mujioga live broadcast. You've all seen what the anchors who go to VCs and mix it up get? Promises? Returned gifts? Warm greetings? None of it, okay? Just two cold words. Oh, the deeper meaning of the word. People figure it out for themselves. Okay, I have to go off the air. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Let's talk about it. I'll see you all. He originally thought that there would be a considerable number of anchors who would come to Chen and Dee's place to brush their faces, but it turned out that there were only Xiao Yu and Iron Mouthly. Chen and Dee smiled faintly, not taking it seriously at all. Those who wait and see, those who hesitate, those who don't dare, those who don't have a pattern. There will be a time for them to regret. While there are no longer any anchor gifts, the floor tile effects continue to be a constant. Lurking minions of the mighty tiger gave and the 10th carnival. Floating screen said, Congratulations to brother for honorably rising to level 60. Chen and the first slightly shocked said, Yo, good guy, small brain axe you are not ready to live. This is out of big blood, right? Smiley face, more than just heavy bleeding. It's hemorrhaging. So brother, you have to take care of me. Both could hear that he was joking. Chen and Dee laughed and said, But don't get all this nonsense. Just for the first words you and Sugar little sister said to me. We are friends. It's not the same. His meaning was understood by Sugar little sister and Little Brainaxe as well as Mujiogu. Charlotte in the villa would smile. Typed, Brother, I'm not going to lie. I thought you were a liar for a while after you quit the live room. I'm sorry. Chen and Dee didn't mind at all. Normal. If it were me, I would think the same. It's fine. This was followed by a congratulatory gift from Sugar. Congratulations to my brother on his promotion to the Divine Heroes list. One half of the candy is given to an 11th carnival. Not waiting for Chen and the first to open his mouth. The small brainaxe is dissatisfied with the deduction of words. Hey, Sugar candy you overdone oh. Why do you have to send one more than me? Sugar said smugly. Stinky brother, you have to be a good boy and call out Sister Sugar. Ho ho ho. Well, it does look like a little nun. But what I didn't expect was that Mujiogu had come to get involved. MJK gave an 12th carnival. Congratulations to Oba on his honorary 60th level. Hey, come on. You two call out 9 sisters to listen. In the future, 9 sisters will cover you oh. Chen and Dee laughed and shook their heads, feeling greatly childish. But childish as it was, the atmosphere was very good, very harmonious and cordial. However, the fans on the air were not happy. Hey, what do you mean? Not taking us fans for a ride? Ha? Quit the group. It's no fun. Mujiogu took a look and the screen was full of retreating groups, rushing out to calm the cranky fans. Pretending to be lowly, he said, Don't move to withdraw from the group. Hurt feelings, don't you? I didn't say I wouldn't take you guys to play, either. Why are you still sulking? Say, what do you want? At this moment, a female fan said, I strongly request to join the Atmosphere group led by Sister Sugar. Chapter 27, The Black Powder Group Takes Shape. The pop-ups from the female fans were like a fuse that completely lit up the live broadcast room. I demand to join the Ignition team under Tiger. I'm going to be in the Ignition crew too. I request to join the Atmosphere group. Looking at the incomparably enthusiastic fans, Mujiogo was very happy and was a little bit pleased inside. Smiling like a flower, she hurriedly said, Alright, 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 alright. Tell you what, fans who want to add to the group, please private message Cerebellum Max and Sugar. You guys can private message whoever you want to add to the group, okay? The two of them will manage and organize you uniformly, so we'll just hang out together from now on, okay? Hearing her say that, the cranky fans finally subsided. But fans are pretty self-aware of their strengths and know what groups to add. If you don't have the means, but have the time, add the Atmosphere group. And for those who are more generous, add a light fire set. But no one just dared to add the Tower Guard group. Chen and D didn't even receive a single group minion. In fact, he didn't need to, because he was enough for one person, and he alone became an army. Sugar smiled and asked, Brother, do you take people in your Tower Guard group? Cerebellamax floated the screen and flirted. Sugar's sister. It's purely redundant for you to ask that. Even if Big Brother wants to take people in, can he take them in? Ha ha. Chen and D were just about to say that they didn't need it, but they suddenly smacked out some ideas. So slowly he said, Receive it. It's one thing if you can receive it, but still. However, I carefully thought about it. The Tower Guard group is too difficult to hear, and there is no momentum to speak of. Completely unworthy of our temperament. So, I decided to rename the Tower Guard group to the Combat group. Ahem. Although I'm currently the only one in the Combat group's establishment, our aim is to be expensive. Obamu Jyogu Kazlan's big eyes fluttered. So, you still have such a middle-aged hot-blooded side Hey, quite childish Sugar laughed along. Chen and D smiled in a slightly embarrassed manner, forcing a sophomoric statement. What do you women know? We men are teenagers until we die, okay? Just as they were chatting furiously, Mystic 9527 Weekly popped in and asked, at the risk of asking, I wonder how I can join your gang. Mujiogu was stunned. I didn't expect to attract a mysterious big brother. Hurriedly and enthusiastically, he said, just follow plus fan light sign. Upon seeing the mysterious person paying attention and giving away fan light tags, Mujiogu couldn't help but dejected herself. Look at Ninth Sister's damned face, talent and charisma. How come she's so attractive to Big Brother? Chen and D couldn't help but strike. Are you sure it's coming at you? Sugarplum also chimed in. Ninth Sister, why do I feel that Big Brother is coming for us? Manticore of the Lurking Claws, oh Sister 9, you are indeed beautiful to look at, but you've gone overboard with the dung if you still want to be beautiful. Mujiogu immediately expressed her disbelief. Big Brother Mystic, tell me honestly, are you attracted to me? Honestly, no. Mujiogu went down on the spot. Mystic 9527 continues to float the screen. I'm just here for your gang. I feel like it should be pretty fun to play. God ho Big Brother play fight sound well. Play is a happy. But where the real gods ho Big Brother. That basically brushes sentiment votes. Do not pull what love votes and so on. Could a godly man like them possibly lack women in real life? What kind of woman do you want? Do you have to come to the virtual internet for excitement? Once you turn off your face and take off your makeup, what will you look like? Finding it in real life and not coming is more realistic? And of course, there must be a lot of Big Brother who swiped the love vote. Such, inevitably, are the ones who have met with Big Brother offline. Sugar instantly said, interesting, must be interesting. I wonder which group you want to add. Big Brother? Is it the jolly talkative Atmosphere group? Or the short-tempered fire team? Or is it the battle group, which is known as the concentration camp of godly men? Good guy. Sugar, this little nun's eloquence hard to get. This is not pure fooling? It's still a case of eyes wide open. The point is that other people have been lying right there on the air the whole time. Is it really okay for you to be so blatantly flippant? Ha ha. Chen and D couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sugar little sister you're very talented at being an anchor yo. As soon as he heard it, Mujiogu had a ghostly aura that could be felt through the screen. What's going on? Isn't this your own live room? But why does it seem like it has nothing to do with you? Nothing to do with being a vase. When something is wrong, become a toolman. What is this? Muttering, he said in an aggrieved voice, "Why don't you guys do the broadcasting and I'll be the big sister of the list one?" Unfortunately, her grudges and grievances were directly ignored by everyone who tacitly chose to ignore them. Mystic 9527 continues to send supreme pop-ups. At least I'm an honored Mystic user. Joining the atmosphere and ignition groups doesn't seem to match my status. I'll choose the combat group. Shannon D laughed and teased. Pull it down. I guess you're about to brush and pull it off. So don't pretend. Mystic 9527, hey team leader, can't people have some minimum respect for each other? Are you polite? Okay. Welcome brother Mystic to join our gang and become a member of the honorable combat team. Mystic 9527, don't. Team leader, you're suddenly so polite. I'm a bit overwhelmed. Just call me 7. And what's more, I'm still a 0, 2, uncle. Now it's Chan and D's turn to ask you if you're polite. What's wrong with you? You're so proud of your age? Are you proud of being young? Okay, he admits he ate the lemon. It seems that this mysterious person should also be a rich second generation, or a rich third generation or something like that. Feeling disliked, Shannon D said in a bad mood. What uncle is not an uncle? I am also less than 30. Okay, Mystic 9527, but I'm only 18. I'm yet. Shannon D took a deep breath, indicating that they didn't want to talk to him anymore. Following up on Sugar, she asked, Sugar-chan, how old are you? Uncle, people are only 18 years old too, and they just got into college this year. Ha ha. Looking at Shannon D who were choked speechless, Mujiogo laughed unimaginatively with a cackle. Let you be arrogant. Let you be wild. Let you be brash. Let you be pretentious. Age is your eternal wound. Shannon D sighed helplessly. Is the internet all about young people now? He couldn't help but wonder if he was fit to play online at his age. Doubtful as he was, it didn't stop him from talking tough in the slightest. I say, you've only just reached adulthood, and you're still college students. So what's the point of indulging in the internet if you don't study hard? Talking about you Mystic, not only are you addicted to the internet, but you also have no restraint and spend money lavishly. Did you make money? What's the point of running to the internet and pretending to be a big brother? Not a bad grade, is it? Didn't spend much, did you? Don't think you can hide it by wearing a vest. Ha, nonsense. Chapter 28, I'm still the same teenager who charges money. Chen and D split their heads and gave a righteous sermon. Sugar weakly took the initiative to explain. Uncle, the money I spent can be my years of savings of the New Year's money, and the living expenses given by my family. Did not steal and did not rob. Oh, well, she also changed her name straight away and didn't even need to overdo it. Earlier, he called me brother, more affectionately than anyone else, but now he calls me uncle. But it doesn't sound out of place. Chen and D still didn't have the good sense to say, how much year-end money and living expenses can there be? Doesn't it smell good to keep it to buy clothes, cosmetics, and good food? Living expenses will be a couple $100,000 a month from Dad. Just ask for more if it's not enough. Upon hearing this, Chen and D raised their eyebrows. Several $100,000 per month isn't a lot. It's better to economize. But Mom and Grandma and Grandpa and Grandpa and Grandma will still give it. Nima. Not to mention the fans in the live broadcast. Even Chen and D feel that the heavens are not fair. As for the New Year's money, that's bound to be a horrible amount as well. Chen and D don't need to ask. He can't afford to be stormed. People are so angry with each other. Sugar smiled in embarrassment, probably feeling too Versailles as well. Explaining again, my family says that when boys get rich they get bad, and when girls get bad they get rich. That's why girls need to be rich. That's why. Hey, this little nun can be real in. What else could Chen and D say? Being choked outright by such a strong family, Mordecai had no choice but to point the finger at Mystic 9527 in order to save face. You kid, let me take off your vest first and take a look at it. Mystic 9527, I heard you say Mystic and all that before Uncle. It was all brushed and pulled and I wanted to take it off. Although you have a good point. Jussie, I didn't brush the pull. Oh, I just thought it was racy enough, pretentious enough, mysterious enough. Since you want me to take it off, Uncle, I'll take it off. It's not like it's unseemly. After floating the screen, he simply closed the Mystic suit. What's up, Uncle? What can I tell you? Once the vest was retired, the screen floated with his screen name nickname, Rebel Teen. Chen and D clicked on his account to take a look. Oh, a 60-level godly hero. The IP affiliation is still shown as Pretty Country. Since it's a private account, you can only see these few simple messages. Extrapolating from the reactions of the live viewers and fans, he must have been using the Mystic costume. Otherwise, it was impossible for a level 60 Godhawk not to recognize it. Even if you change your name, you will be recognized. And his Mystic number, it keeps changing. Yoo-hoo, 60 levels, you kid is good. Come on, tell uncle. What's wrong with you again? Rebel teen, me? I'm still the same teenager I charged up. Not a single thing has changed. When Chen and Dee saw this pop up, they actually sang it in their hearts. I'm Nima. Toxic. Puffing. Mujiogu and Sugar Candy both couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seriously, what's going on here? Rebellious teenager, I can't help it. If I don't make a strong effort to lose money while I'm at it, I won't be able to take my turn later on when my brother inherits the family business. I didn't want to inherit the family fortune anyway, so I'll lose as much as I can now. It's better to lose it all. I'm trying so hard, but I'm spoiling and losing money at a rate that's not even 1/10,000th of the rate at which they're making money. Uncle, it's too hard for me. Can you give me some advice? Any ideas on how to lose the family business fast? Mud. One is more Versailles than the other. What else can Chen and Dee say? What else can he say? And this kid is even more ripped. He didn't dare to ask any deeper questions, or he might pull out some kind of family ethics dog blood story. Why don't you go into engineering? Rebel teen, huh? Engineering? What does that say? Will it help me lose my family's money? Chen and the first swore back. I have a few projects here for you to choose from. Your meager family's foundation can finish one. All powerful on the sky. Rebel teen, really? Tell me. Uncle, you hurry up and tell me. Chen and Dee heatedly smiled and slowly said, tile the Great Wall inside and out. Put an elevator on Mount Everest. Make a stainless steel cover for the Pacific Ocean. And put a switch on the sun. Tell me, which project could your family take over according to your family's background? Rebellious teenager, uncle, I have no grudge against you. Why do you treat me like an idiot? Aggrieved? Mujiogu shook her head helplessly and said, alright, don't talk about all this nonsense. It's already past 2 o'clock. Sister 9 is going off the air to get her beauty sleep. Just as Mujiogu was about to say goodbye to the audience and fans and get off the air, a level 60 account suddenly opened up. At first glance, Mujiogu was visibly stunned. She recognizes. Immediately afterward, the floor tile effects were seen once again on the livestream. The Tilted City Guild gave Chen and Dee 20 carnivals. Floating screen said, the Tilted City Guild congratulates and Brother D for honorably rising to level 60, and has come to congratulate him. That's right. The Tilted City Guild was precisely a subsidiary of Tilted City Culture Media. It was also the property of Mu Jioji's mom, Mu Ching Chang. Chen and Dee were aware that the Tilted City Guild was affiliated with Tilted City Media. It was just that he didn't know the relationship between Mu Jiogu and Mu Chingcheng. He was surprised, not at all expecting the Tilted City Guild's kindness to come so quickly. In his scheming, his own sudden appearance was sure to attract the attention of the major guilds of Douyin. But it's only a concern. As for other goodwill, befriending, or even drawing in or whatever, they will inevitably wait to observe in detail before making the decisions they will make. Even though small guilds were finely tuned, let alone a big guild like Tilting City Guild that ranked in the top 10. Therefore, the appearance of the Tilted City Guild would have been unreasonable, and it makes even less sense to make a big deal out of giving a gift of congratulations. Mu Qingchang? Her figure suddenly popped up in Chen and Dee's mind. It's just an insignificant subsidiary. What does it have to do with her? Hastily, he shook his head, shaking her shadow out of his mind. It is important to know that the center of gravity of Tilting City Culture Media is in the entertainment industry, film and television, investment and other fields. Even if the Tilted City Guild was as big and successful as it was still just a guild on the Douyin platform. Compared to the head office Tilting City Culture and Media, it was the difference between an ant and an elephant. Before Chen and Dee could say anything, they saw the floating screen of the Tilting City Guild account again. And brother, don't think too much. I only came here to say congratulations. No other purpose. Congratulations. After posting the pop-up, he left the live stream. As for whether there are any trumpets lurking around peeking at the broadcast, who knows? Oh, good guy. And Brother D's stage is big. Even the Tilting City Guild account came to give gifts. It can only be described in 4 words. A fight to the death. That said, what exactly is the meaning of this Tilted City Guild? Chapter 29. As soon as Tilted City Guild's account opened into the live broadcast room, it caused Mu Jioji's eyebrows to furrow slightly. After the gifts and congratulations, her frown intensified. She seriously suspected that the dumping guild was authorized by her old mom. The truth, however, was that she had thought wrong. Mu Qingcheng, who had been invisible in the live broadcast room, really had no prior knowledge. She was also a bit surprised when she saw the gifts from the Tilted City Guild. In a moment, though, she figured out the connection. The head of the Tilted City Guild was an old subordinate who had followed her for many years. So naturally, she was aware of her relationship with Mu Jiogu. Obviously, this is under the guise of congratulating her live-streaming big brother. But in reality, It's standing up for her to top her popularity. Of course, there is also the implication of making friends with the godly big brother. Mu Qingqing thought briefly, and a seductive smile appeared on her charming and elegant face. It seemed to be very satisfied with this action of the Tilted City Guild. Those who achieve great things cannot hesitate and look ahead. Timing is important, and in many cases being one step ahead of the game gives you a head start. Of course, the vision can't be bad. Mu Qingcheng was quite optimistic about this mysterious divine hero. That's why the Tilted City Guild's initiative to be the first to come down and take a stand was something she agreed with. As for the rest, no worries. Taking a step back, even if the venture capital investment fails and ends up becoming the laughingstock of the industry and being accused of being unpalatable, so what? But what if it works? What if this guy is really a great god? Mu Jiugu shook her head and just acted as if nothing had happened. Continued, to the point, Nine sister really have to go off the air to sleep beauty sleep. Have not stayed up for a long time it. Just to give you all a heads up. Starting tomorrow, we'll be back to our previous airtime. That means the show starts at 9 p.m. So remember to come on time. Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Sister Nine's live studio. Don't see you there. Bye. Good night. Pa boys. Love you. After saying the exit speech, Mu Jiugu directly ended the live broadcast. Leaning on the head of the bed, Chan and Dee lit a cigarette, mentally calculating today's earnings. 1 carnival for Little Yo-Yo, 2 for Iron Mouth Lee, 10 for Cerebellum Max, 11 for Sugar Sister, 12 for Mu Jiugu, and 20 for Tilted City Guild. Altogether that's 56 carnivals. The total sound wave obtained is also 1,680,000, which converted into RMB is 168,000. And after deducting the platform's 50% cut, and the anchor's 10% cut, that leaves 67,200. I opened my wallet and saw that it was over $67,000. Chen and Dee couldn't help the corners of their mouths from rising slightly. So this was not breakfast money? Without saying a word, you can just bind your bank card and start withdrawing money. When you withdraw the money, you have to deduct a 20% tax, so it comes to over $50,000. Beautiful. There is no such thing as an unbalanced heart, whether it is consumed or harvested. All for nothing. What's not to know? I don't know how many times better it is than the exhausting work of moving bricks and delivering takeaways. The money was obtained by drilling a hole in the system, but it was reasonable and legal. No problem. There is no wait. Almost seconds. Also seconds to receive a text message from the bank. Looking at the account balance, Chen and Dee smiled like a small child. It's soothing. It's a whole lot of soothing. My back doesn't get sore. My hands don't hurt anymore. And I can climb 5 floors in one breath without gasping. Looking at the cigarette that still had a small section left in his hand, he didn't even think about it and just pressed it out in the ashtray. Dude's not bad now. How can he still smoke up to the filter like he used to? I'm making money. I'm making money. I don't know how to spend it. I have to say that Chan and Dee have swelled up. He watched the text message display his account balance for a few moments before he turned it off with fondness. This was the first time in his life that he had this much money in his account. In the old days, whenever he had a little money he'd pass it all on to the little snot. And yourself. You only keep a little money for meals. He's had a hard time over the years. Before it was bitter, but the heart was happy and sweet. But after this shit, he started questioning himself if it was worth it. But it's one thing to be worth it, and another to regret it. Even without the advent of the system, he probably would have changed his old way of life for good. Life is just a few decades, and he has already suffered all the pain of this life in his first 20 years. So, for the remaining decades, he just wants to enjoy life. At the same time, I also do what I can to repay the old Dean for his kindness. After all, without the kind old Dean, there would be no Chan and Dee. The world kisses me with kindness, and I will return the favor with a song. Shaking his head, he thought no more about it. It was still too far away for him to be practical right now. After all, he himself is still struggling with the poverty line. Opened up 99 plus messages and saw that, ooh, they were all following him and private messaging him. What a mess of private messages. The anchor's fancy licking, fancy begging for support. The scammer's fancy borrowing, fancy luring. More than enough. Even Shom had shamelessly sent him all sorts of suggestive, visceral messages. Chen and Dee didn't bother to look. Only read private messages from Mujuj, Sugar, Cerebellum Max, and Rebel Teen. All that was sent was their own micro-signal requesting to be added as a micro-friend. Chen and Dee just wanted to open WeChat and add them, but they were suddenly stunned and muttered, No, I can't use this number. Gotta get a specialized trumpet for that. At this thought, he also gave up the idea of adding WeChat for the time being. I'll wait until tomorrow to get a calling card and register a small number. Just as Chen and Dee turned off their cell phones and prepared to go to sleep, the system's raw mechanical sounds suddenly rang in their heads. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the test task issued by this system. This test mission passes. 10 stars. In recognition of the host's 10-star completion of the mission, this system hereby rewards the host with a set of real estate, and expects the host to keep up the good work. May I ask the host whether to receive the reward now? As soon as he heard the reward the system was talking about, Shannon D violently bounced up from the bed, filled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to say, claim, 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 claim now. When the words landed, a cowhide file bag appeared in his hand out of thin air. Hectically, he unwrapped the bag and dumped all the papers inside onto the bed. Inside, it contains the purchase contract, real estate license and other complete documentation. After taking a look at the purchase contract and the real estate license, Shannon D couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The property was in his name and the signature on the contract turned out to be exactly the same as his own. He compared the fingerprints again, and surprisingly they were not even close. Good guy. It's really the system. This means can't be imagined. Shocked to be shocked, but thinking that it was the handiwork of the system, but also relieved. Then he looked closer. The system awards this property, which is located in the education district. That's right. A proper schoolhouse. Chapter 30, officially starting the journey of the divine greatness. Shannon D carefully put the purchase contract and real estate license back into the file bag. Now that you have a good idea of where the property is located and the neighborhood, you can see for yourself tomorrow. He had a smile on his face and a beautiful heart. I didn't expect the system to give substantial rewards, and the rewards given are so apt. He was thinking of changing his residence to a relatively better condition, and he had to. The system thoughtfully delivered it to his door. Isn't this just the right time for a sleepyhead to meet a pillow? Really? He had to thank the system for 8 generations. Mizatang muttered. Network God's hero system? The original network can still shine into reality? Ah, hey. The host should not be complacent, and should continue to work hard. Besides, it's just a schoolroom. What's the point of having the internet come into reality? If the host continues to perfectly complete the tasks issued by this system, you will naturally know in the future. What is the true network shining into reality? The expression on Shannon D's face visibly stalled. The words just now were just something he said in passing, but he didn't expect to set the system's words. Can the internet really come to life? It's a loss of Z. Shannon D were so excited that their faces were a little red, like they were engorged with blood. The heartbeat also inexplicably accelerated wildly. He was curious and looking forward to what the system said would happen when it shone into reality. However, listening to the system's words, it was obvious that there was still a certain distance for him at the moment. There is no rush. The host has passed the test and meets the standard of the network god hero. This system is bound in. 1%, 20%, binding complete. Congratulations to the host, who is about to embark on a journey to become a cyber god. Aha, Wang Defa? Does that mean it hasn't even started yet? What's going on? You spent $200 million for nothing? You're fucking level 60 yourself and you're saying you haven't started yet? So the end of a lifetime for others is just the beginning? Good man, that's a lot of energy to save. Has successfully charged 5 billion Dogecoins to the host's account, officially starting the road to cyber godhood. Well, that's 5 billion straight up. 25 times more than the test. Sure enough, it's officially on. This issue's squandering theme. Bully. Aha, splurge theme? Bully? Chen in the first moment were a bit confused. Hastily, he asked. Wait, what does the squandering theme mean? Bully, what does it mean again? No comment, please feel your way through it on your own. Host, good lord, it looks like this should be the key point of this installment of the quest. The theme of profligacy is not difficult to understand, but this bully, you have to think carefully. Chen and D didn't dwell on it, but continued to ask, then is there a time limit for this installment of the mission? No. Chen and D slightly raised their eyebrows. Although the system did not limit the time, he could conclude that the 5 billion Dogecoins were bound to be squandered as quickly as possible. So if the current mission ends in failure, is there a penalty or something? That was his main concern. No. The system was as succinct as ever. Hearing its reply, Chen and D breathed a long sigh of relief. Surprisingly unpunished. Very Nessie. Rather expectantly, he continued to follow up with, and will there be a reward if it's accomplished? Depending on the degree of qualification of the host in completing the task. Chen and D lay on the bed, gazing at what the system had said. What he could confirm was that the qualification level of the mission was definitely related to the squandering of time, as well as the word bully given. As for bully, what does it mean? After his careful consideration, he confirmed that it should be something like overbearing dominance. The system's meaning should be that with this 5 billion Dogecoins, He had to squander it in a domineering and overbearing enough manner to be able to do so. The evening breeze blew into the house through the rusty iron windows. It's now nearly 3 in the morning and the temperature has dropped quite a bit, coupled with the fact that today encountered too many things, and labor all day. Physically and mentally exhausted Chen and thought of thinking about falling asleep. There was no talk all night. The next day, Chen and Dee struggled to open their sleepy eyes. Grabbing my bedside cell phone, I was surprised to see that it was already after 8 a.m. He hadn't gotten up this late in a long time. As a struggling lower middle class member of society, he basically wakes up at 6 or 7 to start laboring for a living. Getting up early and working late has become the norm for him. It was probably the fact that he was physically and mentally exhausted yesterday. Plus he slept too late. That caused his biological clock to malfunction. Slowly getting up, then showering and washing. Put on a cool sweatshirt and shorts, revealing a strong, powerful body as well as bronzed skin and long, hairy legs. When flip-flops are worn, no one fucking loves them. Grabbing his keys, cell phone and other items, he headed out the door. First, he rode his beloved electric bike up for repairs. After all, it was an old buddy that had been with him for a few years, and he wasn't about to throw it away or sell it. There are electric car repairers right in the middle of the town, so it's quite convenient. Chen and the price of a good deal, leaving the battery car to wait for the master to repair on the line. Passing by the roadside stall where he often bought breakfast, Chen and Dee asked for a bowl of tofu brain, 2 tea eggs, a cage of xiaolong bao, and 2 donuts. Yes, read that right, that's how much. He can't afford not to be full after long hours of physical labor. Over time, it has also developed a big stomach. Adding 2 spoons of red oil chili to the salty tofu brain is appetizing to look at. Sitting directly on a roadside stand, he enjoyed his breakfast beautifully. Burp. It didn't take long to get all of the breakfast for 2 into his belly, and he burped contentedly. For him, there was nothing more grounding than a full stomach. After settling the bill, Chen and Dee headed for the city center. Slipping through the busy streets, he couldn't help but sigh. Suddenly all the burdens were lifted off his body, and while it was a lot easier, there was a sense of emptiness. This guy, he's a real bitch. He was about to go buy a cell phone card when his worn-out cell phone suddenly rang. Taking it out, it was the phone number of the Phantom Group's station manager. Tell him that his paycheck has been sent to his WeChat and his paycheck has been credited to his card, and ask him to confirm it. If there are errors or omissions, verify them with the station's feedback instantly. Just after hanging up, he received a text message that his paycheck had arrived. A closer look at the paycheck shows that the $8,000 plus paychecks are fine. I can't help but have a smile on my face, not just because of the money, but also partly because of the sense of accomplishment. There is no shame and pride in earning money by your own sweat and with your hard-working hands. Looking down at his own outfit and then looking at the bustling Chuanxi Road, Chen and Dee shook their heads. It's quite comfortable to wear, but it's really out of place. That, plus the heat, made him reluctant to skedaddle any further. Originally, I just wanted to get a cell phone card, but I managed to get an expensive new cell phone under the salesman's persuasion. Looking at the latest model of cell phone, his heart was dripping. He had never used such a good cell phone before. Actually, he's a bit stingy. The main thing, though, is that the long-established habits and sense of thinking and money values and so on make it difficult for him to shift over at once. Unlike those who get rich overnight, he doesn't have a sick mindset of revenge spending or anything like that. Chapter 31, The Real Golden Nest. After buying the phone card and cell phone, Chen and Dee went straight back to the rental house in the middle of the city. Put the phone card into the new phone and turn it on. Sensei, new, expensive, and just plain fun to play. Fiddle around a bit and download all the apps you need to download as well. After registering his WeChat trumpet, he started adding friends, Newjuges, Sugars, Cerebella Maxes, and King of Versailles Rebel Teens. Additions were made, but none of them passed. I guess they were all still sleepy. After all, for them young people, morning doesn't exist. There is no such concept as morning. Just as he finished adding it, the guy from the mechanic's store called and told him the car was fixed and he should pick it up. Ben would have only had to change the back housing, which wouldn't have taken much. Chen and Dee thought about it and picked up the file bag in his hand before going out again. Riding on the repaired electric bike, he couldn't wait to see his new home. The new home is located in the Fairview Hills neighborhood in the Education District. Chen and Dee are aware of this neighborhood, barely considered a middle to high-end neighborhood. The neighborhood is directly across the street from a nationally renowned college, on par with the Capital Film Academy and the Magic City Drama Academy, the Tianfu Art Academy. Only the 3 colleges have different focuses. That's not even the point. The point is that the Tianfu Academy of Arts is superbly beautiful. Chen and Dee were secretly happy inwardly. Other things aside, even if he looked at beautiful women every day and nourished his eyes, it would be excellent. riding a small battery car to the main gate of the neighborhood. Chen and the first did not expect the system to record his face into the access control system. Unexpected, yet reasonable. The purchase contract stated that there was a parking space purchased at the same time, and he rode his battery-operated bike directly into the underground garage and found his own parking space and parked it. It's a bit of a big deal that an expensive parking space is used to park a battery-operated car. Parking is conveniently located just below the level where your new home is located. Building 8. Unit 1. 8th floor. Number 1. Take the elevator directly to the 8th floor. There are only 2 homes on the first floor, right across the door from each other, so it's easy to find. Chen and D subconsciously looked at 8182. The door of the room was closed. Looking at the equally tightly closed 8181, Chen and D were instantly confused. How can I open the door? It's not a regular key lock or a combination lock. The point is that even if he did, he doesn't have the key or the code. Walking up to the door, Chen and D reached out and caressed the door of the room. With just a light touch, he could clearly feel the heaviness from the door of the room. Chen and D frowned. This door is afraid that it is not simple now. Looking at the center side, there is a box cover that resembles a combination lock. Chen and D gently pushed open the lid of the box, and an electronic screen appeared in front of them. A mechanical electronic female voice was then heard. Please place your palm in the graphic. A palm pattern appears on the screen. Chen and D thought about it. I think it's a man's left and a woman's right. Right? He held out his left palm and pressed it within the graphic on the screen. Palm print verification passed. Please recognize the iris. Chen and D slowly lowered their bodies again, bringing their eyes closer to the electronic screen. Recognition passed. Immediately, a dull click was heard, and the door opened automatically. Phew. Chen and D let out a long breath. Good lord, that's cumbersome and high-tech. Isn't it just an ordinary schoolhouse? Why do you have to be so strict and mysterious? Getting all fancy like opening a bank vault door. Chen and D made a point of looking at the door of the room when they pulled the door in. Visual inspection of the room door is at least 7 or 8 centimeters thick, and when the door is pushed and pulled, the feeling of thickness is even stronger. The material is definitely unusual. Chen and D couldn't help but ask curiously, what kind of material is this door made of? Ryuden specialty alloys. Chen and D clearly didn't understand. Explain. It has a series of functions such as anti-arc, anti-drilling, anti-cutting, anti-prying, fire prevention, etc. Simple and straightforward. In layman's terms, it's the same material as a bank vault door. Nima. Chen and D were instantly confused. What the fuck? A prophecy. Ha? Chen and D were not generally speechless. Couldn't help but question. As far as that goes? You'll see for yourself when you go in and see if it's to the point. Chen and D smoothly closed the door to the room and walked into the entrance hall. Fixing his eyes on it really shocked him hard. The front of the foyer is usually designed with a wine cooler, wine table or something like that, and this suite is also designed with shelves, instead of wine racks. However, they are display racks built of goldenrod, and instead of wine, the shelves were filled with pieces of porcelain and bronze. Chen and D didn't know if these objects were decorations or what, but they did look rather forced. But he vaguely felt that it wasn't as simple as he thought. Pointing at the rows and rows of objects on the exhibition shelves, Chen and D asked with slightly trembling voices, "You're not going to tell me that these are all real, right? See for yourself." Chen and D rolled their eyes in a good-natured manner. What the hell do I know about antiques? If you don't know how to appreciate antiques, you still can't read? Chen and D cautiously approached the display racks, and it turned out that next to each object, there were several plastic sealed documents. Pick it up and see that it is a certificate of collection, as well as certificates of authenticity and other credentials. Looking at the identification written on the Northern Song Dynasty Rue Kiln Green Glaze Sunflower Wash, Shannon once again confused. Take it with you. It's a Northern Song Dynasty object. Nice one. Gently stroking it, he asked curiously, how much is this thing worth? In 2012, a sunflower wash of the same model was auctioned off and sold for $26. $7 million at the time. What? Chen and D exclaimed out loud in shock, jerking his lightly caressing hand back. Then, as if afraid of attracting burglars, he hastily covered his mouth. His eyes were wide open and his face was full of shock. It's too shocked to even speak. He couldn't believe that this plate-like thing was worth hundreds of millions of RMB. Frozen for a long time, he slowly eased up and swallowed hard. Then he picked up the certificate next to him. A Qing Xianlong Famille Rose gourd vase with 10,000 lifetimes in a row. What about this one? And how much is it worth? 2010. Sold at auction for 207 million renminbi. Wang Defa? Over $200 million for this stupid bottle? Chen and D shook his head. He didn't understand. And he didn't dare to keep looking and keep asking. He was afraid his little heart wouldn't be able to take it. The display is fixed to the floor and the antiques on it are all fixed to the display, so there is absolutely no need to worry about falling. Even so, Chen and Dee carefully stayed away. It's impossible not to be scared. What kind of vault is this? It's 1,000 times more valuable than a vault. What kind of schoolhouse is this? It's a golden nest. Although he had already seen the certificates, he couldn't help but confirm. Are these compliant and legal? Fully documented. Compliant and legal. No need to worry. Can I take these and auction them off? Can't. Chapter 32, Moving to a New Home and a Little Chatterbox. Ch. Upon hearing that they could not be auctioned off, Chen and Dee instantly felt tasteless. He is neither an antique enthusiast nor an antique collector. And these valuable antiques are just a decoration in his eyes. No balls. With that, Chen and Dee surveyed the decorations of the living room. An array of wooden furniture, either rosewood or goldenrod, and ancient paintings draped the walls. The whole living room is antique, with a strong classical flavor, and is very beautiful in Chinese style. Undoubtedly, the value of the wooden carved and skeletonized furniture, as well as the ancient paintings and various decorations, would definitely make Chen and Dee's jaws drop. He knew that too, so he didn't even ask. He was afraid that after asking, he wouldn't dare to touch it, or use it again. So it's better to simply pretend you don't know. The entire house is nearly 150 square feet, with 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, dining room, living room, 1 master bedroom and 2 bedrooms, and a den. The decor is very well designed and laid out. Apart from the quaint living room, the rest of the room amenities are quite modern and tech-savvy. It feels like the whole house is a combination of old and new, and yet it doesn't feel out of place, but rather complementary and unobtrusive. The use of ancient and modern elements is extremely skillful and reasonable. Chen and Dee genuinely liked it. Not in general. The house is not only beautifully decorated, but also has a complete set of appliances and utensils, as well as household items, all brand new. Even the kitchen refrigerator was filled with all kinds of fresh ingredients. Looking at Chen and Dee were in awe. Also, there is a lot of appreciation for such a thoughtful and considerate system. Great guy. You don't need to bring anything, you can just move in empty-handed. Chen and Dee also found access cards, utility cards, etc. on the rosewood tablets in the living room. Laying on a ginormous bench with cool central air conditioning is nothing short of relaxing. Soothing. That's fucking life. Chen and Dee slowly stood up, not lingering too much on the temporary comfort. He decided to move in today. With this in mind, there was no delay, and he directly went out and rushed back towards the city center village. Surrendering rent. Moving. There's not much to pack. Just pack your clothes and take them with you. As for the rest, he generously left it to the next tenant. Dilapidated rentals and no deposits at all. Just hand the keys back to the landlord and be done with it. By the time he dragged his suitcase back to the Fairview Heights neighborhood again, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. It's been a busy morning, and I've finally gotten it all done. Chen and Dee took out a bottle of ice-cold happy water from the restaurant's refrigerator and raised their heads. Hiccup. Belched out a breathless hiccup that was indescribably hearty. Drinking happy water without burping would be pointless. Grabbing a Coke, he slowly walked towards the balcony and looked at the blue sky as his thoughts drifted away. When he recovered his mind, he obediently lowered his head to look down. Ooh, the balcony was actually facing the main entrance of the Tenfu Art Academy. And they're not far apart, just across the street in between. Chen and Dee could even see people entering and leaving the school gates. But it's summer vacation time and students are on vacation, so it's not exactly bustling. Looking at the scattered people going in and out of the school gates, I assume they are faculty and staff who live on campus. It's okay, school starts in 10 days or so I'll come back and feed my eyes then. He. Chen and Dee wondered if he had to go buy a telescope. Bah, nasty. Shaking his head hurriedly, he shook the mess of obscene thoughts out of his head. Back in the living room, before he could sit down, a strong hunger pang came from his belly. Walk straight into the kitchen, which is full of ingredients and grains and oils and a host of spices anyway, and make your own. If he wasn't so busy earning money that he didn't have the extra time and energy to cook, Chen and Dee really wouldn't want to eat takeout. Having originally worked part-time as a delivery boy before, he's naturally seen too many worrying insiders, all tech and hard work, so now that he has the means, time and energy, he prefers to cook for himself. Having helped his old dean share the household chores since he was a few years old, cooking was a piece of cake for him. And, after dropping out of school and working to earn money to support his family, he also worked in the back of a restaurant hotel, for a long time. It's not that he brags about being awesome. His level of cooking is not even remotely close to that of the average backroom master chef. If learning to cook systematically hadn't been so time-consuming, he might have actually moved toward a career as a chef. He had just put the rice on simmer when his cell phone beeped, drying the water stains on his apron. He pulled his new cell phone out of his pants pocket. It turned out to be the beep of friend verification passing. Also, all 4 buddies have passed and were so busy moving before that they should have missed it. Rebel teen, sorry uncle. I was eating dinner when you added me and didn't see it. Chen and D just wanted to ask him if he had slept his head off, but suddenly remembered that he was not in the country. The time difference between pretty country and home is around 13 hours, and he was friend at around 9 in the morning, and it would be about 7 or 8 p.m. on the tawdry side, which is indeed dinner time. It should now correspond to 11 or 12 o'clock at night on his side. So Chen and D replied back, "It's fine. You should rest early. Rebel teen, OJBK, tomorrow morning uncle remember to bring me along to play let's double swords together. Fighting sound invincible." Chen and D shook their heads rather breathlessly. Again he meowed as a hot-blooded middle-aged slut. Plus, it felt weird talking to him. Chen and D gave the mighty tiger of the lurking minions a cerebellarax on the docket. He didn't leave a message instead, just went through friend verification. Sugar little sister, uncle. I waited all night last night for you to add my friend. Uncle, you're up so early? You're adding friends early in the morning? Uncle, what are you doing? Why don't you reply? Have you had lunch yet? I ate instant noodles that I made myself. Uncle, am I annoying you? Am I disturbing you? Oh, uncle is ignoring people. Is uncle angry? I'm sorry, I don't have many friends. I can only talk to the older man. Looking at the dozens of messages that poured out in a row, Chen and D once again shook his head. This little nun is not a chatterbox. I'm afraid? From her message, Chen and D could read something. First of all, Sugar-chan should really have no friends, or she wouldn't have caught him alone and talked endlessly, not to mention the equivalent of talking to herself. Lastly, Sugar Girl definitely doesn't know how to cook. She was even proud of herself for making instant noodles. Sure is a pampered little princess. Chen and D didn't reply to her, but instead clicked on the message sent by Mujiogu. It's not that he doesn't want to reply, but he's afraid that if he does, what if this consumptive little girl is playing with her cell phone, sees it, and then looks for him to have an endless chat? So, it was better to read Mujiogu's message first. As a result, Chen and D froze when they opened it. Chapter 33 Fish and Water Charity Foundation. Mujiogu sent a picture whose content was unbelievably powerful. Ahem, don't get any ideas, it's not an imaginary cool photo, but a screenshot of a donation. The object of the donation is Fish and Water Charity Foundation. The donor is not her Mujiogu, but and the first. The amount of donations, on the other hand, is a whopping $8 million. That is, the entire proceeds of her live broadcast last night, net of platform draws and income tax. Chen and D, who had been frozen in shock for a long time as they looked at the screenshot, let out a deep breath. Mujiogu donated all the proceeds, which he really never expected. What he didn't expect was that it was donated in his name. At the moment, he had a lot of feelings. To Mujiogu's senses, it was even more straight up several steps. He gazed slightly and raised an eyebrow, not rushing to reply, but exiting WeChat. Open your mobile browser and type in Fish and Wildlife Charitable Fund. In order to avoid all sorts of misunderstandings that might follow, he still decided to check it out for himself. One click on the search and the webpage immediately pops up the official website of the Fish and Water Foundation. When you click into the official website, what you see on the page is a brief introduction about the Fish and Water Foundation. Surprisingly, the Fish and Water Charity Foundation is a semi-official and semi-private foundation of non-public collection and non-profit nature, and its charitable assistance is surprisingly targeted at military personnel. Chen and D instantly perked up, checking it out carefully. After a detailed understanding, the Fish and Water Charity Foundation's aid recipients are all the families of brave soldiers who have dedicated themselves to their country. Firefighter, JC, military, and its purpose is to resolutely prevent heroes from shedding blood and tears. I can't write too much detail for fear of being shut down, just so people can understand. Seeing this, Chen and D were already clear about the nature of the Fish and Water Charity Foundation. It had to be said that charitable foundations of this nature were really very good, and Chen and D had to be praised. However, it should not be easy to start such a charitable foundation, right? So Chen and D clicked on the foundation structure and checked it out. It's a shock not to see it. He also instantly understood why it was said that the Fish and Water Charity Foundation was semi-official and semi-private. The foundation does not have a president, only several honorary presidents, and the head of the honorary presidents turned out to be that highly respected. Numerous honors, retired for many years, the second in command of the J sector, Master Mu. The other honorary presidents are also big names, but they are all in retirement. Chen and D even saw Mujiogu's name in the column of directors. he couldn't help but begin to speculate about Mu Geoge's relationship with Honorary President Elder Mu. He certainly wasn't naive enough to think it was just a coincidence. Otherwise, how could Mu Geogushi be so capable? As for the organization of the Ombudsman Foundation, it was even more surprising to Chen and Dee. In short, the Fish and Water Charity Foundation, which is absolutely open and fair, will never have any problems. If he hadn't purposely inquired, Chen and Dee really didn't know that there was such a foundation. It's not just him. I'm afraid very few people know about it. But after inquiring, he was able to completely let go of his heart. Exit the browser and tap on WeChat's chat interface with Mu Geogu. He thought about it and typed, "Great job. You have my full support. Go for it." Which knows that Mu Geogu directly returned in seconds. "Thank you, Chen and Dee. No. I didn't expect to be able to do a little bit for the warriors who are carrying the weight for us, and I'm honored to be able to do so. However, I would like you to stop belonging to my name. After all, you donated it. Mu Geogu, that won't work. Of course what you swiped is in your name. What's more, you already know it now, so it's even more in your name." Hearing the persistence in her words, Chen and Dee knew that it was useless to say anything else, and could only helplessly shake his head. "But it's okay, it's just a screen name nickname. Mu Geogu, what are you busy with?" Chen and Dee, "Cooking." Mu Geogu, "Yo, the Godhood original will also cook still cooks and eats by himself?" Didn't bother with her flirting and snarking. Mu Geogu continued to type, "It's almost 2 o'clock and you're just making lunch? You're lazy." Chen and Dee, busy moving, delaying the meal. Mu Geogu, "Yoo-hoo, what a coincidence. I'm also planning to move in the past 2 days." Aha! Chen and Dee were slightly stunned. Didn't she live in the 10-mile royal mansion? Where did she move to? Curious, he followed up with, "You're moving, too, Mu Geogu." "Yeah, isn't there still about 10 days before the university opens? It's not very convenient to live in a dormitory, and it's even more inconvenient to live at home when it's a bit far from campus. That's why I'm going to move off campus, so it's all convenient." Hearing her say so, Chen and Dee came to a realization. Without waiting for Chen and Dee to reply, Mu Geogu sent a voice and said, "I have noticed that your IP belongs to the Tianfuo. How about it, Oba? Do you want to make a date?" Perhaps sensing that her words were a bit inappropriate, she hastened to add, "Don't think too much. I mean to make a dinner date. I'd also like to meet the legendary god of the world. What does he look like? To be honest, I'm quite curious." Chen and Dee smiled faintly. Meeting with her was impossible. One can only look away. There's not much to see. All in all, the word handsome pretty much sums up what I am all about and have been all through my life. I'm yet. Stinky table face. Mu Geogu of course cannot help but despise it a little. "Bah, can you order billion? Nice one. Enough plagiarism. Do you have a girlfriend?" Her sudden and inexplicable question made Chen and Dee a little confused, but still truthfully returned, "There were no girlfriends in this world originally. There are more than enough people who have them." Inside the villa of 10-Mile Royal Mansion, lying on the sofa, Mu Geogu held her cell phone and couldn't help but snort out a laugh when she saw the new message. "Ha ha, Oba, you're kinda humorous the whole time, huh?" After thinking about it, he had to send a voice and said, "Appa, do you need me to introduce you to a girlfriend? I'll tell you, my female classmates are all pretty." Chen and Dee, who were choosing vegetables, didn't even think about it, and casually and perfunctorily replied, "Yes." Although he was being perfunctory, Mu Geogu took it seriously, quite enthusiastically and positively. She said, "So Appa, what type do you like? Is it a sweet and cute lowly type? Is it a sensible and elegant type of royal sister? Is it a mature and dignified young woman type? Or is it a mature woman? Or is it the undead?" Chen and Dee were just about to reply, but they suddenly noticed something messing around. The undead? I'm fucking. It's worthy of your name, Mu Geogu. Whenever you catch a chance, the little yellow car drives better than anyone else. This guy, who looks so elegant and gentle, is a complete hooligan. It's true. Women's appearance is very confusing, so don't trust them. Chapter 34 Primary School Bully is a little capricious. Facing such a swarthy female hooligan, Chen and Dee reached out and held his forehead. Not to be outdone, she retaliated, "Only children make choices. I want them all. Have you never heard of the story of the mortar and pestle being sharpened into a needle? Ha, dirt dirt dirt." Chen and Dee really didn't dare to continue chatting with the reincarnation of the tainted Demon King, deeply afraid that she would pollute her pure self. A random excuse to end this ridiculously bad chat. "That's it for now. I'm going to start stir-frying." Without waiting for her reply, he simply locked the screen, slipped the phone back into his pants pocket, and started frying. 4-1. A simple dish of super ricey chili stir-fry and a plain tomato omelette soup is a big hit. Bring the meal to the table and pull a can of cold snowflake beer from the fridge that is so cool your heart flies. Take a bite of the fiery chili pepper stir fry and fill it with a cold beer. Oh, the taste, the ice and fire. It's just overbearing and miserable. No sooner had he taken 2 bites than his cell phone beeped again. Little sugar girl, uncle. What are you doing? I'm so bored. Chan and D instantly had a headache. You say back to her? In all likelihood, given her current level of boredom, and her chatterbox attributes, she'll nag on and on. But if you don't reply, it's not very friendly. After all, people have sent dozens of messages. And, since she considered herself a friend, it was her duty to help her beat her boredom. There's nothing else to do. So let's talk to her over dinner. Chen and D, I've been busy moving, and I've only had time to eat now. This statement also explains at the same time why he didn't reply to the message. Sugar girl, yeah? You're just eating now? What did you eat? Too lazy to type a reply. He took a picture and sent it directly. Sugar girl, wow. Looks so appetizing. Drooling JPG. Did you make this yourself? A Jussie? Chen and D plowed the rice with one hand and snapped the word with one hand. Little sugar girl, wow. You know how to cook? I'm so tired of it. I only know how to make noodles. Who? Chen and D took a deep breath. He really can't stand the way these little girls chat nowadays. Sugar-chan, by the way uncle, I see that your IP belongs to Tianfu, right? Ha! Chen and D instantly raised their guard. He had also noticed that last night, Sugar-chan's IP address was the capital city. Why is she asking that question all of a sudden for no reason? Holy shit, she's not trying to come on to herself, is she? If so, should one receive it, or should one refuse it? If you refuse, what reason should you give? In an instant, a million twists and thoughts flashed through his mind. He replied while thinking of a countermeasure. Yeah, I'm originally from and live in Tianfu. Sugar girl, ha, that's great. When he saw this message, he thumped in his heart and screamed. He didn't want to expose himself now, hastily pursuing the question. What do you mean? Sugar, I'm applying to the university in Tianfu, and I'll be reporting to Tianfu in a few days. So let's get together. You, me, and Sister 9. Wang Defa? Good lord. What a coincidence. What an apeshit. There are so many good universities in the capital. Why do you have to travel so far to go to school in Tianfu? Sugar girl, hey. I'm just purposely trying to stay away from mom and dad. They're always on me pretty hard. Chan and the first slightly nodded. Youthful rebellious period of young boys and girls have this kind of idea is simply normal. As soon as you get the chance, you want to get away from your parents. You want space. You want freedom. You want independence. Chen and D asked curiously. Sugar-chan, how many points did you score in the college entrance exam? 712 points. Uncle, am I not very mushy? Oh, this was indeed something Chan and D hadn't expected. I feel like she's dumb and silly, but she's still an elementary school bully. Okay, awesome, almost caught up with me. This word Chan and the first really did not blow powerful. His total score of the college entrance examination that year was more than 720. Proper college bully. Ha, uncle, you can really watch face. This must be the second person to say that about him today. But what I said was the truth. So how can I be shameless? It's a shame you don't stay in the capital to attend those 2 prestigious schools with such good grades. Which college in Tianfu did you take? Tianfu University? Chen, and the first thing that came to mind was naturally Tianfu University. Because there were a few majors at Tianfu University that also existed in a particularly powerful way. It wouldn't bury her high college entrance exam scores that were so high. But who would have thought that sugar little sister's reply was like countless slaps in the face, smacking him hard in his old face. It's not it's the Academy of Arts in Heaven. Wang Defa? Chen and D were instantly confused. He found it a bit hard to keep up with the thinking of the young people nowadays. What the hell do you think you're doing going to an art school when you're a high IQ student and a future leader? Isn't this pure nonsense? When I dropped out of school, I had no choice but to do so. But hey, are young people nowadays so capricious? It's a waste of talent. It's a sin. However, once he thought of her family's favorable conditions, Chen and D were relieved. What is the purpose of a good college? There must be no escape from the word fame and fortune. But it's clear that there's no shortage of them in the Sugar Plum's household. So why not go with what you like? After all, people are not the same. Maybe what you spent your whole life striving for, someone else was born with. And the path you want to take isn't always right for someone else. Or not what someone else wants to take. Why do you have to go to the Academy of Arts in Heaven? Sugar, my childhood dream is to be a singer. So I'm here to follow my dream. Sure enough, this is what she likes. What she seeks. Chen and D do not comment on her choices and pursuits. And she's in a position to go after what she likes. So you're a good singer. Ha, sugar little sister, must well, Although with 9 sisters still a little bit of the gap, but in fact the difference seems to be not too obvious. Uncle, I'll sing a couple lines for you. Oh. The river flows eastward. The stars in the sky are in the Big Dipper. You hoo 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 in the Big Dipper. Hey, 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 hey. Shannon D put down the dishes, picked up the cell phone on the table, tapped on the voice, put it in his ear and listened intently. I rely on Chan and D, who were really shocked, couldn't help but blurt out. The phone was scared out of hand. Good thing he was fast enough, or only bought a new phone is afraid to suffer. It took several deep breaths in a row to stabilize him. Good lord, her singing voice has nothing to do with being good anymore. It has nothing to do with being good, okay? Where's the singing? It's just a ghost shouting. Pure pentatonic plus broken voice. Other people sing for money, but she sings for her life. Chapter 35 Customized Exclusive Gifts for God's Heroes. Shan and D were never expecting that Sugar little sister had not only assassinated him, but had even smeared poison on her concealed weapon. Listening to her usual speaking voice, she's quite nice. How come she's so unforgiving when she sings? Little sugar girl, how's it going, uncle? I've been learning this song for days. Is it good? Who? Shan and D wondered where she got the confidence that made her ask this sentence. I don't know where she got the courage to say that the gap with Mujogo was not too obvious. Could this belong to her being completely immersed in her own musical world and unable to extricate herself from it? Shan and D let out a secret sigh, and in his heart, he silently prayed for the instructors of the Tianfu Art Academy. Perhaps even now the Heavenly Academy of Arts is still deliberating on how to welcome this superb scholar in a grand manner? Probably still proud of Sugar's little sister for enrolling in her own academy. And I wonder how they'll feel when they hear Sugar's hissing cries from hell? As can be expected, their expressions were bound to be wonderful. Shan and D didn't know what to say, and really couldn't bear to shout her out of her own world. After thinking for a long time, he politely expressed, "Little sister, it's good to have confidence in yourself, but seeing yourself clearly is the most important thing. And there are things that can't really be done just by thinking about them. And talent is especially important sometimes. Sometimes it's not good to be too obsessive and pushy. Can you understand if I say that?" Sugar-chan answered very cleanly, not understanding also. Well, this day is designated to be a chatty one. At that exact moment, Shan and D's old cell phone happened to ring with an incoming call. Hastily typing, "Let's not talk for a while. I have a call coming in." With that, he hastily exited WeChat, locked the screen, and threw it aside. And then he picked up his old cell phone. It was an unfamiliar call, but Shan and D still slid the answer button. "Hello there, who is it?" A pleasant female voice came from the opposite side. "Hello, is this Shan and D?" "Mr. Chen." Upon hearing this, Chen and the first said in a hurry, "I don't do insurance, credit cards, or loans, thank you." When he finished, he was ready to hang up. The woman on the other side was obviously flustered and busily explained, "Mr. Chen, you've misunderstood. I'm not in the business of selling and lending." Chen and D picked up the phone again. "Ha? No? Then you? Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm the senior private consultant of the Douyin platform, Li Mang." Chen and D frowned and muttered softly, "Personal counselor?" "Yes, because Mr. Chen is a valued user of our platform. The company has specially assigned a senior private consultant service to Mr. Chen, which is me. Of course, if Mr. Chen is not satisfied with my services, the company will reassign you a private consultant." Yo, it's kinda foreign to play. What's senior personal counselor? To put it bluntly, it's one-on-one dedicated customer service. Chen and D also certainly understood why Douyin would provide him with such a service. Spending moguls, of course, can enjoy it. "Oh, hello Counselor Lee. I wonder what you're calling about." He also didn't ask the idiotic question of why the other guy had information about himself. It's all authenticated, so it's strange not to know. It's like this. At around 3 a.m. this morning, Mr. Chen, you recharged 5 billion Do coins on our platform, correct? When Chen and the first heard it, he frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Why? Is there a problem?" Li Meng also heard that he might have misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, "No problem. Of course there's no problem. After our verification, your fund recharge channel is compliant and legal. Don't get me wrong. What I mean is that you, Mr. Chen, are currently the most honored user of our platform. In order to reflect the importance our company attaches to Mr. Chen, our company has unanimously decided to customize a unique special effects gift for you, Mr. Chen. So, A special call was made to ask if you have any comments or suggestions. I see. Chen and D suddenly came to a realization. When he used to watch Douyin live broadcasts, he had also seen unique customized gifts from godly heroes. For example, Brother Dashing's Flying Immortal, Old Man Time's Traveling Through Time and Space, Tiger King's Fierce Tiger Out of the Mountain, Sister Chang's Sword-Wielding Female Valkyrie. Without exception, all of these godly men have spent more than $100 million in Douyin. Moreover, any godly man who has a customized special effects gift, that is equivalent to being officially certified by Douyin. Definitely not a return account, guild account, e-commerce account, or any other nonsense. Instead, it's like a real, true God's man, a real big brother. So there are a lot of big brothers at level 60, but there really aren't many with customized and exclusive gifts. Chen and D also understood why Advisor Lee would first ask him about recharging his 5 billion Do coins. You don't deserve an exclusive gift until you reach a certain level of spending. Chen and D really didn't have any ideas, and faintly said back, you guys just watch the design. I only have one request. Li Meng said sincerely, Mr. Chen, what are your requirements? But say no harm. Can meet, our company will meet. Cannot meet, our company find ways to try to meet. That's an attitude that deserves to be recognized when it's time to say no. All I ask is that the price must be expensive. The more expensive the better. And that it be a round number. That's not even a problem for Douyin, okay? Anyway, the customized exclusive gift could only be swiped by him alone, and it wouldn't even show up in anyone else's gift bar. However, it's also absolutely impossible to set the price too ridiculously high or it will affect the PK experience. It can be set higher, but not too outrageous. As for Chen and D's request for a whole number, there was no particular reason, just a slight compulsion. At present, the most expensive of the exclusive gifts for the god of Douyin is the Flying Fairy of Xiaoxia, which is worth 888 Dudan Montler Pa share, that is to say, 18,888 RMB. Upon hearing his request, Li Meng replied with a full reply without any hesitation. Alright Mr. Chen, no problem. I wonder if Mr. Chen could take a picture of your autograph and send it to me? It will be used when designing an exclusive customized gift, not your own real name. Of course, just the screen name nickname. By the way, to Mr. Chen you again. Your current screen name nickname our company has been certified. Other users are not allowed to use. Chen and D nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I'll send it to you later. This is your own cell phone number, right? Li Meng naturally understood what he meant. Yes Mr. Chen, this is my private cell phone number and also a micro signal. You can contact me with any questions you may have. I'm online 24 hours a day for you. Chen and D nodded again. I'll add you to WeChat later, and send the autograph directly to you on WeChat. Chapter 36 The Mysterious Single Female Neighbor. After hanging up the phone, Chen and D used a small number to add Li Meng's WeChat, then got up and walked into the study. The study is decorated in the same antique colors, while the decor is mostly based on paintings and calligraphy. As for the paintings and calligraphy, there is no doubt that they are all antiques from famous artists. Study the ink, spread the paper, wield the brush. All in one go. Chen and D were still quite confident in his own calligraphy, and his confidence came from the old dean's teaching and urging in the past. Take a picture and send it to Counselor Li. Only then did Chen and D have time to clear the table. After brushing the dishes, Chen and D sat on the bench and leisurely sipped the tea. He didn't know anything about tea, and he didn't know what kind of tea the system had put in the house, but he thought it tasted very good. Fresh aroma, light bitter but not astringent, sweet aftertaste, refreshing, lips and teeth. Thinking about it, the tea shouldn't be cheap. With nothing else to do, he stood up and walked toward the display racks. Anyway, it's boring, so why not just study and appreciate the antiques? Cultivate your feelings and sublimate your temperament. Maybe that's the system's intention of getting a bunch of antiques and placing them in the house. After all, he is to be made a godly man, not a thug. Tastefully appreciating it, it was indeed exquisite enough, but he still couldn't figure out why the value was so high. He carefully thought about it for a while, and then took the appraisal certificates and collection certificates that were placed next to each antique and put them all away in the study and hid them. If there are guests in the house in the future, one can muddle through and say that they are fakes and imitations. After all, there really aren't that many people who really know about antiques. The more he admired, the more bored Chen and D felt. Just in time to run out of cigarettes in his pocket, he grabbed his cell phone and got ready to go out. As soon as I opened the alloy door, I saw several people carrying various packed cardboard boxes and luggage to the house across the street. A closer look. Several people work clothes are printed with the words Ants Moving In logo. Chen and D raised an eyebrow. Coincidental enough, I did not expect the opposite door also moved in today, but he didn't care. After all, the opening of the art academy was just around the corner, and there were many students and families whose conditions allowed them to come over early to rent rooms off campus. For them, they will definitely not live in school if they can, and it's normal for young people to aspire to uninhibited freedom. Chen and Dee do understand. Who hasn't been young before? As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, the stifling heat hit me. Even the wind seemed to be thickening the hot, thick soup. On such a hot day, Chan and no. I don't even know how he managed to hold out before the outdoor work. Maybe it's all about a certain sense of duty, a belief that holds it all together. Darkly, he sighed, a little annoyed at his sudden thoughts. How can you be so pretentious when you've survived more than 2 decades of hardship and trials, and now you're just having a good day? It's true that it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. In less than a day, his mind had surprisingly already begun to change. Transformation is a good thing, but you can't forget your roots. You can't forget your beginnings, can you? Otherwise, the system will create nothing but a blinkered, arrogant, superiority-conscious thug. The neighborhood is very well built and conveniently located, with subway stations, hospitals, shopping malls, etc., all within a short distance of each other. So this area, it's still quite prosperous. There is a 24-hour convenience store right in front of the neighborhood. Chen and Dee walked into the convenience store and said to the middle-aged boss, "Boss, get me a pack of red." Subconsciously, he wanted to get out of the way, but today he was prepared to be extravagant, so he hastily changed his tone and said, "Get me a packet of wazoo, coarse medium or fine branch, soft or hard?" "Hard, thick branch." The owner pulled out a pack of Chinese from under the counter and handed it to him. 45. Chen and Dee scanned the code to pay and walked out while unpacking and pulling out one to light it. Just one inhale and he frowned straight away. I wanted to throw them away, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. After all, they were over $2 a piece. And don't you dare look down on $2. If you buy $2 worth of salt, it can snore you to death. Standing outside the convenience store, he slowly finished his cigarette before walking in again. At the sight of him walking in, the middle-aged owner was a bit surprised. Out loud, I asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the cigarettes?" "It can't be. I definitely don't sell fake cigarettes here." Obviously, he misunderstood. Chen and Dee smiled and explained, "No, the cigarettes are fine. It's just that I'm not used to smoking them." "Boss, please get me another Red River at $5 a piece." The boss let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. He thought this guy was deliberately coming to pick a fight. It's not a matter of fear. It's always a matter of hassle and bad publicity. Only to see him take out the Red River from his own pocket, scattering one to Chen and Dee. Smiling kindly, he said, "Older brother likes to smoke this one too." "Ha, well, it's strong, smooth, and has a silky sweet aftertaste. Mainly, the price is cheap." The last 4 words were spoken by both men in unison. The 2 big old men looked at each other and smiled. Only both saw in each other's smiles the hopelessness and compromise of life. On the way home, Chen and Dee looked at Huazi on their left hand and then at Hongha on their right. One comes in a packet and one comes in a whole bar, while the prices are comparable. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. It's really true that mountain pigs can't eat fine rice bran. It wasn't that he cared about the price, though, but he really couldn't get used to smoking it. For old smokers who get used to a certain type of cigarettes and then smoke something else, coughing and straining their throats. When Chen and Dee exited the elevator, they saw that the people from the moving company across the street were still busy, with nothing else to do. He stood looking at the front door of his house for a while, but there was no sign of the homeowner. Even the moving company employees misunderstood. The leader was busy coming over to spread cigarettes for him. "Older brother, is it possible that the noise of us moving things has disturbed you?" "I'm sorry. I told them all to move a little more gently." Chen and Dee laughed and quickly said, It's fine. My house is soundproofed very well. It has no effect at all. I was just idly looking around. You go about your business. Old brother, don't mind me." The lead mover also smiled nervously, then turned around and prepared to go about his own business. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped again and turned to look at Chen and Dee. Smiling, he asked, "You're single, aren't you, old man?" "Aha." Chen and Dee were greatly curious. "Where did you see that coming from, old man?" The teacher pointed to the cigarette in his hand. "Can you be allowed to let yourself go like this if you're married and have a partner?" Chen and the first stunned. It seemed like it was really the same thing. "I'll tell you what, old man. You've got to take advantage of your chances. This one you've moved in across the street is single and a pretty little beauty, close to the water. You kid has a great chance." Oh. After that, he smiled and went about his business. "A single, beautiful neighbor? The whole thing is kinda mysterious. Chen and Dee didn't look at it anymore and turned around to go back inside. Chapter 37, the word fate is a wonderful word. Chen and Dee originally just wanted to take a nap, but who knew that by the time he woke up, it was already 1800 hours past. It sure is nice to sleep well with the air conditioning blowing. It's not like in a rental house where you have to wait until you're too drowsy to sleep. And it's not uncommon to be woken up in the middle of the heat. Woke up sticky and sweaty. This summer, Chen and Dee had not slept comfortably any night. Getting up and washing his face briefly with cool water, he walked into the kitchen and started cooking. While cooking, he wondered if he'd have to keep delivering tomorrow. It's also too hard to pass the time when you're not working. After much deliberation, he decided it was best to carry on with the takeaway, but there's no need to fight as hard as before, just as a tool to pass the time. It didn't take long for the 2 dishes and 1 soup to be ready. Spicy, tender and smooth slices of boiled pork, as well as spicy and tender mouth-watering chicken, and a corn rib soup. The portions of both dishes were huge, with a large pot of boiled pork slices and a whole chicken made into a mouthful. Tonight he was going to have a simple housewarming celebration. Even though there is only one person, life must be ritualized. Just as the meal was brought to the table, the crisp and pleasant doorbell suddenly rang. Chen and Dee frowned slightly, wondering in their hearts who would come to ring their own doorbell. Doubtful as he was not slow to go to the door. "Who is it?" he shouted casually as he opened the door. But he had completely forgotten that the house was not normally soundproofed. When he opened the door and saw the visitor, he instantly froze in place. The man who came froze in surprise when he saw him opening the door. "It's you!" The two stared straight at each other and exclaimed in unison. Mujiogu also never expected that it would be him who opened the door. "You? How?" Mujiogu understood what he meant and said with a smile, "I just moved here today. Here, just across from you." Good lord. So she's the one who moved in. The word destiny is really wonderful. Earlier, when I chatted with her on WeChat, I heard her say she was preparing to move. But I didn't expect it to be so fast and coincidentally move to the opposite door. Oh. The suddenly realized Chen and Dee nodded their heads repeatedly. What a coincidence. Yeah, it's really quite a coincidence. Mujiogu mischievously blinked her big eyes, matching his awkward conversation. The slightly awkward conversation made the atmosphere more and more awkward. Chen and Dee scratched their heads, smiled sarcastically, and asked, This is something? Looking at his naive and dull appearance, he couldn't even speak well. Mujiogu couldn't help but want to laugh a little. Instead of answering him, he smiled graciously and asked, "Why, won't you invite me in for a seat?" Oh, please come in, slightly stunned. Then after responding, he hurriedly stepped aside and invited her into the house. Once inside, Mujiogu looked around. Wow. She couldn't help but let out a surprised voice when she saw the rows and rows of antique objects on the display shelves. Slowly, he walked towards the display and got close enough to admire it closely. Chen and Dee's hearts immediately thumped. Mujiogu curiously asked, are these things real or fake for you? Of course it's fake. It was bought just for looks. It's not worth anything. Chen and Dee returned without hesitation. If it's true, do I need to go on a takeout run? Just lay flat. Oh, Mujiogu nodded. I was about to leave the display when I suddenly saw a piece of celadon. As he looked closer, he couldn't help but mutter meaningfully, "It's so beautiful. It's like it's real." She couldn't help but reach out and touch it when she finished. Chen and Dee hurriedly changed the subject and asked, "By the way, what are you drinking?" As expected, Mujiogu's attention was instantly detached from the display shelf. Back. "Thanks, no thanks. I'm not thirsty." Chen and Dee knew what she was wary of, and just smiled faintly, and did not advise any further. After surveying the entire living room, Mujiogu nodded her head and said, "Your decoration here can be ancient colors, low-key luxury with connotation." Obviously, she saw something too. Chen and Dee said unhurriedly, "Why? Are all left behind by the old generation? I will be purely in the light of the old generation." Mujiogu just smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. She suddenly sniffled and subconsciously blurted out, "What's that smell? It smells so good." Aha! Chen and the first stunned. Good guy afraid not belong to the dog? Before even waiting for him to speak, Mujiogu sniffed the scent in the air and took a step towards the restaurant. She couldn't help but gulp when she saw the meal on the table. It had been a busy afternoon, and by now she was hungry. Chen and Dee accurately captured her movements of swallowing and licking her lips and asked with a smile, "Have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat something together?" "Good." Mujiogu responded without hesitation. Perhaps even she felt that it might be too unreserved, and hastily withdrew her voice back again. Slightly embarrassed, he rephrased, "Well, okay." After saying this, her pretty face couldn't help but turn a little red and hot. Chen and Dee also wanted to laugh, obviously wanting to eat, but their mouths had to pretend to be reserved. Come on, can you take your eyes off the food when you're pretending to be reserved? And, what about the promised defense? Why can't you move when you see food? Why, neighbors, what's so good about it? It's just in time, and I happen to be doing a bit too much, so consider it a favor, okay? Mu Jiugu twisted and turned, revealing a difficult look. Grudgingly, he said, in that case, I'll consider it a favor. Finished by adding, not what I want to eat. Oh, well, that last sentence is a bit redundant. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Chen and Dee smiled imploringly and said, wait, I'll go get you a set of dishes. However, by the time he grabbed his bowls and chopsticks and came out of the kitchen, Mu Jiugu had already sat down at the table and ate with his set of bowls and chopsticks. It was not much. It was in his place, but it was unused and clean. Mu Jiugu also caught a glimpse of him frozen in place with his bowls and chopsticks, and an awkward but impolite smile appeared on his face. After swallowing the food in his mouth, his eyes dribbled and he seemed to think of a good idea to distract and ease the embarrassment. Oh yeah, this is for you. She was seen picking up a box of gifts from a side chair and handing it to him. Chen and Dee then remembered that when she entered the house, she seemed to be carrying a box in her hand. What does it mean? Chen and Dee asked with both doubt and curiosity. As a neighbor, how can you be so kind as to come to your door for the first time empty-handed? So, you originally came to say hello and mingle with your neighbors, right? Mu Jiugu nodded and shook her head again. Looking at Chen and Dee, he was a bit confused. What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? Chapter 38 Uncle. You're great. Mu Jiugu picked up a slice of meat and put it in her mouth, chewing and swallowing slowly before saying without a hitch, not all. Came looking to say hello and recognize a face for one thing, and secondly to talk to a neighbor about the situation. Because I'm the anchor and the live broadcast time is at night, even though the house here is well soundproofed and has enhanced soundproofing, it's inevitable that I'll make some noise. I promise to try to move as quietly as possible, but please bear with me in case I still accidentally disturb you. Remind me when the time comes and I'll pay special attention. Chen and Dee nodded slightly, instantly understanding. She was afraid of complaints or noise from neighbors and came ahead to communicate first. That's fine. The soundproofing of my house is professionally multiprocessed. Don't worry, it can't affect me. It wasn't an intentional word of relief for her to say, but rather what the system told him. What you should be thinking about is your upstairs and downstairs. Hearing him say so, Mu Jiugu let out a long breath. Smiling, he said back, I've already asked around, and there's no one living upstairs or downstairs. The owner has left the country and has no intention of renting out the house. That's good. Chen and Dee also sat down and politely asked, the dishes may all be a bit spicy. Can you get used to it? If you can't eat spicy food, I'll remake 2 more dishes for you. Well, Mu Jiugu shook her head repeatedly while nibbling on the chicken. After waiting to swallow the food in her mouth, she spoke up, can eat spicy food? Must be able to eat spicy food. Spicy girl, no spicy food. Chen and Dee grinned and even nodded slightly in satisfaction. No, that's not right. Why the smile and the satisfied nod? What is there to be happy and satisfied about when her dietary tastes match and suit her? The infinitely increasing favorability towards Mu Jiugu made him a bit rambunctious now. Yummy. Fried chicken is delicious. Uncle, I didn't see that you still have such good cooking skills. It's great. Oh, slightly mischievous, but not at all stingy with his praise. But what the hell is an uncle? Chen and Dee did look a bit vicisified. A mark left by life on his face. The already martial and handsome face, because of these vicissitudes of life, but added a touch of maturity and deep temperament. Quite manly. One look at it gives you the feeling that it's a great story. Mu Jiugu is also sure that there is an element of exaggeration. After all, it is also not yet to rise to the level of uncle. Chen and Dee did not bother with her. Code name only. Picking up a piece of chicken thigh meat, he put it into her bowl and said with a smile, if it's good, eat more. We're all neighbors. Don't be polite. Even he hadn't realized how gentle his smile was. Mu Jiugu wasn't polite now. Her chopsticks and mouth didn't stop. Chen and Dee's dishes were indeed made a bit spicy, and although Mu Jiugu enjoyed the flavor and sensation, she couldn't control her normal physiological reaction. She couldn't help but hiss too. But the more numb and spicy it was, the more she ate it. She couldn't stop eating it. Listening to her hissing sound, Chen and Dee got up and walked towards the refrigerator. Taking out a cold can of Coke, he carefully opened it before handing it to her. Nah, have some soda. Thanks. Mu Jiugu took the Coke and tilted her head back to pour it up. Looking at her exposed white and delicate neck, Chen and Dee were slightly lost in thought. After returning to his senses, he hastily shifted his gaze away, not daring to look again. Ah, Mu Jiugu chanted freely. Indescribably cozy. without caring about his image. He directly wiped clean the coke that spilled out of the corner of his mouth with his hand and sighed with relief. Cool. Immediately sensing Chen and D's strange gaze, she smiled sardonically at Chen and D and hurriedly buried her head to continue building. The meal was a big loss for Chen and D, and the main force turned out to be the delicate and elegant-looking Mu Jiogu, who could at best be considered a playing aid. Mu Jiogu leaned on the chair, rubbed her stomach with both hands and said with a satisfied face, "I'm bursting with food. It's been a long time since I've eaten a meal made at home. It's so fragrant and delicious." When she finished, she wore an expression of intent. Hearing her words, Chen and Dee were a bit puzzled, but they didn't ask much. When she opened the gift box she carried, it was a box of colorful macaron morsels. "Would you like some more dessert?" Mu Jiogu looked at the macaroons with a look of struggle and hesitation. Still, she gritted her teeth and shook her head, refusing. "No la, can't eat anymore." Chen and Dee wanted to laugh a little, so he was still a complete foodie. "Then go sit in the living room and rest for a while I clean up the dishes." Mu Jiogu nodded and walked toward the living room with her round belly. Seeing her like this, I guess she did eat up. Chen and Dee thought for a moment, picked up a teacup and made a cup of jasmine black tea. Putting it on the coffee table in front of her, he said, "Have some jasmine black tea? It's good for the stomach." Mu Jiogu gave him a grateful look. "Thank you." In his heart, a trace of goodwill was born towards Chen and Dee for such a careful and considerate action. At the same time, I also secretly blame myself. The first time to other people's homes as a guest also. How to accidentally eat too much? This is too humiliating, isn't it? She covered her face with her hands at the thought, feeling too ashamed. That's a bit of a self-defeating approach. Chen and Dee, who were scrubbing the dishes in the kitchen, of course didn't know about her youngest daughter's behavior at the moment. When he came out of the kitchen, Mu Jiogu also stood up, ready to say goodbye. Jussie, thank you for your hospitality. I have to go back and prepare for the live broadcast. It's just after 7 o'clock. She's on at 9 o'clock. What the hell is she doing getting ready so early? Chen and Dee of course would not poke her, but instead smiled and nodded, sending her to the door. When she was about to close the door, Mu Jiogu suddenly said, "Uncle, your craftsmanship is superb. Oh, the cooking is especially delicious. Kudos to you." Chen and Dee politely said, "Thank you. If you like it, you can come over anytime." Hearing his words, Mu Jiogu's large Kazran eyes instantly lit up. "Okay then uncle." Anyone could hear that it was a polite remark, but Mu Jiogu took it seriously. Fearing that he would back out, he scurried into his own home in a hurry and slammed the door behind him. A bewildered Chen and Dee also felt as if they had said something wrong. Back in the living room, he lit a cigarette and smoked it leisurely. "I haven't logged on to Douyin all day, and I wonder if there's any wind in Douyin's favor right now after last night's big battle." At that thought, Chen and Dee also picked up their cell phones and tapped on Douyin. The messages were full of all sorts of messy private messages and countless tips to follow him. He didn't even bother to read the private messages or anything, and then look at their own homepage. Ooh, good guy. Fans directly rose to more than 100,000. Is this the charm of the godly Big Brother? Chapter 39, Never Make Me Surrender. What's going on, little yo-yo? You're bringing $200 out to play PK in a live room with over 2,000 people? It's been 5 minutes. Can your bloodstain move a little? Was it soldered with a soldering iron or anesthetized? Squatting on the ground and unable to speak, little yo-yo could only let the opposite male anchor mercilessly taunt him. "I say, little yo-yo, what kind of PK are you playing with me in this condition? Isn't it pulling down my GDP? Honestly, little yo-yo, are you a woman or not? It is reasonable to say that you do not look ugly. Ah, why is there no guardian Big Brother in the live broadcast? Look at the other female anchors. Which live room does not have a Big Brother guardian? How in the world do you mix? I thought it was hard enough for us bottom-feeding male anchors, but I didn't realize you were worse off than all of us? TSK. Forget it, live streaming probably isn't for you. Hurry up and find a factory to hit the screws. I've been performing a 6-minute monologue. Why don't you stand up and say something? Good guy." The male anchor on the other side of the conversation is also dense enough, crackling with dislike, and every word goes straight to the heart. Ouch, I'm going to thank my little Marquis for sending the carnival. Big Brother is awesome. Big Brother not so much. Opposite just 2,000 votes only. Which need your hand Noi. Big Brother you carnival out. Direct lock throat. Victory or defeat completely no suspense. Well, the male anchor across the room picked up a magnifying glass as he spoke and pretended to mash at the screen. "Hey, where's the bloodstain? Blood stripe disappeared? It's still my little Marquis. The moment it comes is a move of the bloodstain disappearance technique. How about this? Little yo-yo, you simply surrender. Surrender and lose half. Okay?" Little yo-yo rolled her eyes fiercely even though she couldn't speak. eyes staring straight at the countdown. As soon as it hit 3 minutes, she hastily stood up and closed the other mic. This guy's mouth is so damaging. 2. As little Yo-Yo looked at the vastly different blood bars, a helpless, bitter smile appeared on her face. Instead of canvassing, he said, "Forget it, big brothers don't go on the ballot. There are big brothers on the opposite side, so we won't waste our votes." It was obvious that she had conceded defeat, not to mention that the big brother on the other side is still there, but it's impossible to fight through the bloodstained votes that are already there now. Her fans are still selling out on the public screen to help her out. Is there a big brother or sister to help give a hand? Big brothers and sisters who want to focus on the little lord to be even, please lean towards the top of the list. Yet her blood bar remained motionless. Little Yo-Yo admits defeat, but it is absolutely impossible to surrender, and must take out the momentum. Come on, family members, although we can't win the fight, but the addition must pass. One person, a careful heart, help to pass the addition. The fans in the live broadcast room who have long been holding their breath. A brain dumped a small heart in their hands. More than 300 booster additions, instantly unraveled in seconds. The 1.5x ad is unlocked, but there are no big tickets, basically crowdfunded loose tickets. The biggest gift was just $99 worth of sunglasses. The opposite anchor was also overboosted and hit another carnival at 1.5x boost. With the previous votes, he now had a blood bar of over 100,000, and the bonuses continued. If nothing else, this PK is basically a win. No, you can't even say accident anymore. You should say miracle. It's impossible to lose unless a miracle of God's greatness comes from the sky. And at this moment, Chen and D clicked on the follow list and found that Little Yo-Yo and Iron Mouthly were both live streaming. He casually clicked on Little Yo-Yo's live stream. Little Yo-Yo, who had already given up, was in the middle of singing to her fans when she suddenly saw a system prompt float across the top of the public screen, and the first joined the live stream. She froze, then pranced out of her swivel chair and grabbed a prop, a ceremonial blaster, off to the side. With a twist and a thud, colorful stripes of sequins burst into the air. Little Yo-Yo made the loudest voice she could and shouted excitedly, "Welcome me and eldest brother." Although the male anchor on the opposite side closed her mic and couldn't hear her voice, he was instantly puzzled when he saw her series of excited and enthusiastic operations. Just in case something changed, he hurriedly turned on Little Yo-Yo's mic and eavesdropped. As soon as I opened the mic, I heard Little Yo-Yo excitedly chanting, "Full screen, help me snap a wave. Welcome and brother no." And the moment he heard it, the male anchor's public screen exploded. Asterisk 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 and D is here. Lose lose lose. Zhang San, surrender. And brother D went to the opposite side of the room. What's the point of fighting? Forget it, Zhang San. You'd better start doing the punishment to save time. Seeing the rhythm on the public screen, Zhang San became even more confused, puzzled and curious. He asked, "Who is brother Kazu? Is he that good? Level 60 godly big brother. Do you think it's bullish?" Zhang San was stunned. Level 60 big brother? How come I haven't heard of it? However, he still talked tough and said, "Don't be afraid, brothers. So what if it's a level 60 big brother? Maybe he's just passing through? I've never heard of Little Yo-Yo recognizing a 60 level godly big brother. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The upvote upvote. The guard tower guard tower. The big brother is not necessarily going to give her upvote." There was nothing wrong with him saying that originally, but he didn't know what happened last night. But there are fans on the air who are aware of it. Don't know, don't be stupid. And brother D will definitely be on the ballot. Don't you know that last night Little Yo-Yo went to venture capital? Zhang San frowned and said curiously, "What's going on? Brothers who know the news, tell me in detail." The live room of Xiao Yuyu. Now the whole public screen is neatly welcome and brother. Chen and D directly floated the screen and said, "Open the microphone and ask him to surrender." The reason for this is still to cater to the splurge theme given by the system. Isn't it just bossy and domineering? Holler and brother D. Little Yo-Yo instantly smiled like a flower and hurriedly turned on the microphone and made a pause gesture. Zhang San, who hadn't closed his mic, asked directly, "What for?" Little Yo-Yo smiled and said, "My and D's brother asked you if you're going to surrender." "Surrender, lose half yo." He. Backhandedly, he returned his previous mocking words, expressing the stuffiness in his chest. Zhang San, who had already learned the ins and outs of the matter from his own fans, instantly hesitated. In the face of the furiously leveled up 60 in less than 2 hours and brother D, fighting the designation was unwinnable, but losing is not losing, and he didn't want to concede in terms of momentum. Otherwise, in the future, then play PK, once encountered a slightly higher level, their own fans' brothers will concede not on the ticket, then still play a hair off. After weighing the pros and cons left and right, he returned directly and arrogantly, "No matter who it is, never try to get me, Jiang-san, to sign the surrender form, because I don't recognize words. When he finished, he simply closed his mic. Good lord, that is indeed arrogant enough. However, Chen and Di loved unruly opponents. Chapter 40, Salutes keep coming. Carnival keeps coming. Chen and Di once again floated the screen and said, "Fire the cannons, help the fun." When little Yo-Yo heard that, and brother D is ready to make a move, and as the most arrogant big brother of the whole doing now, not to make a move, but once made a move is bound to be not to be underestimated, so how could little Yo-Yo not be happy about it? Besides, how much is a salvo barrel worth? I don't even know how many boxes a carnival can wholesale. Okay, Nat big brother. Full of excitement, he answered. You want to be bossy, don't you? Simple. Chen and Di floated the screen again and said, if the guns don't stop, the carnival doesn't stop. Little Yo-Yo directly dragged out a whole box of gift gun barrels from off camera and said with a smile, brother he D. Sorry Noi, I have to let you break the bank. Chen and Di didn't float the screen again, but answered her with practical actions. Only rows and rows of red floor tile special effects were seen, extending out instantly, and the first delivery of the carnival. Little Yo-Yo didn't dare to freeze, and hurriedly began to release the gift canisters. Bang! Carnival out. A cannon. A carnival. At this point, PK bloodstains and votes are completely irrelevant, because from the moment Chen and Di entered Little Yo-Yo's live broadcasting room, the victory or defeat was already predetermined. Jiang-san, including the fan audience of his live broadcast, was also clear. So everyone is no longer concerned about the number of votes and bloodstains, but ran into the small Yo-Yo live room in unison to watch the fun. Even Jiang-san, who used another cell phone to open a small number to enter the Little Yo-Yo live room. And brother D is worthy of being the current Doin no. 1 divine hero spirit, 2 damn spiritual. When the fireworks don't stop, the carnival doesn't stop. I'll go. And brother D is also too domineering. I'm wondering if right now Yo-Yo is particularly regretting that the family has too few gift canisters ready? Ha ha. The wazoo rain we watched last night hasn't even slowed down yet, and it's raining again today. As Little Yo-Yo's ceremonial firecracker barrels got bigger and bigger, Chen and Di's carnival really didn't stop. When the salvo barrels were put to 50 or so, it was actually time for PK, but no one mentioned it, choosing instead to keep reading. Even Jiang-san didn't interrupt out loud and watched quietly. Chen and Di's carnival, too, have become empty brushes. A whole box, 120 sticks, excluding the ones that had already been put away, all of which still had 100 or so left. By the time the 100 or so fireworks barrels were finished, the colorful sequins piled up on the ground had already gone over the backs of Little Yo-Yo's feet. Even her head and body were covered in colored stripes and sequins. After setting off all the salutes, Little Yo-Yo bowed 90 degrees deep to the camera and said with sincere gratitude, "Thank you for the 107 carnivals sent by me and my brother. And brother D. Bully. Full screen help me snap the wave to thank and brother D. Good guy. A handout is more than 100 carnival. More than 300,000 yuan. So a short time. Shaking hands is gone. The point is, this is still the end of Little Yo-Yo running out of salute canisters. If there is more, I'm afraid this wazoo rain will continue to fall." Chen in the first floating screen said, "There is no? First of all, don't need to save for me. It's not necessary. Give you another chance. There are words. Hurry to move out." Little Yo-Yo spread her hands and smiled helplessly and bitterly. And brother D, there really isn't any. Hey, give you the opportunity you also do not hit all have not yet enjoyed it. Seeing her floating screen, it is false for Little Yo-Yo to say that she does not regret it. After all, this is real money. If she had known, she would have had to stack the gift canisters all over the room. If she had known, she would have invested more last night even if she had to break the bank. But who could have predicted that? She was content. Though, smiling, he said, next time and brother come back. I will make sure to let brother and brother have fun. I will go in tomorrow. When she finished, she looked at the screen with an expectant look on her face. Chen and D thought for a moment and floated the screen. If there's a next time, I think I'll play it differently. Little Yo-Yo's heart thumped. What does it mean? What does it mean? She kept speculating in her mind about the deeper meaning of Chen and D's words. Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind and she seemed to have figured out some important joint. A bright smile blossomed on his face. Okay, next time the package will satisfy and brother no. Chen and D raised their eyebrows. Why did that sound strange? Okay, then you play by yourself. I'm going. Little Yo-Yo hurriedly bent down and respectfully said, "Respectfully send off and brother D. To be an anchor, you must be able to lick your big brother. Whether it is sincere or not, the form must go." Before leaving, Chen and D switched to Zhang San's live room. Before he could react, he casually threw out 3 carnivals. Zhang San instantly bounced up in excitement, shouting, "Thank you for the medical expenses sent by Brother He D. And Brother He D is overbearing and stout." Chen and D smiled and directly exited the live broadcast. As soon as he left, Zhang San immediately gave a thumbs up and said, "Okay, Yo-Yo. I didn't think that and Brother D was really licked by you." "Ha," little Yo-Yo said beautifully, "what licked or not licked? And Brother D should simply come to return the favor." Zhang San snorted softly. "I say we are also old friends. Your words are meaningless. If it was just a simple return of a gift, would Kanzuya let you get all fancy? Besides, and D wouldn't have chosen to come in while you were playing PK. Although D's pattern is big, sending medical bills means something different. You understand?" Little Yo-Yo was smiling so happily. How could she not understand? She understands. She understands more than anyone else. Zhang San suddenly gave himself a slap, full of regret. "Hey, why did you go drinking last night? If I hadn't been there, I certainly wouldn't have missed the big fight last night. If I didn't miss it, then I'm designated to venture capitalize on it as well. Hey, look at that rate of return. 1 to 100. I'm fucking envious. A piece of crap wine made me lose a level 60 godly big brother. So angry." Yo-Yo just quietly watched him perform, smiling without saying a word. "Don't say you didn't get it, but if you did, would you let it happen? Would you dare? Sensei anchors ask for gifts in the live room as if they don't need the money, but if you want them to pay out, they are more stingy than one another, afraid that they will lose out. There were not a few anchors who lurked in Mujioji's live room last night, right? But why were she and Tai Zue Li the only ones who sent gifts? Each one of them is the master of not seeing the rabbit. How can you think so beautifully when you want a high return and refuse to take the slightest risk? Now that you've made a fortune, you're jealous and regretful? Serves you right." After Chen and D exited the live broadcast room, he thought about it and still purchased the entry stealth privilege. He then clicked on Iron Mouth Lee's live room and stealthily entered. At this time, Iron Mouth Lee, who is the news and gossip anchor, is chatting with the fan audience about some of the gossip between the anchors. Chapter 41, fascinated by his own story. A long table, a chair, a folding fan, a piece of shocking wood and a bowl of covered tea. Tizuili wore a long green shirt and round-toed cloth shoes. "Sensei, no matter the style of the live broadcast or the dress code, it looks quite stylish and quite like that, but it doesn't feel like he's a news and gossip anchor. It feels like he's a storyteller and commentator." Chen and D had just stealthily entered the live broadcast room when they saw someone on the public screen shouting for Iron Mouth Lee to tell them about last night's big battle. Iron Mouth Lee smiled and said, "Do you all want to hear me talk about last night and Brother D's battle to seal the gods?" The public screen was flush with the word "want to hear." Even Chen and D came to be a bit more interested. Rather than rushing to return the favor, he quietly lurked on the air to hear what he had to say about himself. Iron Mouth Lee nodded and said bashfully, "Alright, since the brothers all want to hear it, then I'll natter on with everyone." When he finished speaking, he picked up the covered bowl of tea in his hand and took a small sip, pretending to be very elegant. Then I heard a pop sound, and he struck the wood of the hall with a heavy blow. "Before we talk about Nd's battle to seal God, we have to mention one person, and that's the female anchor, Shalom. If it was in the past, when it comes to a certain anchor or a certain big brother, in order to avoid the rhythm of the live broadcast, the news gossip anchors, including Iron Mouth Lee, will use the code name as an alternative. However, Shalom is now considered to be known all over the internet, so where is the need for subtlety? What's more, Iron Spout Lee is clearly taking a stand and making his position clear by speaking so plainly. All of them are old foxes, very cunning, a sentence is full of curves. IQ is not enough. Want to make a living in the live broadcasting world, is like a fool's dream. Even if you get lucky and become a big anchor, you are designated to be knocked back. I'm afraid that some brothers don't know that the first place where Brother Hay appeared was not in Sister Nine's live room, but in Sholmai's live room. Then why wouldn't Brother D upvote Sister Nine and would in turn whack Sholmai so hard? What's the unknown hidden agenda therein? Ladies and gentlemen, don't be in a hurry, and listen to Lee Tizui slowly. When he finished speaking he deliberately paused and slowly picked up the covered bowl and took a sip of tea. The old fans in the live broadcast room, how could they not know what this guy wanted to do? He's reminding everyone that it's time to buy tickets. Iron Mouth Lee is the bean batch giving away a Porsche. I love gossip giving away a private jet. Iron Mouth Lee instantly broke into a wide smile, even said, "Thank you for the tickets for the support of the Big Brothers. The Big Brothers are magnificent. I wish the Big Brothers more money. Less angry. The card does not lack RMB. Good health and all the best. Worthy of a man who lives by his mouth. This smooth talk. A set of words. Tickets bought too. Don't fucking dawdle. Speak nimbly. Iron Mouth Lee on the rhythm of the control that is perfect. Know when to gag. Know when to reward. but also know when to say business. There was a loud pop and another knock on the door. It's true that Brother D was the first to appear in Shomai's live broadcasting room. Only at that time Brother D was still a small white number. And of course the high-minded and self-important Shomai doesn't care about Brother D a small white number. She just goes to welcome the big brother who entered the live room together. So D typed in a question about why he wasn't welcome. And no one on the air paid any attention. Asked a second time and still ignored. After the third time Brother No. One asked. The good guys. Finally all couldn't hold it in. The anchor along with all the fans in the live broadcast room. All aimed their guns at Brother No. One in unison. Not only mocking him to find existence, but also angrily denouncing him as a small black fan. And that big brother even threatened to talk to Brother Brush Gifts. In order to cater to big brother, Shomai even directly pulled the plug on Brother D and kicked him out of the live room. At this point, Ironmouth Lee stopped and did not continue. Instead, he said slowly, let's pause for a moment, and let's start with an in-depth dissection of the wave. Brother No. One is a small white number. There will not be a floating screen prompt when entering the live room. It's understandable that Shomai didn't see it and didn't welcome it. But, after Brother D asked, as a qualified anchor, all would welcome it in passing. Some people would say that the screen was swiped too quickly and didn't see it. But what about the second time? Not to mention the fact that there were only 1 or 2 dozen people in the live room. How could they not have seen it? It's just a matter of a simple sentence. What can I do if I say it? Lose a piece of meat or break the law? However, as the anchor of the Shomai, not only rebuke mockery, but also pull Black kicked out of the live room. Brothers, you say excessive or not? All 10,000 people in Ironmouth Lee's live room were swiping. And it was indeed excessive. Then let's analyze D again. What does it mean that D not only went into her live room, but stayed? It shows that Brother D's first sensation of Shom is not bad. And the reason for asking why it's unwelcome is not that D is looking for presents or goodwill. If Old Lee's guess is right, it should be testing Shom. And the fact that D asked 3 times in a row, that proves that he is quite appreciative of Shom. So willing to give her 3 chances. Unfortunately, not only did she not cherish it, but she also completely offended Brother D. But if she seizes one chance to say the word welcome, I'm afraid that the 200 million sound waves consumed last night by Brother D will all go into her pocket. And, also, managed to circle a super posh guardian big brother. Chen and D nodded their heads as they listened. This guy analyzed the situation without missing a beat. And he really did have 2 brushes. Not bad. It's a talent. Ha ha. Now that what's shown. I'm afraid it's become the biggest joke on the net. Mud. This bitch is really too stupid. Give her 3 chances. She's useless. I guess after this incident, no anchor should look down on the little white number for quite some time, right? Ironmouth Lee is capable of telling a very good story. Whether it's the atmosphere, the rhythm of control, or the mobilization of emotions, are pinpointed to death. A PK that he describes in a dramatic, hot and engaging way. Even Chen and the person in question couldn't help but listen in fascination. When he had finished telling the story, Ironmouth Lee gave his assessment. Sister 9 is indeed a rather excellent anchor, with face value, body, talent, and character, worthy of everyone's attention. As for Brother D, Oldly I can responsibly say that he is definitely one of the most magnificent godly heroes that Douyin has ever seen. The ferocity of the incoming force can be said to be unstoppable. And don't be stubborn with me, brothers, if you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Ironmouth Lee is not all about slipping up and licking his big brother. He really thinks so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested in 2 carnivals last night without hesitation. Chen and D were about to show up when they were caught by the rhythm that suddenly rose on the public screen. Oldly, your nemesis, Douyin Gossip's first brother, Gossip King, said that Brother D is either a reflux number or a guild operation number. What do you think about this? Chapter 42, Wadia's fans. Gossip King also said, don't look, D is fierce now, but sooner or later, he will start his own broadcast. Yes, he said, and the first brother wants the effect of a battle to become famous, and then slowly cultivate leaks. When the time is ripe, the trend is to open and cut the leaks. Even Chen and D frowned straight away as they looked at the messages sent by the fan audience on the public screen. Not frowning at the king of gossip for bringing his own beat, but at the man himself. CH changes. Ironmouth Lee snorted disdainfully. A reflow account? Guild accounts? Hidden e-commerce accounts? Bullshit. A load of crap. Gossip King. What kind of urine he is. The viewers have witnessed it for all to see. But wherever there is a bit of heat on people and things, he is bound to rub it in. And he doesn't bring it down once. For the sake of a little heat, popularity and attention. He dares to say any nonsense and carry any rhythm. And it's not once or twice. He's only relying on the backing of a strong and powerful guild behind him. Or else he would have been cleaned up in plain sight long ago. A broken mouth. Anyone who dares to arbitrarily make up, sooner or later, you will run into a hard opponent. How to paste all do not know. The more he said, the more disdainful Ironmouth Lee's expression and tone became. Although what he said was true and relatively objective, it was more or less personal. Saying in Brother D is a return account, a guild account, an e-commerce account that hasn't yet set out its identity? CHCH changes. Don't even use their brains? Just open your mouth? Really? If these accounts were, would they put their votes on a new, small anchor with only 1 or 2 dozen people in his live room? Casually spend some money and find a first-tier or super first-tier popularity anchor to fight a PK. Won't it be more sensational than last night? More popular? Besides, last night and the vote swiped by D basically counted as an empty swipe, right? If it's really those accounts he's talking about, would he have wasted so many votes? You know it's all real money. Not to mention, how many of you have seen a few returning streams, guilds, and e-commerce accounts paying for 3 carnival meds? What's with the bullshit? You all know about the carnival that Yo-Yo gave in D a carnival last night, right? But just now, do you know how many gifts and Brother D returned to little Yo-Yo? 107 carnivals. Yes, you heard right. A whole 107 carnivals. This is still in the case of little Yo-Yo's own lack of power. If little Yo-Yo had enough ceremonial canisters, God knows how many would have been swiped out by and Brother D? What does it mean to be bold? What does it mean to be overbearing? Nah, and brother no. One illustrates it to the fullest. 100-fold return. Wardian, what kind of concept is that? Tell me, big guy, is this something that a reflux, guild or e-commerce could do? Joke. Certain anchors in order to point the popularity of the heat, really he meow is not billion. What rhythm dare to bring? Ha, maybe there are people who can't stand me. Lee Tizui, who would say that I'm a brainless licker of Brother He. Hey, you don't have to say it. I'm really a brainwashed fan of Brother He. Why don't you? In fact, and brother no, whether brother is the true God home big brother, or some other account that some people think, it's really not hard to tell, all without waiting too long. Tomorrow should be clear. See the public screen on the whole. Asked him if he knows what insider. Ironmouthly pretended to be a mysterious smile, picked up the tea bowl and drank tea. Look at this guy started to deliberately pose again, infuriating the viewers and fans of the live broadcast. The big brother who has more than enough money on hand starts throwing food. All of a sudden, hot air balloons, Porsches, airplanes, and whatnot were flying around in the broadcast room. Ahem. You're welcome. Brothers are too polite. Don't send it. Hurry up and stop. Don't stop. Chen and D were also very curious as to why he would say that it would be clear tomorrow. Does this guy really know something? But you're not even fucking sure yourself. Seeing that the secret is almost sold. The treasure has been played enough. The atmosphere is also in place. Ironmouthly once again coughed twice, clearing his throat. Continuing, it's not an insider thing. Just use your brain to figure it out. Let me remind you that the mystery shop will reopen tomorrow night at 8 p.m. And the limited gifts in the mystery shop will undergo a new round of updates. In that case, everyone should be able to figure it out, right? When he said that, there were quick-witted ones on the air who reacted instantly. Oldly, are you saying that Doeen will customize an exclusive divine gift for an Brother D? This shouldn't be possible, right? Those who customize exclusive gifts can spend over $100 million, and Brother D is still quite a bit short. Oldly, this rhythm don't bring at that time if it did not come out. Your words backfire in the backstabbing in Brother D it. Chen and the first to look at this guy's confidence in the chest, feel that he should be really got what reliable insider information. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have said that. Ironmouthly smiled and said, although He's current consumption is just over 2,000W, anyone can see that He has a lot of momentum and a lot of potential. No, just a few minutes online today and I'm casually spending dozens of Ws again. If the people from Doeen Company, who have no problem with their brains and have a long-term vision, will definitely take the initiative to show their goodwill and grab and Brother D, the godly client, and for Doeen to be as successful as he is today, there must be no shortage of brains, vision, and vigor. Isn't the Tiger King the best proof of that? Wasn't it also the case that the Tiger King only spent $20 million in the first place, and Doeen gave a customized exclusive gift? And by now, the Tiger King has spent at least $200 or so million, right? So, oldly I think that Doeen will still make a move this time. Tomorrow night should tell us something. Don't tell me, this guy analyzes it like that. However, Chen and D dared to conclude that this bastard had definitely gotten wind of it. It's really important not to underestimate any of the anchors. Maybe they have some special channels and connections. The next thing he saw was Ironmouth Lee smiling smugly. Grimly, He said, when the time comes, I, Lee Tizui, would like to see how certain foul-mouthed anchors who have been punched in the face should handle themselves, but I guess it's nothing for a faceless anchor like him. After all, it's not once or twice that you've been punched in the face, so when the time comes, you can just casually apologize and muddle through. Hearing his words, Chen and the first couldn't help but frown. Old Lee, didn't you go to venture capital last night? Why didn't Brother D return your gift? I don't think he forgot about you, right? Ha ha. Seeing the teasing of the fans in the live broadcast, Ironmouth Lee smiled in a cloudy manner, said, why? And Brother D such a godly man, can it be bad? Do you think Brother D is like us? He's probably busy. What's more, how do you know when Brother D didn't come? What if his old man is just invisible in my live room? Chapter 43, Brewing a Big Storm. Chen and D frowned and pondered for a moment, but in the end, he did not choose to show his face, but silently exited the live broadcast room. Click on Ironmouth Lee's homepage, then click on Private Messages. He sent a message to Ironmouth Lee. Putting down his cell phone, he lit a cigarette and smoked it leisurely. His eyes grew deeper and deeper, and he didn't know what he was thinking. And at this time, inside the Radiant Media Company located in Magic City, after eating dinner, changing her clothes and putting on makeup, Ning Mucha was sitting in the exclusive live broadcast room that the company had created for her, ready to start broadcasting. Maisie took a sip of her milk tea and looked at the female assistant who was checking the equipment next to her, casually asked, Xiao Mei these 2 days I was busy signing with the company, so I didn't have time to start broadcasting, and I didn't pay much attention to the platform. Is there any hotter anchor in Douyin recently? Hearing her question, Assistant Xiao Mei immediately stopped what she was doing and returned. Yes, it is Sister T. To say that the anchor with the most heat right now would be Mu Jiugu. Ning Mucha frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, Mu Jiugu? How come I haven't heard of it? Naturally you haven't heard of her. Sister T. She's a newbie anchor who's only been on the air for 2 or 3 days. A newcomer anchor? Ning Mocha was even more puzzled. Then why would you say she's hot right now? Assistant Xiao Mei explained. She's hot because a super godly big brother came out of nowhere last night in her live broadcast room. Ning Mocha subconsciously asked, who is it? And first? Ning Mucha exclaimed in reflex. Assistant Xiao Mei was all taken aback by her sudden shock. Sister T. You know each other? Ning Mucha shook her head and continued. Give me the details. After listening to Assistant Xiao Mei's detailed explanation, Ning Mucha had a look of envy on her face. This kind of good thing, this kind of godly big brother, why can't you meet it yourself? While envious, she secretly blamed herself for overreacting a bit just now. It's just a coincidence that they have the same name, and they're being overly sensitive. Oh yeah, I even made a point of looking at his homepage last night. His IP affiliation is surprisingly in Tianfu, the same place as you. Sister T. You don't really know this mysterious godly man, do you? Ning Mocha's heart thumped, and she actually had an indescribably bad premonition. Shaking his head heavily, he felt a little ridiculous at the thoughts and premonitions that had popped into his head. How can it be the same person? A wage earner who 2 days ago was up early in the morning, delivering takeaways in the wind and sun. One is a mysterious godly man who spends money like gold and throws away $10 million on a PK. I'm afraid no one with a bad brain would connect two people who are worlds apart, right? Ning Mocha felt that she had probably been too busy lately, so busy that she had lost her head, and that she would have such a ridiculous thought. Yo-Yo said, I don't know. The heavenly mansion is so big, I may not know everyone. Besides, people might just happen to be in Tianfu. She didn't want to talk about this topic anymore and digressed. In the next 2 days, the company will arrange for me to link up with Mr. Jiang, a super tier 1 popular anchor, and play a PK. Win or lose, there will definitely be a lot of beats in the live room at that time, so you must manage it well for me. Understood, Sister T. Ironmouth Lee was more than a little disappointed because until the end of his live broadcast, and D didn't show up. For this reason, he has extended the downcast time. Usually his broadcasting time was from 3 in the afternoon to 8 in the evening, and today he waited until 8:30 to get off the air. As soon as he was off the air, his wife, Lu Jing, came into the room and, as always, called him out for dinner. They've been married for a few years now, so naturally they know each other quite well. She saw at a glance that her man's mood seemed a bit off, and hurriedly asked with concern, Husband, what did you encounter? Why are you in such a low mood? Ironmouth Lee shook his head, a far-fetched smile on his face, and softly said, It's all right, wife. I'm probably a little tired today. Lu Jing wasn't stupid. How could she not see that he was relieving himself? However, since he didn't want to talk about it, then Lu Jing didn't ask much. Instead, he slowly walked behind his chair and reached out his hands, massaging his shoulders and neck. Gently, He said, "Hubby, if you really feel too tired, then let's not do the live broadcast, right? We've saved up some savings over the years, so it's okay to start a small business." Tizuili shook his head and said, "That money cannot be moved. Is prepared for emergencies, the old man and child at home in case of some accident. We are not at our wits' end." As he said, he reached out to hold the two hands on his shoulders. "It's fine. It's probably just that the popularity of the live broadcast has slipped in the past 2 days, causing me to be a bit tired." Lu Jing looked at him with some heartache. "Husband, don't work too hard. If you really can't, let's rest for 2 days." Iron Mouth Lee shook his head firmly once again. "How dare you take a break when the popularity of the livestream was already dwindling? Alright, wife, go ahead and eat. I'll see if there are any important private messages." Checking private messages is one of the things that every anchor must do after going off the air. Lu Jing didn't leave either. Still standing behind him, massaging him. As soon as Iron Mouth Lee opened his private message, he saw at a glance the message that Chen and D had sent him. As soon as he saw and know one's name, he instantly got energized, and even his waist unconsciously straightened up a lot. He couldn't wait to click on it, and when he finished reading the message that Chen and D had sent him, his entire body sprang up from his chair in a flash. It really startled Lu Jing behind her. "What's wrong?" "A shock." "Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Iron Mouth Lee laughed out loud in excitement. Hands pressed her shoulders, incomparably excitedly said, "Wife, I met a nobleman. Really met a nobleman. Ha ha." Although Lu Jing didn't know what was going on, seeing her husband so excited and happy, she followed suit. Smiling, he said, "Can we go out to dinner now?" "No way." Iron Mouth Lee refused without hesitation. "Wife, go ahead and take care of the kids for dinner. Just save it for me. I've got to get fucked up now." "Hey." This time, Lu Jing didn't insist, but silently exited the room. Without saying anything, Iron Mouth Lee directly clicked on the Gossip King's live room and swaggered in. As soon as he came in, he heard the King of Gossip still making up passionate arguments to discredit and Brother D. When Iron Mouth Lee heard this, he laughed coldly. "I was worried that I couldn't find a reason to start a group, but I didn't know that I'd just come in and run into it." Iron Mouth Lee also simply no nonsense. Direct supreme floating screen to open the group. Once up to catch the Gossip King a wild spray. Rebuked him will only say nonsense to bring the rhythm. Only know to rub the heat. In order to popularity by any means. Making things up. The unvarnished truth of the matter. Directly sprayed the King of Gossip with dog balls. He even bluntly said that if he didn't have the backing of a big guild, what qualifications did he have to be the first brother of the news gossip board? Does he deserve it? Chapter 44, Incarnation. Behind the scenes. The fact that King Gossip and Iron Mouth Lee have always been at odds is well known throughout the internet. You look at me like a dog, I look at you like a tortoise, and they don't see eye to eye with each other. However, there are contradictions to have contradictions. Do not return to not. But like today, direct blatant run to the other side of the live broadcast cursing the situation, is really the first time. Fans of Iron Mouth Lee who received wind of the situation also instantly barged into Gossip King's live room. Bagua Wang faced to run to his house to come, pointing at his own split face, a scolding Iron Mouth Lee. Naturally will not be spoiled. Shake it off with a flurry of retaliatory dislikes. The two are in the live broadcast room, in front of the fans of both sides as well as the face of the melon-eating audience. Direct front hard. Who does not goad anyone? You denigrate me and I'll dislike you back. And it's a good time. And fans from both sides didn't hesitate to join the fray and spray each other. The two anchors were fine. After all, you can't swear anymore, can you? But the fans have no limits. All kinds of trash talk directly to each other's face to dislike. The crowd of onlookers and melon eaters is also more and more gathered, one by one, watching the fun, constantly behind the back of the incitement of the wind and ghost fire. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room was growing upwards in an almost linear fashion. The King of Gossip was simply happy in his heart, but as he saw things getting bigger and bigger, the situation getting more and more serious, and the fans using dirtier and dirtier words, the King of Gossip couldn't stop laughing. If he kept it up, his live room would definitely be banned. It's not going to be worth it when that happens. If it's banned for a week and a half, it's even more fucked up. But Iron Mouth Lee is like a king's weight. As if he is determined to eat the weight, he must bite his own mouth. If you show your cowardice and admit your weakness, how can you still hang around in the Douyin live broadcasting world? Just when he was in a dilemma, he suddenly saw a melon-eating crowd on the public screen and said, "Play a hammer-mouth cannon. Have the ability to do a PK for real." The King of Gossip gave a secret praise in his heart. But what a little wit. Previously, he also repeatedly shouted Iron Mouth Lee, "Do not serve. We two directly dry a game. Whoever loses who meow to the other side to concede." Yet Iron Mouth Lee either avoided the fight or played deaf and dumb without giving a response. The King of Gossip didn't taunt and despise him for it. Iron Mouth Lee wasn't stupid. Knowing that he had the guild's support behind him, how could he agree to fight with him? So, don't look at the two of them making a lot of noise, but so far, they haven't really fought a PK yet. Seeing the reminder on the public screen, the King of Gossip was instantly pleased. Not only can we end this farce and avoid being banned, but we can also turn the other party against him, forcing him to concede and roll out of the live broadcasting room in the dust, and we can also use this to grow our popularity. Why not kill 3 birds with 1 stone? He didn't bother to fight with the other party anymore and said directly, Duck Lee, I really didn't make a mistake in giving you this nickname. You're a cooked duck with nothing but a stiff upper lip. And don't act like a shrew and just cuss at me. If you're really good, let's do this for real. A father-son duo. Whoever loses, from now on, whenever we appear together, or connect, or enter each other's live room, regardless of the occasion, we have to call dad. Do you dare to take it? If you don't dare, take your fucking goon fans and get the fuck out of my live room. After saying that, the King of 8 Trigrams had an arrogant and smug expression on his face. According to what he knew about Iron Mouth Lee, he would only drop a couple of harsh words and then bolt with his tail between his legs. The strong support from his own guild was the backbone of his defiance of him. Even if he, Iron Mouth Lee, took the money out himself to fight the reflux, it would never be dry. Not to mention a PK so vicious and insulting. Would he dare to take it? If they do take it, then whoever loses will not only lose face, but their popularity will also fall straight to the bottom, and their fans will come off en masse. It's basically a waste. And if there's no big opportunity, it's hard as hell to get up again. So, he ate up the fact that Iron Mouth Lee didn't dare to pick it up. Not to mention King Gossip and his fans. Even Iron Mouth Lee's fans agreed that he wouldn't take it. The moment this engagement came out, the Iron Mouth Lee fans who were so majestic before, instantly caved in and lost their voices. On the other hand, the fans of the King of Gossip, on the contrary, were suddenly dejected and recklessly trolled, mocked and despised each other. Unbeknownst to him, at this point in time, Iron Mouth Lee, his mouth was already crooked with laughter. Smugly, he muttered, "Humph, even if you're as refined as a ghost, you'll have to drink a man's foot washing water." Let everyone in the live room, including the Gossip King, was shocked. Iron Mouth Lee actually floating screen to answer the war. Answered the war. Okay then, tomorrow night at 8. Fuck it, whoever wimped out is a fucking grandson. The King of Gossip visibly flinched when he saw him floating the screen. Heart also cannot help but secretly mutter, "This shrinking turtle, how dare to receive the move, and also catch so dry? There will be no fraud, right?" Doubtful to doubt, but the words have been said. Now there is no room for maneuver. After all, the live broadcast nearly 30,000 people are watching it. It would be a joke if he were to show cowardice and change his mind at this time. So he could only say stiffly, "Alright, then let's make an appointment for tomorrow night at 8 p.m. I'd like to see what exactly you, Duck Lee, have the ability to dare to fight me in PK. Iron Mouth Lee, whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know when it's time to pull it out and walk it. I hope tomorrow night your terms will be as hard as your mouth." The King of Gossip was not willing to be weak and returned. "This should be me talking to you. Hurry back to sell the house and prepare to get the money together. Little party vegetable. Iron Mouth Lee, brothers, let's retreat." After posting the last floating screen, Iron Mouth Lee exited the live stream. At the moment, he's sitting in his chair, dancing with excitement. Yes, everything tonight was his premeditation. He was deliberately trying to provoke King Bagua. He was deliberately making him in a dilemma. And even the pop-up screen that King Bagua saw was deliberately sent by him with a small number. He, on the other hand, was trying to force the Bagua King to take the initiative to invite a battle. How could he not be thrilled and pleased now that his purpose had been accomplished without effort? In the face of King Bagua's invitation to fight, why would he, who had always only avoided fighting, take the initiative to ask for a fight this time? What on earth does he have in him to dare to take it? That's right, his bottom line came precisely from Chen and D. It was Chen and D who manipulated all this behind the scenes. The message Chen and D sent to Iron Mouth Lee was only a simple sentence. Get a date with the King of Gossip to help you reclaim your throne as #1 in the news and gossip section. He guessed that a joke he had said earlier on the air was actually true. And Brother Wadi is really stealthy in his live room. It's no wonder he told his wife that he had met a nobleman. After the excitement and euphoria had passed, he calmed down. Walking out of the room, he pulled Lu Jing, who was eating with her parents' children, aside alone. Said, "Wife, take our emergency savings card and bring it to me." Chapter 45, The King Doesn't Come to Court in the Morning. The gentle and virtuous Lu Jing just gave him a very serious look, then turned around and walked into the bedroom. It didn't take long for her to walk out with a bank card and shove it directly into Iron Mouth Lee's hand. Throughout, she never said a word. much less asked him what he wanted the money for. Tizuili both affectionate and heartbreaking look at the people in front of him, since the beginning of following their own, has not enjoyed a day of happiness, every day toiling to serve the family. Softly, he asked, "Honey, aren't you going to ask what I want the money for?" "Yes, I told you not to touch the money, but I'm going to touch it, so anyone would be curious, right?" Lu Jing was also curious and puzzled, but she didn't ask. Smiling gently, she said, "I believe you, for simple words, but they are heavy." A thin mist of water clouded his own eyes as he held her tightly in his arms. What more could a man ask for in a wife? "Thank you, wife." At this moment, Ironmouth Lee's thoughts of taking a gamble faltered. He wanted to backtrack, even if it meant losing face, even if it meant losing his popularity. He didn't care. He's scared. He's scared he'll lose the bet. If we lose the bet, how can we live up to this heavy trust? At that time, everything could only go back to square one and start from zero. He was unwilling to let the people in front of him follow him and suffer again. At this moment, all his ambition, was gone. There's actually nothing wrong with stability. He let go of the person in his arms and handed the bank card back to her. Lu Jing didn't pick it up, but stared straight at him, clearly having seen through him. Pushing his hand back, she smiled and said, "Honey, just do whatever you want to do. Don't worry too much about it. We never lacked the courage to start over. Come on." Hearing her encouragement, Ironmouth Lee couldn't have been more touched. Secretly, he vowed that no matter what happened in the future, he would never fail this stupid woman. With the support of his wife, Ironmouth Lee is no longer concerned. Then bet. He was ready to fight with the King of 8 Trigrams even if and Brother D didn't show up tomorrow. Even if and when Brother D shows up, that doesn't leave Big Brother alone on the ticket. Tomorrow is bound to be a tough battle. Big Brother says he supports you, but you can't really treat Big Brother as a fool and a bastard, can you? It's time to put on an attitude that belongs to you. Win or lose. After Big Brother sees his attitude, he is also bound to be pleased. Even if he loses, Big Brother will still come to support him. I have to say, Ironmouth Lee did a pretty good job and the pattern is pretty much flawless. It's that simple and straightforward. But some anchors are hardwired not to get it. Even if you understand, you are deliberately playing dumb, making it clear that you are treating your Big Brother as an ingrate. Wrapped in a bath towel, Chen and Dai hummed a little tune as they toweled off their inches. After a soothing soak, the whole group was quite refreshed. Walked into the restaurant and pulled a cold beer out of the fridge. That's what you need to quench your thirst in the summer. Take a sip and then exclaim that this is what the fuck you call life. Grab a beer, cigarettes and a cell phone and head back to the bedroom. Leaning against the bed, this unlocked his phone and checked the time. Just a minute past 9. He tapped on the Douyin app, then tapped on the follow list to see that Mujioga had already started broadcasting. You're right on time, kid. Tapped directly into her live room, and since the stealth privilege was on, it wouldn't show the hint that he was entering the room, because the broadcast had just started less than a minute ago. The number of people in the live room wasn't too high yet. Chen and Dee pulled open the list of online viewers and took a look. Ooh, good guy. One by one, they were all quite punctual, even earlier than themselves. The sugar bitches, the Cerebellum Axe, and the King of Versailles are all here. Instead, Mujioga changed her style from yesterday and actually wore a swing Han dress. Her hair is also up in a bun, which looks quite classical. She's a real beauty in a costume. Mujioga flashed her signature charming smile at the camera and said softly, "Good evening, little black fans. Let's not sing the opening song today. Let's give you little black fans an opening dance today. Classical dance. The king doesn't come early. Please enjoy." When she finished, she rose in style and danced to the gentle music. The soulful eyes, the wonderful dance posture, the soft and boneless lithe body. One can tell that it is quite professional, toe-tapping and graceful. She danced in the light as gentle as moonlight. Even the white, slender fingertips were dancing along with it. At this moment, Mujioga was like a fairy dancing in the Yao Qi. Fans of the live audience didn't know the dance, but they couldn't help but be mesmerized. Chen and Dee looked even more mesmerized. As she danced, one by one, one by one, one by one, Chen and Dee's heart followed. One by one. Oops, it's a heartbeat. He hastily grabbed his beer and slammed it down, but instead of letting him calm down, it gave birth to an inexplicable grandeur of waking up to the power of the world and lying drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman. After the song was finished, Mujioga returned to the screen and sat down. While wiping the fine sweat on his forehead with a paper towel, he asked with a smile, "How about it, little black fans? Do you have a heartbeat? I can kind of understand why ancient kings love to watch dancing. Is this why kings don't go to court early? In my place, I'd damn well designate a dim king." Ninth sister, it must have been very hard for you to come down to earth, right? It was so well danced. So beautiful that after watching it I silently picked up my coat hanger and walked over to my girlfriend who was lying limply on the couch, eating chips and watching a soap opera. Sugar Girl, Sarabella Max, and Slutty also marveled at her dance moves, looking at the screen full of compliments. Mujyo-go was a little smug. Dejectedly, she said, "See, 9 sisters can sing, dance and drive. So why don't you little black fans stop clamoring to go out and fight and shut up and enjoy the talent? Doesn't it smell good?" Seeing that the number of people in the live broadcast room was growing, it had already exceeded 10,000 plus. Mujyo-go continued, "Little black fans, light tags should be turned in, please turn them in. Wait, don't panic yet. I'll give everyone a goodie bag for seconds, and then hand it in when it's grabbed." After that, they started handing out goodie bags and red envelopes, all with the maximum amount. One look at this situation and the tweaker, who didn't make it out last night, decides to put on a good show tonight. Hurriedly floating screen said, I'll send. Didn't grab the brothers, don't be anxious. 10,000 second package. First come to 5 say. After saying that, he directly sent 5 10,000 second packets in a row. The viewers and fans in the live stream were simply delighted. It's still Sister Nine's live room. Not only don't want us to get on the ticket, but also even reimburse the cost of the light sign. Nothing to say, just road trip. Even though I didn't grab it, I had to pay attention and I had to send in the light sign. Look at this. This is the pattern which is like other anchors, in addition to circling votes is wool gathering. Bah! In an instant, Mujyo-go gained countless fans. By the time the red packets were grabbed and the lighted tags given away, the fans were getting restless again. Atmosphere Team Bully, pull the team leader on the mic and take us out for a fight. Atmosphere Team Levi, pull the team leader on the mic and take us out for a fight. Chan and D, who had been peering at the screen, suddenly realized that these guys were surprisingly organized and disciplined. Their nicknames are prefixed with the word Atmosphere Group. This masterpiece must be the handiwork of Sugar Girl. Chapter 46, Initial Crimes Committed by a Group. Mujyo-go flavorfully rolled her eyes and pretended not to see the rhythm on the public screen. Continuing with himself, he said, "Does everyone see anything different today?" Fans were really caught up in her conversation. "Doesn't it show at a glance? It's even prettier than yesterday." "Ha? Is it starting to develop twice? Why does it feel like it's grown a little?" "Sister 9, be honest. How many papayas did you eat last night after you got off the air? Or did you get someone to massage you?" She couldn't help but look down as she watched the public screen filled with comments teasing her about her boobs getting a tiny bit bigger. Instantly forehead flashed several black lines. Exasperated. Development a ghost. I seriously warn you guys. And then dare to ridicule me square small. Collectively pull black. Humph. Nor did he wait for them to answer, but continued. "Don't you notice that my house is different?" He also stood up and walked out of the shot after saying that. Without her in the way, the camera shoots wider and clearer. After her reminder, the fan audience naturally saw it coming. Rejoining the camera, he smiled and said, "That's right. Since the university is about to open, I've moved to a new residence not far from the school." "Oh yeah." She suddenly remembered something. "I'll tell you guys something very coincidental. I found out after I moved in that my neighbor across the street was actually a friend of mine. Tonight, I still dined at his place. Don't tell me. He's a superb cook, and his food is delicious." As she said it, she licked her lips very retrospectively. What's even more coincidental is that his first name, it's just Wadi, exactly the same as List 1 and brother Wadi. Yo, could it be that 9th sister I am destined to be entangled with a man named D in this life? Shen and D smiled slightly, knowing that she was flirting with herself to liven up the atmosphere. "Little black fans, can you help 9 sisters out with ideas on how to go to the neighbor's house every day to rub it in? Oh, good lord, this girl is addicted to food and wants to come back every day to rub it in." But for some reason, Chen and D were inexplicably somewhat happy and expectant when they heard this. How easy is that? Seduce him. Lust is afraid that it won't work. After all, surveys show that over 90% of men are not attracted to pair A. Mujyo-go was so angry that even her chest grew 2 sizes. Bastard. Just come up with an idea. What's all this talk about right A or wrong A? Anyone who mentions pair A to me again, I'm going to get mad at them. Mighty tiger of the lurking minions, calculate. Calculate brothers. Hit people, do not hit the face. We do not need to keep stepping on other people's pain feet. Is not it? The real deal. Sarabella Axe is also a real little black fan. Ignition team, to A, I say. Can you stop talking about what's there? Can't you see that the popularity keeps dropping? Hurry up and get Sugar Sister on the mic and take us to the fight. Mujyo-go saw that the rhythm was picking up again, and this time she couldn't pretend not to see it. I can only fool around and say, what kind of fight? Big brother is not there. Go out and get beaten up? Also, what the hell is your nickname? Hurry up and change it. Pull the black warning. The rebellious teenager immediately floated the screen and said, "What do you mean? Look down on me. Is not it? Looking down on the honorable level 60 users? I purposely set the alarm clock and got up early just to fight. Hurry up and get Sugar Sister on the mic." And the fans instantly rioted. Sugar also took the opportunity to send out a request for connectivity. Facing the cranky fans, Mujioga had no choice but to put Sugar on the mic. As soon as Sugar got on the mic, he yelled, "Skinny old men, are you ready to fight? Fuck, 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 fuck." Worthy of the Atmosphere team, full of public screen is full of dry word dominating the screen. An instant atmosphere on the head. Looks like Sugar Girl managed the Atmosphere group pretty well. This momentum, this battle, it's like a big army marching. When she saw the situation, Sugar Little Sister was dejected. "What's the matter, Ninth Sister? You don't need us to invite you, do you?" It was also that Mujioga didn't have a beard, or else he would have been so angry that he would have blown his beard. Exasperated, he said, "What am I sitting here for? Come on, I'll get up and let you guys play, okay? Hey." Sugar Little Sister smiled smugly. "Ninth Sister, don't be anxious. Wait 2 more days and I'll come over to help you broadcast. Oh, Sugar-chan, if you dare to bring up the tempo again, do you believe that you are not allowed to come? I quit the group. Do you believe I'll let you sleep on the toilet when the time comes? I quit the group. Do you believe me? I'll sue. I quit the group." Listening to their mutual dislike, Chen and Dee frowned. Why did it feel a bit off? No matter how Mujioga threatened and intimidated, Sugar Sister only lightly returned the 3 words, "I quit the group." In the end, Mujioga was not only in a hurry, but was also directly messed with to break the defense, causing the audience in the live broadcast to laugh. With her lifeblood seized, there was nothing she could do, because she didn't have the slightest doubt that these little black fans would actually quit the group. The kidnapped Mujioga could only turn on random PK. It took less than 3 seconds to match with a female anchor who was still popular. Because her PK is so high right now and she's already on a winning streak of several, the randomly matched anchors will have their segments increased. As soon as the other female anchor took a look at her, her face sank, obviously recognizing her. "Yeah, Sister 9. Sister 9, hello. Mujiogu also greeted warmly. "Hello Kiki." Sugar does not give them the opportunity to blow each other pleasantries, directly opened the door and asked, "Opposite anchor, can play?" The arrogance of the tone and attitude is so deep that it's true to those PK anchors. Instead of answering, Kiki weakly asked, "Is ND around?" Mujioga shook her head and returned, "Not in." Upon hearing this, Kiki, who had just been delicate and weak, instantly transformed. With an arrogant face, he shouted, "Ha! And Brother D is not here. How dare you guys come out to fight PK? You still dare to challenge Sister Key, don't you? Have you never been beaten before? Come on, get straight to the point about how to play. I have to teach you a lesson today." Good man. This face changing is a master of Sichuan opera, but we all know that it's just for live effect and not to be taken seriously. Mujioga said meaningfully, "Whoever loses will hang a banner plus 5 heartfelt words. How about that?" Kiki didn't dilly-dally. "Answer it, 10 minutes. Front 1, back 3. Whoever has the fewest votes sits down and is not allowed to talk or play music. Okay? Okay." The moment the PK officially started, Sugar surged with excitement and shouted, "Skinny old man, light the fire." The public screen is also full of the word ignition sent by the Atmosphere group. Ignition Team 1, requesting to go to war. Cerebellar Axe floated straight to the screen and said, "Granted." The next thing you see is Ignition Team 1 sending out a Porsche. TSK. Good guy. A PK is just a PK. But this group of guys played out a blockbuster instantly. As soon as the gift effects came out, the Atmosphere group once again followed suit. "Thank you for the Porsche from Ignition Team number 1. Big Brother V587. Sensei, the whole gang is kinda like that. The sense of atmosphere, the sense of ceremony, the sense of immediacy, all of it is full." Sugar continued to command, "Halt, the battlefield will be handed over to the brothers of the combat team next. Rebel Teen, promise to get the job done." While it's certainly quite middle of the road, there's no shortage of fervor and excitement. The key, the atmosphere in the live room, is as good as it gets. Even the live rooms of Super Tier 1 anchors didn't have such a good atmosphere. For the first time, an organized and sizable gang seems to be feeling pretty good. Although Chen and Dee could not help but cry and laugh as they watched, they were quite impulsive to jump into action. On the surface it was a refusal, but on the inside it was honest. Chapter 47, Deterrence from and Brother No. 1. The atmosphere in the live room could only be described as loud and overwhelming. Yet look at the bloodstain again. 1200 votes. And poof. Spit blood. An operation is as fierce as a tiger. A look at the blood bar white pounding. Soi Nin was not in a hurry to get on the ticket. After all, he didn't have the same style as Chen and D. Chen and the first start was a direct magic banishing spell. Blood stripe banishing spell. Simply do not give the other party the opportunity to resist and struggle. Directly from the psychological line of defense to crush the other party. So that the other party did not even have the courage to go on the ticket. As soon as PK starts, he can't stop as if he's eaten Hyun Mai. In the end it was bound to be a crushing victory. But whenever he strikes out on an inning that has just begun, it means it's already over. This is the countertop of ND's ho ho ho. But naturally, it was not appropriate for him to use such a cruel tactic on such an inconspicuous entertainment PK. But not so much the tart. His style is all about you and me. Back and forth. Otherwise what fun is there in one-sided abuse and crushing? He'll take his time getting on the ticket and won't let the blood gap widen too much. Just so his opponent can see a win coming. When the opponent's bloodline pressed through, he counter-pressed through. And the gap would always be captured just right. It made the viewers and fans in the live broadcast room feel that this PK was unusually intense. There's even the nervous thrill of losing if you're not careful. And at the end of the day, he's the one who's going to take the hit. The hopes that had risen countless times for the opponent were annihilated in an instant. He liked the control and the feeling of playing with it. Should I say no? This guy plays kinda sick. Kiki How to Say is also a live room resident, a few thousand people of the medium anchor. The family naturally has the strength, but also certainly has a guardian big brother. When they heard it said that and Brother D was not there, they could not hold down the tickets in their hands. As soon as he saw that the other party only had a mere 12,000 votes, a certain big brother was directly a private airplane, which pressed the other party's blood bar to death. And at this point, 1 minute had already passed, which declared the end of the previous minute of closed mic canvassing. The next step is to open the mic, and those with fewer votes should prepare for insults and taunts from the other side. As expected, as soon as the mic opened, Kiki laughed arrogantly. Ha ha, Sister 9, you can't do it either. It's too much of a pull, isn't it? Can you muster up the same energy you had last night? Oh, by the way, and D's not here. You little lesbian, you're nothing without your brother. Can you press the blood bar over? It's not that much of a difference, just 1,000 votes. Really? Can't your family even press over 1,000 votes without Brother Wardega? TSK is too pulling down my family's GDP. My big brother has a ticket to fight. It's really painful. It's time to say no. These anchors dislike people in all sorts of shady ways, although it is a live effect. But if you meet a bad mentality, must give squeeze to break the defense. It's a direct dislike of the mind. Mu Jiaoji's mindset was good. She didn't panic or get busy, and she had a smile on her face the whole time. The fans on the live feeds didn't mess with the rhythm, let alone kidnap Big Brother and urge him to hurry up and get on the ticket. Instead, it's time to welcome new visitors to the broadcast booth, guide them when it's time to guide them, and emphasize the effectiveness of the show when it's time to emphasize the effectiveness of the show. Very organized and disciplined. Seeing that the time was ripe, Soi Nian no longer hid it, and after a night of waiting, it was finally his turn to strike. It was a straight-up disco worth 999 buckets that pressed the blood bar through. Mu Jiaogu was also finally able to speak. Naturally, the first words out of his mouth had to be thanks to Big Brother. Thanks for the tawdry disco. The members of the Atmosphere group all started thanking Big Brother in unison as well. Mu Jiaogu didn't turn on the yin and yang taunting mode. It wasn't that she wouldn't, but she simply didn't want to. Instead, she was still very solemn and sincere as she gassed up her opponent. Big brothers of Kiki's family, come on, make sure you beat my family's little black fans to the punch, to the service. They're just too jumpy, too no big deal. Give me a hard time. Come on, Ali give. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard Sugar bellow, shut up, go on, sing and cheer up the skinny old men. When Mu Jiaogu heard this, she was furious again. Sugar little sister, you are bold and fat. How dare you teach ninth sister to do something? Chen and D also finally floated the screen at this time. Can't teach you to do anything? As soon as she saw the floating screen, Sugar-chan immediately exclaimed in excitement. Welcome my uncle. The Atmosphere team welcomes a wave and Uncle D on full screen. As soon as they heard her shout, the big brothers in Kiki's live room who were preparing to send gifts and upvote to put the bloodstain over froze in an instant. The fingers that had all but pressed on the gift had to be withdrawn. It's over. There was already a level 60 big brother in the room, and now and brother no. One is still here. Oh, what's the point of playing? Wendy's here, and there's nothing to play for. 2 level 60 big brothers. Who the hell dares to fight hard? Kiki admit defeat if you can't. The live room, which had just been full of small gifts, instantly lost sight of even a small heart. Not to mention that the fans have lost their fighting spirit. Even the anchors themselves have lost their minds on circling the boat. This is also too uncharacteristic to eat if you are still shouting at your big brothers to get on the ticket. And isn't it forcing Big Brother to die? You're not going to offend him? Kiki's blood bar, truly, was as motionless as if it had been welded shut. That's how intimidating and D are right now. Mujiogu instantly blanked out and said without any good humor, "Can you be properly stealthy in the live broadcast? Look for yourself. How can anyone else get on the ticket when you're out? Please leave a way for other anchors to live. They also need to earn money. You do not purely smash people's rice bowls?" The King of Versailles was also instantly anxious. Even quickly floating screen said, Hey uncle, what do you mean? Can we still play happily? It's not easy for me to be in the limelight. So what are you doing here? Give me a chance to show off, okay? First things first, you're not allowed to upvote. I'll play this one. Chen and D laughed breathlessly and floated the screen. Okay, I'm not going to be on the ticket. I'll just be an audience and a commentator, okay? Pull me up on the mic. There's no way around it. The demands of God's big brother must be met. Mujiogu can only obediently pull him on the mic. Don't get hung up on whether or not you can get on the mic. Don't be serious. Followed by rushing across the room and said, Shichi and the big brothers of the live broadcast, do not be false, do not be afraid. And the first brother said not on the ticket. You cheer Kiki's eyes lit up and she confirmed. Really? You promise not to get on the ticket? Whatty? Chen and D camouflaged their voices and said, Really? I guarantee that one vote won't go up. Instantly, Kiki came to life. Families, big brothers, do you hear me? Don't be afraid and don't be afraid. And brother no, one won't be able to get a ticket. Let's beat up the group together. She also obeyed the rules of the game. After all, the ticketless had spoken, and hurriedly got up to do 20 high knees. As the sound of her canvas landed, the live stream came back to life. The gift floated again, and Shen and D disguised themselves as commentators and started playing. Chapter 48, Super Burning Super Explosive PK. Okay viewers, pay attention. You are now watching a major PK league that is being reviewed live for you by the commentators and D. First, as is customary, let's take a look at the lineups. On the blue side is a black powder team led by Mujiogu, and serving as the main attacker is a level 60 veteran. He has inherited the hope of all the legions of black fans, and all the little black fans on the air are watching him. If he loses this fight, I'm afraid it will be hard for him to go home. And on the red side is the Kijia Legion led by Kiki, which has a different tactic than the blue side deployed, with the Kijia Legion having a lot of offensive output points. Its offensive lineup is also a luxury, with an experienced 52nd ranked veteran, a 49th ranked wind-up starter, and several 45th ranked hot-headed juniors. We'll see whether the red side's level 60 veterans are strong, or the blue side, with its luxurious lineup and ferocious firepower, is more skillful. Without further ado, let's get right into the match. 2 minutes have elapsed in the game, and the field now holds a slim lead for the time being for the blue side. Watch out! Watch out! The red side suddenly launched a furious counterattack, with the 52nd level veteran spearheading a private plane to tie the score. The 49th level Master General's rocket is right behind him. It's worthy of being a popular Master General. His strength should not be underestimated, and the 45 grade juniors are not willing to lag behind. Have bright sword. For a moment, the field Porsche, airplane, disco a mess. The situation is very chaotic. The red side's multi-point attackers swooped in and caught the blue side off guard. Now that the blue side is trailing by a large margin, facing a siege with a blockade in front and pursuers behind, will the powerful level 60 veteran be able to break out successfully? Look! He's done it. He's really done it. He's done it with a Godhood carnival breakout straight out of the gate. Unbelievable. Russian American. Be careful. Be careful. The red side is changing to 112 formation. It's counterattacking. It's counterattacking. The 52nd grade veteran put on a similar fiesta. The 49th grade major added another. And two 45th grade juniors had a scampering monkey each to extend the lead again. How does a 60th grade veteran respond to the opposing team's raging pack of tackles and blocking? We see that the 60th grade veteran is really calm and old-fashioned. And at this point, not only is he not flustered, but he even wants to laugh a little bit. Even by karma, he actually made a combo. And 5 carnivals directly pushed the score back. Here we can see that the 60th grade veteran handled the game with great familiarity and finesse, boldness with no lack of finesse, always keeping the pace in his own hands and the score under extremely precise control. At this point, the situation on the field looked very anxious. Both the red side and the blue side stopped attacking with extreme tacit understanding, and the chaotic situation stabilized for the time being. But according to my years of experience in analyzing the situation, this is bound to be the last calm before the storm. Temporarily trailing, the red side should be rejuvenating. building up its strength, brewing up one last attack before the end. And the blue side with a small lead should be saving their strength. No, he's not. He's actually interacting with the fans on the field. It looks like he's winning this game. A little bit of time passed, and for such a long time, neither side organized an effective attack. The red side had a couple of small, unscaled offenses, but they did not threaten the red side. With less than a minute to go until the end of this game, there's not much time left for the red side. It's moving. The red side, who have been holding back and storing up their power for a long time, have finally moved. And this will be their last attack of the game. It's Wazoo. That's right, it's Wazoo. The red side's multi-point attackers are coming together, facing the sweeping Wazoo. How should the blue side's level 60 veteran respond? He's still watching, and not rushing out. The race is in the countdown. 10, 9. Seeing that the game time is coming up and the red side is ready to win, they can't wait to start celebrating. We could clearly feel the tension of the fans in the audience. And at this moment, their hearts were all in their throats. 5 seconds to go. 4 seconds to go. 3. Moved. He finally couldn't hold back. A combo of 10 strikes a second. At this moment, it was as if he and D were possessed. He wasn't fighting alone. He wasn't alone. Beautiful. Hold it. He really held it all by himself. Extinction. Rebel Teen. Last second. Extinction of the Keys Legion. Last second. The Keys Legion fell from heaven to hell. Great Rebel Boys. Great Black Powder Group. Bull. As Chen and D's passionate commentary ended, it was obvious that Mujiogu and Chi-Chi, at the same time, could be seen letting out a long breath. Obviously, they were all engrossed in Chen and D's commentary and were completely infected. It wasn't just them, but the audience fans of both live streams as well. I'm Nima, and I'm thrilled to hear this commentary from Brother D. Can I fucking say that at the last second? I couldn't help but stand up and clench my fists. He meowed, a PK is just a PK. After and the commentary of Brother No. 1. I fucking thought I was watching the Champions League final. Exciting, tense, passionate, and D can be a real fucking talent. Marred, a PK, but even the whole feeling of watching the World Cup. You Blackpink group and Brother Coco really know how to play. Without further ado, can you take me one? Mujiogu couldn't help but clap his hands and shouted. Good. The narration was passionate, tense and exciting. Very good. Sugar-chan and Kiki across the room clapped along. Rebel Teen, Uncle, do you know how nervous I was listening to your commentary? I was afraid that if I didn't hold it in the end, I felt like I was the center of the world. But when I won, I felt as if I had won a world gold medal. It was just a PK, and I fucking won with a sense of pride, and honor. Don't you dare believe that? Chen and D smiled, feeling quite amused. Then he got off the mic and switched to Kiki's live feed. Without saying a word, the medical bills for the 3 carnivals were delivered straight away. Thank you for my and Brother D's medical bills, and Brother D's atmosphere and bravado. Like the other anchors who received Chen and D's medical bills, they were all excited and dancing. Chen in the first floating screen said, live effect. Do not take it seriously. Play happy. After saying that, he switched back to Mujiogu's live room and continued to get on the mic. Kiki smiled and said, how long will the banner be up? What's hanging? Chapter 49, The Train-Driving Tainted Demon Queen. Just like last time, Mujiogu still didn't make any unauthorized decisions. After all, he had to respect the wishes of his upvote big brother. Sue, what do you say? The rebellious teenager plays with the process and has no interest in the punishment as far as the end result is concerned. Pao Ping said, Ninth sister, you just make the decision. You don't need to ask me. Mujiogu muttered, so it's just like last time? Rebel teen, okay, I'm fine with that. Across the street, Kiki said directly, I know, it's the banner that hangs Sister 9, you and Brother D's mighty and domineering banner, right? Seeing Mujiogu nod her head, she continued, is it also 7 days? Yes, 7 days. Okay, I should be ready tomorrow and start hanging the day after. As an anchor, you have to admit when you lose a PK, even if you don't have the medical bills, the punishment has to be done in a clear way. Just paying for medicine makes doing the punishment more aggressive and on point. There's 5 more truths, right? Come on, ask whatever you want, as long as it's not against the rules or blocked, and I swear I'll never lie about it. Don't look at the previous Kiki's small mouth, squeezing people that is slippery, but do the punishment is also not ambiguous, people quite straight. Mujiogu's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she thought carefully, although it was his own live room, but now he was getting less and less prestigious. And the limelight was surprisingly all taken away by the small black fans in the live room. Isn't it hilarious that you're acting like a marginal OB outsider? If I don't give these little black fans some program effects, How can I stand on the air in the future? You won't be bullied to death by the little hacks, will you? We have to think of a trick to lull this group of small black fans into their command first. As for those 4 black fan leaders, they are simply not enough to be feared at that time. How should I fool around? That's bound to give the little black fans a whole lot of show first, so they'll gravitate towards themselves. As for, he. At this time, Mujio Ge's heart already had a calculation and idea. A wry smile appeared on Mujio Ge's face as he slowly said, Kiki you have to listen to my question. Oh. How do you mean? Connotation. Yeah, it's more visceral. You know. Oh? Seeing the impish grin on her face and her meaningful words, how could Kiki not understand? After all, it's all tap water. What the hell kind of purified water is it? She nodded and returned. Understood. Just ask ninth sister to ask gently. Cough. Mujiogu pretended to fake cough twice. Slowly, he asked, Kiki, do you have a boyfriend in reality? Kiki didn't hesitate and said bluntly, no. So have you met and eaten with Big Brother on the air privately? Again without hesitation. Yes. Let's start with 2 small dishes to start the meal. Next up can be the main course of the meal. Mujiogu smiled evilly and continued to ask, then when you were with Big Brother, did you ever eat fries? Put. Chen and Dee on the mic were so stunned by the sudden train that they couldn't hold back and sprayed all the beer in their mouths. Ninth sister is this, driving? I drop mom. Not only driving, ninth sister driving or train. Dirty. Geez, I'll go. It's still sister 9 who understands us LSPs. This question is really good. I love it. Kiki stared, then responded as well. Instantly blushing, she shook her head straight and said, no. Mujiogu smiled faintly. Don't look at her on the surface of the clouds. Steady as an old dog. In fact, in her heart is still a batch of panic. Nervous, ashamed of the individual. After all, it's still a yellow flower girl. Even with a flowery mouth, it's still quite shy. Ahem. Fake coughing twice again, forcing his composure. Kiki, honestly, do you have any small toys at home? Kiki's face reddened even more, but she nodded truthfully. Yes. Is it still called a woman if it's not? Her answer directly caused the LSPs in both live rooms to instantly stir. The last question is, how many cars have been parked in our garage? Sure enough, one of them is pure water. Instant seconds. Kiki looked up at the ceiling slightly, as if silently recollecting her calculations. Finally, she held up 3 fingers and said, 3. Okay. Then let's shut each other down and play together again sometime. Oh. Kiki flirted. Ninth sister, as long as I'm playing with you, I'm always available. Next time I play, I'll just lie down and wait for the medical bills. You'll be sure to call out to me when there's a good thing like that again. Indeed. I'm afraid there's a whole bunch of anchors lined up right now who all want a PK with Mujiogu. After all, and Brother D's offer was 3 carnivals worth of medical bills, so who wouldn't be tempted? After hanging up the connection, the live feed blew up. Ninth sister, you're really a real person. I didn't realize you were so dirty. I used to be told never to tell a girl a colorful joke because she might turn around and tell you an even more I didn't believe it, and now I do. Hey, I didn't think that ninth sister you were this kind of person. I like you even more. Mujiogu covered her face with both hands and pretended to be shy. Don't say that. In fact, Sister Gio is still a little girl. Chen and Dee shook their heads with a slight sense of helplessness. She's still the same driver without a single change. Deliberately flirting and snickering, he said, Xiao Gio, you're really good. You know quite a lot. Mujiogu waved her hand and explained, why, do I have this bit of stuff? All learned from my girlfriends. I won't hide it from you. But once upon a time, Sister 9 was still such a simple little girl. But ever since I met my best friend, who calls herself the king of tainted demons, I've been led astray by her without realizing it. And I've gone further and further down the road of driving. It's a pain in the ass to talk about. Rebel teen, Sister 9. May I ask, is this your legendary friend from nowhere? Mujiogu rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, little brat, talking nonsense. This was a joke, but as for what he said before, Chen and Dee believed it. Ha, don't bullshit. 9 sisters, drive. We want to get in the car. Hurry up 9 sisters, get out and drive. Older drivers take me. We need to get in the car. Mujiogu smiled smugly and said, want to get on the car? Fine. Will you still make trouble in the future? Do you still want to be right with 9 sisters? No. As long as ninth sister takes us on the bus, from now on, wherever ninth sister points, we will fight. Only ninth sister's head. Seeing this, Mujiogu couldn't help but be even more dejected. Patting her chest, she said boldly, get in the car. All get in the car. Sister 9 will take you out for a ride. All fasten your seatbelts and hold on to the handrails. Oh, the car is a bit fast. With that said, random PK matches began. It's not even called going out to fight anymore. It's changed to going out for a ride. Chen and Dee shook their heads straight and had to voice out a reminder. You still have a good grasp of the proportion and scale. Don't say too revealing, or I'll have to go to the official if it's banned. Chapter 50. Tens of thousands of complaints and denunciations. Mu Jioge snapped. Hey, this guest of the streak, please be careful with your wording when you speak. What do you mean by proportion and scale? What do you mean by banning? We're a positive energy live room, so please don't bring up the tempo with this guest, okay? Little black fans, those who think that Sister 9 is right. A wave of positive energy snap on the public screen. Good lord. Less than a second later, it was all positive 3-word swipes. Looking at the neatly organized public screen, Mu Jioge felt that she had done it. Sure enough, with her excellent driving skills, she was able to save the day and instantly turn a lopsided situation around. Look at this. This is the normal anchor in their own live room of influence call. Humph. You want to threaten 9 sisters me with quitting the group again? Dream on. Bro Mo. Fasten your seatbelt and grab the armrests. Go for a ride. Dirty. Next, Mu Jioge led the LSPs in the live broadcast and played all the way up, randomly playing the field, but only with female anchors. It also stopped playing 10-minute innings, which was too time-consuming, and just switched to 5-minute PK lengths. Losing lets the opposing anchor woman pull the banner, plus 5 heartfelt words. Good lord. The LSPs in the broadcast room, like they were pumped up, didn't even need Chen and the King of Versailles to get on the ticket. The LSP Legion led by Cerebellar Axe couldn't stop God from killing God and Buddha from killing Buddha all the way. Chen and the King of Versailles would just have to clean up the mess at the end and be responsible for paying the medical bills. Happy as they were, they played until 11:30 and still couldn't get enough. At least a dozen female anchors, who have suffered at their hands. And Mu Jioge's tawdry words, tawdry questions, were endless. It simply shattered Chen and Dee's eyeglasses, and they were ashamed of themselves. All kinds of connotative words, all kinds of connotative descriptions, many things that even Chen and Dee did not understand. It still took a public screen tip and a lot of thinking left and right to figure it out. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Mu Jioge, the tainted demon queen, and call her an insider. At first glance, absolutely very normal, very common questions, but on second thought, extremely horrible. If there were segments for dirt and connotation, then Mu Jioge would definitely be the handful of people standing at the top. And Mu Jioge has also gained a huge wave of popularity and fans with his superb car skills and super fast speed. At the same time, it was embraced and supported by all the little black fans, sweeping away the previous disadvantages on the air. Looking at the still enthusiastic LSPs, Mu Jioge hurriedly pressed his hand and said, Alright, let's call it a day, okay? 9 sisters have half an hour to go off the air to sleep for beauty sleep. During this time, 9 sisters will sing 2 songs for you. How about it? Come on, tell us all. What song do you want to hear? Handy? It's not that Sister 9 is blowing smoke up your asses. Sister 9 has to take a hand in every song. I don't know who said that, but let's have 1 song each from Sugar on the mic and Brother No. 1. And then, the fans in the audience followed suit, inviting the 2 extremely graciously. Mu Jioge was immediately infuriated again. Exasperated. He said, What's the matter? How long has it been? And you guys don't want to hear me sing? Then she did her face-changing trick and put on her full, sultry, chilling pose. Condescendingly, he said, Just called someone sweetie when I was driving around with you guys. Now that the new man is better than the old man, you guys are even starting to dislike me? Humph. A bunch of scum. Good man. You have a lot of drama. It made Chen and Dee look at each other in a daze. Her words weren't accurate enough. The little hacks didn't dislike her. They just ignored her. Still swiping and inviting 2 guests. Before Chen and Dee could politely decline, Sugar little sister, who was eager to try, directly responded, Yes. I don't mean to brag, but I'm a good singer too. You guys are in for a treat. I just learned a new song in the last couple days. Sister 9, put down the accompaniment to the Song of Good Men for me. Mu Jioge was slightly stunned and said with slight surprise, Ooh, Sugar Candy, you're good. You can even sing such a rough and bold, atmospheric song? Sugar sister returned triumphantly. That's a must. I'm an all-around singer. I can handle all styles of songs perfectly. The Song of the Good Man. The hand holding the pinch, holding it to death. The prime good at you. Hearing her tone of conviction, Mu Jioge and the fan audience in the live broadcast room were instantly expectant. I'm afraid that only Chen and Dee in the live broadcast room know exactly what's going on. A heavy sigh of silence for the tens of thousands of viewers online. and then he was busy removing his headphones, grabbing a side of beer, and slamming a swig of it to suppress the shock. Here it comes. The accompaniment of the song of the good man is here. Sugar, you get ready, Mujiogu said as she picked up the water cup next to her, ready to take a sip of water to rest her breath. The audience in the live room couldn't help but perk up their ears and listen intently as well. Listening to the passionate intro, Sugar Girl coughed twice to clear her throat. The river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky join the Big Dipper. Put. The water Mujiogu just drank into her mouth instantly sprayed it all out. A face full of shock and disbelief. And the full public screen was instantly taken over by words expressing awe. Ein yet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. One defa. Oh by karma. However, Sugar-chan, who was immersed in her song with her eyes closed, didn't see the crowd's reaction, still incredibly intoxicated and singing along. Yo hey, sen beidou ah, life and death a bowl of wine ah, nice guy. Even the choral backing vocals part was done all by himself. If you say go, let's go. You have it, I have it all. Yo hey, it's all there wow. In the water and in the fire don't look back wow. Mujioji's face was full of panic as she shivered on the seat she was curled up in and kept swallowing her saliva. The good thing is, the sugar plums are only halfway through the song before it ends. But Chen and Dee knew that she definitely did not want to stop. I'm afraid it was because her voice couldn't take it anymore, and her breath couldn't keep up with it before she stopped. Otherwise, she's afraid she won't be able to stop singing a few times. It was only when the song was finished that Sugarberry opened her eyes from her immersive intoxication, and smugly asked, "How's that? Wasn't it superb?" Superb? I don't want to say a fucking thing. I'll wash my ears. I feel like it has taken a very serious toll on my healthy psyche. And no, I'm going to consult a psychiatrist. There's no technique. It's all emotion. Good singing, and next time it's never allowed. Cerebellum Max, I'm especially curious. Sugar, how do you keep every sound, every word out of tune? The output is all dry roar. Ha, rebel teen, so there really are people who sing to kill themselves. I'm puking my fucking guts out. Can you believe it? And Mujiogu had all been completely dumbfounded. The whole person sitting straight and paralyzed in the seat, full of stagnation, and with godless eyes. Sugar Girl's vocals are truly a biochemical weapon. Everywhere it goes, not an inch of grass grows. Chapter 51, The Worst Big Brother on the Internet. What do you mean? Is it hard for me to sing? Sugar-chan's tone was surprisingly still full of surprise and doubt. Cough cough. Mujiogu, who was holding his face green, choked and coughed at her words. Little sister although my comments about you may be deeply shocking and hurtful to you, and you may be devastated by them, ninth sister still has to say it. Take advantage of the fact that the school has not yet opened. You seize the opportunity to shout at your uncles and aunts to walk around the relationship, and change the university. The Tianfu Art College is not suitable for you, and the path of music is not suitable for you either. Your singing voice is, honestly, the worst I've ever heard. And it's more annoying than even the singing voice of a pentatonic person. I don't even know what to say to that. Let's just say that just catching a random crow and having it howl twice is better than you can sing. Truly, on behalf of the entire faculty and students of the Tianfu Arts Academy, I would like to implore you, little sister, to raise your voice and beg you to spare them, as well as the music, and even more so, yourself. After saying that, Mujiogu fell silent. Chen and Dee followed in silence. Everyone in the live stream went silent with it. Her words were the truth, but the truth hurts, and her words were really heavy. Not to mention that Sugar-chan was still a young girl who had just been 18. Can you imagine how devastating this must have been for a young girl running on the road to her dreams? It simply turned her world upside down. As Mujiogu had said before, it was likely that she would be devastated, but it is also unrealistic to keep living in a dream. In your own world, in a lie. Sooner or later, they will be awakened and poked. That's why Mujiogu was so relentless in her loud and heavy words, so that she would recognize herself early on. Sugar-chan was also silent, fearing that something might happen to her. Chen Hee wanted to say something out loud, but he didn't know what to say at all. It couldn't continue to lie to her, could it? That would feel like harming her more instead. At this time, the live broadcast was silent. No one spoke or sent pop-ups. After a long time, just as the crowd was worried, Sugar-chan spoke up. Her voice was low and slightly husky as she said, "Is it really that bad?" Mujioji's lips mumbled slightly and finally spat out 3 words. "It's hard to hear." A look of heartache and intolerance appeared on his face when he finished speaking. Everyone expected Sugarplum to be frustrated, but who knew that she would cheer? "Ha! That's really great. I was worried that when I went to school, the teachers would no longer have anything to teach me." "Aha! Wang Defa?" Mujiogu instantly became a muggle. This little girl does not follow the set of cards. She seems to have some unusual brain circuits, and I'm worried that if I sing too well and my instructor is unteachable, then what's the point of me going to school? Why? Worried for nothing. It's great to find out what college is all about and be motivated at the same time. Well, not only was she worried for nothing, but everyone on the air was worried for nothing. Mujiogu swallowed her saliva. She really didn't know what to say. This girl, she just can't be reasoned with. With the superb quality of teaching at the Tenfu Arts Academy, and its deep musical heritage, and with my superior learning talent, as well as my clever little brain, in less than a semester, I'm bound to learn something. Little black fans, I remember you. Don't laugh at the poor wearing rags. 30 years River East and 30 years River West. When I return from my studies, I will make sure that you will be impressed and not be able to reach me. Good lord. With her unusual brain circuits, strong self-confidence that can be called egotistical, and such a middle-aged hot-blooded style, can she be struck? Can she? Previous concerns. Redundant. Pure and simple. Hey, after all, we paid wrongly. I thought my little sister was just a simple little girl. I didn't expect her. I'm afraid she's the devil, right? A moment of silence for all the teachers and students of the Tianfu Academy of Arts. Whoever dares to let my little sister sing on the mic in the future, I'll be at loggerheads with him. Shen and Dee smiled at this moment and said, I say everyone, do you still want to hear me sing? After the sugar little sister after the incident, has the psychological shadow of the crowd where still dare to go gambling? One by one, the wild brush does not want to do. Mujiogu said triumphantly, let you listen to me sing, you are still not happy, now no wrong? Beg me, and I'll sing you a song to wash your ears. And at that moment, a supreme pop-up floated across the screen. Nothing, Sister 9, can you sing It's a Mistake to Love You? Surprisingly, it's still a level 55 big brother. Mujiogu casually asked, Old Iron, you have a story here? Nothing, my daughter-in-law ran away with someone. Mujiogu was slightly stunned. She just casually said, did not expect, but also masked right? Slightly embarrassed sardonically smiled. Hastily consoled, all right, the wife is gone. There are friends and brothers. How big a matter? Nothing, just ran away with my brother. The intention was to provide a wave of comfort, but unexpectedly, it turned into salt in the wound. Mujiogu once again smiled awkwardly and forced herself to comfort. It's not that big of a deal. Do you have a child? It's not that big of a deal if you have a child. Nothing, the child is also theirs. Nima. *******. Big brother, you this is also too miserable, right? Can be called the whole network most miserable big brother. I'm sorry big brother, the truth is I do sympathize with you in particular, but I really can't hold back my laughter. I'm sorry. I'm also fucking convinced that ninth sister, this old six, specializes in picking on other people's sore spots. Mujiogu wanted to give herself 2 ear scratches. What the hell is this nonsense? For the last time, she decided to comfort one last time. It's okay, at least you have money. After saying this, she regretted it. Dead eyes on the screen, afraid that he would come and say something and the money would be rolled away from him. If this is the case, others may not have the idea of lightening their lives, but they are so comforted by themselves that they want to die. And that would really be a sin. Nothing, yeah, I have nothing but money now. Mujiogu patted her chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. Secretly grateful. Want to hear It's a Mistake to Love You, right? Okay, no problem. Wait a minute. Forget it. Let's just stop talking nonsense and get to singing. Life has many difficult passes to pass. Since ancient times is the love pass the most difficult people, perhaps I am destined to love the sea of bumps. Sure enough, a professional is a professional, and the level of singing is completely unquestionable. Mujiogu, who had finished singing, carefully asked, Old Iron, are you still okay? Instead of seeing his pop-ups floating across the screen, I saw rows of yellow and red floor tiles laying out, and there's more than one, out of 10 carnivals, as generous as they come. Nothing, at least I'll be fine until I spend all my money. The lyrics are great, and life does have a lot of hard passages to get through. These hardships are nothing to me, and I wouldn't be honest about these things if I hadn't gotten through them. Would I? That's true of him, and it's not much more bitter to be able to talk about it. Chapter 52. Another fierce general under his command. Sugar-chan from the guest gallery was blunt. So, tragedy. How long will your money support you? Put. Mujiogu once again sprayed the water she just drank into her mouth. Hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry Old Iron. Childish talk. You don't mind. And then he roared without any good humor. Sugar little sister. If you don't know how to talk, just shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll directly kick you down. Only heard the sugar little sister aggrieved Baba softly muttered. I didn't say wrong again. Originally is. What are you muttering about? Seeing ninth sister blow up. Sugar little sister, although unconvinced, honestly shut her mouth. Chen and Dee cried and laughed and shook his head. This child should not be so honest. The little girl's IQ is online, but her emotional intelligence, I'm afraid, is disconnected. Brother Tragedy, that's a nice title for a little sister. It suits me. I'm commandeering it. Good man. You're so handy. You even changed your nickname. It's really a dare to shout and a dare to use it. As soon as the words were said, the floor tile special effect came again. Not for Mu Jiu-gu, but for the guest of honor. Sugar little sister. Well, this guy doesn't seem to think of money as money anymore. Tragic bro, I have enough savings now to last me a good 10 lifetimes. So don't worry about it. Gotta be another goddamned hoe. Sugar little sister and said, you see you are so rich. Just eat well, drink well, play well on the line. To what women brother? The only thing you can't live up to in this world is the view and the food. So just lie back and enjoy it. The real deal. Sugar girl has a little bit of emotional intelligence, but not much, it's very limited. Tragic bro, I'm enjoying myself right now, watching the dancing, listening to the songs, chattering, how nice. Of all the live rooms, yours has the best atmosphere I've ever seen. It's comfortable to stay, it's relaxing, and you guys are very good at what you do. Mu Jiu-gu was a bit smug. To be honest, she didn't know why the live broadcast had unconsciously become the way it was now. It looks, though, like it's not too bad. She pondered a little, then said very solemnly, since we're talking about this, then I'll also say a few more words from Ninth Sister. Sister 9, I hope that every fan can have fun in Sister 9's live room. Of course, I also hope that those who hang on to our fans' light tags, no matter what the situation is, don't just take the tempo, and don't go to other live rooms to take the tempo, especially when playing PK. No matter how excessive the other anchor's behavior is, let's not go to the rhythm. Also, our fans are absolutely not allowed to kidnap any big brother. Whether it's Tartan or Indie. If you can't do it, then I'm sorry. Such a fan. Sister 9 doesn't want it. Sugar Girl, Atmosphere Team. Copy. Sarabella Max, Ignition Team. Copy. Sue, Combat Team. Copy. The screen was then filled with fans with lighted signs saying Roger. Chen and Dee nodded with satisfaction at Mu Jiu-gu's move to restrain his fans. The fans are actually really connected to the anchors. Many anchors have made it big on the backs of their fans. And many have been dragged down by their fans. Especially since many of the big brothers on the air are practically given the raw end of the stick by their own fans. Chen and Dee slowly said, of course, we don't cause trouble, nor are we afraid of it, but whenever I'm in the live room, there's no need for the black fans to worry about winning or losing. With me in PK, what makes our family lose? No matter who the opponent is, first tier anchor or super first tier anchor, whoever it is, our family will win. I say, Sugar Girl, Uncle Bossy, Sarabella Rax, my brother is awesome. Sa Ning, Uncle Mighty. That's really a wild thing to say. There was a saying in the Douyin live streaming world that said there was no such thing as a guaranteed win in PK, but this saying was clearly ineffective against Chen and Dee. For a while, the public screen was full of Ndee's dominance. However, an audience member wearing a Chang's army light plate spoke, oh, big talk, you go and play PK with Mr. Chang, see if you can beat you out of the Xiang. Chen and Dee smiled faintly and said, see, there are always some fans who like to run to other anchors' live rooms to blindly bring up the tempo. Be warned. This friend, if you're not convinced or don't like me, you can go back and call your family's anchor company to come over and try. I'd like to see how he'd beat the shit out of me. And yeah, I have to remind you to recognize yourself. Can you represent your family anchor? If I can, okay, I'll take this battle cry, and I can immediately call out your family's anchor company to come over for a match. If you can't, then I think your family anchor is going to have to be more than a little disgusted and revolted by the way you go around provoking people. Since you're wearing the anchor's light tag, it proves that you appreciate and approve of him. So please don't give your family anchor a bad name, okay? Chen and Dee didn't get angry either, but instead recounted it gently. In 3 words, the Black Sun was dumbfounded, and immediately grayed out of the live broadcast room. Brother Tragedy, please, excuse me, may I join the combat team, please? And Brother D? You who? Is this another wild big brother that you've managed to capture without realizing it, thanks to the charm of the live broadcast? Before Chen and Dee could speak, San Yan grabbed the floating screen and said, it's reasonably possible, but not by standard. Even Chen and Dee were confused. What does that mean? What's the standard for our combat team? As the leader of the group, how does he not know? Tragico, what criteria? Sue, this battle group must be unique and one-dimensional. so the wealth level must be at level 60 for this to work. Oh, nice one. That's a standard that can heck of a member to receive? Are you kidding me? Do you really think a level 60 big brother is a cabbage? Tragic brother, 9 sisters is going off the air, right? In that case, I'll come back tomorrow to upgrade. Okay, let's pretend that what was just said wasn't said. Sa Ning, okay, no problem. Then first of all, welcome Tragedy in advance to join the battle group of our Black Powder group. Full screen to me buckle wave welcome. Welcome Tragedy to the battle group. Welcome Tragedy to the battle group. Unexpectedly in the virtual network, so that the immense disillusionment of the tragedy of the brother. Feel the family-like harmony and warmth. At the moment, his mood was, by and large, somewhat mixed. 1,000 words in 2. Thank you. Chen and Di were also quite happy to have another fierce general under their command. At the same time, he wondered what size this combat group of his could grow to. Just as he was about to open his mouth to welcome a wave as well, he suddenly saw the floating screen prompt of little Yo-Yo entering the live broadcast room. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, secretly saying, "This girl still understands things. It seems that she didn't spend money for nothing." Chapter 53, Far-Sighted Layout. It was natural for little Yo-Yo to greet first when he entered the live room, and her way of saying hello was incredibly simple and brutal, throwing out rows and rows of floor tiles. Little Yo-Yo gives one carnival to Mujiogu. The pop-up screen floated the screen and said, "Hello, Sister 9. Mujiogu was quite impressed with her because last night she was the first anchor to give a gift to an brother in his live room. At that moment, he smiled slightly and said in a pleasant manner, "Hello little Yo-Yo, off the air so early? Yo-Yo, I broadcast from 6 p.m. M. to 12 p.m. M. a little bit earlier today." After sending the pop-up, she stopped talking nonsense and continued to greet Chen and Di. Little Yo-Yo gave and the 10th carnival. "Thank you and brother No, for your great support." Chen and Di smiled heartily and said, "Little Yo-Yo, you and Xiaojiu shut each other down. You can play together when you have time during the week. There's a 4-game 2 versus 2 game, and you can also pull a small 9 and definitely back you up." Upon hearing this, little Yo-Yo was instantly delighted. Live. Broadcasting the human condition. See, it's a match, isn't it? He and Mr. D are always willing to spend millions of dollars, so how could he look down on these carnivals that he gave away? It was obvious that all man and brother D wanted was an attitude of their own. So, in the future, this intention still has to be expressed every day. If he knew what little Yo-Yo was calculating at this moment, then Shan and D must give her a nod of approval. "Okay and brother D, then can we pull on Sister 9 in the high-end game?" Shan and D returned in a cloudy manner. "In my case, there is no distinction between high-end and low-end games, high-score fields and low-score fields. It's just the difference between poking the screen more and less." It sounded like a crazy feeling, but everyone on the air didn't question it in the slightest. After all, and brother D had already proved with his strength that he had the qualifications to say this. Although he only had a small fight tonight in the little Yo-Yo Live, the strength and effect presented was a strong one. And, of course, there's bound to be speculation that he's been slowly brushing up on his pulls. None of it mattered, though, because tomorrow night, he would once again show the entire fighting voice what he was capable of. That's one of the reasons he wants Ironmouth Lee to go on a date. He was going to shut up those who questioned his strength, once and for all. Let's take the king of gossip, who has the backing of a major guild. How to say it is also the first brother of the Douyin gossip and entertainment section, but it does not dishonor his second board. According to the coin-fighting quest given by the system, his 3 axes would only be 1 axe more ruthless than the other. Of course, the reason he was ready to give a big shout-out to Ironmouth Lee was not just to return the favor, but there was also the idea of incorporating him. After all, gossip news section in the Douyin is also very public opinion guiding. Want to bring the rhythm of the wind and waves? Simply easy. It is natural that the importance of public opinion is self-evident, let alone on the internet. The public opinion piece is especially important if you want to make a big deal out of Douyin. Gossip King behind the backing of Victory Media is very mindful of the importance of the degree of attention. From the training to create a news gossip section of the first brother can be imagined, and through the operation of the Gossip King, driven by the rhythm, as well as from time to time to break the lace small news, Victory Media is very popular a few anchors. So, Chen and the ultimate goal is to bring Ironmouth Lee to the top, in one fell swoop to control the gossip news section, so as to control the direction of public opinion. He's just laying it out. And how could Victory Media, knowing its importance, give away the cake in its hand? So it's totally predictable that tomorrow night's PK battle between Ironmouth Lee and King Bagua will be far more exciting. Little Yo-Yo, okay, if we run into a tough opponent during 2 versus 2, I'll pull Sister 9 to back me up. 9th sister, you mustn't refuse my invitation when the time comes. Mujiogo helplessly smiled bitterly and said pitifully, "Our big brother has opened his mouth. I dare to refuse to accept it? I don't dare offend him. Little yo-yo, he. That's fine. Ninth sister. And brother no. You guys have fun. I'll slip away." Mujiogo waved her hand. Bye. Just in time for Sister 9 to get off the air. The time of joy is always short. And even though there are 1,000 things in your heart, it's still time to say goodbye. Little black fans, Sister 9 is really going off the air. Punctual and on-time commuting is Sister 9's unwavering principle. So, people don't have to stay. The 9 sisters at the start of the broadcast, you guys love and ignore. The 9 sisters at the end of the broadcast, you guys can't afford to climb up. Humph. Good night, boys. See you tomorrow night. Oh bye. Love you all. Knowing that nothing good would ever come out of the public screen, she simply ended the broadcast. Mujiogo, who had closed the live broadcast, reclined on a chair and let out a long sigh of relief. It wasn't so much tiredness as it was relaxing the strings that had been tightening. After all, we are doing a live broadcast. We must have a tight string in our heart, always reminding ourselves not to talk nonsense and think twice. She couldn't rest now. She had to put together a list of the people who had swiped gifts for her tonight and the amounts. Then withdraw the money. Note the name and transfer a sum of money to the account of the charitable foundation. It was tedious, but it would be the most joyful, satisfying moment of her day. Chen and Dee also removed their headphones, put their cell phones aside, and got up to stretch. Gar. Just as he stood up, a grumbling sound came from his stomach. Hungry. Dinner basically went into Mujioge's stomach, and he didn't eat much at all. It's a miracle I lasted until now before I got hungry. Since you have decided to live a good life, it is only natural that you should not treat yourself poorly. So, he decided to make up for it by making some snacks. Walk into the kitchen. Open the refrigerator full of ingredients. Just rummage around and find crawfish tails. So let's make a spicy crawfish tail pasta. Without saying a word, Chen and Dee tied on their aprons and began to operate. Mujiogo exhaled deeply and propped up her lazy back. Done. When she was done, she stood up and walked out of the room that had been converted into a live room and into the living room. Walking over to the window, he pushed it open and took a deep breath of fresh air with his eyes closed and a smile of enjoyment on his face. But as she sniffed, she smelled a strong aroma. Mujiogo thought it was her own illusion, and once again sniffing her nose, she sniffed carefully. Yes, it's a strong smell, or the smell of spicy crawfish. Upon confirmation, Mujiogo frowned and muttered in exasperation. Who is it? Who is so immoral? Even if you put poison late at night, you still make it smell so good. Even if you make it smell so good, you still don't close the window. It's really unethical. Gagging was a good idea, but it didn't stop her from sniffing. While closing his eyes to feel the strong fragrance that filled the air, he licked his lips and swallowed uncontrollably. Crap, the cravings are back. Chapter 54, The Two Who Rampage Their Inner Monologues. I'd like to see whose house is so damaging. In the middle of the night, it's not like they won't let people sleep soundly? Mujiogo made to sniff the source of the scent. Prompted by her keen sense of smell, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the rich aroma of spicy crawfish came from her next-door neighbor across the street. With her stomach rumbling from the gluttony, her big eyes darted around, and she was calculating how she could successfully dabble in a late-night snack. Whatever, let's try it first. The body of the long dress hanbok also did not bother to change, directly wearing slippers and went out the door and went. Chen and Dee, who had just finished frying the crawfish tails, were about to cook the noodles when the doorbell rang. He didn't even have to think about it. It was definitely Mujiogo from next door. There was no one else but her, but he couldn't help wondering what she was doing knocking on the door so late at night. Alone, is she? Shaking his head vigorously, he shook the ridiculous thoughts out of his head. Turning off the fire, he wiped his hands on his apron as he walked briskly to the door. When I opened the door, it was really Mujiogo who hadn't even changed her clothes. Couldn't help but look up and down. She looked even more beautiful and graceful in person than she did in the live feed. Both puzzled and curious, he asked, "It's you. Come knocking on the door this late. Is there something wrong? Didn't I just move in today?" Mujiogo twisted and turned, obviously not yet thought of any suitable excuse. She pretended to sniffle and changed the topic sharply without warning. "Yeah, uncle, are you making a midnight snack?" As she said this, she moved hard into the house. She was a different person now than she had been when she had come knocking on the door in the afternoon. In the afternoon, I know how to exchange pleasantries and be polite. But now, it doesn't even take itself as an outsider. I'm not disturbing you, am I, uncle? Chen and Dee could only close the door and follow her, replying back, "No, but what do you want?" Mujiogo ignored his renewed questioning and went into the kitchen on her own, seeking the scent. "You who? Don't really think of yourself as an outsider. At this time, Chen and the first were still do not know what she wants to do. With a slight smile, he stopped asking, wanting to see what tricks she could pull off. Yeah, Mu Jiugu exclaimed in mock surprise. I said, why do I smell a spicy crawfish aroma at home? So uncle, you're making spicy crawfish tail tossed noodles? Should I say no? It's still you, uncle. Others simply can't make such a tantalizing aroma. Well, not without a rainbow fart first. However, Chen and Dee were quite flattered. I know what she's up to, but who wouldn't like to hear something nice? Jussie, are you ready to cook noodles? Not waiting for him to answer, he directly continued. I'll do it, uncle, I'll help you cook. My noodles can be strong and delicious. Chen and Dee then leaned against the kitchen doorframe with a smile on their faces, quietly watching her perform. As for what she said, Chen and Dee didn't believe half of it. It's also strong and tasty. You're burning newspapers at the graveyard, fooling the ghosts. One look at her like this. I know that she is the style of the 5 grains and 10 fingers that do not touch the water of the spring, and it is difficult to make an instant noodle. Seeing that he actually just quietly smiled and watched, Mu Jiugu couldn't help but mutter straight in her heart. What's going on? How come he's indifferent and doesn't show anything? Have I not hinted enough? No way. No way. He doesn't really want to make himself cook pasta, does he? I don't know how to cook noodles. What to do? What to do? Steady, steady, steady. You can't show any signs of weakness, although the heart panicked a batch, but on the surface seems to be calm and confident. As things stood, she had no choice but to go for it. The first step should be to boil water, right? Yeah, boil water. Mu Jiugu looked around and found a ladle on the kitchen counter. Grab a ladle and start catching the water. Catching a full ladle and pouring it into the pot. Up to this point, she's been acting fairly normal. Available next. Mu Jiugu put down the ladle. Chen and Dee instantly widened their eyes. What for what? She didn't think that this amount of water would be enough, did she? As if sensing what was in his heart. Mu Jiugu also couldn't help but mutter darkly. This bit of water. It shouldn't be enough, right? So she picked up the ladle again and caught another full ladle and poured it into the pot. Chen and Dee nodded imperceptibly. The water would be appropriate now. But Mu Jiugu fell back into questioning. Enough? Enough? Forget it. What the heck? Why don't we just have another scoop? It's okay to have more anyway. Then she picked up the dipper. What's she doing? She's not going to add more water, is she? Mu Jiugu directly confirmed his suspicions with practical actions. After she poured the water into the pot and looked at the pot full of water, Chen and Dee couldn't help but hold her forehead. Mu Jiugu looked at the water in the pot and was also stunned. This should be much more, right? So she took the dipper again and again and again and scooped a little out. It still felt like a little too much. So I scooped up some more. Still more. Scoop more. There seems to be a bit more. So scoop more. Looking at her, Chen and Dee fell into deep thought. Is she not very good in the head? Is it that hard? Crap. It seems like there's too much scooping. Mu Jiugu secretly screamed that it was not good. Couldn't help but sneak a look at Chen and first from the corner of his eye. Will he think I'm stupid? Good guy. A light process of adding water froze the two performances of the documentary feel. Raging inner monologue. Then should I add it now, or not? Mu Jiugu was obviously a bit hesitant. Eventually she chose to add water. He also did not forget to give Chen and Dee an awkward smile, forcing a sophistry. Uncle, your family's pots and pans are not the same size as my family. It's really not easy to grasp. Chen and Dee, who knew it all too well, could only return an awkward smile. Water, eventually, a little more, but it's okay. When you're cooking noodles, the water has to be wide. The next natural step was to light the fire. Although Mu Jiugu hadn't eaten pork, she had seen a pig run. Not so much that she couldn't even find the switch, but when she twisted the switch, she only heard hissing sound, and no fire. She tried again, but there was still only a hiss of air. Is it going to take a while to get it? So she flipped the switch and waited. Chen and Dee were so scared that their faces changed. They didn't dare to look any further and hurriedly went forward to turn it off. Good man. Don't get gas poisoning before you can eat. Mu Jiugu smiled sarcastically. Uncle, your gas stove is broken, right? Chen and Dee were about to be pissed off at her. Without giving her a good-natured blank look or saying anything, he just flipped the switch and snapped it on. Mu Jiugu looked on in disbelief. Subconsciously, he blurted out. How did you light it? Uncle, you know magic? Nima. Chen and Dee were speechless. Chapter 55, Living Together. Chen and Dee took a deep breath and secretly told themselves that they must hold on. A rich girl has never cooked before, so it's understandable that she doesn't know the kitchen utensils. It's normal. Thinking of this, Chen and Dee gave a far-fetched smile. Patiently, he explained, First of all, you have to hold the switch down and turn it, and that's it. Oh, Mujiogo suddenly realized and unconsciously nodded her head. Suddenly she snapped back to her senses, remembering what she'd said in the series of tawdry maneuvers she'd made, and instantly made a big red face. She was just about to open her mouth to explain, but she was directly interrupted by Chen and D roughly. How many noodles do you eat? He then didn't ask the question of whether to eat or not. After all, the process was too redundant. Things have come to this point. Mujiogo is no longer embarrassed, but rather her heart is wide open. Straight back. 2 tails? No. 3. 3 tails it is. How many 2 2s and 3 2s there are? She doesn't know, and her measure is the noodles in the noodle store outside. Chen and D didn't question in the slightest whether she could finish it as a girl. After all, they had already seen the amount she had at dinner. Seeing that she was still standing aside, Chen and D said, "Why don't you go to the living room to watch some TV and eat some fruit first?" Yes, Mujiogo was completely letting herself go. After all, as long as she wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. Walking out of the kitchen, she patted her barren chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. Geez, it's too hard to rub it in. It didn't take long for Chen and D to walk out with 2 bowls of spicy crawfish tail mix noodles. Mujiogo, who was craving for clear saliva, was the first to welcome them. Full of joy, she said, "Yeah, it's done so quickly?" Chen and D put the noodles on the dining table, and he, who had long been starving, didn't bother to talk nonsense, and said bluntly, "Let's start." Mujiogo, who had long ago thrown politeness and false condescension off the surface of the earth, grabbed his chopsticks and couldn't wait to suck them up. As soon as the noodles tossed with the lobster tail hit your mouth, the rich and mellow flavors instantly blossomed on your taste buds. The noodles were strong and soaked up the broth, and with the smooth and flavorful lobster tail, it was an explosion of deliciousness. The super spicy and fresh flavors constantly stimulate the taste buds and are totally addictive and you just can't stop. Mujiogo took a big bite without caring about the image. Of course, she did not mince words in praising Chen and D at all. With the food wrapped in his mouth, he said vaguely, "Good. Super tasty. Uncle, you're super mushy too." It didn't take long for both of them to finish their bibimbap at almost the same time. Mujiogo licked her lips with intent, and Chen and D just happened to see her movements and were stunned. Tempting, just too tempting. Hastily, he opened the topic to distract himself. "Hey, what the hell are you doing over here?" Mujiogo, who was already determined to swing for the fences, said bluntly, "Oh, not doing anything, just dabbling." "Good lord, don't you even pretend now?" Chen and D pretended not to be angry and said, "Dabbling in meals. You say clearly, once you come to the hole that fancy why? Redundant." "Hey." Mujiogo laughed nervously twice, and then she suddenly made a look like she wanted to say something. He opened his mouth to speak, but then he retracted it, opened it again, and retracted it again. Watching Chen and D were anxious for her. "Mujiogo, at least you're a young man, can you be dry? If you have something to say, just say it straight." "So what, uncle? Aside from being neighbors, we're friends, right?" Chen and D nodded. "To be honest, we're really quite destined to be friends." Mujiogo stared at him with a sincere face and slowly said, "Then it's not a big deal for friends to eat and drink a little, right, HM?" Chen and D raised their eyebrows. Mujuj. Just as she said the name, she reached out and interrupted. "Since we're friends, let's not be so formal. My friends call me by my nickname, Fluffy." She put up a fight to rub it in. "So what? What the hell do you mean?" Mujiogo smiled shyly and squirmed. "It's just that, uncle. Look, can we partner up for life? Aha, Wang Defa?" Chen and D stared at her with wide eyes and a shocked expression. "Surprised?" he exclaimed. "What the hell? Holy shit, do girls come so fast and direct nowadays? Are you out of touch with the world and the times? But it seems, it's not that much older than her, right?" No, I don't mean that." Mujiogo also realized that he had spoken baldly. Hastily waving his hand, he explained, "I mean, can we partner for dinner? That way, I don't have to go through all the trouble of coming to rub it in." Chen and D didn't answer, but said, "You don't know how to cook, but you can order takeout, or you can hire a housekeeper. After all, you're not bad at it. It's okay to come over to my place and dine on me once in a while when you get a craving." Mujiogo said pitifully, "I've been eating takeout for more than 10 years and I have a psychological shadow on housekeeping nannies and the like." Chen, in the first face of curiosity, asked, "HM, what's going on?" "As soon as I was born, that man heartlessly abandoned me and my mother and ran away to a foreign country with another woman." Chen and D were visibly stunned and quickly said, "I'm sorry, he was originally an abandoned orphan." So he could sympathize with Mujioge's feelings. Mujioge shook her head. seemingly unwilling to mention this matter too much. Continuing, my mom had to go about her career and work before she even got out of the womb. She simply didn't have the extra time to take care of me and had to hire a babysitter. The babysitter at the beginning was great and took care of me, and looked after me until I was 4 years old, when she stopped because of her health, and the babysitter hired later. Seeing her reluctance to mention it, Shen and Dee nodded understandingly to show that they understood what she meant, signaling that she did not need to go into details. After all, it's someone else's unforgivable business, so there's no point in getting to the bottom of it. In short, it cast an indelible psychological shadow on me. Then I even went to a custodial kind of kindergarten, and elementary and middle school were always residential. My mom couldn't cook either, so for over 20 years I either ate in the cafeteria or had takeout. Shen and Dee let out a slight sigh. Jussie, I really don't want to eat in the cafeteria or takeout anymore. Don't worry, uncle. You only need to be responsible for doing it, and the cost is all on me, okay? Please, uncle. Nice guy. He's even pussyfooting around, doing whatever it takes. Ha! In fact, Shen and Dee hadn't been prepared to refuse from the start. The reason why I said that was just to end it a bit. If you're full of it as soon as you say it, not only will you drop the price, but you'll also make people think you're being unkind. Even if you have a catfighting heart, you can't show it too obviously, can you? Chapter 56, A Battle of Wits and Courage. After hearing about Mu Geoge's unbearable past, it reinforced his idea of not rejecting it. Besides, it's really quite lonely to eat alone, and it seems nice to find a partner. He had to cook every day himself anyway, and adding someone now was just more work, not worth anything. What's more, Mu Geogu even covered his living expenses, so why not? It's a win-win situation. Shen and Dee feigned a look of difficulty, as if he had gone through repeated tangled struggles in his heart. He reluctantly said, then, okay. Also, Mu Geogu was instantly as happy as a 100-pound child, jumping straight up and cheering. Jussie, you're so nice. Here's your quillio. Shen and Dee smiled and shook his head, saying, it's fine to partner for dinner, but I have a few conditions. Before he finished speaking, Mu Geogu snatched up his words and said, promise, I promise, not to mention a few, even a dozen I promise. Don't be in a hurry to say yes. Listen to what I have to say before you decide. First, you eat whatever I cook. No picking and choosing, and if you have anything you want to eat, you can also give me a heads up in advance and I'll see what happens. Mu Geogu was busy nodding her head straight. Second, I'll only make lunch and dinner, and you're on your own for breakfast. Thirdly, it is basically dinner at 12 noon and dinner at 6 p.m. It is out of date, and in case of special circumstances, it is negotiable. Mu Geogu nodded again, indicating that it was all acceptable. Last rule, I cook. You're responsible for the dishes. Mu Geogu immediately bulged a pair of big eyes and stared straight at him, exasperatedly saying, Uncle, you're going overboard with the feces. Shen and Dee directly ignored her angry glare and said lightly, if you don't agree, you cannot partner. The choice is yours. You're just going to eat me up, aren't you? Although Chen and Dee didn't answer, the confident smile on his face already said it all. Seeing his bland demeanor of being victorious and eating his words, Mu Geogu became angry. You could tell by her barren chest that kept rising and falling violently just how pissed off she really was. The key, not to mention finishing him off, was now unable to even resist, which undoubtedly made her even angrier. Only to see her just now, she was still in a sword-like, imposing position, instantly disintegrating, and her entire person disheveled down. I'll wash it if I want to. Seeing her soften and concede, Shen and the first nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. In that case, let's start from now on, just as a practice to get used to it. What? Now? Mu Geogu immediately exclaimed out in shock. Uncle, don't bully people too much. Shen and Dee didn't say anything, still looking at her with a smile. It means, obviously, I'm bullying you. So what? Seeing his indifference, Mu Geogu instantly transformed into a little sheep. Pitifully pampered, Uncle, people can start washing from tomorrow? Okay. Ouch, I'm going to go. That's too pasty sounding. Shen and Dee couldn't help but shiver in winces. Hurriedly and righteously said with a straight face, don't come with me to this, it's not good. Seeing that he was neither soft nor hard, Mu Geogu was completely out of options. All that could be done was to give him a hard stare and then dawdle and start clearing the dishes from the table. Every now and then, she even gouged him out from the corner of her eye, presumably wanting to screw him to death. Right? Shen and Dee didn't care about her, who looked like a little aggravated, and walked to the living room to rest and eat. Mu Geogu, who was puffing her cheeks, huffed and carried the dishes into the kitchen as well, looking at her dressed like a fairy, but she is clumsily doing housework. Chen and D call out the sin, but the smug smile on his face, and the look of acceptance, had betrayed him deeply. Just as he lit a cigarette and started to puff on it, there was a loud, clear sound from the kitchen. The sudden crunching sound really startled him, and he scrambled to his feet in a reflexive manner. Then reacting, he reached up and held his forehead very helplessly. It doesn't take much to figure out what happened. Sure enough, the next moment a head was seen poking out of the kitchen door, showing an embarrassed, awkward smile. He wryly said, "I'm sorry, Ajusi, I definitely wasn't being angry. It really just fell to the floor by accident. I promise." Chen and D feebly waved their hands at her, signaling that she was fine and to continue washing. But when she pulled her head back for less than 30 seconds, the clear voice sounded again. Chen and D trembled and desperately took deep breaths. Only after he had gradually calmed himself did he walk quickly into the kitchen. As soon as I walked up to the kitchen door, I was greeted by debris and pieces of debris all over the floor. On the other hand, Mujiogo was like a small child who had made a mistake, with her head lowered, standing in place, her hands rubbing the corners of her clothes at a loss. Pitifully, he apologized. "I'm sorry, uncle, I really didn't mean to." Seeing her in this state, Chen and D really couldn't bear to talk about her anymore. Sighing slightly, he tugged her out gently and said softly, "You come out first, I'll clean up." "Oh." Mujiogo lowered her head and walked out of the kitchen in dismay. Chen and D shook their heads helplessly, then began to clean up the mess. "I can't help but secretly think to myself, I'm afraid I found myself a daughter to raise, right?" But what he didn't know was that Mujiogo, who walked out of the kitchen, hooked a smile at the corner of her mouth, revealing a fox-like sly look to sneak a glance at him. "Oh, good lord, the truth is out. She is not careless." From her smile of triumph, we know that she is definitely on purpose. "Hey, that's a nice little tactic. Jussie, it's too late. I'll go home first." Oh. Chen He-D, who was squatting on the ground with his back to her, waved his hand at her without looking back, with a very impatient attitude. "Uncle, see you tomorrow, bye." Mujiogo stepped with joyful little mincing steps and went home contentedly. In my heart, I was so pleased. "Little boy, let's see if you still dare to let me wash the dishes tomorrow. I'll have to give you the woe of the light." After cleaning up the mess, Chen and D let out a long breath. Luckily, the system prepared ordinary tableware. If it was some antique cups, plates and bowls or something, he had to die of heartache. But 2 bowls of CEI in a row was enough to make his heart ache. If she washes the dishes twice more, she's going to do it all over the house. Chen and D carefully pondered for a while. This is not going to work. We have to think of a trick. He was also a bit back on his feet now, and he suspected that Momo was more or less carrying it on purpose. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Little boy, we'll see. Still can't clean up your little girl?" Back in the separate bathroom in his bedroom, after brushing his teeth and washing up, he too went to bed. I don't know how many times better it is than a cheap rental house. Laying down on his bed, it didn't take long for him to fall asleep with the comfort of the air conditioning. Chapter 57 Another Encounter in a Cafe. The following morning, at the dawn of the day, Chen and D were woken up by the biological clock. Opening my sleepy eyes, I grabbed my bedside cell phone and saw that it was 6 o'clock sharp. Lazily, he lifted the covers and got up, walking towards the window and pulling back the curtains as soon as he could. Stretching comfortably, he looked at the slightly fish-bellied east with a smile on his face. With a soft queen-sized bed and cozy air conditioning, last night's sleep was not the usual quality. Whispering hopefully, "Another great day, come on." Then he went into the bathroom and began to wash up. Once he had changed into his yellow coat, he grabbed his cell phone keys and a large mug full of tea and headed out the door, riding his beloved little donkey. Just as soon as he drove out of the neighborhood, he opened the Phantom Group Writer to take orders function. It was during the breakfast rush, and just as I clicked to take the order, the system dispatched the order with it. After taking over, he immediately rushed to the seller's store to pick up his meal. On the way to pick up his food, the system had also dispatched other orders to him, but he had rejected them all. Nowadays, running a takeaway is just running for fun to kill the boredom. Where do you need to fight to the death to grab a single delivery order like in the past? Asked at the store. Takeout is not yet packed. Chen and D are not in a hurry. There is plenty of time. Just in time to stop by and fill up on breakfast. By the time he finished 4 large meat buns and a bowl of soy milk, the merchant's takeout was just about packed. Grab your takeout, get on your little electric donkey, and ride along. Only after he had completed the order at hand would he continue to take orders, delivering them one by one, with ease and no pressure at all. Even so, by 10 o'clock he had delivered nearly 20 orders, and he, surprisingly, had unknowingly worked his way from the education district to near the center of the main city. Chen and D looked at the time and decided to take one more order and go home. After all, it's still half an hour to ride back. And any later, it's time to delay cooking. Finding a backward delivery order in the app lobby, he grabbed it without even thinking about it. The order was for an iced coffee. And looking at the navigation, it wasn't far from the business. Follow the navigation through the bustling city center. Then turn around 7 times into a secluded road with ginkgo trees planted on both sides. There weren't many pedestrians on the road. Not even many passing cars. Chen and Dee were a bit curious. How to say that he was also an old Tianfu person? How did he not know that there was still such a secluded place hidden in the main city? Maybe it's overshadowed by the bustling downtown in front of it. At the end of the road is the destination of the trip, the Loving Cafe. Chen and Dee parked the small electric donkey on the side of the road and pushed the door into the tastefully decorated cafe. Hello, is the Phantom Troop 28 order ready? Chen and Dee inquired to the clerk at the bar. The beautiful clerk wearing a maid outfit smiled sweetly and returned. It's being done. Trouble writer little brother, you sit and wait for a while, okay? Chen and Dee nodded and walked to a specially planned rest area on the side and sat down. As soon as he sat down, the beautiful clerk who had just walked up to him with a glass of ice water. Little brother writer, have a glass of water. Chen and Dee hurriedly got up and took it with both hands. Thank you, the maid-suited clerk sweetly returned. You're welcome. To be honest, after a few years of delivering takeout, Chen and Dee have met many kind merchants and customers. Of course, I have also encountered a lot of shady and bad businessmen as well as deliberately difficult and unreasonable customers. With nothing to do, Chen and Dee looked around. The cafe is decorated with a touch of style and charm and a touch of petit bourgeoisie. The lighting in the cafe was poor because it was blocked from the light by the dense ginkgo trees outside, so you had to turn on the lights even in broad daylight. However, the soft orange light adds a quiet and peaceful atmosphere to the cafe. At this moment in the cafe, apart from the 3 female sales clerks, there was only Chen and Dee. It seems like business is a little slow, although, the decoration of the cafe is great, the environment is also good, and the service attitude is also very good, but ultimately the location is too poor. So that is why the business is slow, right? Of course, that doesn't preclude the flavor from being terrible. Chen, and the first time he came in, he liked this cafe. It was a good place to relax and be quiet. Just as he was admiring the cafe, a woman in a long red halter-slim dress suddenly pushed her way in. Before he could walk in, he called out, Yuan. The person she called Xiao Wan was the same clerk who had just greeted Chen and Dee. As soon as Yuan saw the visitor, she greeted him with a smile. Sister Qingcheng, you're here? Is it still the same old rules? Hearing their conversation, Chen and Dee thought to themselves that the one called Sister Qingcheng should be a familiar customer of this store, right? But this name, why does it have a sense of déjà vu? Curious, he turned and looked over. Oh, good one. So it's a real acquaintance. No wonder he was somewhat familiar with the name. It turned out to be Mu Qingcheng who chased his tail 2 days ago. The moment he looked over, Mu Qingcheng also happened to see his front. It's you? Mu Qingcheng exclaimed in slight surprise. And then stepping on the eye-catching red stiletto heels, she walked quickly to him. After taking 2 careful glances to make sure she wasn't the right person, she said, Why didn't you call me? It can't be that you're worried about me not recognizing you, right? Chen and Dee shook their heads and returned. There was something going on in the past 2 days. Busy, so I got confused and forgot about it. Mu Qingcheng didn't continue to dwell on this issue, but asked, Have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? Seeing him shake his head, he continued, Then how have you been feeling these past 2 days? Is there anything uncomfortable? I'm really fine. It's just some scrapes. Mu Qingcheng nodded. By the way, has your car been repaired? And the takeout that was knocked over that day, how much in total? I'll compensate you. Forget about fixing the car for not much. Just pay me back for the takeout. After all, it was a bit expensive that day. How much is it? 4,388. After Chen and Dee finished speaking, they were still worried that she didn't believe them and would think that they were blackmailing her. So they hurriedly flipped out the order records from that night to show her. Mu Qingcheng subconsciously glanced at it, and when she saw the address on the order delivery record, she was a bit surprised. I didn't realize that the takeout he delivered that night was from his own house. Originally, she had believed that Chen and Dee had not made any random quotes, and now, she was completely convinced. A flirtatious smile appeared on the delicate and especially young face, and slowly said, WeChat it, please open the collection code. I'll transfer it to you. Chen and Dee immediately took out his cell phone and tapped the WeChat collection code. Mu Qingcheng took the cell phone and drummed for a while and said, Alright, see if you got it? WeChat receipts of $8,000. Upon hearing the beep, Chen and Dee were slightly stunned, busy asking, What are you? Mu Qingcheng guffawed and said, Much is considered my compensation and intention. With that, she turned toward the bar. Chapter 58. After doing a good thing, deeply hidden merits and fame. Writer boy. Order number 28 is ready. Xiaonuan poked her head out of the bar and shouted at Chen and Di in the rest area. Chen and Di hurried to the bar, lifted the beautifully packaged takeout and headed out. Mu Qingcheng looked at his departing back, pondering. Xiaonuan in the bar naturally took in the situation and asked with a smile, Sister Qingcheng, you two know each other? Mu Qingcheng nodded, but there was no intention to elaborate. Muan winked mischievously at her and teased with deep meaning, Isn't it very handsome and manly, Sister Qingcheng? Mu Qingcheng subconsciously wanted to nod, but suddenly reacted. Wendy blanked her and said without any good humor, Little Nuan, you're getting more and more bold now. Even Sister Qingcheng dares to flirt with you, right? Aren't you afraid I'll find late and tell you off so she can dock your paycheck? Not a chance. Muan flashed her trademark sweet smile, not caring about her threat. Mu Qingcheng raised her willow leaf eyebrows. Don't believe it, do you? With that, he made a gesture to unlock his cell phone, as if he was about to make a call. Xiaonuan shook her head. I don't believe it. Sister Qingcheng, you won't sue, and Sister Evening won't deduct my wages. Hey, you're a little girl who can do the math. That's true. Sister Qingcheng and Sister Evening are the best. Come on, don't think that if you say a couple of nice things, I'll forget about what I just flirted with. I'm writing it down for you in my little book, so maybe I'll turn it over to you someday. Xiaonuan beamed and muttered softly, Where is the flirting? I just feel that Qingcheng's sister is looking at him in a strange way. Although it was whispered, the silence still allowed Mu Qingcheng to hear it clearly. Hey, little girl, you really have an itchy skin, don't you? Dare to make up nonsense, right? I'm not. Qingcheng, you know what's going on. I'm going to go wipe the table. After saying that, he was afraid that Mu Qingcheng would find himself in trouble, so he hurriedly buggered off. Mu Qingcheng smiled and shook her head. She was just somewhat appreciative of Chen and Di's character and integrity, and that was all. Chen and Di carried the takeout and climbed up to the 5th floor out of breath. Sweat was falling down one by one. Since he didn't wait for the elevator for half a day, he simply climbed the stairs directly. It's also really annoying to climb 5 floors in the middle of the summer. He waited to catch his breath before ringing the customer's doorbell. A moment later, footsteps could be heard coming from the house. Opened the door is a 30-something mature young woman. The first look is not very bright, but the more you look at the more I think the eyes belong to the type of durable. Chen and Di handed over the takeout with both hands and said, Your takeout. Beautiful lady. Enjoy your meal. With that, he turned around and was ready to go, but suddenly she called out, handsome, can I ask you a question? Chen and Di nodded. Yes, what do you want to ask? With a serious look on her face, the woman asked, Why is it that you men think the women out there are better? Chen and the first stunned, did not expect her to ask this question. It seems that she should have some problems in her marriage. Without thinking, he came straight back with, That's an easy one, because it's not played. The woman frowned, obviously not understanding. What do you mean? It's like a kid who likes to buy new toys. Never played with tea. Get it? The woman nodded and continued. So is it true that as long as it's a woman and not ugly, you guys won't turn it down? That was someone else. Not me. Shen in first face said with a straight face, but then an evil smile instantly appeared on his face. Hey, I not only can't refuse the ugly ones, I can't even refuse the ones that aren't women. The woman could also hear that he was joking and didn't take it seriously. Just as Chen and Di were about to leave, she called out again. Handsome, I haven't finished asking. Handsome, is there anything you can do to keep those women out there from messing with my husband? Chen and Di returned without even thinking. Yes. When the woman heard this, she was overjoyed and hurriedly asked after her. What method? You hurry to tell me. Chen and Di extended a hand. The woman who didn't understand what he meant looked at him with a blank expression. Chen and Di's thumb and forefinger rubbed together again. The woman understood instantly and took a red sun from her bag and handed it to him. Receiving the $100 bill, Chen and Di smiled heartily and put the money into his pocket while walking towards the house. As he walked, he asked, You should be the one who holds the financial power in the family, right? I'm in charge. The meaning of this statement is very obvious. And the marsh region. This situation is more normal and reasonable. Chen and Di looked around, walked over to the dining table, and touched it with their hands. Marble tabletop. Heavy. Nice. He slowly bent down, gripped the table leg with both hands, and lifted it upward with all his might. Sure enough, there is a hidden agenda. Remove the smear of red pressed under the table leg and hand it to the woman. It was a neatly folded $100 bill. Chen and Di walked towards the window again and lifted the curtain cloth in the far corner. Sure enough, 2 more stained $100 bills were found in it. After handing it to the woman, he looked upward again, and when he saw the curtain hanging rod, he said to the woman, Bring me a stool. The woman rushed her ass off to move a chair. Unsurprisingly, Chen and Di removed the decorative head and pulled out 2 more small bundles from inside the hollow hanging rod. Next, Chen and Di were on fire, utilizing his instinctive way of thinking as a man to the extreme. Photo frames, remote control panels, wall clocks, pillows, even toilet tanks, toilet paper hangers, and more of these incredible places. And the woman, under Chen and Di's demonstration, completely understood what it meant that the most dangerous place was the safest place. What she never dreamed was that there was money hidden in things she used every day. For example, in the handle of a spoon, in the shank of a broomstick, in the heel of her heels. It really opened her eyes. As the money in her hand continued to grow, her face grew more and more somber. Her face screwed up as she finally looked at the pile of bills in her hand. Chen and Di clapped their hands and said with a smile, "Beauty, no surprise, no woman outside is looking for your husband anymore now. And your husband is definitely home from work on time and on schedule." The woman asked, "Why? Poor." After saying that, Chen He was the first to turn around, dashing off. Just as he walked to the elevator, he encountered a middle-aged man exiting the elevator. Chen and Di took 2 careful glances and ghostly asked, "Older brother, you live in 501, right?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Yeah, what?" Chen and Di sighed, patted his shoulder and said, "Take care, old brother." And without waiting for the man to react, the elevator door closed and he skipped off. Deep in the heart of the matter, the middle-aged man who froze in front of the elevator door looked puzzled and muttered, "Inexplicable," and then it's off to the house. Immediately afterward, 501 there was a crackling sound, accompanied by a man's scream. Even Chen and Di, who were already downstairs, heard it. Looking up at the 501 balcony, he exclaimed, "Hey, Sin!" With that, he couldn't help but pick up the pace. Chapter 59, Daily Dislike of Each Other. Before going home, Chen and Di even made a special trip to the supermarket to buy some things. As soon as he arrived home, he headed straight for the bathroom to take a shower first. It's not usually hard when you're all sticky and gooey. Only when he had finished his shower did he unhurriedly walk into the kitchen and set about preparing lunch. In an hour or so, a great lunch was served. Cooked chicken wings, sweet and sour pork, minced pork and eggplant, stir-fried cabbage, and a cabbage and tofu soup. After serving the meal on the table, Chen and Di took out their cell phones and looked at it. It was exactly 12 o'clock, Pefekati, and just in time, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Mu Jiu-gu, wearing pajamas and slippers, stood in the doorway without any image, with his disheveled hair, sleepy eyes and yawn. It was obvious that he had just woken up. "You're kinda on time." Mu Jiu-gu walked towards the house while replying, "Of course, I purposely set the alarm clock." When she saw a table of food, Mu Jiu-gu was instantly energized as if she had shot chicken blood. "Not polite. Just sit down and pick up the dishes and start building." Chen and Di opened the refrigerator, took a can of cold beer and asked, "Mu Mao Mao, what are you drinking?" "What's there?" "Beer, Coke." Without thinking, Mu Jiu-gu blurted out, "Beer. What do you drink, little girl?" "Drink a Coke." After saying that, he picked up another can of Coke and closed the refrigerator. Without good humor, he gave him a blank look. "Come on, uncle. I'm already 21 years old. You're not out of school yet. You're still in school. That's a little girl." Defeated by his powerful reasoning, disgruntled, he muttered, "Then why did you even ask me? It's redundant. Doesn't it make me look democratic?" Mu Jiu-gu twitched the corners of her mouth, revealing a look of contempt. When the food was current, she didn't bother to fight with Chen and Di. Grabbing the dry rice was the right thing to do. Seeing her left-handed chicken wings and right-handed ribs, completely unaware of what modesty and elegance were, she couldn't help but ask, "Mu Mao Mao, have you washed your hands and brushed your teeth?" Mu Jiu-gu said vaguely, "No. Hey, I mean, you're such a big guy. Can't you pay attention to cleanliness and hygiene?" Mu Jiu-gu raised her head, plucked him out, and said without a trace of humor, uncle, you're super weird, yeah. Just now you said she was a little girl, and now you're saying she's such a big person. What do you mean? Besides, don't worry about the details. I'm only like this today. Good lord, even the Baywatch accent is whole." Hearing it gave Chen and Di goosebumps. Looking at her directly left-hand chicken wings and right-hand ribs again big gnawing up, Chen and the first finally did not hold back. Said, "Mu Mao Mao, at least you're a fairy. Can you pay attention to your image and be a bit more graceful and elegant?" Mu Jiu-gu blinked her big eyes full of spirituality and said with a smile, "Uncle, even though you're a cockney, you're quite a good talker sometimes. What's wrong with fairies? Fairies have to eat and fart and poop too." Mu Mao Mao. Chen and Di put down their chopsticks and glared at her angrily. "Eating? Are you evil or not?" Mu Jiu-gu spat out her tongue mischievously and didn't get stubborn with him anymore, but continued to dry her rice. The corners of Chan and Dee's mouth rose slightly as he said, Mao Mao ah. Could it be that you haven't realized until now that there is something different? Something different? Is there? Where? Mu Jiuge looked at him with a puzzled and bewildered face. Chen and Dee shook their heads in a very speechless manner. This girl could really be a real foodie. Eyes that can't see anything but food. It was amazing that she didn't see such an obvious difference change. I'm afraid that Li Qing has come to see it. Right? Bang bang. Chen and Dee tapped the bowl with their chopsticks to give her a hint. Mu Jiuge was first stunned, then had a surprised look on her face, and then instantly turned into an exploding cat. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she huffed, Uncle, you're too much of a shit. It was so emotional that even his speech stuttered. It turned out that the dishes on the table today, even the chopsticks, were all replaced with plastic ones by Chen and Dee. Yes, it was the very same one he had made a special trip to the supermarket to buy before he came home. Chen and Dee smiled smugly. Now you can let go of your hand and exert yourself. Fall resistant. The exasperated Mu Jiuge, panting heavily, a pair of peach blossom eyes glaring angrily at him, were about to spit fire. Chen and Dee raised their eyebrows, still trying to provoke her bottom line. He. I love to see you in this. Look at me. But can't fuck me, stifled angry look. So angry. But he was right. Mu Jiuge could only turn her anger into appetite. Seeing the ferocious way she tore into the chicken wings and ribs, as well as the way she glared angrily at herself with a straight face, Chen and Dee couldn't help but shiver a little. She couldn't have mistaken the wings and ribs in her hand for herself, could she? Oh, can't mess with it anymore. God knows if she'll just pounce and viciously tear herself apart if you mess with her again. In total vigilance, Chen and Dee finished the lunch. As soon as the dishes were set down, he got up and headed for the living room, and Mu Jiuge could only obediently clean up the dishes. This time there was no more crackling coming from the kitchen. Sitting on the sofa smoking and drinking tea, like a grandpa, Chen and the first nodded with satisfaction. Mu Jiuge, who had finished brushing the dishes, was still bulging like a puffer fish. Looking at Chen and Dee, who were smoking, she frowned. Walk over and huff. Smoke it hard. Lung cancer beckons, growling. Then, her eyes dripped and a smile actually appeared on her face. Uncle, let me teach you to do a hand job. Chen and Dee looked at her doubtfully. What kind of manual labor? Mu Jiuge picked up the cigarette case he put on the coffee table while saying, in the future, Uncle, the cigarette case you finished smoking, don't just throw it away. It has a great use. What great use? Mu Jiuge unwrapped the cigarette case and took out the tinfoil inside. Uncle, you watch. Fold it like this and then fold it again. In a short while, the dexterous Mu Jiuge folded out a small trinket. Look at Uncle. So it's folded into a golden dollar. There are two kinds of tinsel in the cigarette case, gold and silver. And you fold the gold one into a gold dollar, and you fold the silver one into a silver dollar. That way, when you're pumped into lung cancer and pumped to death, you should have enough stacked dollar bills to last you down there, too. And if you fold it yourself, you can burn it without worrying about it. Even you feel involved when you die. Mu Jiuge stuffed the folded gold dollar into his hand and smiled wryly. How about it, Uncle? Isn't it very practical? Chen and Dee dazzled her, looking at him who was so angry with himself that he was already confused. Mu Jiuge was instantly in a good mood and became even more complacent, continuing to stab him in the heart. But Uncle, in the future, you have to buy cigarettes that are gold-colored tinfoil. After all, gold dollars, it works better. Chapter 60, the most charming and dangerous. Intangible intimidation is the most deadly. Chen and Dee looked at the cigarette that was burning in his hand and hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth for 2 puffs to suppress the shock. The way he looked at Mu Jiuge gradually became a bit strange. If he remembered correctly, Mu Jiuge should be the second woman to discourage him from smoking, and the first one is still a little snot from a long time ago. Although her way of discouraging her was a bit hardcore, and there was a deliberate intention to anger herself, Chen and Dee still had a warm current flowing through their hearts. Did not pick up her words, but digressed and said, WeChat friends plus it. Easy to contact. You have what you want to eat dishes in the future. You can also send me WeChat in advance. Mu Jiuge also had the exact same intention, and without the slightest hesitation, she unlocked her phone and opened WeChat. You sweet me. Chen and Dee certainly won't confuse old and new cell phones with small and large microsignals. Instantly, he took out his old cell phone and scanned it. And Mu Jiuge is also a second through. And note evil uncle for words. In the next moment, she suddenly snatched Chen and Dee's cell phone. Hey, what are you doing? Moo? Chen and Dee instantly panicked. If she tapped on the Douyin, it would all be exposed. He made a move to snatch the phone back. Mu Jiuge nimbly dodged away and said, Why are you so nervous? You're a single uncle. Are you still afraid of people looking at your cell phone? When she finished, she drummed twice. then handed the phone back to him. Chen and Dee curiously took a look at it. Turns out she had just been changing her note to herself. Chen and Dee had given her the note Mu Mau Mau, while she had just changed it to Little Fairy. Skimming his lips, Mu Mau Mau, you're really quite self-absorbed. All said and done, but he didn't change the note back. Hey, uncle, that's what you just said yourself. Oh, I'm just helping you follow your heart. Chen and Dee impatiently waved their hands and directly began to drive people away. What's the point of sticking around my place when you've had enough to eat and drink? Go away. I'm going to take a nap. Gee whiz, who cares? Like a goose that had won a battle, Mu Jiuge held her arrogant little head high and strutted away. Chen and Dee were really going to take a nap, and when they woke up, the alcohol would have almost dissipated, and it would be fine to run the takeaway then. By the time he woke up from his nap, it was exactly 2 o'clock, and that's when the sun is at its hottest. However, Chen and Dee went out without even thinking about it, mostly because staying at home is so boring and he's a guy who simply can't be bothered. He'd rather go out and run a takeaway than stay at home and be bored out of his mind. What's more, Ben is a Buddhist delivery and just slightly hot. On hot summer afternoons, the most popular takeout items are iced milk tea, iced noodles, and iced dumplings, all of which are refreshingly cool and refreshing. Same as in the morning, deliver one order and take the next. Just as if he had planned his route. Before he knew it, he was running near the center of the city again. When receiving a new order again, Chen and the first look at the delivery address. Surprisingly, it's the Tilting City Culture and Media Company. Then look at the customer information. MS. Chen and Dee heart breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately not Mu Qingchen. He didn't know why his heart subconsciously sighed in relief. It was probably because when facing Mu Qingcheng, one would always unconsciously sink into her charming charm. She is like a charming bone in the sky, knitting her brows and smiling, and even a small action of stroking her hair, are full of 1,000 kinds of style. Feminine flavor is full. There's sexiness in appearance, sexiness in temperament, and even a kind of sexiness that isn't in the hands of anyone. The key is that she's sexy and flirty, not at all fawning or pretentious, and you can even clearly feel the depth of her soul. Like Mu Qingcheng, such a special thing, seemingly charming and moving, confuse the heart and titillate the body. Only with an unintentional move can ignite the man's instinctive impulse and arousal. But in truth, she is extremely dangerous, powerful, and not to be mastered, much less conquered by men. Chen and Dee, on the other hand, were like old hunters with a keen sense of smell, who instinctively chose to stay away after smelling the fascinating danger. The most fascinating are the most dangerous, and not without reason. After picking up a few cups of iced milk tea at the milk tea store, Chen and Dee followed the navigation and hoofed it to the headquarters of Tilting City Culture and Media Company. It's also just a few kilometers away from the Universal Center, a single office building. The entire building is surprisingly full of Dumping City Media Company. Lao Tianfu. Chen and Dee of course know this place, just really did not pay attention before. This is the Tilting City Media Company. Parking the small electric donkey on the large open space used as a parking lot in front of the office building, he looked up at the high-end office building, thinking to myself, how much does this shit have to be worth? Carrying the takeout, he was just about to enter the building when he was stopped by the security guard at the door. I'm sorry, non-company personnel are prohibited from entering. Chen and Dee nodded with understanding. It was normal. Many companies were like that. Not to mention the fact that there were so many star artists in the Tilting City Culture and Media Company. How could it be possible to let outsiders in casually? What if paparazzi or bad press get mixed up in it? He pulled out his cell phone and dialed the customer's number. Hello MS. Chen, your takeout has arrived, but I can't get into the company. Do you think I can trouble you to come down and pick it up in person? A sharp female voice mingled with anger instantly came from across the room. The security guard is next to you, isn't he? You give the phone to the security guard right away. Without thinking, Chen and Dee knew what she was going to tell the security guard. Still, he handed the phone to the security guard. The security guard took the call suspiciously. Hello? Sister Ing? I know, but, no way. Sister Ing, the company has rules. Sister Ing, please don't give me a hard time, okay? I'll lose my job if I'm found out. It's not that I don't give in your face. The company is clear. Would you ask your assistant to pick it up at the front desk, please? I'm sorry Sister Ing, I can't go AWOL. I'll lose my paycheck. Then he saw the security guard put down the phone with a helpless face and hand it back to him. Chen and Dee secretly sighed. All of them are laborers. It's not easy. If not for the sake of earning a living, who would be willing to stoop so low? Who would want to take this kind of shit? He'd been lucky this time. The customer hadn't caught him angry. I've encountered this a few times before. And it's also the case that the company won't let them in. And the customer is unreasonable enough to let him find his own way to bring them in. or else he'll just get another bad review and a complaint. Dude, what did she say? The guard shook his head and said, just give me the takeout and I'll put it at the front desk for you. It looks like it should have just dropped the phone in anger, and didn't say if it was coming down to pick it up or not. Chen and Dee were about to hand him the takeout when a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Give me the takeout. Chen Dee and the security guards both turned their heads in unison to look, and it turned out to be Mu Qingcheng. I don't know when she came, but neither of them even noticed. Chapter 61 Bullying Female President. Mr. Mu. Upon seeing that it was Mu Qingcheng, the security brothers quickly saluted and greeted him. Mu Qingcheng nodded at him. You're good. Keep it up. It was assumed that she would have arrived long ago and heard the earlier conversation. Chen in the first look is her, and then hastily avert his eyes. Do not dare to covet more than a glance, because he is afraid that he cannot help but fall into it. Thank you, Mr. Mu, please. After handing her the takeout and thanking her, he hurried away. It really is true that the more you fear something, the more you get. Chen and Dee, who didn't want to have any interactions with her, always had chance encounters again and again. Looking at his hastily fleeing back, Mu Qingcheng frowned suspiciously. I can't help but ask, am I scary? Why does it feel like he's scared of me? Instead, the security guard was watching his ears, nose and mouth as if he hadn't heard. Mu Qingcheng carried the takeout, returned to the president's office, directly pressed the company's internal telephone set, and instructed, Xiaoling, come to my office. A few moments later, there was a knock on the door. After receiving permission, Wang Ling, a smart and capable secretary wearing a black business suit, pushed her way in. Mr. Mu, what are your orders? Mu Qingcheng directly said, you asked Chening to come to the president's office. That is, my place, to get the takeout. Wang Ling was slightly stunned, though full of doubts. She, as a secretary, just had to perform. Okay, Mr. Mu, quickly reacting, she hurriedly exited the office. It didn't take long for the knock to come again. Secretary Wang Ling led a young and beautiful woman into the office. At a closer look, isn't this the actress, Channing, who has recently become a big hit relying on 2 hit costume dramas? It was obvious to see the nervous look hanging on Chen Ying's face at this moment. The moment she was notified by Secretary Wang, she knew it was bad. The journey had been a long one, and she had been apprehensive. Mr. Mu. Mu Qingcheng looked up at this new flower girl, smiled slightly, and pushed the takeout on the desk in front of her. Faintly, he said, your takeout. Chening sneaked a look at her, and then looked at the takeout in front of her. At this time she was neither taking nor not taking. With a dilemma, she could only lower her head silently. Mu Qingcheng reclined on the boss chair and just stared at her quietly, not saying anything either. The atmosphere in the office at this time could only be described as depressing. Chening was now afraid to even breathe. The aura that President Mu invisibly exuded gave her too much pressure. Although she wasn't an old man of tilting city media, she had heard about the mysterious, flirtatious female president's iron-blooded and strong-arm tactics. Just when the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme, Mu Qingcheng finally spoke. How long have you been signed to dump? 2 years, Mr. Mu. So you do know the rules about the company banning non-internal staff and the need to go to the front desk to pick up takeout, right? No. Then why don't you go down and get it yourself? Why did you have to use your power to get the security guard to violate the rules? Chening hastened to sophistry. Mr. Mu, today it so happens that the assistant has something to go out, and I am at the critical moment of researching a new script, so I can't get away for a while. So it's just. Mu Qingcheng frowned. Assistant something you don't have legs? Are you that expensive? A few steps can tire you out? Working on a new script? If you didn't know better, you'd think you were working on nuclear weapons. Can't afford to lose a minute or two, can you? Chening still tried to argue, but she was directly interrupted by Mu Qingcheng impatiently waving her hand. Knock knock. Mu Qingcheng's fingers gently tapped the desktop. The only sound that could be heard in the large office was a crisp thud. After a long time, Mu Qingcheng slowly said, our company has always focused on humanization. Since you are afraid of being tired, the company definitely has to consider everything for you. Just put down your handful of announcements for a while and take some time off. Upon hearing this, Chening was dumbfounded, anxiously said, Mr. Mu is sorry. I am wrong. I promise that I will not do it again in the future. Can you, Before she could finish her words, Mu Qingcheng instantly chilled her face and snorted coldly. Even though Chening was no longer unwilling, she had to close her voice. In the company, no one ever dared to question the decisions of the overbearing president Mu Qingcheng, not to mention that Chening was just a newly promoted popular flower girl. Even the pillars of the company, first brother White Day King, first sister Chu Tianho, did not dare to have the slightest doubt. If she ever talks back or argues, it won't be for a while or for a while. Got it, Mr. Moo. After saying that, her entire body instantly wilted and left the office as if she were a walking corpse. Mu Qingchen glanced at her back and shook her head. You don't know your own name after 2 movies? You dare to ignore the company's rules? The company can bring you up, but of course they can also keep you down. It's just a new flower girl. What's it worth? It's just a matter of cultivating it again. There are plenty of people waiting for the resources and the top position. What's more, people with bad character are not liked by Mu Qingchen even if their business ability is strong. Of course, she hadn't slapped her directly to death, but had given Chen Ning the opportunity to do so. At that time, if she had directly and sincerely admitted her mistake without sophistry, then Mu Qingchen wouldn't have punished her so heavily. At the end of the day, her for now is just as much about giving her a chance as it is about helping her. Letting her rest for a while was also to let her settle herself down, the only way to go further and farther. If after this next period of precipitation, she could set her mind and position right and straighten her character, then Mu Qingchen wouldn't mind reusing her again. But if, it's up to her to comprehend it. Mu Qingchen's tactics appeared to be tough and domineering, but they were secretly soft. But it also has to be said that she's really good. Chen and D didn't realize that because of one of his takeaways, a popular actress was temporarily snowed in. At this point, he was on his way to pick up his meal. Looking at the next new order in his hand, he was also quite curious. I ordered a super spicy stir-fry and 5 boxes of rice, with a note for the merchant to give extra kimchi. It's not hard to guess that 9 times out of 10 it's because of shyness. After picking up his meal without incident, he rushed to the delivery address. It was a very dated old silo building, with all the siding completely peeled off, and it looked very run down. Chen and D carried the takeout into the dim and humid hallway, and the voice-activated lights were also bright and dim. I don't know if it's leaking somewhere or what, but I can still hear the sound of dripping water drops. Moreover, Chen and D clearly felt a gust of gloomy wind blowing by. It was surprisingly unnerving and creepy on a hot day. Fortunately, it was daytime. If it was nighttime, this scene, the timid people can be scared into a limp shrimp. Chapter 62, The Mixed-Up Brothers. Chen and D were just about to knock on the door of the room when they heard the sound of a heated argument coming from the house. Boss, I can't hold on much longer. Why don't we break up? Scatter? Old 5, what the fuck are you talking about? The new game has already developed a large portion of it. It won't take us more than a few days to finish designing it. Bite your teeth and hang in there and you'll get through it. Ha, hold on? Boss, you tell us how to hold on? Can the 5 of us put our whole bodies together right now and come up with $20? We haven't had a full meal in days. Boss, will you recognize reality? We're at the end of our rope. Yeah boss, even if we can hold out until the development of the new game is complete, who can guarantee that it will be successful and make money? What are we going to do if it flops like the last few minigames? What's more, after the game is developed, it will require a large sum of money for publicity and advertising and miscellaneous expenses. Where will it come from? Have you thought about it? Boss, stop being stubborn. We can't see any hope at all right now. Disperse, sell all the computer equipment. You should still be able to get some money. Let's all go our separate ways. I'd rather fucking go back to Gao Lao Zhuang and raise pigs to count the balls. Ha, dreams? Fuck that bullshit dream. He too After the self-deprecating rant, the room fell into silence. No one spoke again, but through the door, Chen and D could hear the ragged gasps of several people. Knock knock. Chen and D knocked on the door of the room. Click. The door was opened by a young man wearing black-framed glasses, his lenses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle. As soon as the door opened, a strong odor of sweaty feet as well as mildew hit the room. Your takeout. Enjoy your meal. Thanks. The man with the glasses gave a far-fetched smile and said thanks. With that, he closed the door to the room. Chen and D did not leave, but remained standing outside the door. Let's eat. Last meal. Chen and D recognized that this was the voice of the boss. One could also hear the resignation, helplessness, and a hint of desolation in his tone. And the meaning of his words was clear. He had agreed to break up the group. No one answered him, and he didn't speak again. Chen and D also didn't hear the ringing of dinner. To be honest, Chen and D did have compassion, especially when it comes to smelling the mixed stench that permeates the house. Not only because Chen and D empathize, but also because anyone who has a dream deserves respect. Eat up. What's the fuss about at this point? Then the sound of wolfing down food came from the house. Chen and D let out a slight sigh, raised his hand, and knocked on the door of the room once again. It was still the same glasses that opened the door. Upon seeing Chen and D, he was visibly stunned and asked, "What do you want?" Chen and D didn't say anything, but walked straight into the house. The living room was set up with a couple of simple tables with a couple of computers on them, as well as a large mess of stuff. and 4 young men in their 20s were sitting at a coffee table in the corner, wolfing it down. Everyone was pudgy and unkempt looking, and their faces and hair were covered in grease stains. Without exception, they all wore a pair of panda eyes, bloodshot, deep-set eye sockets, and a waxy complexion. For those who don't know, they think they XD. All of them were dressed in sweatshirts, shorts and flip-flops. Chen and D also made a point of looking at the ashtray on the table. Each ashtray was piled high with butts and all smoked through the filter. It didn't take much thought to realize that it must have been rummaged through by them. Chen and the first cannot have any look down on the meaning. After all, smoking men, who has not smoked potpourri it. It's only been a few days since his condition. All 5 looked at him, the uninvited stranger. In unison, a tall, thin man put down his dishes and stood up, asking suspiciously, "And you are?" Chen and D smiled faintly. "As you can see, I'm a delivery man. I don't know what you're up to." "I'm fine." Chen and D shook their heads. "However, it looks to me like you guys are not fine." "Us? What could we be up to?" The tall and thin man was stunned, then revealed a self-deprecating bitter smile. "I just heard it all from outside the house. And just to be clear, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It was mostly because you guys were so loud." Seeing that no one picked up on his words, he continued, "Man, I don't mean anything else. I just simply want to buy you guys a meal." All 5 wore expressions of both curiosity and puzzlement. The tall, thin man stared straight at him. "Why? It seems that this man should be the boss as they call him." Chen and D shook their heads. "No reason. Someone had helped me in my most difficult time without expecting anything in return. And I just want to take that kindness and warmth and spread it. That's all. I'm limited in what I can do, but I have no problem treating you to a full meal." Perhaps seeing his sincerity, a few people put away their wary gazes. "Thanks." The tall, thin man said a similarly sincere thank you. But no, he still refused. Shannon said with a playful first face, "What? Afraid that I'll have designs on you guys?" The tall and thin man smiled to himself, and returned with great self-awareness. "We are already in this state. What else is worth your picture? Is that because you're afraid that I'm going to karma your loins? But even if you're afraid, it should be me who's afraid, right? After all, there are 5 of you." Also no longer joking, directly said, "Okay, our young people are all big men, pretentious and polite. What strength? It's just a meal. Consider it a friend." Several people were visibly hesitant, but Chen and D didn't give them time to hesitate, urging, "Let's go. Brothers, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Can't you show some manliness?" "Okay, thanks brother then." Instead of going too far away and purposely looking for a restaurant, I just found a random restaurant in the neighborhood that looked good. This, and this, all. Chen and D ordered 7 or 8 dishes in one breath, and then handed the menu to the boss skinny tall man. "Look what else you guys ordered. Since you're all here, you don't have to be polite. Brother, it's really enough. You can't eat it all even if you order too much. It's not good to waste it." Chen and D said to the waiter. "Okay, then let's serve these first. We'll order more if it's not enough." After the waitress left, Chen and D smiled and said, "Right. I haven't introduced myself after talking for so long. My name is Chen and D. Ear East Chen, and D of the scholar and the first scholar." The tall and thin man took the lead and said, "The 5 of us are good friends who have been dormitory mates for 4 years in college, and I'm the oldest, Zhou Qi." Then there was the man with the glasses who had opened the door earlier. "I'm the second, Zhang Yu." Then there was the big, fat guy who was about 5'9". "I'm the oldest, Guo Chang." Then it was the turn of the most handsome-looking young man of the 5. "I'm the oldest, Lu Hua." Lastly, there's the short 1'6". "I'm the oldest 5, Ri Tian." I have to say, each of the 5 brothers is really unique and distinct. Guess they should be considered like mixed brothers? Chapter 63 Investing in Small Games. After a brief self-introduction, everyone was considered to be initially acquainted. Chen and D curiously asked, "I heard you guys say earlier that you should be developing and designing games, right?" Boss Jochi nodded and laughed bitterly. "It's just a self-important joke. What development and design? How can it be so lofty? It's just us 5 brothers messing around with a few little games and dreaming of getting rich overnight." Chen and D continued to look for a topic of conversation. Not doing too well? That was actually quite a euphemism for what he was asking. All mixed to this field now. It does not matter whether to pretend. Truthfully back, a few small games done in front. Are puffed. It's also cost us all the money we have. And the game we're making now, a good chunk of it is done. But we've run out of ideas. And we're just going to break up. It can be seen that the 5 brothers are all very introverted, not good at talking, and not only are they not smooth in dealing with people, but they are also quite mute. Maybe most of their kind of programmers, engineers, and designers who are into game development lean towards the geeky personality. The boss Joe Chi, who had been acting as a representative to communicate with Chen and D, was relatively better, but limited. Curiosity prompted Chen and D to ghostly ask, "What kind of game are you guys doing now?" "It's still a small program game called Wave Up, which in simple terms is similar to a game of elimination. But, when it comes to his area of specialization, Jochi instantly looks like a different person. Not only was he glowingly eloquent, he even had light in his eyes, and his whole person exuded a powerful confidence. His extremely high level of professionalism can be completely felt between words. The more he listened to him, the brighter the light in Chen and D's eyes became. After he finished speaking, Chen and D also basically understood the game in general. It's supposed to be a mini-game, and it's not that complicated, so it's not that hard to understand. Chen and D couldn't help but follow up with, "What level have you guys achieved now? Is there a way to try it out?" "There's an initial beta that's not quite perfect, but it's playable." Zhou Qi turned his head again and said to Zhang Yu, "Lao Air, give me your cell phone." Zhang Yu didn't hesitate and directly took out his cell phone, tapped the small game icon on the screen, and then handed the phone to Chen and D. Received the phone just loaded the game interface. Chen and the first directly according to the prompts. Click start. First level. Messy point. Can second level. When game over came, Chen and D subconsciously clicked continue. From being calm and collected at first, to thinking hard, to scratching my head, and finally hating to smash my phone. He didn't know how long he'd been addicted, only that his phone, which had a full charge, was already indicating that it was too low. Only after seeing the prompt did he put his phone down with fondness. Even if he had ended up playing with an exploding mind, he couldn't help but want another game. It's purely about fighting yourself. Put the phone down and let out a long breath. Looking at the dishes that had been served, as well as the 5 brothers who did not move their chopsticks, he quickly said, "Eat, don't just stand there. Hurry up and start building. Start building. By the way, do you guys drink?" The 5 shook their heads in unison. Boss Jochi said, "Thank you brother, but the wine will not be drunk. We have something to do later." Chen and D smiled slightly and said, "To sell computers and equipment?" All 5 of them had a helpless and awkwardly bitter smile on their faces, which was a tacit acceptance. Chen and D beckoned to the waiter and shouted, "Waiter, get us a case of beer. Cold." "No brother. We really." As soon as I heard him shouting for wine, Zhou Qi hastened to dissuade him, but before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chen and D. "There's no need to sell." The 5 were stunned. Zhou Che frowned and asked suspiciously, "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Chen and the first laughed. "How much does it cost you guys to develop this game?" Although he didn't know what he wanted to do, Zhou Qi still truthfully replied, "The development cost doesn't take much money, around 20 to 30,000. What about late?" Zhou Qi shook his head. "The specific cost at a later stage depends on how it is publicized and promoted. Of course, it's the publicity and promotion costs that are the biggest cost, not a small amount." Chen and D opened the beers and distributed them to the crowd while saying, "I think I can invest in you guys." "What? Investment?" the 5 exclaimed in unison. "Of course, if you guys want, I can also just pay for the game and hire you to work for me again. 2 modes of cooperation. If you are willing to work together, you can think it over carefully." When Chen and D proposed to buy out the game, he noticed the 5 people frowning slightly in unison. After a moment of silence, the boss Jochi said seriously, "Brother, are you really optimistic about this small program game of ours? Are you really willing to invest in it?" Chen and D didn't hide anything and said bluntly, "Very optimistic. Definitely has the posture of bursting into flames. He doesn't know anything about the game. He's just experiencing it as a regular gamer with the intuition he gets after the experience. We have nothing but technology now, not to mention building servers later, as well as promotion and publicity. We have even planned to break up. So brother, if you really want to invest, all the expenses can only be paid by you alone, and we can only use the technology as shares." Chen and D nodded. "I'll pay for the money, and you don't need to care about the promotion and publicity. You only need to be responsible for doing a good job with the game as well as the technical aspects." Then he raised his palm and put up 5 fingers. 50%, I want 50% of the shares. "No." The 5 voiced their refusal almost at the same time. And the reason he was rejected was not because he took too much of a stake and had too big an appetite. Zhou Qi shook his head, put up 3 fingers, and said, "Brother, we only need 3 achievements. You know what's important in the 21st century?" The 5 shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. "Talent, talent, or fucking talent. So you guys are worth it." And simply do not give them the opportunity to speak again. Directly a hammer. "Okay, so decided. Are all big men. Do not fucking chirp. Come on, let's celebrate our good cooperation." Cheers. The 5 young men chasing their dreams also finally smiled. 6 gents and a case of beer. Easy peasy. After eating, Chen and the first took out his cell phone while saying, "Come on, let's add a WeChat friend and contact information first." After they were all added, Chen and D added, "Joe Chi, I'll transfer $50,000 to you first, so you and your brothers can deal with it first." The 5 were truly surprised that Chen and D would trust them so much and be so generous. They are all big boys of nature, and it would be a lie to say that they are not touched. Take a shower and go back to sleep. Look at you guys, you're not afraid of sudden death, are you? Brother. Joe Chi's voice choked a little. Chen and D patted his shoulder. Alright, the money has been transferred to you. You guys just develop the game at ease. Don't worry about the rest. P.S. The 9th day of September, Chunyoung Festival, also happens to be my birthday. Add an extra chapter and wish me a happy birthday. Chapter 64, The Wicked Dogs. Chen and D pushed the small electric donkey and walked slowly. Drinking a car, not driving a car. Driving a car, not drinking a car. Not even a small donkey. After all, it's still your dog's life that matters. In his heart, he also couldn't help but calculate what he planned and intended to do next. The money in my pocket is about to bottom out again, but there's a lot of work to be done next, and money is needed everywhere. Registering a company, hiring professional managers, developing and designing games, building servers, renting office space, and so on, all require money. As for promotion and publicity, he already has a plan, which originally accounted for the bulk of the cost of expenditure, to his hands instead of needing to spend a penny. Push for 10 minutes, not even a tenth of the distance. Chen M the first is tired and hot, heart straight call drinking wrong. He was going to find a place to park the little donkey, take his own ride home, and come back tomorrow to pick it up. But just then, a big G suddenly stopped at the side of the main road. Just stopped at the side of the road to rest. Chen and the first also did not care. Thirsty, he took out a cup of water from the takeaway box to drink water. Instead, the right window of the big G slowly fell and a head poked out of the car. "Uncle! Uncle!" A familiar shout suddenly rang in Chen and D's ears, and he put down his water cup and followed the sound. In the big G car, propping up half of his body and struggling to poke his head out of the window, it turned out to be Mu Jiogu. Chen and D never expected to meet her here. Oh, this girl is bossy enough to drive a big G. Then he saw Mu Jiogu turn off the engine and get out of the car. Walking to him, "Ha, it's really you, uncle. Mu, why are you here?" Mu Jiogu smiled and returned. "I finished shopping and was about to go home." "Uncle, what are you doing parked on the side of the road in this sun? Is the car broken down or out of battery?" "No, I've been drinking and can't ride," Mu Jiogu asked with a puzzled expression. "What kind of wine are you drinking in this half-afternoon?" Chen and D perfunctorily explained. "Newly met a few friends, a moment of happiness and drank a little." Mu Jiogu gave him a blank look without any good humor. "Alcoholic, are you really going to push it back? How long will that take? Spit it out." But she said, "Come on, shove the little electric donkey in the trunk and I'll drive you back." Looking at the dominant big G in front of me, stuffing a small electric donkey is not a problem. Chen and D were not polite to her, and while loading the car, they asked, "I remember you drove a red Beetle, right? Is this a new car?" Mu Jiogu gave a hand to help while casually replying, "It didn't change, and there's no one who says a person is only allowed to have one car, right?" With one sentence, he directly choked Chen and D into speechlessness. Dog Dato. Damn it. Okay, uncle, get in the car. Chen and the first sat on the passenger side of the car and hastened to fasten the seatbelt. Hand also clenched the armrest, body tense. Seeing him like this, Mu Jiogu exasperatedly questioned, "Hey, uncle, you've gone overboard with the shit. Are you looking down on our female drivers?" Chen and D shook their heads and said bluntly without mercy, "It's not that I look down on female drivers, it's just that I feel you're not reliable." Bullshit. As if to prove her driving skills, the next second she put her foot right into the gas tank. Under the stimulation of a strong sense of pushing back, cold sweat straight Chen and the first repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, it's me who said the wrong thing. You're reliable. You're the most reliable." Poof. Mu Jiogu grunted very proudly, and of course she retracted her foot into the gas tank. Mu Jiogu slightly glanced sideways at him. Her heart as fine as a hair naturally saw that the frowning Chen and D were thinking about something. Curious, he asked, "What's wrong, uncle? Look at you with a preoccupied look." "It's fine." Chen and D shook their heads and returned perfunctorily. Somehow it had gotten under her skin, only for her to pull right over and then stare at herself angrily without looking away. With a bewildered look on his face, he asked, "What? Why are you suddenly stopping and staring at me?" Mu Jiogu once again questioned without any good humor. "Uncle, are you not treating me as a friend?" Chen and D came to a realization and shook his head and smiled, unable to see that this girl was quite righteous. It's really nothing. It's just that I just invested in a project today, and I'm a little short-handed, and I'm trying to figure out how to turn it around. Short of money. Ha? Well, I tried so hard to be euphemistic, and then you just poked me in the face with 2 words. Why? Lack of money. You give 9 sisters say ah. 9 sisters lend you not finished? Uncle, I'm not even embarrassed to go to your place for dinner. Why are you still polite with me? Are you treating sister 9 as an outsider? Oh, the bravado. You'd think they were old men if you didn't know. Besides, when did you become an insider? Chen and D said they didn't know. Chen and D just smiled awkwardly and didn't answer. Yo, uncle, you shouldn't be shy here, right? Mujiogo mischievously blinked her big eyes and deliberately teased. Fuck off. You're the shy one. Mujiogo hemmed and hawed, but didn't dislike him anymore. Say, how much is the difference? Chen and D carefully calculated and pondered for a moment, then stretched out 5 fingers. Mujiogo didn't even frown. $5 million? Okay, you send me the card number and I'll transfer it to you when I get back. Aha? Wang Defa? Chen and the first face were surprised, staring at her dumbfounded. What's the matter, uncle? You're not talking about $50 million, are you? Then she frowned slightly and continued to say to herself, $50 million isn't out of the question. It's just that, uncle, let me first say that I'm not distrusting you. Oh, it's not a small sum after all, so it shouldn't be too much of a stretch for me to ask what you've invested in, should it? There are so many scammers these days, let's be careful. Seeing her chattering to herself and getting more and more outrageous, Chen and D were both depressed and amused. The all-abominable dog, the invisible show of wealth, is the most pretentious of all? Chen and D had to interrupt her with a voice. Stop. Mo. What do you think I do? Mujiogo returned with a puzzled look. A takeout delivery? What's wrong? Can I, a fucking delivery boy, borrow $5 million, $50 million at the drop of a hat? Mujiogo was stunned, then awkwardly scratched his head and said stupidly, right. Oh. Chen and D breathlessly held his forehead. This girl sometimes sticking to the hair is more refined than a monkey, but when she is sick, it's hard to say. How much do you want? $500,000? Chen and D nodded. Okay, I'll transfer it to you when I get home. Mujiogo paused for a moment, then looked at him blearily and said daintily, Uncle, tonight I want to eat boiled fish and braised pork. I'll make it for you when we get home. Gotcha. The big G started up again, and the Yellow Plum Opera automatically played in the car's music player. Birds in pairs in the trees. Well, it's nice. It sets the scene. Chapter 65. Before going home, Chen and D also deliberately went to the fresh food supermarket to purchase some ingredients. After all, the big det mainly eat fish. The home cannot have, and the fish still have to eat freshly killed to be beautiful. When he got home, he still went to the washroom to take a shower before changing into a big undershirt and shorts for home. And the whole thing was instantly more comfortable. Took a cigarette break, then pulled out my phone to check the time, and it was almost time to cook. When he invited the 5 mixed brothers to dinner before, he just chatted about things and basically never moved his chopsticks. Just drank 2 bottles of beer. So, it didn't delay his dinner. I was about to get up and go into the kitchen to make dinner when the doorbell rang just in time. I thought it was definitely Mujiogo, but when I opened the door, it was actually 2 delivery men. Chen and D asked with both doubt and curiosity. What are you guys doing? May I ask if this is Chen and D? Mr. Chen? Yes, I am, but I didn't buy anything? The 2 delivery men were also slightly stunned, and then asked, may I ask if this is the Fairview Hills and Rivers subdivision, Block 8, Unit 1, Floor 8, Number 1, right? Chen and D nodded. Your name is also Chen and D, right? Chen and D nodded again. That's right then. Please sign for the dishwasher. Mr. Chen. Dishwasher? Chen and D came to a realization and subconsciously raised their eyes to look at the opposite door. Good guy. Mu Mao Mao can really have you. What trick you have come up with. No wonder I met her halfway. 9 times out of 10, she was ordering a dishwasher. Once it was clear what was going on, Chen and D signed for it. It didn't take long for the 2 to help him install the dishwasher in the kitchen. The opposite door happened to be open when the 2 delivery installers left the house, and Mujiogo also happened to see the departing figures of the 2 masters. Yikes. Uncle, did the dishwasher get delivered? Chen and D said meaningfully. Sure enough, lazy people have made an indelible contribution to promoting social progress. Hey. Mujiogo smiled smugly and didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. After following along into the house, Mujiogo took out her cell phone and said, Uncle, give me your account number. Chen and D didn't make any pretense. walked into the bedroom and took out a bank card from the nightstand. Mu Jiogu clicked on the cell phone bank. After a flurry of operations, said with a smile, transferred. Uncle, you see received? Just as the words hit the ground, his cell phone beeped with a text message. Here we are. Thank you. This thank you, Chen and D, is from the heart. In the end, he and Mu Jiogu had only known each other for a few days, and she had even lent herself $500,000 without even a hint of hesitation, without asking much of anything. No interest, no collateral, not even a question about how long it would take to pay it back. Isn't this trust worth moving Chen and D? Perhaps to Mu Jiogu, this money was just a drop in the bucket, but to Chen and D, it was a real huge sum of money. Chen and D's hearts were touched by this heavy trust of hers, and without speaking, he stared right at her. Mu Jiogu, who was sitting on the sofa, was stared at by her and pretended to shrink back timidly, her hands gradually protecting her chest. CHCHCH changes. Chen and D snorted disdainfully. There's none at all. What's there to block? There was no surprise that the words angered her. Tang stood up, lowered her hands, and her breasts, which she had just guarded vigilantly, now not only purposely stood up again and again, but also kept moving towards Chen and in front of D. He shouted in anger. No? Open your eyes and see if there's any? Are you blind? Women are really strange. 1 minute they hide, the next they come to us and force us to admire them. What's going on here? Chen and D were forced by her to retreat back and forth, only to raise their hands, surrendering and admitting defeat. There. I'm sorry, it's my eyes. It's my eyes that can't see Tarzan. Mu Jiogu arrogantly raised her chin. Humph, count on you to know what you're talking about. But, honestly, what were you staring at me all the time for? Chen and D smiled faintly. I was thinking about it. He stopped halfway through his sentence on purpose. Mu Jiogu pursued. Thinking about what? I was wondering how I could repay you for your great kindness? Mu Jiogu pondered for a moment and said seriously. Then be a cow and a horse. No. Chen and D shook their heads. Being an ox is not enough. And how would you like to be repaid? She asked curiously. Seeing that she took the bait, Chen and D smiled cheaply. Give your body in return. Mu Jiogu was stunned, obviously not expecting him to say that. Immediately afterward, she rubbed her hand on her chin and looked around Chen and D with a serious and earnest face. Then she actually clapped. Uncle, you girl line ah. I did not expect you to mind the city quite deep ah. Chen and D were completely dumbfounded by her maneuvers. Full of confusion, he asked. What's wrong with me again? Hoof. Mu Jiogu snorted smugly. Don't think I don't know what you're playing at. Trying to set me up big smart? Humph. Don't even look at who I am. Chen and D were even more bewildered. Mu Mao. What the hell are you talking about? Hoof. Uncle, the real reason you're giving yourself away is actually because you don't want to pay back the money, right? Aha. Chen and D were first stunned. Then a flash of light flashed in their eyes. Mu Jiogu's refreshingly offbeat brain circuits were like opening the door to a new world for him. Seems like, she's pretty much fine with this line of thinking. How about something along her lines? 2 words, soak her. When the time comes, not to mention paying back the money, you can also hold a beautiful woman. Money, deposits, people, all of it. Chen and D feigned surprise and said, Ha, you've seen through all this? It seems that I made a mistake in my plans. CHCH changes. Mu Jiogu raised her little head in a self-satisfied and arrogant manner. Who am I? Big smart. I can hear you across the Pacific Ocean when you're trying to plan a meal. Chen and D laughed and shook their heads, not playing smart with her anymore. Instead, he went into the bedroom again, and while placing his bank card in the nightstand, he pulled out a file pouch in his hand. Returning to the living room, he sat down next to Mu Jiogu, placing the cowhide file bag in his hand on the coffee table. He then pushed it toward her, with a serious and earnest face. He said, if you take this, you can rest assured that I am at ease. Mu Jiogu subconsciously glanced down at the file bag and asked curiously, what is it? Just open it up and see for yourself. Mu Jiogu picked up the document bag, then slowly unwrapped the thin thread that sealed it. Upon seeing what was inside, the smile that hung on her face stalled, then it was momentarily gloomy again. Furious, he pranced up and threw the file bag in his hand in front of Chen and D. Chapter 66, The Little Man Who Can Mess With Your Mind. Uncontrollable anger was written all over Mu Jiogu's exquisite and worldly features. Chen and D, what do you mean by that? It was completely palpable, completely different from the anger she had felt when she had disliked and choked each other before. This time she was really angry. Even the tone and voice when questioning became cold. And, instead of calling him uncle, he was called by his first name. Chen and D guessed that she might be angry, but he didn't guess that the situation would be this serious. Patiently explaining, you really don't think too much. The reason why the real estate license is pledged to you. There is no other meaning. It is just to figure out one's own peace of mind and down to earth. $500,000 is nothing to you, but it's certainly a lot of money to me at the moment. You lent me the money without a moment's hesitation and didn't even ask how soon you'd pay it back. How much trust must you have in me? Nowadays, in this society, it is not necessary to mention that we have only known each other for just a few days. Even if we have known each other for 1 or 2 decades, or even longer, we can mention anything, but we can't mention money. I am grateful and touched by this great trust in you, but I'm afraid I'll fail you myself. I'll be able to put my own foot down by betting the real estate license on your place. This way, it's kind of giving yourself a little sense of crisis, oppression and motivation. What's more, a blood brother has to settle his accounts. I can't play shameless with you on the basis of your trust in me, can I? After all, trust is a hard thing to come by, so I have to cherish it. So Fluffy, the reason I'm doing this is not that I don't think of you as a friend, but instead I especially value you as a friend. Understand? Chen and D used his 3-inch tongue to chatter a whole lot, finally smoothing out the fried Mujiogo. The anger dissipated, and his grim face slowly eased. Mujiogo looked at him angrily and said without a good mood, "Do you think that I'll be able to forgive you just because you're sitting here inciting feelings?" Chen and D rubbed their noses and smiled sardonically. "Tell me, what do I have to do to gain your understanding?" Mujiogo blurted out without thinking. "You'll wash the dishes later. Isn't there a dishwasher? Doesn't that still require someone to put it in and operate it? Fine, I'll wash it if I want to, but let's say first, this matter is cancelled, and you are not allowed to use the opportunity to blackmail me in the future." Mujiogo guffawed and made an okay gesture. "Alright, I'm going to cook." With that, he got up and made a beeline for the kitchen. "Wait," Mujiogo suddenly called out to him. Chen and D turned around. "Take your stuff away," Mujiogo said as she threw the picked-up file bag at him. Chen and D looked at the document bag in their hands and revealed a bitter smile. "After all this effort, I didn't think it would end up back in my hands. Along with the dishwashing chores, it's back in your hands." In an hour or so, Chen and D made dinner. Just 2 dishes of boiled fish and braised pork. Because the portions were all exceptionally generous, Chen and D didn't make any other dishes. Previously, there was a lot of delay due to installing the dishwasher as well as tussling with Mujiogo, so today's dinner was much later. When she saw the 2 dishes on the table, Foodie Mujiogo couldn't help but gulp. At first glance, it must be especially delicious. "I couldn't wait to pick up my bowl of chopsticks and taste a slice of poached fish first." As soon as it entered her mouth, Mujiogo let out a satisfied sigh of approval. Delicious as always, oily but not greasy, spicy but not dry, numbing but not bitter. The fish meat was smooth and tender and quite flavorful. "Awesome. Oh, nice one. A veteran foodie for sure." The review was on point and very professional. Then she picked up another piece of red meat and put it in her mouth. She exclaimed, more excited than the party. "Yummy, yummy, super yummy." Before she could swallow it, she was praising it one after another. Red color, rich taste, fat but not greasy, lean but not firewood, soft and melting in the mouth, sticky and fluffy. Great, 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 great. Uncle, if you don't go to open a restaurant with this handicraft, it's simply a great loss for millions of foodies. With that said, she suddenly brightened up. With an excited face, he proposed, "Uncle, why don't we open a restaurant together? How about it?" Chen and D blankly glanced at her without any good humor. "Not good. You still seriously say the wind is the rain? Do I have a big head and a thick neck? Hurry up and build it. You can't even gag on the good food." Once the food was current, Mujiogo didn't even have any interest in disliking him. It's as if they're afraid that if they say 2 more words, they'll get 1 less bite. Not bad for an authentic foodie. The portions of the 2 large dishes were hard to divide between the 2 of them. There were also some peppers, chili peppers as well as oil broth left inside the boiled fish. All the broth from the braised pork was mixed with rice by Mujiogo. No surprises there. She's eating again. Jussie, are you still doing the midnight snack tonight? I Nyama. Chen and the first mentality collapsed. 1 second. They had just put down their dishes and were all rubbing their round stomachs, but the next second, they were actually thinking about a late-night snack. Chen and D took a few deep breaths and tried their best to keep their minds at peace. Directly ignoring her question, he buried his head and cleared the table before walking briskly into the kitchen with the dishes. Mujiogo softly muttered, "What's wrong? Is it a do or a don't?" Bewildered, she suddenly remembered something and hastily got up to follow. "By the way, Uncle, can you do me a favor tomorrow? Mujiogo asked as she leaned on the doorframe and looked at the busy Chen and D. What favor? Pick up someone at the airport for me. Chen and D's hand movements obviously gave a start. Of course he knew who Mujiogo wanted him to pick up. Something wrong with you? Well, tomorrow morning happens to be something. Chen and D nodded. Okay, no problem. Send me the flight information. Thank you, uncle. I put my car keys on the coffee table. Oh, the car is parked right next to your space. You know. After saying that, Mujiogo didn't leave. Still leaning on the doorframe and staring at him, Chen and D asked suspiciously. Why? Is there anything else? Mujiogo looked like she wanted to say it but didn't dare to. Just tell me what's up. You're being polite to me now instead. Uncle, can I discuss something with you? Chen and D replied back succinctly. Speak, Mujiogo carefully said. It's in the future. Can you cook for one more person? After saying that, she used the corner of her eye to secretly observe Chen and D's reaction. However, Chen and D's complexion did not change in any way. Instead, she was very quick to agree. Yes, it was indeed more than she had expected. The reason why Chen and D agreed so readily was because he knew who that person was. Moreover, he owed Mujiogo more than one or two favors. What's more, one sheep is a herd and a flock of sheep is a herd. It makes no difference. His alacrity, in turn, made Mujiogo think too much. Chapter 67, Exclusive Gift, Golden Rankings. Mujiogo looked at his busy figure seriously cleaning the kitchen, her eyebrows slightly knitted. Uncle, if it's because I've just lent you money and it makes you feel indebted to me and you can't refuse, that's not necessary. Chen and D turned around and looked at her with a somewhat surprised expression. He didn't expect Mujiogo's heart to be so sensitive. Mu Mao Mao, why do you think like that? Why do you like to think so much at such a young age? Do you have 800 hearts? So if I had just refused outright, wouldn't you have stopped pestering me? Mujiogo shook her head. Of course not. I'll definitely soften my words and find a way to get you to agree. Uncle, and the end result? Mujiogo was full of confidence and said, then what's the point? Uncle, you will inevitably be worn down by me and have no choice but to compromise. Chen and D spread their hands and said, isn't this the end? The end result will be the same anyway, so why should I bother and suffer? Might as well say yes painfully and get your ears clean. What's more, one pig is fed, so is a herd of pigs. No difference. Mujiogo was very pleased and laughed. Not bad, oh uncle. Your ideological awareness is very high now. Immediately, she came back to her senses and viciously questioned. Uncle, did you just call me a pig in a roundabout way? Chen and D pretended to be fawning and humble, busily explaining. No, you've misunderstood. I thought he was going to apologize and concede, but I didn't expect a twist. I'm not beating around the bush. Hey. Seeing the exasperated Mujiogo acting like a puffed-up puffer fish, Chen and D laughed indulgently. The unconvinced Mujiogo just wanted to dislike her when her cell phone alarm went off. It was 8 o'clock sharp, and she had to hurry back to simply put on her makeup and clean up a bit more to get ready for the show. Even though there was still a full hour before she was due to start the show. Women, packing and dressing up was really troublesome and time-consuming. Jussie, I'll go over first. Oh. With a greeting, she hurried away. Chen and D, who finished cleaning up the kitchen, didn't dare to delay, and took the cell phone and went into the bedroom. It's time for Ironmouth Lee and King Bagwa's date. It wasn't so much of a panic, even though the agreement was for 8 o'clock. The two were sure to have some more sniping and trash-talking to do when they were even on the line. While waiting for the top man, you can also drive to guide the mood and atmosphere of the fans in the live room, and pave the way for the circle of votes after the start of the war. This is why anchors love to play scripted and hate games. I had just returned to my bedroom, and before I could click on the doo-wop, a call came in. It's his senior personal counselor, Li Mang. Hey, Counselor Li, what's up? There was no dilly-dallying, and he directly opened the door. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm calling to let you know that our company's customized Divine Hero exclusive gift for you, Mr. Chen, has been successfully launched. Our special invitation letter has also been sent to you through the platform's system notification, and you only need to click the link on the invitation letter to enter the mystery store. And then you will be able to successfully receive a unique customized and exclusive gift. Chen and D said indifferently. Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, Chen and D tapped on the Douyin. The system notification in the message list really had a new message. And when I clicked on it, a beautifully crafted and designed special invitation letter came into view. Tap the link attached to the special invitation and the page automatically jumps to the mystery shop. This time the mystery shop has introduced 4 new gifts. The first 3 are limited summer series gifts. And with the exception of the special guests, if you want to get access to them for a limited time, you have to meet the required recharge criteria. Special guests Chen and D could of course receive it, but he couldn't see it. And the fourth new gift is an exclusive customized gift for Chen and D, the Golden List. This gift name, Chen and D still quite like it, and it echoes his and the first. A unique gift in the whole network. Only he, Chen and D, can receive and use it, and the right to use it is also permanent and unlimited. Then look at the marked price at the bottom. 500,000 doujinshi. That's right, $500,000. That's 50,000 RMB. This is arguably the most expensive gift on the internet right now. Although the price was still too low for Chen and D, he was quite satisfied. After all, if the price was set any higher, it would really upset the balance. A price of 500,000 doujinshi was, frankly, already exceptionally high, and it would already affect the balance as well. But the impact was minor and well within the platform's control. So Chen and Dijin were quite satisfied, and could see the importance that Douyin officials placed on him. After clicking on the button, a small line of customized gift will appear underneath the gift, and at the bottom of the list of acquisitions, there is only in first. Exit the mystery shop, then turn off the stealth privilege, then tap on the follow list and directly tap into Ironmouth Lee's live room, and the first joined the live stream. Ironmouth Lee, who was jawing with the king of gossip, caught the floating screen prompt with great precision. He stood up from his seat with a prancing gesture, holding the microphone in his hand, and hissed with incomparable excitement and enthusiasm, "Welcome me and D." Then he was setting off ceremonial gun barrels, banging gongs and drums, and dancing with his hands. Seeing his maniacal excitement, those who didn't know thought he had won a few $100 million. There was no need for him to say anything, and the public screen in the live broadcast room was instantly filled with Welcome and Brother D dominating the screen. What's a countertop? Nah, it's the countertop of Brother Godhawk. The king of gossip on the other side froze a bit when he shouted out Welcome and Brother D. He instantly understood why Lee Tizui, this goon, dared to run to his live broadcast room last night to clamor and bring the rhythm. He also finally understood why Lee Tizui would not hesitate to take his battle last night. So, it's Douyin who's been making a lot of noise these past 2 days and no one who's backing him up. Of course, the king of gossip also calculated that there must be someone behind Ironmouth Lee. Only he didn't guess it was D. The king of gossip unknowingly picked up his cell phone that was sitting off camera. On the surface, he was interacting with the fans and viewers in the broadcast room, but in reality, he was sending a message to the guild owner. "Boss, there really is someone behind Lee Tizui. It's Brother D. I know, it's nothing to make a fuss about." As soon as he saw the message back from his boss, the Bagua king was instantly delighted. Since it was already known, then it must have been well prepared. So he had nothing to worry about. The boss really has a brilliant mind. The only thing that wears out 1,000 times is a horse's ass. Douyin may seem big and deep, but when you reach a certain level, it's just that. No secrets to speak of. P.S. Do not deliver takeaway, just do not deliver it. Not moving to threaten people. What kind of person plays PK and swipes gifts all day long? You can't write about your daily life and relationship progress. Network, the reality must be taken into account, or watching also feel tasteless. Let's do both. Chapter 68, The Great War, A Touch of Light. As the Victory Guild boss said, the whole thing could be guessed with a little analysis. Ironspout Lee dared to suddenly and publicly call the shots with the king of gossip. Then he must have someone behind him. And the fact that Bagua King was an anchor under the Victory Guild wasn't exactly a secret in Douyin. Almost everyone knew about it. Ironmouth Lee's backer is also definitely known. That Bagua King stands behind the Victory Guild, but still dare to declare war on his hands. That strength must not be underestimated. But after the Victory Guild owner's understanding, there has been no new capital or new power in the fighting sound lately. And again, apart from Chan and D, no new godly big brother has come across recently. After inquiring further with the other guilds and the godly big brothers they knew, the answer slowly surfaced after learning it wasn't them. Combined with Gossip King's comments last night and all of Ironmouth Lee's behavior, the truth is calling out. Who else could it be if not the recently popular and brother No. 1? Who else has the strength to blatantly grab a cake from the hands of a large guild? The owner of the Victory Guild certainly knew why King Gossip had sent himself a message. The company's operations and I are all stealthy in your live broadcast. Don't worry. I'd like to see what he has that dares to call the shots with our Victory Guild. The company is very well prepared. So just let go. As we agreed before, you get 70%. With a heartbeat, King Gossip gritted his teeth and replied, "Okay, boss. The 70% he's talking about isn't a good thing. It's the total number of votes played in this PK, and he has to buy 70% of them. How can I put it? The Victory Guild is kind of human, but not much, and naturally, the King of Gossip is betting on it. If this PK hit the desired effect, then he could definitely rely on this wave of popularity and heat to be directly promoted from second tier to first tier anchor. Only if he was promoted to a first tier anchor, then the debt he owed to the guild wouldn't be a problem at all. Organize 2 events, bring in a few waves, cut a few leaks, and make light work of it. But if you lose the bet, it's really a complete punt. Not to mention his savings, I'm afraid he's going to have to put his car and house on the line, even himself. It's fair to say that the profits are high and the risks are naturally just as high. But in his opinion, his own chances of winning were pretty high. Not only did he have the backing of the Grand Guild, but he also kept his hand in at the same time. This PK, he was busting at the seams and was bound to take it in one fell swoop. Since he had received the guild's promise, he was naturally relieved as well. Putting her phone down, she began to focus on the live stream and stopped wincing, directly pinning the gun and mocking, "I say Lee Tizui, can you come out to see more of the world when you're not doing anything? A level 60 big brother is just a big brother. See how excited you are. If you don't know, you'd think your own father is here. If you could take this energy of licking big brother and use it to make live content and results, would you be struggling in the third tier until now? Not that I'm saying you're a person. In fact, everything is quite good, but it's just that your vision is too poor, too lack of heart. I advise you to keep your eyes peeled and be careful, so that you don't get sold out without even realizing it." The meaning of his words was obvious, and he was alluding to Chen and D in almost every sentence. Chen and D in front of the screen smiled slightly. Not only did he not care, he even opened a can of beer. A truly strong man never pushes more than he has to. He only uses his strength to hit his face. How high you jump now, how painful the fall will be later. Also both jugglers, Ironmouth Lee is naturally not a vegetarian, immediately choked back. This point is not to trouble you to worry about. Even if I have a poor vision and lack of heart, but also better than some people. Certain people, you have to be careful not to be used as pawns and castaways. Ha! Oh yeah, the mystery shop was just updated with new gifts. You didn't know that yet, did you? The king of gossip froze slightly. To be honest, he didn't really know and wasn't paying attention at all. He also didn't understand why Tai Zueli would suddenly and inexplicably bring this up. Not only him, but at least 90% of the 200,000 plus viewers and fans in the 2 live rooms combined didn't understand. Hearing him finish, some curious viewers immediately clicked into the mystery shop to check it out. The platform really customized an exclusive gift for N Brother No. It's really accurate by Oldly. Golden ranking. It's a really good name, and it goes quite well with Brother D as well. Obviously, the platform is officially certified, and Brother D's real true God's hero, or a true God's hero with great strength and potential. Good lord, didn't anyone notice the price of the gift? $500,000. My ass. The most expensive gift in the entire network. There's no one. This is the platform's official platform for N Brother D. Awesome. Really awesome. For a moment, the public screen of Ironmouth Lee's live broadcast was full of people talking about Chen and D's exclusive gift, the Golden List. And the public screen in King Gossip's live room was a bit of a disaster. Oh, bastard. How do you feel now? Does your face particularly hurt? Marred. A day in addition to rumor making nonsense, is to the same guild anchor Infusion Flow, has long seen your displeasure. Take off. The sword is not sharp and the horse is too skinny. What will you fight with in D? The Bagua King's face was a bit ugly. He didn't expect that at this critical moment, he would hold such an accident. Being punched in the face was fine. He was used to being punched in the face anyway. But this time, even by the platform official face, and still in the moment before the big battle is imminent. This is not purely shake the military heart? He dared not delay any longer. The fight must begin at once, before it was too late. And Chen and D didn't want to listen to their continued nonsense. Directly floating screen said, "Lee Tizui, ask them if the people have arrived?" Although Tizui Lee was puzzled, he still conveyed truthfully, "Oogway King, I and Brother D asked you if everyone has arrived yet." King Bagua was equally puzzled and asked, "What people?" Chen and once again Supreme floated the screen. Guild operations, self Big Brother as well as assisting Big Brother, as well as electric business. Ha! Joke. The King of Gossip, after hearing the relay, snorted with a disdainful face, "I Gossip King playing PK, never play false. Operation, back to these, simply does not exist, okay? At least it's a level 60 Big Brother, but to bring these underhanded rhythms, your heart and pattern are not working." He's just fooling around with that to fool the rube who can't read the livestream. But even if everyone knew it by heart, there was no way he would admit it. It's one thing for audience fans to know. It's another if he admits it himself. ANDI, don't give me that nonsense. If we're all here, let's fight. Don't waste time. If they're not all here yet, then I must give you enough time to give notice and to invite them. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have too much fun. P.S. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll update another chapter. Chapter 69, Fighting Against the Entire Guild with One's Own Strength. He didn't bother to type and send pop-ups to float the screen anymore, and directly asked Iron Mouth Lee to pull him on the mic. After sitting in the guest seats, Chen and Dee shouted in a domineering manner, "Since you want to play with me, then please prepare enough tickets. I don't want to see all of you down before I even start to power up. Operation or not, back to the flow or not, God's Ho Big Brother or not, or electric business or not, but where you can call to help. All call me, I'm a person, I'll take it." In order to fulfill the system's prescribed splurge theme, Chen and Dee also put up a fight. As Chen and Dee's domineering declaration of war ended, the public screen in the live broadcast room was completely blown up. Holy shit, worthy of being in Brother D? This is too ruthless. Isn't Brother D preparing to pick off the entire guild by himself? This is too damn powerful and dominating. More than overbearing. This is already a heck of a domineering bloodbath. Okay? The boss of the Victory Guild was not the only one who was paying attention to this live broadcast. Basically, all the big guilds in the top 10 of the Douyin rankings had people hiding in the live broadcast room, sitting and watching this big battle. Of course, there are also many godly big brothers who are invisible in the live room. They all wanted to see how strong this mysterious divine hero, who had appeared out of nowhere for only 2 or 3 days, could actually be. Last time, there was also a big battle, but everyone knew that and Brother D hadn't really been firing at all. It was just as well that the Victory Guild had come to help them test in the depths of Brother D this time. So one by one, they all quietly plopped down in Iron Mouth Lee's live room to catch a glimpse of Brother D. But it's time to say no to the mysterious and D, who definitely holds his own on the airy side of things. One person dared to call the shots of an entire guild. If this wasn't claptrap and eye-catching beanbatch, then it was definitely a super godly hero. Whether it's a dragon or a bug, everyone is waiting to see. Meanwhile, the headquarters of Magic City Radiant Media. President Lin Yuanxiao's office. General Manager Lin, wasn't it already arranged for me to play PK with Mr. Zhang in a continuous stream tonight as my first battle after signing up with the guild? Why was it suddenly cancelled? In the face of Ning Mucha's questioning, President Lin Yuanxiao was surprisingly not half dissatisfied, because Ning Mucha was the one he personally went to the door to sign. He was very optimistic about Ning Mucha and was prepared to train her as the first sister of the guild. It's perfectly understandable that young people are quick-tempered. So just take your time and teach them. Lin Yuanxiao took a drag on his cigar, slowly savoring the feeling in his mouth before slowly exhaling. Without breaking stride, he smiled and said, "Tonight wasn't the right night, so it was cancelled on short notice." Ning Mocha pursued doubtfully, "Why is it inappropriate? Tonight, the entire internet's attention is focused on the mysterious divine heroes and this big battle with the Victory Guild. If you connect with Mr. Zhang tonight for PK, the attention won't be too high. So we decided to change the time to tomorrow night's prime time slot." Ning Mocha frowned slightly and muttered softly, "Mysterious divine hero and no. 1. Victory Guild?" Lin Yuanxiao smiled. "That's right, the divine heroes and the first man solo Victory Guild, including me. Many guilds, divine heroes big brothers, and even the platform official are paying attention. You can also go and take a look." Ning Mocha nodded, then exited the office and hurriedly returned to her live streaming room and paid attention. Just as Iron Mouth Lee was about to open his mouth to talk about punishment, rows of yellow and red floor tile special effects suddenly spread out in the live room. "Who is it? Can't you hold down the fort and start delivering wawas before the fight even starts?" Iron Mouth Lee fixed his eyes and saw that it was a level 60 godly big brother. Renegade Team gave and the 10th Carnival. That wasn't all. And right after that another level 55 big brother started to make a move. Brother Tragedy gave and the 10th Carnival. These two's tawdry maneuvers directly confused the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the 2 live rooms. What's going on? We haven't even started yet. Isn't this a waste? Even Chen and Dee were a bit confused. Busily, he asked, "What brings you two here? Rebellious teenager, uncle. You're not decent. You didn't inform me of such a pretentious and overbearing thing? Damn it. Brother Tragedy, looks like I'm going to level 60 here tonight." Iron Mouth Lee took a look at the two people's floating screen pop-ups. Suddenly a happy. "This is a helper to come that is not more stable?" But what everyone didn't expect was that and Brother D had refused without hesitation. "Hey, warning you two. None of you are allowed to intervene in this PK, or I'll be in a hurry with you too." Chen and D thought for a moment, then continued, "Friends of the audience and fans in the live broadcast room, I hope that this next PK, you all don't go out and upvote, but it's just a dirt chicken and dog. Leave it to me alone to deal with. You guys just eat melon and watch the fun. Where do I need you to make a move? Remember, not a single caution should be sent. If you really can't hold back your restless hearts and hands and want to get a little involved, Then you can just give me your gifts as a shout-out for me. Never, ever, ever hit the bloodstain, okay? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't be so overbearing. Brother He is really prepared to fight hard with the opposite side by himself? It's so tough. As a keyboard warrior, I don't obey anyone in Duin. Now I obey in Brother D. Wild, dazzling, cool and heavenly. No matter if I win or lose, I'm going to blow in Brother No. One for the rest of my life. Ironmouthly now that is called a thrilled excited. Since and Brother Di dare to say such domineering words, that is absolutely have the confidence and strength to win And the opposite Bagua King's face turned green with anger when he heard his rant. The guild boss, who was lying on the air, as well as a group of big brothers and electricians, all had horribly gloomy faces. I've met crazy ones, but I've never met one this crazy. It's really arrogant. King Gossip, I'm going to add one more punishment to the one we set last night. The King of 8 Trigrams laughed coldly. Just in time. I have this intention as well. So tell me first, if you lose, I want you to smack yourself in the big mouth while apologizing to Woji for your own foul mouth. Okay, I'll take it. And if you lose, I'm going to yell I'm a loser. I'm sick, and I'm never going to run out without my meds again to humiliate myself. Pa! Ironmouthly slapped his hand heavily on the table, and even the camera shook violently for a few moments. Wang Ogway, don't go too far. This punishment is impossible for me. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chan and the first. Cloud said, I'll take it. Andy. Tai Zueli wanted to say something else, but was once again interrupted by Chan and D. It's okay, just remember, since I'm out there, there's no PK I can't win. Great guy. Another bully quote. Listening to the audience on the air was hot. Before PK even started, the live broadcast room was already completely lit up by the domineering and unrivaled in Brother D. Chapter 70, 10,000 Arrows. Hardcore Operation. Don't look at Chan and D's current temperament taken to death. Unrivaled dominance. But really, he was still panicking inside. It wasn't so much that he was afraid of not having enough fighting coins in his account, but that he wasn't fast enough with his hands. If PK had no time limit, then he naturally wasn't worried in the slightest. If the opposite side was determined to fight directly and head-on from the start, then he, alone, would definitely not be able to outpoint the opposite side. Even if he could brush the most expensive gift in the entire network now. After all, it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Moreover, even if he sparked his fingers, it was absolutely impossible for him to brush through 5 billion votes in a single PK. So he's still flustered and despondent. However, right at this moment, the system delivered timely rain for him, solving his pressing problems in one fell swoop. Detecting that the host's mission theme this time has reached 90%, hereby rewarding the host with the auxiliary special skill, 10,000 Arrows. After Chen and D had understood the auxiliary stunts rewarded by the system, he let out a long sigh of relief and no longer had any worries. The heart also thanked the system's 8 generations of ancestors. It was really timely rain. With the 10,000 Arrows assist special on, Chen and D would gain the terrifying ability of 100 strikes a second. That means he can poke the screen 100 times in a second. Moreover, within the range of 100 strikes, he could control the speed at will. Of course, this horrible ability only works when it comes to giving gifts. It meant that Chen and D could only turn on and use 10,000 arrows when they were swiping gifts. This auxiliary stunt, to him, was not only not in the least bit ribald, but rather, it was quite useful. With the 10,000 arrows ability in hand, wouldn't that be half the battle when doing system quests in the future? It's easy. Mom won't have to worry about me poking until my hands hurt and cramp up anymore. A confident smile appeared on Chen and D's face as his previous worries were swept away. Now, with 10,000 arrows turned on, he could swipe out up to 50 million votes a second, and the 5 billion do coins in his account would only last for 100 seconds, less than 2 minutes. What Daya? What the fuck is this concept? I can't even think about it. Of course, he's not stupid. How could he really do that? It's got to be a good speed control. Right now he had almost 5 billion on his books, I think, and his gold list was worth 500,000, which meant 10,000 pokes if he wanted to finish the brush. At a maximum PK time of 15 minutes, he's averaging over 666 pokes per minute. That's at least 11 pokes per second. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Since the last time his wrist was poked with soreness, pain and cramps, Chen and D really didn't dare to play that way anymore. And with a hand speed of over 20 years of singleness, he'd be able to poke 7 or 8 times at the most, which wouldn't even come close to the average this time around. Therefore, he had to open the plugin, and the speed will be controlled at 12 strikes per second. Right, and can barely muddle through. After all, the fastest hand speed can press the key 16 times a second. Chen and D thought about it and decided that it would be better to give everyone a precaution first. Very pretentious, he said. Old irons, like you see today. What is called the hand speed of a real man? Iron Mouth Lee. Get started. My fingers can't wait to dance. Drive for 15 minutes. I can't play for 10. Well, there it is again. Here he comes, here he comes, here he comes again. Another 15 minutes. I wonder how many votes and D can get on this time. Record the screen. Hurry up and record the screen. Not only can you see the unique and exclusive gift, it seems that you can also witness the miracle. You must record the screen. With Chen and D's command, a great battle that hundreds of thousands of spectators were looking forward to following was finally kicked off. Chen and D, who had already prepared for this, directly opened the 10,000 arrows special. A tingling sensation came from the fingers that clicked the gift, and although they were under his control, he felt as if they were no longer his own. It's contradictory, but it's really how he really feels. He, as well as everyone in the live broadcast room, has finally seen the special effects of the Golden List. One could only see a heavenly palace surrounded by immortal aura, looming in the misty clouds, and then a scroll of carved dragons and painted phoenixes of the Emperor's decree floated out from the distant heavenly palace. The Emperor's decree, which was suffused with a faint golden light, floated and flew from far and near. Near the front and back, the swaying imperial decree suddenly unfolded, only to see the imperial decree written on the Dragonflu Golden List title for big words. In the bottom left corner of the inscription, it is the handwriting of Chen and D. At a closer look, it was even stamped with a large seal with the words "and the first." I have to say that the Dujang official customized exclusive gift this time is really going the extra mile. Chen and D were simply satisfied. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a beautiful, dominating gift effect. I dare say that this is definitely the best looking and most dominating gift special effect in Douyin at the moment. Bar none. Good looking. Really good looking. I don't know how many times better than the exclusive gifts of other godly men. Douyin official this time is very attentive. Not only the design of the atmosphere, but also does not lose the exquisite beauty. The details are also done quite well. This is the only belongs to and Brother D's countertops? Iron Mouth Lee was beyond excited at this point. Vocally, he cried out, "Thank you for the exclusive gift from me and D. It's beautiful." And he had recorded the screen a long time ago. This is the first gold list sent out by and D brother. Must record the screen to show off. Even Ninth Sister didn't get her first time yet. The opposite side also didn't plan to hide their strength at all, and they directly fought head-on. 5 level 60 accounts struck at the same time in the first second of the start. 3 of these accounts are well known. 1 is the operating number of the Victory Guild, 1 is an e-commerce account, and 1 is the guild's account specializing in returning traffic. As for the other 2, they should be the godly big brothers that the Victory Guild had made friends with, and had been specially invited to help out in the battle. With 5 accounts working in unison, you can get up to 2 million or so votes a second, and Chen and the first second can go up to 6 million votes. The difference isn't a star. In fact, the main reason is that the price difference between the two sides of the gift is too great. Chen and D 1 versus 5 not only did not lose the wind at all, but also pressed the opposite side to catch their breath. Bossy, unbeatable bossy. We all knew it was going to be a big battle, but who would have thought it would be so bloody and brutal right out of the gate? Watching the audience of the 2 live broadcasts is hot and passionate. The guild bosses, godly big brothers, and even the platform officials who were lying on their backs peeping into the live broadcast room were all shocked by Chen and D's hardcore operation as well as his strong strength. How long has it been? But in a minute's time, and brother no, one has even gotten nearly 400 million fucking votes. What concept? What the fuck is the concept? 1 minute, nearly 40 million renminbi. Who dares to think? Who dares to be tough? Even if your carnivals are $300 a pop, don't dare put up a hard fight. And judging by the way he's acting, he's definitely capable of working you into bankruptcy. P.S. Update time note, update every day at 0:01 a.m. Chapter 71, The Battle of One Man Alone. The King of 8 Trigrams was already confused as he looked at his side's blood bar that was almost eaten away. A godly big brother who was invited to help out floated the screen and said, "No way. The price difference of the gift is too big. We can't order to win at all." The Bagua King also reacted at once and hastily canvassed for votes. "Brothers, family members, this battle can be about our family status and face, so we can only win. We can't lose. Everyone crowdfunding together. Help give a hand. Need to pay attention. Need to." Even small masters of the bosses are leaning forward. The old king absolutely for the bosses to arrange in place. He was frantically canvassing for votes while constantly feeding and brainwashing everyone. Big brothers are together a hand opposite only in the first person on the ticket. Do not be afraid. Don't look at the fact that right now his bloodstain is steadily overpowering us. That's because his exclusive gift is too expensive and his hand speed is too fast. He a golden list, can offset our dozen carnival, although we have 5 big brothers together on the ticket, but for a moment simply counter-overtake. Although our big brother has the strength and the votes, he can't make it work at all. But don't be afraid, brothers, this is a 15-minute long protracted battle. The opposite side can't keep going up so hard. The only reason why he went crazy and slammed up the vote in the first place was because he wanted to suppress our family's momentum and give us a head start. So brothers, we can't let him succeed in his treacherous plan. Let's all lend a hand and press the bloodstain over. He's alone. What makes him able to fight against the 200, 000 to 300, 000 people in our live room? Divine greatness? Today we, the Wang family army, will slaughter the gods to prove the truth. Dry. It's time to say no. This wave of brainwashing and atmosphere mobilization by the king of gossip was very successful, especially that last sentence about slaying the gods to prove the Tao. It made the fans' blood boil. For a moment, the fans on the air were out in force, giving generously. A flurry of gift effects filled the screen, from carnival on up, to little hearts on down. At the same time, the contracted anchors under the Victory Guild also came to help out. For those who didn't start, the anchors came in person, and being on the air, it also brought fans and big brothers from the live stream over to help out. The effect is also uncommonly remarkable when powered together. The situation was instantly reversed, and the bloodstain that had been suppressed was as if it had eaten Viagra, instantly recoiling. Asterisk, it's catching up. The bloodstain is catching up. Do you really not need any help? I'm afraid that Wadia can't hold it off at all on his own. There are too many boosters on the opposite side, and all of the guild's anchors have come to help. The situation is quite bad. Brother Hidi is here to help our Ironmouth army. How can we really let Brother Hidi carry it alone? Brothers, let's go together. Even if it's to play support for Brother Hidi. Whatever. Brothers of the Ironmouth army, let's all go on together, to help share the firepower and reduce the pressure for and Brother D. Chen and D didn't panic at all, and even lit a cigarette with one hand. A sudden onslaught like the one across the street won't last long. Chickens shit hard in the head joints and within 2 minutes, they go absolutely soft. All of them together can only be evenly matched with themselves. What else can they fight with? Not everyone is Chan and D with an endless supply of swipes. Even if it was the Victory Guild, would he dare to take so much money to play with Chen and D? It was also impossible for him to put the company's interests and future at risk and fight Chen and D to the end just because of an anchor under his banner and a drop of cupcakes in his hand. When he gives more than the value of the cake in his hand, then he will not hesitate to give up the cake in his hand. That's what makes a wise businessman. That was why Chen and D were emboldened and did not panic in the slightest. Even if he really had to break down and die to the end, then he had nothing to be false about. Do you have the strength to fight with a man of destiny who has a system in place? Do you deserve it? Seeing his own fans spontaneously organizing a crowdfunding campaign, Ironmouth Lee was gratified and touched. And when he saw that his level 60 big brother, Rebel Teenager, as well as his level 55 big brother, Tragic Brother, had also started to strike together, his gratitude towards and Brother No. One was expanded infinitely. If it wasn't for and Brother D, these two big brothers would know who he is? Not to mention upvoting him. People don't give a shit about him. Seeing this, Ironmouth Lee no longer hid it. You can't really just let Big Brother and the fans charge ahead while you cower in the back and pick up the big bucks. Can you? Isn't this a way to chill out the big brothers and fans who support you? Pure and simple as the Big Brother as a big wrong species. The fans as leaks really so engaged. Even if he won the PK, he Ironmouth Lee also have to cool through. So he had to take a stand. Whether or not it was a false pretense for show, he had to take a stand. What's more, he hadn't even tried to be a shrinking violet from the start. He had taken his entire savings last night and recharged it into the trumpet. Instantly, he grabbed a spare cell phone off to the side, tapped into the live stream, and then began upvoting himself. When he saw the screen full of other gift special effects floating up, Chen and D were instantly anxious. In a hurry, he said, Hey, what are you guys doing? Didn't you hear what I said before? What do you mean now? Looking down on me? Ironmouth Lee hurriedly smiled and explained, Brother Hidi, your strength is unquestionable and well known, and we in no way mean to look down on Brother Hidi. Before he could finish his sentence, he was forcefully interrupted by Chen and D in annoyance. Didn't mean to look down on me? Then what are you doing? Are you in a hurry? Or are you panicking? The bloodstain is only pressing over a little bit, and you can't hold it together? Ironmouth Lee said in a hurry. No, and Brother D, we didn't. We weren't. Oops. He was so good at being clever that he couldn't even speak now. It could be seen how anxious and panicked he was, fearing that Chen and D would misunderstand. Chen and D didn't give him a hard time anymore. Alright, all stop. Don't hit the bloodstain anymore. If you really want to fight alongside me, then just give me the gift or don't mess around. As for the bloodstain, don't worry. Let the bullets fly for a while first. It's only fun if there's a back and forth. What's so great about one-sided crushing? Fight it hard. The harder you fight it, then the more excited I'll get. He. Hearing Chen and D's words, Iron Spoutly also smiled helplessly and bitterly. Since Big Brother had repeatedly refused to allow them to intervene, he could only follow orders. Hastily dissuaded to stop the fans in the audience who still wanted to continue to upvote. He, in turn, took the lead and started swiping gifts for in Brother D. There's in D's unrefusable request in the foreground, while Anchor Iron Mouth Lee's lead is in the background. All the Big Brother fans who couldn't hold back their restless hearts and hands also swiped their gifts furiously towards in Brother D. This kind of weirdness is really the first time I've seen it in the whole network. 2. P.S. I can't really give you a guarantee of how many shifts and chapters a day. The only thing I can guarantee is that I won't stop updating. Thanks to all the gods for the lift. Chapter 72, The Godly Brother Who Was Sprayed Away. For the first time in the entire network, the tawdry operation. Many new viewers in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. List a Big Brother single-handedly fight alone group. Hundreds of thousands of audience fans gift Big Brother. Cheering and cheering. Look, it's all the headlines for the Doing Gossip tomorrow. The King of Versailles rebellious teenager who was cool with pretending was now quite admiring and worshipping Chen and D. Damn. Or an uncle will play look at this pussy, let him to pretend. The most exhaustive It's a big deal to cover the whole network. He couldn't help but wonder if he could learn to do the same thing. Big guilds may not be easy to get into, but you can get a small guild to do it. Well, the more he thought about it, the more feasible he felt, and he couldn't let him be the only one to pretend. Chen and D didn't know yet that a teenager struggling on the path of losing his family's fortune was trying to steal and imitate his pretending technique. The speed of Chen and D's 10,000 arrows hadn't been adjusted since then, and it was still 12 hits per second, and the opposite side, as he had expected, had begun to show signs of decay. It didn't even last 2 minutes. Seeing that his side's bloodline had once again counter-pressurized over, Chen and D shook their heads and sighed with a disappointed expression. How lonely it is to be invincible when there's not a single one who can fight. Only 3 minutes had passed in PK time, and Chen and D had already furiously swiped over 1 billion votes. On the side of the King of Gossip, there are now just over 800 million votes. The crowdfunding votes had also been punched, and now in the live broadcast room, apart from the 5 level 60 accounts still slamming Carnival, only Little Heart was still floating. The main anchors under the Victory Guild who invited their own Big Brother have also all stopped and aren't on the ticket anymore. It's not because they don't have the strength, but it's not like people are stupid. People are rich, but they are not unjust little cuties. Being able to come is already enough to give face. Why should I do everything I can to help you? It's not like you're their guardian little lord. What's more, even if they wanted to get on the ticket, his little anchor master wouldn't let them. I mean, as long as we can save face, we're really helping to fight to the death. If I waste my own brother's ticket on you, do I need to eat? Do I want to buy a luxury car or a villa? It's just a guild. Otherwise who the hell would be happy to come? What's more, everyone was already upset in their hearts after offending a super godly Big Brother for nothing. The 2 godly Big Brothers that the Victory Guild had invited to help out also suddenly stopped at the same time. One of the Big Brothers called Power to the World floated the screen and said, "I'll stop here, and you guys can handle the rest by yourselves." Seeing this, another drunk in the sand Big Brother also followed the floating screen said, "Then I also do not participate in. If you continue, it will really offend people." The Victory Guild boss, who was lying on his back in the live broadcast room, had long since lost his previous calmness at this point. Over 1 billion votes. A solid $100 million of real money. The last one to hit 1 billion sound waves was still the Tiger King, right? Now the guild had almost hit 400 million sound waves, or 40 million renminbi, and still being steadily pushed head to head by the opposite side. More to the point, there's no telling how many votes will have to be filled in before it's a done deal. He was starting to panic now. He couldn't help but get even more annoyed when he saw the 2 Big Brothers floating screens again. Slapping hard on his desk, he grimaced. God's ho? Bullshit God ho. All fucking wallflowers. As soon as he saw that the momentum was wrong, he slipped away faster than anyone else, so he really can't be relied on. Somewhat uptight, he couldn't even keep his cool anymore. Taking a few deep breaths and forcibly suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart, he pressed the phone call button and instructed Secretary Zhang, immediately notify the company's senior executives of a meeting in the conference room. This time, the company plus e-commerce will only have a total of 1.5 billion votes, plus the 2 godly Big Brothers brushed out, full of 2 billion votes. If 2 billion votes can't win, Then, his forehead had even begun to ooze fine sweat, and the look on his face was tense and grave. And manhwa King was in a hurry after seeing the floating screens of the two godly big brothers. Subconsciously, he blurted out, "Brother World, Brother Sand, don't. Now that we've fought this far, how can we give up on our previous success? You guys stop. What if you lose?" As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he realized it was bad. The wrong thing to say. As expected, the tempo on the public screen picked up instantly. "That's it? You just started and you're brushing it off? Or did you just give up? This doesn't work either. The same are all level 60 godly big brothers. How come the gap is so big? What do you mean? Saying you're slipping in the middle of a fight? Isn't this purely a trap for our old king? On purpose, right? This is treating the old king like a little cutie. Juggling? Or is he deliberately digging a hole for him to jump into? Promised to help, but then became a shrinking violet once he saw that it was a tough opponent? Big brother, don't give up. Together, can win. The public screen with the rhythm, but also all wearing the Gossip King fan light tag, and the level is not low. Naturally, there are many who are discouraging and scolding, but these rhythmic comments are too solid to cover up. See, that's what irrational fans do, jumping higher and pacing themselves more than anyone else once the slightest wind is blowing against their own anchors. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's a guest impersonator of a black fan. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more wrong and the tempo was getting bigger and bigger, the king of 8 trigrams became even more panicked and anxious. Busy as he was, he tried to defend what he had just said unintentionally, trying to salvage the remedy, but it was too late. Quan Ting, first of all, doesn't it seem like I owe your host anything? Secondly, if it weren't for the fact that I owe Zhou Zhangping a small favor, do you guys think I would have come to dabble in this mess? Then, I made a deal with Zhou Zhangping. His little favor is worth at most 200 million votes, no matter how many are on the opposite side. Even if it's only one vote, then I'll play all 200 million votes. Lastly, I can brush if I want to, but if I don't want to, how dare you put a knife to my neck and force me to brush? It's a favor to help you get on the ballot, but it's my duty not to get on it. You want to kidnap me? You want to kidnap me? Several pop-ups floated across the screen in a row, and it looked like Big Brother was indeed pissed off. And the person he was talking about, Zhou Zhangping, was the owner of the Victory Guild? Of course, it wasn't just the fans of the Gossip King's family that were like this. Many fans of the live broadcast were actually like this, moving to kidnap Big Brother. Even a lot of anchors do this, as if Big Brother should give him the brush and must still give him the brush alone. The king of gossip couldn't even explain and weasel his way out of the broadcasting room before the powerful World and Drunken Sands exited the broadcasting room. He couldn't spare his hands to deal with it now, and it was imperative that he win this peak first, and wait for the rest until it was over. Despite the departure of 2 big brothers, the other 3 accounts are still upvoting like crazy. The king of 8 trigrams was no longer holding back. He was likewise prepared with bullets. If you don't get on now, when will you? Grab a spare cell phone, get on your trumpet and get into the fray. Just after a few carnival swipes, he suddenly noticed that the opposite side's blood bar had actually stabilized and didn't move. He was so happy that he seemed to see the light of victory and hope, and he couldn't help but have a long-lost smile on his face. Chapter 73, Reversals, one after the other. And at this moment, Zhou Zhangping, who was already sitting in the conference room, stared at the projection screen without looking away. Suddenly, a company executive voiced out a reminder. Mr. Zhou, the opposite side's blood bar doesn't seem to be moving. Zhou Zhangping fixed his eyes and saw that it really didn't move, and secretly took a long breath in his heart. Ha! Snorted dismissively. I thought I could stiffen it from the beginning to the end, and I thought I could get on as many votes as I wanted. But this? More than 1 billion and you can't brush it off. Brush it off and pull it off? All thunder and no rain. Causing me to worry for nothing. Ha! After mocking 2 sentences to relieve his chest, he said to the executive sitting to his left, Manager Lee, notify operations, communicate with the e-commerce, do not keep, and fight all the tickets. Catch up and deaden the bloodline at once while you can. After this PK is over, our guild should be able to get our blood back, right? Looks like it was the right bet. Ha ha. And the reason why Chen and D suspended the upvoting was clearly intentional. As said before, a one-sided massacre really isn't much fun. If he keeps upvoting, the other side will definitely stop there if they don't want to fight to the end. So how can they still have fun? When he paused to upvote, of course the tempo picked up in Ironmouth Lee's live room. However, there weren't many who carried the beat, and they were all tourists who were watching the action. But to be the most excited about it, it was certainly not the tart. As soon as they saw that he was no longer on the ticket, the rebellious teenagers were busy popping up and floating the screen. Uncle, you're tired of poking, aren't you? Why don't you take a break first and leave the next battle to me? Let me poke, okay? This guy, he really is the style that can't go a day without pretending. It's really not letting go of the opportunity to play it safe. And it's just a needle in the eye of the beholder. Chen and D laughed and said, that won't do. This PK isn't even enough for me to play alone. Tired? Non-existent. Just a deliberate stop to wait for the opposite side. If we don't let them see a glimmer of hope for victory, then how else are they going to continue to upvote me and beat me up? There's no hurry. Let them chase the bloodstains for a while, until they're happy. Wouldn't it be more fun for me to reverse this way when they think they've already won and are bound to win? Good lord. A sense of the immediacy of a big bad villain instantly hit me. Rebellious teen, uncle. To say who's the baddest in the Doinshinhao, you're definitely the first. They are so bad that pus on the top of your head and sores on the soles of your feet can't compare to your wilt. But, hey, I like it. Forgot. This guy is a pervert too then. Such a tense and intense PK. Not to mention the two anchors. Even the spectators in the live broadcast room, their hearts were in their throats, unconsciously clenching their fists. However, what about Mr. Chan and Mr. D? Surprisingly, he went to take a leak without panicking, and even went to the kitchen to wash some fruit in a leisurely manner. When he came back to take a look, the opposite side of the blood bar had not only caught up, but also exceeded 500 million votes. The opposite side had now come to 1.5 billion votes, crushing him by half. Although he knew that and Brother D was strong, Ironmouth Lee and the fans in the live broadcast room couldn't help but panic a bit. Chen and D looked at the PK time and there were less than 8 minutes left. It's time to strike. Faintly, he said, it's no fun. No more games. Get ready to finish. Instantly, he tapped on the gift bar and activated the 10,000 arrows special by pressing his finger on the gold list. He also appropriately adjusted his speed faster to make up for the delay in the middle, or else nearly 5 billion would not have been swiped. Then the beautiful special effects of the gold list appeared again in the live broadcast. The bigwigs who had been hiding in the live broadcast room, following this PK, also steeped their spirits. Previously, they all thought that this mysterious godly man who came out of nowhere was just a flash in the pan, brushing and pulling in a few days. But I didn't expect the blood bar, which had been immobile for several minutes, to surge back up. Bagua King and Zhou Zhangping in the conference room both changed their faces when they saw the opposite side's blood bar suddenly begin to surge. The face that had been smiling just moments ago was instantly replaced by gravity. A bad feeling also arose in the heart of the king of 8 trigrams at once, and it was very strong. And now, his own return flow of 100 million votes has all but hit the ground running. All hope can only be pinned on the guild. Of course, he was also praying that the opposite side of the bloodline would never press through. The office of the president of Radiance Media. Little Ning who do you think will win this PK? Lin Yuanqiao looked at Ning Mucha, who had once again been called into the office, and asked with a smile. Ning Mucha thought for a moment and said, I think the Victory Guild should win. Oh, Lin Yuanqiao seemed a bit surprised. Why? Ning Mucha slowly said, the Victory Guild is also a large guild ranked in the top 10 of the Douyin rankings anyways. It's not like it only has this much strength. And, from the very beginning, the Victory Guild was on a roll, and it didn't stop in between. Although the two godly big brothers were sprayed away by the rhythm fans, they still didn't stop upvoting, but instead, they even got more and more aggressive. That's proof enough that the Victory Guild is backed up and prepared with enough tickets. On the flip side and no. 1. If he hadn't stopped midway through the race, I believe he might have won. But that stop just now was clearly going for a top up. So, Lin Yuanqiao smiled, took a slow drag on his cigar, and said, you don't believe what he said? Ning Mucha frowned and shook his head. Indeed, I don't quite believe it. I'm more convinced that he did it on purpose, including the fact that he was so high profile as a one-man fight against the Victory Guild. After he came out of nowhere, he acted in an extremely high-profile style, and I felt like it was on purpose, like he was putting on a show. It doesn't even look like the style of a true godly man. Lin Yuanqiao smiled non-committally and said, putting aside this mysterious big brother for the moment, if we're talking about this PK alone, I'm betting that the Victory Guild will lose 100% of the time. Ning Mucha asked doubtfully, you believe what he said? Faith. Lin Yuanqiao answered without the slightest hesitation, seemingly very certain. But I trust the information I've gotten more. What news? The Victory Guild has been in a serious state of loss for the past 2 years. Its business condition is very bad. If there is no more new investment capital injected, I'm afraid it's not far from bankruptcy. From start to finish, it's not and no. But the Victory Guild that's really playing the big tail. The more Lin Yuanqiao said, the more the smile on his face grew. For this PK, even if they smashed their pots and pans, the most they could put in would be more than 1 billion sound waves. And the e-commerce companies that work with them are not likely to invest too much. Together with the votes on the two big brothers who came from the pit, their total votes don't exceed 2 billion. Ning Mocha was clearly surprised. How could that be? Why haven't we heard any wind at all? Even if the news you got is true, Mr. Lin, then why is the Victory Guild still smashing their way to the east to fight this PK? This will undoubtedly only accelerate the company's bankruptcy, which makes absolutely no sense. Lin Yuanxiao shook his head and said with a smile, Xiao Ning, you have to open up your pattern and not be too limited and one-sided in your consideration. Chapter 74, Being Missed by the Guild. Lin Yuanxiao slowly exhaled a few wisps of white smoke from his mouth and explained to her extremely patiently. Victory Guild, does he dare to show half a foot? Once the wind of a broken capital chain is revealed, then the e-commerce companies that work with them, I'm afraid they'll all have to block the door, and their contracted anchors will have to make trouble in droves. At that point, there really won't be any chance of turning it around. So, might as well bust a gut and put up a fight. If this PK with all the attention of the internet wins, then the next thing to have traffic is traffic, popularity is popularity, and heat is heat. And then take the opportunity to cut some leaks, attract some investment, and get through it easily. And when it comes to the hottest and most talked about character on the entire internet right now, it's certainly not a no. 1. That Bagua King is just pure ingrate cutie pie, being played with without even realizing it. Still really think that their guild is fully supporting him and looking out for him? The naive bastard who still has to help count the money even after being sold. Ha! Lin Yuanxiao's mouth showed a mocking style smile. His Zhou Zhengping's wishful thinking is louder than anyone else's. But it's a pity, he didn't expect the hot topic of mysterious divine hero to be so bad to rub off on. This bone is so hard to chew on. I'm afraid there's more to it this time than just chipping a couple of teeth. After this explanation from Lin Yuanxiao, Ning Mocha felt enlightened. Couldn't help but ask, what about and? What do you think of this mysterious big brother? Mr. Lin? Lin Yuanxiao gazed and frowned in contemplation for a moment, then shook his head and said, I can't see it. I can't understand it. Acting in such a high-profile and overbearing manner does seem like putting on a show to garner attention. As a rule, it's also only e-commerce, guilds, or other profitable accounts. What puzzles me is why would Duyo officials customize an exclusive gift for him right now? Although the real intention of first this account is not seen now, but it does not exclude the possibility that he will operate, profit, as well as carry goods in the future. And on what basis are Douyin officials so certain? Is it someone they know, or is there some other reason? Ning Mu Chao also frowned in contemplation, and suddenly she had a flash of insight. Guessing, there's also the recharge channel, from which you can check a lot of things. Lin Yuanxiao was also stunned, and then said, it seems like I have to find a relationship to inquire about it, to see exactly why the official platform is so certain. When we figure out the identity of this mysterious person, then it will all be clear. If we don't figure it out, it always feels like he's a time bomb. It's not possible that one day this madman will aim his spear at us radiant. Although I'm not afraid, it's always right to know one's enemy and know oneself. When he finished speaking, he took out his personal cell phone and prepared to contact his backstage at the official Douyin. That's right, Ning. When this PK is over, you'll go and show your face in the name of the company. He didn't even say he'd wait until after the win because he was certain of the ending. Ning Mucha understood what he meant, and immediately returned. I know, Mr. Lin, but how much is appropriate? Lin Yuanxiao thought carefully. 100. No more. No less. Just right. After you finish you go directly to the finance for reimbursement. Okay, Mr. Lin. A similar scenario occurred in several other guilds, and what they focused on was undoubtedly all about Chen and Dee's identity. People have been using their favors and connections to start asking around. $2 billion. I'm sorry, but Brother D is too tough. Is Brother and D eating Hyun Mai? Can't stop at all? Awesome. Really awesome. I have to be careful when I fucking play a joy bean. And Brother D is not taking money as money at all. Truly, poverty has really limited my imagination. The world of the godly hoi polloi is really not something we can understand. Across the street seems to have stopped. No more tickets up. It's true that there are no more tickets up on the King of Gossip side, because they're all gone. Power to the world and drunk in the sand. 200 million votes for one person. The King of Gossip's own reflux. 100 million votes. Victory Guild. 5 billion votes. Electricity. 300 million votes. Other loose votes, as well as those on fellow guild anchors, are largely negligible before such a large number. So, the King of Gossip's bloodstain was finally set at 23 billion votes. Right now, King Bagua, as well as the viewers and fans of his live broadcast, and the executives in the Victory Guild's conference room, were all staring at each other's blood bars with unblinking eyes. Their hearts were really in their throats at this point. Every time they saw their opponent's blood bar jump, their hearts followed with a violent beat. For the Victory Guild and the King of 8 Trigrams, the critical moment to decide their fate had now arrived. It's either heaven or hell, and the only thing they can do now is pray. Looking at the blood bar that was getting closer and closer, Zhou Zhangping didn't even dare to breathe. He couldn't help but clench his fists, and even his body trembled slightly. It was close, just close enough to catch up. Stop, stop, stop. He, who couldn't stop growling and shouting in his mind, finally closed his eyes, not daring to look any further. God seemed to have heard his cries, and their prayers in general. The opposite side's blood bar actually did stop again. Old boss, stop. It stopped. It stopped across the street. The secretary exclaimed out with wide eyes and a face full of incredulity. What? Stopped? Zhou Zhangping was busy opening his eyes. A quick look at the blood bar, and it was set at 2 billion. Everyone stared wide-eyed in deadpan, not daring to shift their gaze away at all. They waited, waiting for confirmation that the blood bars and numbers wouldn't jump again yet. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, no movement, still no movement. At this moment, it was as if they had once again seen a ray of hope, and an involuntary sigh of relief. How come Brother D has stopped too? We're only 100 million votes away. Are we going to lose everything? Hey, it seems that this time it should really stop. Unfortunately, just a little bit, but Brother is also powerful enough. A person alone to fight the whole guild, can fight so grueling? Although the defeat is still honorable how is it possible to lose? Let's not talk about whether or not Brother D is really stopping. Can't you see that there are 2 other big brothers in the live broadcast room who are dumb enough to stop? That's right, surely we won't lose. Junior in Tragedy can't wait. Rebel Teen, Uncle, is it real or fake this time? If it's a real stop, then I'll be rude? Brother Tragedy, I say, little one, with your skin, you can also know that Brother no. One must have done it on purpose. Besides, please don't cut in line, okay? Don't you know how to honor the elderly? Rebel Teen, you have a low wealth rating and I don't want to talk to a low rating. Tragic, yo-ho, provocative. Ha, Rebel Teen, you're low on rank. Tragico, can you change the sentence? Rebel Teen, you're not as high in rank as I am. Brother Tragedy cursed and exited the live stream. This time they had guessed wrong. Chan and D really didn't mean it. Chapter 75, The First God of War of Doin. It's fine to play a bad joke once, but to play it over and over again, I'm afraid it's going to be offensive and hold a grudge. And he paused again because the doorbell rang and he had to answer it. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Mujioga standing straight in the doorway. Something? Mujioga smiled faintly, blinking her big eyes and asked, It's fine. I just wanted to ask, are you sure you don't want to make a midnight snack tonight? Uncle? Nima. Shen and D couldn't wait to give her a slap on the face. You come knocking on the door this late and end up asking if you're going to make a midnight snack? Seems like it was less than an hour ago that we had dinner, doesn't it? A dog? Can't eat enough to get hungry fast? Besides, why don't we just tweet about it? Do we have to ask in person? Just as Chen and Dee were about to open their mouths to dislike her twice, she suddenly lit up her hand that was behind her back. Dang dang dang. Uncle, please have some milk tea. Chen and Dee could only swallow back the words that were already on his lips, looking at her with a complicated expression. Why are you staring at me like that? Anan, I go to this brick and mortar store all the time. No tech with hard work yo. Man. She thought Chen and Dee were worried about the quality of the milk tea. Thanks. Chen and Dee accepted the milk tea and said thanks. Mu Jiogo waved her hand with a big grin. Based on our relationship, what's the point of being polite? Chen and the first speechless blankly glanced at her. What is our relationship In addition to neighbors is the debt relationship. Said as if how close. Alright, I'm going back to get ready for the start. After saying that, turning around, she was ready to go back to the house. Just as Chen and Dee were halfway to closing the door, she suddenly turned around again and asked once more, Uncle, are you really not going to make a midnight snack? Moo moo moo, you're damn sick. Chen and Dee closed the door of the room with a bang. Back in the bedroom, and with a little more delay, he had to adjust the speed of his 10,000 arrows once again. It's moving, it's moving, it's moving again and again and again. Damn. And Brother D is purely messing with people's minds, isn't he? Sympathize with the opposite side. I'm afraid their minds have really been tossed. It's more exciting than a roller coaster ride. It's still in Brother D can play nah. Don't mess with the viewers and anchor's mindset, even if you lose, right? This time, Chen and Dee didn't give their opponents a chance to fantasize at all. And in a matter of 20 seconds or so, the bloodstain achieved a reversal. And there wasn't the slightest intention of stopping. The moment they saw that the votes had been reversed, the Bagua King, as well as Zhou Zhangping in the conference room, coincidentally slumped in their seats, their faces ashen. It's over. It's totally over. Zhou Zhengping was lost in thought for a long time before he slowly came back to his senses. Where on his body there is still half of the elegance that the president should have? The whole person has collapsed in that instant just now, as if the whole body energy was taken out of thin air, disheveled and depressed to the extreme. With a bitter smile on his face, he used his last bit of strength to say to the executives in the conference room, "Everyone, I officially announce that our Victory Media Company is declared." Boss. Just as he was about to declare the company bankrupt, his secretary hurried into the conference room, his mouth shouting, "So no rules and regulations. If it is in the usual, naturally, is not less than a scolding, or even directly fired. But now, the company is going fucking down, so where's the care? People are afraid they'll have to fire the company." Zhou Zhengping forced himself together and smiled weakly and bitterly. "What's wrong? It's the news of the company's broken capital chain that was revealed, right? Did the co-op call as well? The company's employees and anchors, too, are now on edge and ready to make a scene, aren't they?" The more he spoke the more forlorn the expression on his face became. The bad news that ensued was something he had expected. If this PK wins, then the company's broken capital chain might not have been exposed, but lose, and the results will be spread in the first place. And now PK is not even finished. The news is already out, visible behind the group of Victory Media, this piece of meat, eyeing the capital. How impatient. It's all waiting to be divided. This is the world of business. This is the world of capital. All else is bullshit except for eternal profit. If it were anyone else, he, Zhou Zhengping, would be just as likely to do so. Yes, the secretary gave an affirmative to his guess. But then her words took a sudden turn. But what? Zhou Zhengping rubbed his temples. Say, it's already come to this. What's worse that can't be said? The secretary shook her head and smiled back. Boss, it's not bad news. It's great news. Oh, you can still hear good news now? A miracle? It's not certain if it's really a miracle. Just now someone called your office, boss, saying that they want to invest in our company. I don't know if it's true or not, so I came to inform you in a hurry. A faint light seemed to flicker in Zhou Zhengping's dead eyes. Busy, he pursued. Did he say who it was? He said his name was Riding Cranes Down South, and he said you must know it, boss. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Zhengping was shaken, stood up in a flash, and asked with incomparable urgency, "Where's the phone? Did the phone hang up?" He said he'd call back in 5 minutes. Zhou Zhengping directly threw down the dumbfounded executives and hurriedly walked towards his office. And at this point in time, PK has become meaningless, and the rest is just in brother's time to pretend. Amidst a screen full of awesome, Chen and D also nodded out to the last gold list. PK time has finally arrived as well. These few minutes were nothing short of torment and torture for the king of 8 trigrams. The final vote score, too, was finally set at 5 billion, 23 billion. And while the all-concerned PK didn't break the record for the highest sound wave in a single game of doo-wop, it did move into second place. And it also set a record for a single upvote for a single game of do-yo. The last record setter was Dash, who hit 3 billion sound waves in a single game. The new record set by Chen and D is almost double his. Another PK, another and D solo show, another new record. $5 billion? I'm really fucking convinced. All these godly big brothers have money printing machines at home, right? Wang Duoyu, have you learned? 15 minutes, $500 million. Easy. Nay, I am uneducated. A line goes everywhere. And Brother D deserves to be the first god of war of Douyin. Pop-ups as proof. The whole network if someone can fuck over the god of war and Brother D. I fucking live, said 5-speed electric fan. Originally, Chen and D's votes were less than 5 billion, but wasn't everyone upvoted halfway through? So it made up to 5 billion. To be the most clueless, of course, it was none other than Iron Mouth Lee. When he saw that the total votes were fixed at 5 billion, his entire being was completely dumbfounded. There's no exaggeration. So many votes. Anyone else would be confused. It was only after he had given himself a few hard smacks that he slowly came back to his senses. P.S. I must advise certain brainless and foul-mouthed spammers to be careful what they say. I'm not going to spoil you like other authors. I'll fucking spray you. And don't try to make a presence with me. Show off your ridiculous IQ and I'll still fucking spray you. I'm a fucking Zhuan scholar who opens the door to heaven. I'll spoil you? Chapter 76, Being a Traitor Under the Sect. After Tai Zueli came back to his senses, out of all expectations, he didn't show the same excitement and insanity that everyone thought he would. On the contrary, he surprisingly acted particularly calm, even more so than ever. What's going on? Is Old Lee stupid? Why isn't he giving any reaction at all? Something's not right. Usually at carnival he's so excited that he rolls and jumps. Could it be that today he was scared into dementia by $5 billion? I think this is the normal reaction, right? After all, 5 billion sound waves. Who wouldn't be fucking confused? Instead of focusing on the public screen credits, Iron Mouth Lee took a few deep breaths. Then he bent down deeply and said very calmly, "Thank you and Brother D." He just kept bowing for a long time and wouldn't get up. In the end, it was Chen and D who couldn't look away and spoke. "Alright, get up. Stand up straight. Straighten your back. You can be tough now." Yeah, it's been weighing him down, and now he can finally straighten up and get tough. Iron Mouth Lee straightened his back and raised his head, and it was obvious that you could see the tear tracks at the corners of his eyes. Doing live broadcasting for several years, the live room from the initial no one, to the appearance of the first fans, and then do a few hundred or so thousands of popularity, and then the peak of the 10,000 people, and finally come to this point. How much pain and suffering he has experienced during this period, and how many blank stares and abuse he has suffered, only he knows. And he can come to this point, topped the gossip news section of the throne of the first brother, promoted to the second-line head anchor ranks, is entirely thanks to and the first brother. Therefore, he was overflowing with gratitude for and to Brother No. 1. The fact that he could get so excited that he burst into tears also proves that he is a man of nature. Iron Mouth Lee mumbled his lips, wanting to say something, but he opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Maybe that's the real heartfelt excitement? Chen and D just watched quietly, and did not make a sound to urge them on. And the public screen was full of people brushing oldly. "Go for it." After a long period of reprieve, he said with a trembling voice, "Hey D, I really don't know what to say, nor do I know how to express my gratitude to you. To be honest, even though I'm a juggler, I'm really not very good at licking Big Brother. I, Lee Tizui, have only one thing to say. I am willing to be a traitor under Brother in D." When he finished, he bowed deeply again. Old Lee this fucking is what you say will not lick Big Brother? I see you lick more than anyone. Mud. A sudden turn of events, almost flashing my old man's back. Early, this is not right. If you want to save face and live to suffer, where is the Big Brother if the male anchor wants to save face? Chen and D were also made to laugh and cry by this guy's tawdry maneuvers. Not so much. They are all friends. Just help each other. What traitor not traitor? So unpleasant. Chen and the first look. This guy even gave himself brush 100 million votes. Well, our big money looks like a pretty good haul. A win-win situation. Iron Mouth Lee laughed nervously and did not answer, but he knew in his heart that he could also put his own position. He wasn't a rash person, and he thought he still had no problem with the emotional intelligence and human feelings part of it. Thanks again and Brother No. 1. And Brother No. 1 is awesome. Full screen snap me a wave of War God and Brother No. 1. Nice guy. Passion comes when you say it does. Ha! And the fans of the audience in the broadcast room were very cooperative in responding to his call. In an instant, the public screen was dominated by the God of War and Brother D. At this moment, Chen and D's vanity was really greatly satisfied. Iron Mouth Lee opened the opposite mic and made a pause gesture. "Stop gesticulating. I've been mic'd up for a long time," King Gossip said breathlessly. "Alright, then let's start doing the punishment." Iron Mouth Lee was also too lazy to rub it in. "It doesn't matter if it's a mockery or not, since we've already won. It doesn't hurt to have a bigger picture." The King of Gossip cried out with an expressionless face. Daddy, 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 I'll give you this. From now on, whenever you see me, you must call me Master." Iron Mouth Lee heart straight to the pain. Long been Gossip King insulted and bullied by the bad gas. Finally out. The King of Gossip didn't pick up on it. He just wanted to hurry up and get the next punishment done. For him, one more second now would be aggravation. Pa, he shouted as he smacked himself in the mouth. "I'm sorry and brother. I was wrong. I shouldn't have made up rumors about you. My mouth stinks." Chen and D shook their heads, having said long ago, "Don't jump too high, the fall will be tragic." Before Bagua King could hang up the connection, Chen and D said, "Withdraw. It's no fun. Good riddance Big Brother." After hanging up the connection, Iron Mouth Lee was just about to speak when he suddenly saw a floating screen prompt from the system. The mind wondered what they were doing here, but doubtful as he was, he still said, "Welcome Brother Powerful and Brother Drunken." Even Chen and D were puzzled and curious. What is the meaning of these two big brothers who quit in the middle of the day, coming over together? Instead of sending out pop-ups to float the screen, the Powerful World and Drunken Sands started throwing carnivals directly towards Chen and D. This left everyone on the air confused. Iron Mouth Lee was naturally not in a position to say anything at this time, and just watched quietly. Feeling puzzled, Chen and the first couldn't help but ask, "No, two brothers, what are you doing?" Power to the World gives and the 100th Carnival. Drunken Sands gave and the 100th Carnival. Only after the delivery was done did Quan Tue popped up and floated the screen. And Brother D, don't mind me. My brothers didn't mean to target you. The reason why we stepped in to help is because we owe Victory a favor. Chen and D suddenly came to a realization, but he hadn't put it on his mind before. After all, God's big brother, where you want to play on where to play, just figure their own happy on good. Now that the two of them were so polite, they in turn made Chen and D embarrassed. People respect me 1 foot. I will respect people 1 foot. This is Chen and D's consistent urination. Hurriedly said, Brother World, Brother Sand, you two are too polite. There is no such thing as not minding, pinning or not targeting. We all have our favorite anchors, so we can't say that by helping our favorite anchors upvote, we are targeting the opposite anchor and big brother, right? So the two big brothers do not think too much. We are also entertainment. Happy. There is no need to be serious, is not it? We're playing the network, not being played by the network, aren't we? Quan Ting, alright, since Brother He D is so open-minded, then we won't get entangled. In the future, if there's something, and Brother D will greet us. Chen and D also politely said, then thank you two big brothers first. Let's play together again when we have the chance. Then the two exited the broadcast. Oldly, you circle your own fans and suck up the popularity. I'll slip away first too. They all knew it was 9 o'clock and Sister 9 was on the air, so they didn't hold back. Tai Zueli hurriedly got up to see off his big brother. Brother Getty has swiped 5 billion sound waves for him. Can he not be respectful? Chapter 77, Mysterious Origin of Financial Assets. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the tasks issued by this system. Degree of qualification for this assignment, 10 stars. Degree of profligate thematic tightness, 10 stars. Leaning on the head of the bed, Chen and the first to swallow clouds and fog, while waiting for the system to hand out rewards. As a result, I waited for half a day, but I didn't hear anything from the system. Chen and D frowned and couldn't help but ask, there's nothing left? Where's the reward? Where's the promised internet shining into reality? Weren't the rewards given out in advance? Chen and the first stunned. You're not talking about the auxiliary stunt, 10,000 arrows, right? Bingo! Congratulations, you answered correctly. Well, although it wasn't really a material reward, Chen and D admitted that the 10,000 arrows had a significant effect on him, and was exactly what he just needed. Still, he was undeterred and continued, what about the internet shining through into reality? As you put it, network illumination into reality is a feature that can only be unlocked after the system is upgraded to the next stage. Upgrade? You can still upgrade. Please don't ask such a sandy question. Even your broken cell phone system can be upgraded. How can a system as great as this one not be upgraded? Seems to be the case. So how do you get upgraded to the next level? The host has successfully completed 3 quests, and the quests have all qualified with the highest rating of 10 stars. Chen and D raised their eyebrows. Then am I just one mission away now? Yes. When Chen and the first heard it, he couldn't wait to urge. Quick, hurry up and give me the next assignment. Good guy. Such an urgent request for the system to issue a task. Chen and the first is afraid to be the first person among the countless pig feet, right? Has successfully recharged the host's account with 50 billion Do coins. The theme of this period's profligacy is known all over the net. Chen and D did not expect that the theme given by the system this time would be so clear. It was quite surprising to him that he didn't have to bother guessing or blindfolding at all. It's time to say no. It's quite a humane system. No, am I not all over the internet by now? Counting, but still a symbolic set of processes. Oh, well, I'm afraid this system isn't an institutional one? Everything by the book? Typical formalism. Chen and D must give kudos to such a friendly system. He suddenly frowned, as if remembering something. Hastily, he asked, System, honestly, is the account you recharged safe or not? And does it stand up to investigation? The host need not worry. This system handled all the things, including this set of real estate and the house of antiques and artifacts, as well as the bucket of money, all reasonable compliance and lawful. So what? From what account did so many doujinshi go off the books? If you don't tell me, it's hard for me to feel at ease. A foreign family consortium. Chen and D were dumbfounded on the spot. He had thought it would be some hidden tycoon, or corporate company, or even a mysterious consortium or family in the country, but he hadn't expected it to be a foreign one. As for the channels, it would be too easy. After all, there are so many international banks, multinational banks. Chen and D couldn't help but frown tighter. Foreign, there won't be any messed up problems, will there? Don't worry about any of this, there's absolutely no problem. And, you don't need to know much, just that all the money property is reasonable and legal. Chen and D thought about it for a moment and asked, have the Douyin officials already checked? Yes, and it can be more than just the Douyo official checking it out. It wasn't a surprise. After all, He'd been so high profile in Douyin lately that he couldn't even think of not being checked, and no one had come to find themselves until now, so that proved that what the system said was okay. Chen and Dee's hanging heart could finally be put at ease. Now he was in a really gorgeous mood, and he even exhaled smoke rings. This in the past, not even dare to think a mouthful of cigarettes cannot wait to inhale into the lungs a few turns, which can be so wasteful. Spit circle all over the internet? It's a very simple process, but well, he wanted to have some fun. Looking at the account with an additional 50 billion do coins, Chen and Dee were now numb. 1 second just spent $5 billion. The next second immediately arrived $5 billion. It's just a bunch of meaningless numbers. Couldn't help but mutter, hey, no matter how you brush it, half of it is going to be drawn off by Douyin, and even though I don't get a single point, it always feels like a big loss. It's true that it's a loss for others, but for you, it's a profit. Chen and Dee's eyebrows twitched as they asked with both curiosity and doubt. What do you mean? Are you hinting at something? Unspeakable. Hearing the mechanical voice of the system in his head, Chen and Dee were even more certain that the system knew something and was hinting at something. However, he knew for sure he wouldn't be able to ask, so he pressed on. Sooner or later, we'll find out. There's no hurry. There's no use in hurrying for the key. As soon as I entered Mu Jiu-Ji's live room, I heard her heavenly singing voice and saw her marvelous dancing posture that was like a shock. Under the willow hear Yaoqin dance in a song, as if reflecting the year, fluttering like a shocking shadow, sings and dances with himself. The ancient Chinese-style song accompanied by the self-created classical dance was flawless and stunned the entire live broadcast room. You still have to follow Sister 9 and Brother No. 9. Sister 9 has the face and talent and car skills, and she can even joke about it. And the first brother. Do not let the audience fans on a vote not to mention. Oversized red envelopes are still issued non-stop. Really strong. Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you guys. I've grabbed 1,000 or so bucket coins in Sister 9's live room. Glancing at the public screen, Chen and Dee smiled slightly, while enjoying Mu Jiu-Ji's song and dance performance. Red envelopes kept raining down. All maxed out second packs. Rebel teen, *******. Such a good opportunity to pretend to be a good man. And again, the uncle was shortchanged. Tragic bro, it's not like anyone's keeping you from giving out red envelopes. You can do it too. Rebel teen, now follow the hair. It doesn't have that flavor anymore. Tragico, what's that smell? The smell of the ocean? Cerebella Axe, I doubt you're driving. After the dance, Mujiogo returned to sit in front of the camera and smiled as she smoothed her long hair that had fallen to the sides. Hello ya, Arabody. A day without seeing is like 3 autumns. Have the little black fans missed Sister 9? Don't talk nonsense. Pull and Brother D on the mic. Don't push it. Pull the God of War on the mic. Looking at the public screen, Mujiogo coldly snorted. Humph. Again looked down on Sister 9 who just started broadcasting. Right? I was going to announce good news to everyone. But now well, I guess that won't be necessary. Skin to skin. But the speed at which she pulled Chen and Dee was not slow at all. When she said that, even Chen and Dee couldn't help but be curious. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and say it. If you keep selling out, you'll stop broadcasting. Sit on the side. We'll help you broadcast. Well, first it was just coercion. Now it's straight to stealing jobs, right? Chapter 78, The Media Guild's Gifts at the Door. Mujiogo gave a flavorful blank look, and just as she was about to speak, the live broadcast room suddenly spread out rows and rows of yellow and red floor tile special effects. Who is it? We haven't even finished the first 2 sentences of the show, and Carnival just threw it out. Mujiogo subconsciously voiced her thanks. Thank you Cha-Cha, Radiant Media, for sending Ja. No sooner had she finished her thank you speech than she realized something was wrong. Asshole, it doesn't seem to be for myself. Luckily, she reacted quickly enough to change her words. A carnival for an brother. After saying that, he breathed a sigh of secret relief, admiring himself for being such a little wit. He almost could have flipped the car. Chen and Dee looked at the avatar of the person who sent the gift, and he recognized it at once. It's her, Ning Mocha. So she signed to Radiance Media. Cha-Cha, Radiant Media, gave an 100th carnival. No more, no less, exactly 100. Chen Di and Mujiogo blocked the gift-giving special effect almost simultaneously. There's no way around it. God knows how long the effects would be on display if they weren't blocked and allowed to be displayed. The gift effects in turn obscure the public and floating screen pop-ups, so it's wise to just block them. It was mainly Chen and Di who wanted to see what she said in her floating screen pop-ups. Sure enough, as soon as the gift was swiped, she sent a floating screen pop-up. Cha-Cha, Radiant Media, congratulations to Brother He for breaking the record of fighting sound again. And please take care of Brother He in the future. Chen and Di didn't speak, much less take a stance. Not even a salty perfunctory one. Ning Mocha waited for a while in the live broadcast room, and instead of waiting for his response, she waited for more opponents. Tilted City Media gave an the 100th Carnival. The Imperial Guild gave an the 100th Carnival. Starburst Media gave an 100th Carnival. The Starlight Alliance gave an 100th Carnival. The top 10 guilds in the Douyin rankings, one by one, all ran to brush their faces and send gifts, and it's like a deal. It's all 100 carnivals, except for the representatives sent by Radiant Media who were their anchors. The rest of the guilds that came to the door to send gifts were all company accounts. Even the reasoning and rhetoric are exactly the same. Congratulating and Brother D for breaking another record. Chen and D also simply said thank you. There was nothing to be polite about, and the only reason they came to give gifts was because they smelled something profitable. It's still true that the only thing capital looks at is always profit. Chen and D naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to come over and talk to them about love. It was only after they had exited the live broadcast that the uncertain Mujiogu couldn't wait to ask, who can tell me what the hell is going on? I hang big. I come to say, 9 sister you do not know. Just now in the first brother. Mujiogu looked at the public screen, and in a moment she learned the details of what had happened from the audience's fans. After sorting it out, she too was surprised beyond words. Then he gave the camera a thumbs up. Okay, God of War. That's pretty awesome. 15 minutes, $500 million, wildly swiping 5 billion sound waves. Wee. Although she was also a real rich woman and could casually take out $500 million, she really couldn't do such a luxurious and unseemly splurge. For one thing, she didn't earn her money on her own, but was given it by her grandmother and a couple of uncles, so she wasn't going to splurge. On the other hand, she will not spend money recklessly just for the sake of having fun. What can't you do with the money? Why do you have to spend it? There's a lot more to it than that, isn't there? And the reason why she chose to be an anchor as a netizen, no other than to make money fast. She believed from the beginning that with her face and talent, she would be able to stand out in a crowd of anchors. And the purpose of making money is simple. Money from family is certainly not the same as money you earn. She's no Madonna, just doing her bit. This is also true and normal. When a person has nothing to pursue materially, then he will naturally begin to pursue spiritual fulfillment. And by donating all the money she earns as an anchor, she not only gives herself a sense of satisfaction and fulfillment, but also invariably helps her netizens to do good. So why not? What's more, with her or without her, the netizens should still brush it off. There was nothing shady about what she just said, much less anything else. Chen and D smiled faintly, unimpressed, and urged, hurry up. What exactly was the good news you mentioned earlier? Upon hearing this, Mujiogu instantly became energized. Frowning, he said, I've thought it over carefully. Isn't the content of our live broadcast too single and not rich enough? Apart from going out and fighting, it's just singing and dancing, and it feels like there really isn't much live content. Chen and D slowly asked, so, what do you want? Mujiogu said with a slight look of amusement. That's why I wanted to try to enrich it. After a full day of wasted meditation, I've finally come up with a really good live program. When Chen and D heard her words, they really wanted to spray her to death with a mouthful of salt vapor. And waste your sleep and food? You're so close to giving a 3-bite-a-pig performance. In his mind, he spat, but he was still curious and asked, what live program? This is a good joke. Mujiogu nodded his head to show that he was very satisfied. I was pretty inspired by the whole tragic brother thing last night, so I'm going to start a program of emotional counseling. On the one hand, it can help netizens and fans who are in an emotional dilemma, and on the other hand, it can fill up the live content. And, I have a hunch, it's definitely very watchable and very live. When she finished, she showed a bit of smugness and pride. That's like saying, wasn't that a great idea? Come on, praise me, puffing. Chen, and the first time he didn't hold back his laughter. Instead of the expected praise, he was greeted with jeers. How could Mujiogu endure? With a dark face, he questioned in a bad tone, Kaze? What do you mean? Chen and D tried their best to hold back their laughter and explained. Xiao, it's not that brother thinks your idea is bad. It's just that emotional counseling, it doesn't seem to be very suitable for you. Nonsense. I haven't read dozens of books on relationships and emotions. In this field, I can definitely call myself an expert, with considerable theoretical knowledge. So, little black fans, there are any questions about this, you can apply for a consultation on the mic. Sister 9 will definitely be able to help you solve the confusion and give you the most correct guidance. Ninth sister, come on, with your ability to rub salt into the wound and pinch the sore spot, think who would dare to seek your counseling? That's right, there was no shit going on, and after getting counseling from you, I'm guessing it's all going to come down to breakups, divorces, and suicides. Mujiogo immediately had a head full of black lines, but she still had a stiff upper lip and sophistically said, "Tragic brother, that was an accident. It definitely won't happen a second time. So everyone just rest easy." Chapter 79, Fascinating Motivation. After Mujiogo finished her speech, she ignored the taunts of the little black fans and directly clapped her hands and said, "Okay, it's decided. Starting today, the first 30 minutes after we go on the air are our emotional clinic hours. I hope that all the little black fans who have problems with their emotions will come up to the mic and ask for advice without being embarrassed. So, now, is there any little black fan who has an emotional problem to consult? Knowledgeable Sister 9. Online for you to solve the confusion. Oh, the response on the public screen, however, annoyed her. Are you kidding me? I'm just having a small fight with my girlfriend, but I don't want to break up yet. Come on, I don't want a divorce yet either. So, if there's anyone who can't think straight, or if you want to end yourself but can't muster the courage, you can come on the mic and try it out. Listen, is this fucking human language? Mujiogo was so angry that she couldn't pull the plug on all these little black fans. She was depressed when she saw that everyone was flirting and taunting her, but none of them were willing to get on the mic. Could it be that the new show is going to end before it even starts? Mujiogo shook her head slightly, secretly thinking, no, the emotional clinic definitely can't be aborted just like that, or else it would be too facetious. But how to proceed with the process now that no one is on the mic for counseling? Mujiogo frowned and contemplated, and suddenly her gaze landed on the guest seats in the lower right corner of the screen. The eyes immediately flashed brightly. This is not ready-made? What's the point of looking for it? She revealed a charming smile and said softly, "Ah, and Brother D, is there anything you need counseling on? If you're as rich as you are, there should be no shortage of girls around, right? When there are more girls, then there are naturally more emotional problems. Don't you have any trouble with that? Say it, don't worry and say it boldly. 9 sisters will help you solve your troubles once and for all." Shannon D instantly cried and laughed, not realizing that she had even hit her idea on herself. I was just about to taunt her, but then I suddenly remembered something and retracted my words. A wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "I don't have any, but it just so happens that a friend of mine has a question he needs to ask. Can you help him with counseling?" Mujiogo was instantly delighted and quickly said, Yes, of course. I don't know what your friend wants to ask for advice on." Ahem. Chen and D fake coughed twice to clear their voices. Slowly, he said, "What my friend wants to ask is how can I raise my ranking in the mind of the goddess?" Mujiogo pretended to be old-fashioned and nodded, and also put on a professional appearance and asked, "Can you tell us the specifics?" "It's like this. My friend is obsessed with a female anchor. Every day when she starts broadcasting, my friend will go into the live room on time to guard her. When you're bored, chat with her. When you're playing PK, upvote her. When you're in a bad mood, make her happy. Anyway, my friend stayed with her every day until she went off the air. But a few days ago, my friend accidentally found that the female anchor's WeChat note to him was actually licking dog 5. Good liar. Salary 3,000 foot. When Mujiogo heard this, she was instantly nonplussed. Unable to help himself, he slapped his hand on the table and huffed. This kind of anchor woman is really too unlikable. It's not even enough to cheat on your feelings, cheat on your money, and then to play people off against each other. Bah! Scum girl. Seeing her anger, Shen and D raised their eyebrows and continued. Yeah, my friend flipped her off on the spot. Mujiogo immediately clapped her hands. Good. Well done. This kind of anchor woman doesn't flip out, but still stays for the new year? It's time to expose her and let the whole network know that she's a scum girl. Shen and D laughed meaningfully. My friend immediately sent a tweet questioning her. I am sincere, heart and soul to you, but you give me such a note. What do you mean? The anchor woman apologized repeatedly and said she was sorry. Mujiogo frowned. What did your friend say? He wouldn't still have forgiven that scummy girl, would he? Ahem. My friend said, hurry up and change it to number 1 for me. By the way, my salary has been increased to 3,500. I'll be right there to paint your carnival. Mujiogo was dumbfounded, and the audience in the live broadcast room who were originally listening with great interest were also dumbfounded. Puff. Ha ha. That twist almost didn't break my back. I suggest that this female anchor change the licking dog as well. Change it to a war wolf. A purebred war wolf. He too This kind of person does not deserve pity. My 6,100 salary. Brush to carnival. Only left 100 to buy 2 boxes of noodles to last a month. He even left 500. Yuck. CHCH changing. This dude can't do it. How is it like me? The third female anchor I licked is ranked number 1. Please call me Triple Crown King. Shen and D weren't finished and continued, but that anchor woman insisted on not agreeing, only promising to elevate him to number 2. so my friend wanted advice on how to improve his ranking in the mind of the goddess. Mu Jioge was actually a bit speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. There was a long silence before she said in a tired voice, "Your friend's damn uptightness is fascinating. I'm also a female anchor, but this clearly involves a blind spot in my knowledge. There really isn't much that can be done. The only way is for your friend to make more money, I guess. And by the time he's making a few W's a month, he should be able to move up to the number 1 spot." The treacherous plan succeeded. Chen and D smiled triumphantly and said, "Xiao Jiao ah, I still have a friend." Mu Jioge knew that she was being tricked by no one. Hearing that he still wanted to continue, he quickly said, "Stop. Our emotional clinic's business hours are over for today. Gentlemen, if you have questions for us, please be early tomorrow." After saying this, Mu Jioge gritted her teeth in hatred. This little black powderhead clearly came to make trouble, to tease herself. Sister 9, taking a ride. Ninth sister, hurry up and take us in the car for a ride. After Mu Jioge saw the public screen full of touting, she pretended to be in a bad mood and said, "Touting my ass. What is 9 sisters? 9 sisters is a positive anchor, or a positive female anchor. Is it decent for me to take you guys for a ride if you don't move? I'm still a girl too, please." This is simply too detrimental to the positive image of 9 sisters. So 9 sisters has torn up her driver's license. Lurking minions of the tiger, hey, this is not a coincidence? I happen to have a driver's license or F1 yo. I'll drive. I'll just drive. Guys, get in the car. Tiger will take you for a ride. Fasten your seatbelt. Oh, Tiger's driving skills are only as good as 9's. And once again, Mu Jioge was mercilessly abandoned by the black fans, and turned to be only incarnated as a tool person who has no access to feelings and no access to lines. Chapter 80, Black Powder goes on the warpath. No grass will grow. My good face talent anchor. Hard to be brought into PK anchor by your group of small black fans. Between fans and anchors, even the most basic respect is gone? Mu Jioge muttered and pulled the cerebellar axe on the mic. Of course, she wasn't the only one who was disgruntled. Rebel teen, since I joined the Black Powder organization, I've only swiped a few 100,000 votes so far. So, how else am I going to lose my family fortune? If I had known, I wouldn't have joined the organization. I should have fucking gone against Uncle. Going against Uncle. Losing your family should go fast, right? Mud. This guy deserves to be the king of Versailles. Chen and D cried and laughed. Oh tart. I advise you that you'd better not have such thoughts, because I'm afraid you'll lose your family fortune before your brother inherits it. Rebel teen, that's no good. What am I going to use if I lose it all before my brother inherits the family fortune? Chen and D shook his head and said with a smile, "Alright, I know you want to act like a pussy. How about this? I'll let you experience what the real king of pussies is. How about it?" Rebel teen, huh? There's this good thing? Uncle, hurry up and tell me about it. Chen and D slowly said his plan. Let's go out and fight. I'll be on the ticket. You'll be responsible for paying the medical bills. And let's settle on 2 punishments. Pulling banners and truthfulness. Honestly, just let Brainaxe take the brothers for a ride. Not too many. Otherwise it's too much of a delay. Just 3. As for the banners, just pull 3. 1 to write Black Powder Group V587. 1 to write in Brother D V587. And 1 to write Rebel Teen V587. Rebel Teen, what's the fun in that? What does it hold? Chen and D smiled. What's the rush? Listen to me, lol. The bottom line is, we're on target. Brother Tragedy was obviously interested as well, and hastily floated the screen. What target? Our goal is to conquer the entire network of anchors, so that the entire network of anchors will hang our banner. Understand? The 2 of them instantly understood in seconds when he said that. If he arranges it this way, then this is a real pussy. How can a cool, pretentious tart still hold down the fort? Busy floating screen said. Good. Or Uncle, you have a good brain. We'll play tragic. Can we add another banner? Oh, nice guys. They all seem pretty interested. Plus, won't it be enough to pay more for the medical bills when the time comes? Tragic brother, no problem. The medical expenses will be covered by my master. Rebel teen, I'm the master, right? Get out. And the fan audience of the broadcast chimed in, all thinking it must be interesting. As for Mu Jioge, why? Who cares? Hey, Toolman, get to work. Mu Jioge's lips quirked as he cursed and opened the random match PK. Since Sugar-chan was absent today without any reason, the Atmosphere group was also temporarily handed over to Cerebral Axe. Skinny old men, are you ready? Today, we, the Black Powder Army, are officially on the march. What's our slogan? Men take off their rings and necklaces. Women take off their belly buttons. No, it's inches of grass. Yes, our slogan is, Blackpink is on the march. Not an inch of grass will grow. Oh, this guy's a bit of a player, too. And the next thing you know, the public screen is full of slogans brought out by this guy. As soon as he had finished shouting his slogan, he was matched with an anchor. Seeing that it's a male anchor, the public screen is full of the word hey, mud. It's true that all of them are LSPs and none of them are innocent. Cerebellarax didn't say anything and asked directly, "Can I play?" The opposite anchor obviously hadn't heard of Mujiogu, and it seemed that he hadn't paid much attention to the recent developments in Douyin's live broadcast. Frowning, he said, "So arrogant?" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the pop-ups from fans on the public screen. I can't believe I was matched with 9 sisters and the god of war. You're so lucky, dog. Hurry up and say yes, dog. The opposite live room tens of thousands of people, and the medical expenses are given to the carnival. Say yes quickly and sit back and collect your medical bills. Somewhat confused, the male anchor clicked on Chen and DS avatar, a level 60 big brother. Then he quickly smiled and said, can play, why can't I play? Fine, you'll hang 4 banners if you lose. And as for what the banners say, we'll talk about it after the fight. The male anchor subconsciously asked offhand, what if you guys lose? We're not going to lose. Let's just get started. Just don't close the mic. Just say if you want to surrender. Nice guy, clean, uncluttered, and with as much pizzazz as you can muster. Skinny old men. Chen and D hurriedly interrupted with a voice. Stop, let's not light the fire. After all, time is tight and the task is heavy. I'll start directly. After saying that, directly a golden list worth 500,000 do coins was thrown on the bloodstain. See also the blood stripe vanishing technique. When she saw the gift special effects, Mujiogu stared with wide eyes and asked with a surprised expression, what kind of gift is this? How come I've never seen it before? I'll go. $500,000. So expensive? But the special effects really look good. Cerebellarax smiled and explained to her, this is an exclusive gift customized by the platform for Brother. The golden list. How about it? Isn't it beautiful and domineering? Mujiogu couldn't help but nod. At this time, the opposite male anchor looked at the enemy's blood bar of 500,000 votes, and then looked at his side's blood bar of 0 votes, and was instantly dumbfounded. No. What's the point? How the fuck am I supposed to play with 500,000 votes? Is there such a thing as bullying people and smashing their jobs? Is it fun to just end it before it even starts? When he came back to his senses, he hastily raised his hands and said with a resigned face, I surrender. I surrender. Why the hell aren't we voting yet? It's too much of a bully to move and swing 500,000 votes. Chen and D laughed and said, very well, Tart, go and serve 3 carnivals to the opposite side. And by the way, give him the content of the banners again. Rebel Teen, roger that chief. Toolman, let's withdraw and change the battlefield. After hanging up the PK, the Grievous Seed anchor was finally unable to sit still. Hey, I say you guys are too much of a turd, aren't you? What are you doing to me? Even if it's the Toolman, if you all aren't there one day when I'm live streaming, I'm going to get my ass kicked, aren't I? Cerebellamax said in a cloudy voice. It doesn't exist. Even if Brother, Slutty and Tragic are all coincidentally absent, our Black Powder group is not a vegetarian. How can I let you go out and get your ass kicked? You ask our little black fan if he agrees? The legions of Black Powder gave an immediate answer. Ha! Taking a beating? As long as you don't run into a godhawk. It doesn't even exist, okay? I wish the big brothers were gone, or it would be our turn to show off. To be honest, I can't find the slightest sense of presence I should have as a level 45 big brother in the 9 Sisters live room. Don't talk, see? I'm level 48 and all I can do is hide in the corner and shiver. The ones posting pop-ups, the wealth level cards in front of their nicknames, are all level 45 plus. Brainax said proudly, see, with the strength of our legion. Sister 9, can you tell me if it's tough? Even if Big Brother isn't around, we're not just any anchor we can take. Not to mention Chen and D. Even Mujiogu didn't know that without realizing it. The live broadcast room had sucked in so many high-ranking Big Brothers. Before Mujiogu could gloat, one by one, all of them floated the screen and said, Ninth Sister, don't misunderstand. We rushed and Brother D. Not you. Well, it's pissing me off again. Chapter 81, taking a bunch of LSPs for a ride. Mujiogu gave an exasperated thumbs up and said in a conspiratorial manner, okay, you guys are marvelous. You're noble. I'll just be a toolman and not talk, okay? This is a great look. A living, breathing anchor of the great injustice seed. Once again, it's the toolman who just clicks start random match. Upon seeing that the match was a female anchor with a decent face value, the live room boiled over. It was an extremely strong contrast to the Ugson size when matched to a male anchor. Hello, how are you, Miss Opposite? Mud. This cerebellar axe guy is pure LSP too. Look at that. As soon as I saw a beautiful anchor woman across the street, I was more polite than anyone else, and even the tone of my voice was very gentle. Hello, hello. The beautiful anchor woman smiled politely. Missy, can I play? Yes, I can, but my family doesn't have much to offer. It's fine. It's the same with or without conditions. Little sister, if you lose, you have to answer me 3 true words, and then hang 4 banners on the wall behind you, yo. Yeah, no problem, but how long will the banner be up? 10 days. These words were spoken by Chen and D. After all, the task is so heavy that if it is set for too short a period of time, it may not be effective. Good, then let's get right to it. No need to close the mic. You can surrender. Oh. The words landed on the ground, and Chen and D threw out another golden list. Like the male anchor just now, he was instantly dumbfounded. A small anchor like them can only get 1,000 or so votes a PK. Any better point and you'll break 1,000,000. Any better? You can make it 20, 000, 30, 000, 40, 000 votes. It's already considered very impressive to be able to hit around 70, 000 or 80, 000 votes per hand. As for the ones that get 100, 000 per PK, that's a tier 1 anchor. The top tier frontline anchors and super tier 1 anchors are not so easy to estimate. After all, they only play so many 2 or 3 PKs a broadcast. And, either it's a pre-arranged appointment or it's scripted or something. Of course, some small anchors, although the popularity of the live broadcast is low, but cannot help people have guardian big brother so their votes are not easy to estimate. It all depends on the strength of the guardian big brother. How? Looking at the blood bar of 500,000 votes, the beautiful hostess also chose to surrender without hesitation. There's no room for struggle. The anchor woman cried and mourned. Picking up the PK, a vote did not circle, but also have to take in 4 banner costs, which shelves who also hard to suffocate. Cerebellum axe grinned. In order for the rest of the game to go smoothly and enjoyably, the 2 vice leaders of the combat team, which one of you is going to deliver a medical bill? Upon hearing that there were medical bills, the beautiful anchor woman felt better. Tragico, it's my turn, isn't it? I'll go. After floating the screen, a flash switched into the opposite live room. Welcome, brother Tragedy. The beautiful anchor woman smiled joyfully and warmly welcomed. Tragedy doesn't dilly-dally. It's just 3 carnivals. It immediately caused the anchor woman to scream and exclaim, and thanked her with a great deal of excitement. Thank you, Sister 9. Thank you, big brother across the street. And thank you. The anchor woman's reaction is normal. It's 3 carnivals. 9K. Are you kidding me? Can you not be excited? Mu Jiu-gu, who had been acting as a tool person, finally revealed a hint of a smile, and a small touch of smugness grew in her heart. Good, 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 good. After Tragico paid the medical bills, he popped right up and floated the screen and told her what the banner was about. The anchor woman, who was afraid of messing up and forgetting, hurriedly took a screenshot. Okay, no problem, big brother. I'll do it tomorrow. 4 banners for 3 carnivals. Who wouldn't be happy with that? I can fucking trade until you're broke. Alright, 3 truths. Are you ready, young lady? The anchor woman nodded quickly. Ask. I'm ready. Let's start with an appetizer. May I ask, miss, how many dates have you had? You must answer honestly. The anchor woman frowned and calculated, then put up a slap and said, 5. So how many cars have we parked in our garage? The anchor woman subconsciously blurted out, my house doesn't have a garage, and I don't have a car. No, that's not what I asked. Connotations, do you understand? Hearing him say that, the anchor woman instantly understood in seconds. Her face instantly reddened to her ears. Shyly, she said, is it really okay to ask these questions in public? In plain sight? Don't talk nonsense, young lady. Oh, I'm asking a serious question, and I'd like you to answer it in a serious way, okay? The anchor woman blushed and squirmed. Just 6 cars have been parked. Oh, 5 objects. 6 cars. I didn't realize you were quite good at this, miss. Cerebellum Axe laughed and continued. Last question. Oh, 6 cars. Surely the models, whatever, are all different. There are small and delicate ones like Mini. And there are also tall and powerful ones with enough horsepower like Off-Road or Raptor. And of course, there are also extended versions and such. So I wonder what kind of model you prefer. Miss, Chen in the first straight call good guy. This fucking also described 2 image enough connotation. Cerebellar Axe, this kid will play. Not simple nah. Before absolutely no less in the female anchor live room to hang out. The anchor woman was slightly stunned, then lowered her head and said with all the shyness she could muster, I like the Raptor Plus. Ouch. I didn't see that Missy was quite tolerant. Okay, let's pull out. I wish Miss Sister a long journey. Bye. The little black fans on the air were instantly nonplussed. Hey, not bad, not bad. Tiger's got some serious car skills. Interesting, so interesting. Tiger is definitely a veteran LSP. If hooligans had rank certificates, my Tiger. No, Master Tiger is definitely the highest segment. It's not enough. It's not exciting enough. I wish Tiger you could drive a little faster. Better yet, fly. Shannon D said meaningfully. Cerebral Axe, you are definitely a veteran. So slippery. Looks like you haven't played much. Before he could speak, Mujiogu despised. Before I felt quite decent. I didn't realize that little brain axe you're just a stuffy guy. Do you only have the guts to push your buttons on the internet? But in reality you're not a deadbeat, are you? The small brain axe also does not argue. Smiled and said, yeah, I hide so deeply. Have been discovered by you guys Hey, fail. Shannon D pretended to be in a bad mood and said, hey, Toolman, please can you be a little more conscious and take the initiative? Don't let us yell at you every time, okay? Bugger off. Next game. Mujiogu cursed, playing a PK. It's just entertainment. Are you guys on piecework? So rushed? After she clicked match, the whole screen swiped. Anchor woman, anchor woman, anchor woman. These LSPs are really fiendish too. P.S. To emphasize, this is fiction. Web fiction. What are you substituting reality for, I ask? Are you looking at urban fantasy revisionism? What's with the bars? Chapter 82 Why Boys Love Green Tea. Looking at the little black fans who were clamoring and coaxing and praying for a match with the female anchor, the suffocating Mujiogu's anger just wouldn't come out. With a black face, he huffed. It's fine if you guys don't respect my profession and my face talent, but now you guys are even starting to disrespect my gender. Uncle and aunt can tolerate it, but ninth sister can't. It pisses me off. Am I not an anchor woman? Or can't I satisfy you guys? Do you guys just have to go out over the wall to get it? Shannon D propped up his forehead. This guy, he really could say anything about tigers and wolves. She is the typical mouth high. Really want to give her some real qualifications. Guaranteed to tail and gray run away. Or the kind of overnight. Couldn't help but flirt. Xiaojiao although you are also a female anchor. But you are not the same as those female anchors out there. We wouldn't dare to molest you. Mujiogu stood up with a pang and said in a bad mood. Where is it different? Is this body of mine not sexy enough? Or are my long, white, long and thin legs not suitable for wearing black silk? Side by side she also did a very sexy action. Bending over, caressing her calves with her fingertips, and then slowly moving upward. Her body posture was also in an S-shaped display. Her eyes were mesmerized and seductive. And then finally biting her lips lightly. Watching Shannon D in front of the screen nodded their heads repeatedly. Such a pure lustful style was simply too seductive. If you wear a thin high heel and black silk, eek, do not dare to think about it, do not dare to think about it. I just wonder. Let's just say that Sister 9 style is not worthy of your interest? Not worth flirting with? Shannon D laughed and said, you've misunderstood. It's not that it's not worth it, it's that you don't dare. Understand? Puzzled, Mujiogu asked. What do you mean? Why don't you dare? Let me ask you this. If we told you an H-color joke, what would your reaction be? Mujiogu blurted out without even thinking. Of course I'm telling you guys more H. Shannon D said breathlessly. Nah, that's it low. You say we are molesting you or being molested by you female hooligan. And with that, he was recognized and endorsed by the majority of black fans. That's right. And what bro? D said is right on the money. We're looking for that pouty. You're annoying. You're bad. I'm ignoring your reaction. Not the more H-ish one. Okay? 9 is just pure female hooligan. What the hell does she know? 9 is just so spiritual. Come on 9, we treat you as a brother. You even want us to molest you. Don't be like this, or else we won't be able to be buddies. Seeing that the little black fans even started calling themselves ninth brother, Mujiogu's lungs exploded with anger. Hey, I'm warning you guys, don't take the small-chested ones for buddies or make messed up excuses. You guys just like the green tea and the tea, don't you? That's where you're right. 90% of guys are essentially into green tea. As for the remaining 10%, they fall into the category of being tough talkers. Why? Mujiogu expressed great puzzlement. Shannon D took a drag on their cigarettes and slowly said, first of all, to clarify, I'm talking about high-grade specialized green tea, not those disgusting low-end shoddy green tea. Let me give you an example. It's simpler and clearer. What do you say when you need to ask a boy for help with something? Mujiogu faintly replied back. handsome guy, help me with this, I can't get it. Ha, Shannon D snorted disdainfully. Nah, that's what green tea would say. Brother, this matter still needs you to come out, it won't work without you. Go on, what do you say when the boys get it right for you? Thanks bro, Wrath Bay, puffing. Shannon D didn't hold back their laughter. Do you know what green tea would say? They will say, wow, brother, you are also fantastic, right? Really only brother can get it right. And for example, if you were in a relationship and you did something wrong, what would you tell your boyfriend who confronted you? Mujioga thought about it and said, is it necessary for you to do such a thing? A big man. Catty. Chch Ching. Chen and D shook their heads. Green tea will say, don't be angry. Brother, I'm not a man like you. I'll deal with everything rationally. Then you punish me oing 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 oing. Mujioga was a bit dumbfounded. The list goes on, and now you know why. Mujioga sighed helplessly. She admitted that if she were a man, she would also like these styles of green tea. Soft-spoken and nice. Can be pampered and cute and play a little rogue and show weakness. It will fulfill a guy's need to be mesmerized and adored. And the emotional intelligence is high. So you think a guy can't resist that? Ha ha. Well, and Brother D summed it up very well. In the face of such green tea, which boy is not confused? That's right. No matter what the girls think, but we boys love green tea like that. I have a hard mouth, but my heart is honest. Hey, and brother, these are the only good moves I've got. Why are you telling me all of them? Ha, Kazuhaya looks like he's good at this. He seems to have quite a bit of experience. Mujioga said unconvincingly. Ninth brother. Ah shucks. Ninth sister, I can do it too. Don't you know that ninth sister has a lot of varied styles? Saltable or sweet or gentle. Strong or soft or domineering. Cold or tugging or arrogant. Quiet or obedient. Isn't it just green tea? Watch. I'll learn one for you little black fans. Aha. Mujioga cleared her throat, then put on a pathetic look and prepared to speak. But she held her tongue. Finally, he simply just gave up. Vomit. I don't deserve it. I'm afraid I'll really throw up if I open my mouth. After saying that, she saw that she hadn't been matched with an opponent yet, and hurriedly gave a flurry of refreshes a messy click. Forget it. I'll just match you guys with female anchors. You guys can play as much as you want. I'm not talking. I'm not worthy. I don't know if the platform's randomization system heard the prayers of the LSPs in the broadcast room, but it really matched another female anchor. Yikes. Before Cerebellar Axe the SP could greet him, the female anchor on the opposite side exclaimed in excitement. Holy shit, I'm really in line, aren't I? Seeing her unbelievable surprise, as well as excited and pompous behavior, Brainaxe hastily stopped. Stop. Don't get excited first. How are you, young lady? Hello, ninth sister. Hello, and brother no. Hello, big brothers and sisters across the street. The god of wealth is here. Can you not be polite? Now Mujioga is leading the god of war and brother no. One and the other two big brothers. And the matter of the medical bills to the three carnivals is spreading all over the internet at a crazy random PK. Chapter 83, the entire network of anchors lining up to match. Like a first-tier super-tier anchor. Naturally, they don't care about three carnival medical bills. But the anchors down there, especially the little ones, care. What's more, it's not a very severe punishment, counting only 4 banners. And who wouldn't be happy to get 3 carnivals for nothing? So many anchors across the internet are waiting for random matches right now. Specialize in getting a small number to the Mujioga live broadcast squatting. As soon as I saw her end, and quickly began to synchronize the random, counting on the match to her. As for the first-tier super-tier popular anchors, they also sighed helplessly after seeing the rhythm of the diversion in the live room. This Yokozuna and D are also too good at messing things up. Get something out of the way at random and it's a big deal. They all couldn't help but wonder if they should change their live broadcast time and avoid going live at the same time as Sister 9. But 9 o'clock is almost prime time, and it's really a headache to avoid this time slot and give it up. Of course, there are some anchors who are very resourceful and have a good head on their shoulders. Especially the live room has a big brother, or a big brother row anchor. Since you cannot grab the popularity and heat, then simply just join it. It would be nothing short of awesome to be matched with Mujioga, with the strength to help carry the tickets, the popularity and the heat, and the medical fees. Where can we find such a good thing? You have to know that those popular first-tier anchors, or super first-tier anchors, if you want to connect with them once and play a PK, the price you pay is not small. Now that it's available for free and for no money, why not? It's great to get a match, but if you don't, it's just a waste of time. So what's it worth? The popularity of Mujioga's current live broadcast room could basically stay at 100,000 plus. And it's definitely not a robot that you pay for and hang iron on. It's actual real-life gas. It's almost always a spectacle. But what does that matter? It's not like other anchors that need audience fans to upvote, crowdfund, and cut leaks. She doesn't need it at all in her live room, okay? So for the Mujio Go live broadcast, these audience visitors who just come to watch the fun and won't be on the ticket are totally fine. Can Missy play? Without hesitation, the anchorwoman just nodded her head back and forth. Yes, it's playable. It's too playable. Then if you lose. Before Cerebellum Axe could finish her sentence, she snatched her voice and said, I understand. Truth and 4 banners. I know all the rules. Nice guy. Straight up the Cerebellar Axe won't hole. Do you know the moveset so well now? So let's get started? Start. I'll surrender as soon as and when Brother D's golden ticket comes out and then sit back and wait for the medical bills. Well, can't you just surrender now? There's no need to waste in D's vote. The anchorwoman shook her head without thinking. That won't do. If you didn't get punched, then there's no such thing as medical bills. Oh, smart enough to do all this math? The thinking is clear enough. Sure enough, the magic of money is indeed strong enough. Shen and D cried and laughed as he shook his head. Anyway, he was on a mission and it didn't matter if it cost a ticket or not. In accordance with the usual practice, Shen and D gave out a golden ranking worth 500,000 do coins. Hey, after staying in Nine's live room for a long time, I feel like I've become bloated. I have a salary of $3,000 a month, and I'm actually starting to look down on Carnival. What is this? Watching and brother no. One for a long time, and now when I see those on the hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands of big brothers, I actually have a feeling that I want to despise him. It's too inflated. In the past, I felt that those anchors who hit hundreds of thousands of votes were really good, and I was so excited and hot to see them. Now, I actually feel tasteless. Am I getting a bigger pattern? Or am I drifting too much? Shen and D looked at the speeches of the netizen fans on the public screen and thought that these sand sculpture netizens were so damn talented. It's not easy to lead this class of internet users. As soon as she saw her blood bar instantly disappear, the anchorwoman instantly smiled with joy. Hastily, he said, I admit defeat. This tawdry maneuver also made the crowd dumbfounded. Losing PK can be from the heart to laugh so happy. I'm afraid in the whole network is not rare. 4 banners I'll do tomorrow. I know what to write. And 3 heartfelt questions. Right? Come on. I get it. And my answers are absolutely true and believable. Good lord. This door is too clear. And one look at her like that tells me that the absolute best is playing. It also goes without saying that Tartan switches directly into the opposite live room and then sends 4 carnivals directly. Why one more? You ask? There's money to be made. Point fast. The female anchor's face instantly piled up with smiles, cheering excitedly and enthusiastically. Thank you for the 4 carnivals sent by Junior. Big brother magnificent and mighty. Ahem. Cerebellum Axe coughed twice in a fake fanfic trio as a way to get attention. Then slowly said, First question please listen. Young lady, have you eaten? Well, this time it's coming straight out of the gate. Puff. The anchorwoman faked a dainty laugh to hide her shyness. It was obvious she understood. And in seconds, and seemed to be a veteran driver as well. Embarrassed as she was, she answered truthfully. Yes. Second question. Shen and D were a bit confused. He didn't really understand. The anchorwoman was also clearly not listening and looked confused. The only one who currently understood was Mu Jiaogu, as a delicate blush unexpectedly surfaced on her delicate face. Yoo-hoo! That's a rare thing. The oldest driver with the best car skills is embarrassed. The female anchor said doubtfully. Brother, can you make it slightly clearer? I didn't quite get it. Cerebellum Axe sucked in a laugh and said, Get it now? Ha. Chen and D in front of the screen were slightly stunned, then came to a realization. Dirt, really too much dirt, unpleasant dirt. The anchorwoman got it too, and nodded unapologetically. One last question. Oh. No. The public screens of both broadcasts were full of emoticons covering their faces in laughing. Okay, then let's do this. Missy wishes you a long journey. Bye. After exiting the room, Shen and D couldn't hold back any longer and snickered. Little brain hacks. Should I say no? I think you're more or less tainted with perversion. Ahem. Tiger's car skills are amazing. I must give Tiger 90 points because 3 points go to the Genesis. 7 points depend on the fight. Not me. I'm going to give Tiger 82 points. And I'll give Tiger the remaining 18 points in the form of 666. It looks like I'm going to have to give Tiger 88 points because I was driving on the highway and got 12 points for pulling over on the guideline in order to learn Tiger's driving skills. Chapter 84. A professional helping to raise a daughter-in-law. Chen and D are really convinced by this group of obscene talent in the live broadcast room. Martyr. Really one more than one talented. Starting from just after 9 o'clock until almost 12 o'clock. in almost 2.5 hours. It was surprising that a full 40 games of PK had been played. However, Chen and D expressed considerable dissatisfaction. Only 40 or so? There are still so many anchors across the network. He didn't want to play all of them, but at least 80 or 90% of them, right? So he directly said, "Ninth brother. Starting tomorrow. The broadcast will start at 7 o'clock. We have a heavy task." "What? 7 points?" Mujioga directly exclaimed in shock. "Don't even think about it. Don't I need a break after such a long broadcast? Rest? Come on. Don't you get to rest just as much after you start the show? It's not like you have to do anything. You just have to click on random matches." Seems to be the same thing. It is so happily decided. Just when Mujioga wanted to say something, he suddenly saw that sugar little sister, who had disappeared for the whole night, had entered the live broadcast room. Immediately, he asked, "Sugar Plum, why are you coming at this hour? I'm about to get off the air." Sugarberry floated straight to the screen and said, "Cerebellum axe down. Sis wants to get on the mic." And Cerebellarax had to be a good boy and get off the guest chair. That's the food chain. Straight after getting on the mic, Sugarberry said, "I wasn't planning on coming tonight, but my dad had to come." Oh, Mujiogo instantly became curious. "What's he doing here, uncle?" "He said he had to come and swipe you some gifts and asked Nine to take care of me." "Why?" Mujiogo hastily waved his hand and said, No, Sugar little sister and I were originally friends. It's perfectly normal for friends to take care of each other. There's no need to be polite, uncle." Little sugar sister said helplessly. "That's what I said. But the little old man is too stubborn and I can't stop him." Then she was heard saying to the person next to her, "Dad, take my number and swipe it. Just recharged it." "Nah." A man's voice was then heard over the mic. "No, I have my own number." "Ha? When did you start playing Do Sound, old man? How come I didn't know?" "Shoo, keep it down so your mom doesn't hear." "Oh, you hurry up and get your number in here and we'll shut each other down." Just at this time, the live room actually came in a 60-level Big Brother. And this Big Brother in the Douyin also quite famous. Mujioga welcomed. "Welcome brother passerby to the live broadcast." Just after the welcome, I heard another conversation between father and daughter. "Dad, are you in yet? Hurry up. I'm coming in." "Who is it? Who are you?" "You'll know when I'm done swiping gifts for Gio." "What's the panic?" The words landed on the ground, and the live broadcast room was seen to light up with carnival special effects. When this carnival comes out, it's like it can't be stopped. Passerby gives Mujioga 1,000 carnival. Good guy. The first shot is 3 million RMB. Directly looked confused everyone in the live broadcast room. Worthy of being a level 60 godly Big Brother. It's really extraordinary. Old man, this passerby can't be you, can it? It's me. Good wow you. You actually. Shoo. Ouch. Little ancestor. Keep your voice down. If your mom hears you, you're screwed. Never would I have thought that the godly Big Brother who was famous all over the internet would be the father of Sugar little sister. Good lord. Talk about this passing brother. It's a good Big Brother to all the female anchors on the network. That's right. The anchor woman's good Big Brother. Because he will only upvote female anchors. And his profession is to help others raise their daughters-in-law. It may not even be believable to say that he upvoted the hostesses. Not at all because he had any thoughts about them. Nor did he even think about having anything to do with the hostesses. The reason why I swiped it was simply to admire their beauty. It was totally sentimental. He also doesn't think about what these female anchors look like with their makeup off and their beauty face turned off. He just appreciates the beauty he sees. The point is that after he swipes for the hostesses, he doesn't even give a shit about them. And the reason he gave was simple and brutal. He said he just wanted to pass through their best years. Well, it's no wonder he's got a screen name like Passerby. Asterisk. Finally solved the case. The whole network well known over the brother is actually Sugar Sister's real father. Good guy. Originally I was skeptical that Brother Passenger was a true emotional Big Brother. Now I can be sure. It seems that Brother Passerby's family disciple position is very low. So this is why he came to Douyin to look for an empire position? Really good at it. Netizen viewers were out to tease the good old Big Brother who likes to help others raise their daughters-in-law. Good wow you, old man. Did not see that you hide quite deep nah. So you are the legendary that help others to raise a daughter-in-law. People stupid money wrong kind of good Big Brother Hey, what are you talking about? It's so hard to hear. I call this sentiment okay? Sentiment good Big Brother. Do you understand? Sentimental good Big Brother? Old man. If you don't double my monthly living expenses, watch out I'll sue you. Well, that's true. Hearing the conversation between father and daughter, Mujioga had a feeling of crying and laughing. Uncle, this is too much of a bust for you. I'm a little embarrassed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Xiaojiao, my girl is counting on you. If you should be in charge, if you don't listen, you can just teach her a lesson. It's fine. Mujiogo was slightly stunned and smiled back. Okay, uncle. Don't worry. Sugar is fine with me. Okay, thanks Xiaojiao. Then you guys play. I can't play with you youngsters. Puffing. Chen Di and Mujiogo both couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chen and Di laughed and said, Sugar little sister. I didn't expect your father to be quite humorous. Ignore him. What can't play a piece? It's me here. He can't play open just, and run to other live room when the list one big brother to go. Then, Sugar little sister said excitedly, Little black fans, tell you a good news yo. Tomorrow your sugar sister, will appear in the live broadcast. Well, isn't it fun, exciting, and especially anticipated? When I get to ninth sister's place, I'll make sure to have ninth sister help me with my devil training, and I'll definitely blow your minds then. Looking forward to it? As soon as she finished speaking, Chen and Di hurriedly said, Don't, sugar little sister. You'd better forget about it. And devil training? I'm afraid you've trained the devil to death. Puff. Ha ha. Mujiogo burst out laughing. Sugar little sister huffed. Uncle, don't look down on people. Mujiogo looked at the time. It was almost time to get off work. Alright, all you little black fans. This is the end of our live broadcast today. Tomorrow. Let's go on at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Good night, boys. Bye. Chapter 85 Lori in a JK. Chen and Di had just finished washing up and laying back on the bed when the WeChat tone on his old cell phone rang. Unlocking it, it turned out to be a message from Mujiogo. Fairy, uncle, are you going to do it or not? Her words could easily be misunderstood if the cause was not clear. Chen and Di breathlessly replied back, Come on. I have to go to the airport at 6 a.m. tomorrow to help you pick up the people. Now it's already past 12 p.m. If I make a midnight snack again, will I still be able to sleep? Fairy, right. Then uncle you go to bed early. Chen and Di, honestly, are you trying to sleep in and can't get out of bed? So you're asking me to fetch someone for you? Fairy, it's too late. Fairy is going to sleep for beauty sleep. Uncle you also go to bed early. Good night. Then lightning seconds down the line. Chen and Di helplessly and breathlessly shook their heads ridiculously. Turning on the doo-wop. It's now time to take stock of the day's earnings. Sanyan and Tragedy Brother swiped 10 carnivals each when they entered Ironmouth Lee's live room. And when they were piking later, the two of them who couldn't hold back swiped 100 more. Together, that's 220. 6,600,000 sound waves. And Ironmouth Lee swiped his entire savings. 100 million sound waves. Reap the crowdfunded sound waves from the fans of the audience in the livestream. Nearly a million. 100 carnival for each of Power and Drunken Sands. 6 million sound waves. 100 carnivals for each of the 10 major guilds. Or 30 million sound waves. Total sound waves, 143. 6 million. Good lord. Don't count it. It's a shocker. Converted to RMB it's $14,360,000. After deducting the platform's draw, the anchor's draw, and the personal tax, the total amount in hand is 4,599,522. After withdrawing the cash, Chen and Di were simply overwhelmed with relief. All afternoon you're worried about money. Who knows you'll be a millionaire by night. If I had known, I wouldn't have borrowed Mujiogo's money in the afternoon. It would have been superfluous. However, Chen and Di were still quite distressed when half of them were siphoned off by the platform. But the system said to him before, the platform drawback for him not only does not lose, but will be very profitable. What does it mean? He now also does not want to go to the platform to talk about the drawback rebate. After all, before long to find the platform to help. What's more, although it was confusing, since the system said he wouldn't lose money, it was even less necessary. Sleep. He even set his alarm clock before going to bed so that he wouldn't have to get up in the morning. With money in his pocket, Chen and Di even slept much more soundly. It's a good thing the alarm was set, too, or he wouldn't have been able to get up. After washing up, he grabbed his car keys and headed out the door. He has a driver's license and he used to do valet driving on the side, so the car skills part is fine. When I used to be a chauffeur, I drove a lot of luxury cars. So I'm not at a loss for words when I face Mujiogo's Big G. It's a little after 6 in the morning and the plane lands a little after 7. So that's quite a bit of time. It was only after arriving at the airport that Chen and Di suddenly realized that he didn't know Sugar Sister. And Sugar Sister didn't know him. This, picks up a hairy person? It's not a big problem though. Just borrow a pen and paper from a store open at the airport. Write down Sugar Girl's name. Then hold up the paper and make a beeline for the pickup gate. Sugar Little Sister's name Mujiogo did tell him. Called Tang Sugar. Looking at the time, it was already time. Chen and Dee hurriedly rushed to the pickup point, holding the cardboard sign aloft. His eyes were keen and sharp as he scanned the passengers swarming out. Not recognizing Tang Sugar didn't stop him from guessing the search. Although there were a lot of passengers on this flight, excluding the men and excluding the age-inappropriate ones, there weren't really many left. But Chen and Dee searched for half a day but could not find any young girl of similar age. As the passengers became fewer and fewer, Chen and Dee couldn't help but wonder, how come she's not out yet when this one's almost finished coming out? Is she still back there? Just as he was muttering, he felt someone behind him tugging at his shirt. Turning back around, there was indeed a little girl tugging at him. Chen and Dee confirmed. Tang Candy? The little girl nodded, looking at her height of at most 1 meter 5.5. No wonder she wasn't searched for just now. I guess she should have been covered and drowned out by the crowd. No way. Too petite and delicate. Chen and Dee carefully measured her up. 1 meter 5.5 tall. Wearing a summer JK suit. Short hair on the ear. Sweet and cute looks. Totally typical Lolita height. Dress and looks The only thing that doesn't quite match is that she's just too big-hearted to be childishly huge. Compared to the narrow-minded Mujio Gu, it was really two extremes. You're the uncle that ninth sister was talking about, aren't you? Her voice was still a little different from the one on the air, and realistically sounded sweeter and softer. It wasn't greasy or pinched, and even had a creamy flavor. Chen and Dee nodded. Your ninth sister probably couldn't get up, so she asked me to pick you up. Looking behind her, just carrying a single bag, Chen and Dee couldn't help but ask, don't you have any other luggage? Sugar-chan smiled and said, nope, the rest of the luggage was couriered directly. Rather convenient and frugal. Go! In the car, sitting in the back seat, Sugar little sister asked curiously, Uncle, are you really called and die? Chen and Dee. Yeah, really? I thought ninth sister was lying to me. Sugar-chan continued. Then why did you call and know? 1. Uncle? Chen and Dee patiently explained. Because the elders who gave me my name wish me to be the top scholar and the gold medalist. His name, given to him by the old yard. His last name, however, came from the jade pendant that hung around his neck. According to the old courtyard, the jade pendant engraved with the word Chen was found in his swaddling clothes. Then why don't we name you Chen Scholar? Chen Jinbang. Chen title? Sugar Girl is like a questioning teenager who catches on and asks endless questions. Chen and Dee's patience was instantly worn out by her, and the question. Without good humor, he returned, how should I know? If you're really curious, why don't I send you to my elder's place and you can ask him yourself? That's not necessary. In fact, I'm not really curious. I just want to find something to talk about. Don't you think, Uncle, that it will look awkward if we just sit there stupidly? Seems to be SOSO. But just in case the girl in question gets awkward again, he said as he turned on the music player, put on some music and it shouldn't be awkward, right? The song is Freedom to Fly by Phoenix Legends. Very powerful song. As soon as the intro started, the backseat Sugar Plum shook and swayed uncontrollably. Taking a look from the inside rearview mirror, Chen and Dee instantly realized that something was wrong. Fruity. Yo, come on baby go. Why did you turn it off? Uncle? Chen and Dee sweated coldly, secretly saying that it was a close call. With a far-fetched smile, he busied himself by saying, forget it, let's just chat. Didn't you want to know why I'm not called Chen Scholar? Chen Jinbang. Chen title? I think it should be like this. Chapter 86, Heresy deserves to be burned at the stake. Along the way, Chen and Dee were making every effort to accompany the girl in question, Tang Candy, in an awkward conversation. Fortunately she didn't mention the music again. When they arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, Chen and Dee asked, have you eaten breakfast yet? Do you want some? Sugar-chan shook her head and returned. The airplane meal was so bad. I just ate a small loaf of bread. Chen and Dee found a parking space on the side of the road and parked the car. Let's go. Have breakfast. I haven't eaten yet either. With that, the two of them got out of the car and headed straight for the breakfast place outside the neighborhood. Boss, please come with 2 buns, 2 cages of siumai, 2 fried dumplings, 2 beef patties, and 2 tea eggs. Then he looked at Sugar little sister and asked, by the way, do you want soy milk, thin rice, or tofu brain? Tofu brain it is. Chen and Dee were just about to order again, but suddenly remembered something and asked again, sweet or savory? Sugar-chan seemed surprised. Don't all tofu brains eat sweet? There are still people who eat salty ones? Chen and Dee didn't argue with her, but continued to order. Boss, 2 more bowls of tofu brain, 1 sweet and 1 salty. Sugar-chan stared at him dead in the face and muttered, Uncle, you're a heretic. Heretics are sent to the stake. Chen and Dee shrugged. You have to respect food and cultural differences. You know? I can't take it. Chan and D said breathlessly. There are so many people and things you can't accept. Do you have to send them all to the stake? Jushi, if you can't chat, let's not chat. Oh. Sugar little sister stared dumbfounded at the table full of food. Duh. Uncle, will this be too much? Can we finish it? Eat as much as you can and leave the rest to me. Under the gaze of Sugar-chan's incomparable astonishment, Chen and D began to display his wind-crippling cloud scroll skill. Watching him eat so deliciously, Sugar-chan gulped straight up and her appetite was whetted. Without realizing it, the amount of food has increased several times more than usual. Good lord. It's true that when you eat with someone who is a giant eater, not only will you eat better, but you'll also have a bigger appetite. The table was full of food, which of course ended up being eaten without any leftovers. Boss, please pack 2 more buns and a cup of soy milk. Of course it's for Mujio-gu to bring. Anyway, it's just a matter of doing it by hand. And then again, you don't need to pay for it yourself. Don Sugar, go to the checkout. Oh, Sugar Girl got up and pulled out her cell phone and was ready to go to the checkout. It always felt weird though. Both waited to get on the elevator before she came back to her senses. Hey Jussie, you're weird, yeah. When other guys go out to eat with girls, it's always the guy who grabs the bill. Why are you letting me get the check? Chen and D said with a straight face. I heard Mu Mao Mao say that you are a little rich. Sugar-chan returned without any good humor. If I have the money, I should be the one to pay the bill. Ha? What else? Seems reasonable, haha. No problem. These days, eating soft food is also a skillful job. And if you want to eat soft food, you want to eat with a straight face. That requires even more skills. Very capable. Sugar-chan asked curiously. Are you very short of money, uncle? There's no shortage, but my money works, and I'm really poor compared to you guys at the moment. Listen. Is that fucking human language? Spoken as if other people's money is useless. Carrying the packed breakfast, he directly rang Mujio-ge's doorbell. He bet that Mu Mao Mao was definitely not because something was wrong, but simply wanted to sleep. The doorbell rang half a dozen times and the door finally opened. Wearing pajamas, Mujio-gu had sleepy eyes and a misanthropic and annoyed expression. While scratching his disheveled hair with his hand, he complained, Uncle, you're calling for souls early in the morning? Do you want people to sleep? Chen and D blankly glanced at her without any good humor, then slightly sidestepped, allowing the petite tang candy behind her to be revealed. The man has been received for you. You're on your own. Nah, brought it for you by the way. Chen and D said as they handed her the packed breakfast. As soon as she smelled the scent of Xiaolongbao, Mujio-gu instantly opened her drowsy eyes, and her entire body instantly woke up from her daze. Open the bag and eat it without caring about the image. While eating, he looked at Tang Candy, embarrassedly smiled back and said in a hurry, Sorry, I slept in a daze and made a mess of forgetting. Come on, Sugar, come on in. Uncle, do you want to come in and sit down for a while? Chen and D shook their heads and said, I still have things to do. By the way, lend me your car first. Mujio-gu waved his hand in a bold manner. Feel free to use it for as long as you want. I have other cars. Martyr, the invisible display of wealth is most deadly. Alright, I'm going to get busy. I might not be back at noon, so feel free to fix it. Chen and D drove the big G and went out to run their errands. First, I went to the Mixed Brothers and found that the 5 brothers had surprisingly stayed up all night again. Immediately even yelled and scolded them to go to sleep. Good guy, also really not afraid of sudden death. He then took his boss, Shochi, to find a document agency with a very good reputation. Of course he wouldn't hang himself, that's why he took Chuch with him. Although he was quite trusting of the lads, a lot of things still had to be bound in advance with a legally binding contract beforehand. So he went to the law firm again, looking for a lawyer to sign the contract treaty and other documents to avoid future bullshit. He ended up making another trip to a well-known headhunter in Tianfu. Once the professional manager's requirements are stated, the headhunter lets in wait and see what happens. There's no rush. After all, the company hasn't been registered yet and the office location hasn't been finalized yet. Busy as it was amazing that the day had passed without realizing it. He was so busy that he even forgot to eat his lunch. Looking at the time, it was almost 5 o'clock. As is customary, he made a special trip to the grocery store and made some purchases before going home. After all, there were new members joining the hitchhiking cafeteria. So Chen and D still made a pretty sumptuous dinner. Sliced husband and wife lungs, braised pork knuckles, hot fat intestines, garlic pork ribs, shiitake mushrooms in oyster sauce, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and pork jowl soup. There were cold dishes, hot dishes, meat and vegetables, and soups, very reasonable and hearty. Opposite the door, Mujio-gu turned off the alarm clock, then glanced at Sugar-chan, who was sitting on the floor in front of the TV, playing a PS5 game. Sugar little sister, don't play, Let's go. Let's eat. If we're late, we won't have any food. Tang Sugar stared unblinkingly at the game screen and casually said perfunctorily, Sister 9. Let's order takeout. It's too hot outside. I don't want to go out. Mu Jiogu did not have the good sense to give her a glance. Where it is too hot outside. Is clearly addicted to the game, cannot get out of it. Also lazy nonsense. Directly went up to turn off the TV. What's good for takeout? Go, sister, take you to eat delicious.